Chapter 1140. Thinking so, Xie Hongwen actually wanted to rush over and grab Yang Kai, but just as he took a step forward, he was stopped by one of the two origin-returning realm masters. "Young master, there's something strange up ahead. It should be a powerful spirit array." The cultivator frowned as he stared at the large space in front of the cave, sweeping the area with his divine sense. When they first arrived, Ian had told them how the dozen or so third-order Saint King cultivator from the Su family had been completely wiped out, but none of them had taken it seriously, thinking that even if there was a spirit array, its power would be limited and it wouldn't be able to stop the bombardment of an origin-returning realm master. But now that they were closer, they realized how profound this spirit array was. "Is there something strange about it?" Xie Hongwen wasn't stupid and nodded. "Then this young lord won't go up, lest I fall into their trap." At that moment, Yang Yen finished what she was doing and quickly retreated back into the cave, hiding behind Yang Kai, her tender body trembling. Wu Yi took her hand and patted it gently. Xie Hongwen withdrew his gaze from Yang Yen and glanced over at Wu Yi, sneering meaningfully as he shouted, "Wu Yi, don't say this young lord didn't give you a chance. If you know what's good for you, come back with me obediently and this young lord will let bygones be bygones. But if you don't blame this young lord for being vicious and merciless." Although Wu Yi's face was pale, she still said, "In your dreams, if you want me to go with you, you'll have to kill me." Good. Xie Hongwen not only didn't become angry, but instead laughed. When he learned that Wu Yi and Yang Kai were together, he was really angry, but now that he saw Yang Yen, who was even more outstanding than Wu Yi, his anger immediately dissipated. This time, not only would he be able to obtain Wu, he would also be able to obtain this exquisite beauty, killing two birds with one stone. Xie Hongwen was naturally happy. He no longer paid any attention to Wu Yi and instead turned to Yang Kai, coldly saying, "Little brat, your courage isn't small, actually daring to have ideas about this young lord's woman. No matter where you come from, you're dead. Obediently kowtow and admit your wrongs. Call me grandfather a few times and this young lord will give you a quick death. If you can also give me that woman, this young lord may spare your life." Yang Kai frowned. He had seen a lot of spoiled brats, but he had never seen one as arrogant as Xie Hongwen. It was as if in his opinion, anyone, anything, as long as he said a word, others would have to compromise. First, he wanted Wu Yi to obediently go back with him, now he wanted him to obediently roll over. Who did he think he was? Does this guy only know how to talk big? Yang Kai looked at Wu. Wu Yi sneered, "Something's wrong with your head." "Yes, Wilsit. His brain is indeed abnormal. It should be a psychological distortion caused by his physical disability." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Seeing his calm and relaxed appearance, the tension of Wu Yi and the others seemed to dissipate greatly. On the other side, after hearing Xie Hongwen say that he would let Yang Kai go, Ian actually spoke up, "Young Lord Xie, this person's origins are unknown. He has forcibly occupied my Haiku family's Dragon Cave Mountain and is now the host. We cannot drive him away. Please uphold justice and kill him." Since he had decided to nip Yang Kai in the bud, lest he grow up and threaten the interests of the Haiku family, Ian naturally wouldn't let Yang Kai off so easily. As for Wu Yi, she had already left the family, so she was no longer a member of the Haiku family. What fate she would meet after being taken back by Xie Hongwen had nothing to do with him. "Does this young lord need you to tell him what to do?" Xie Hongwen squinted at Ian, causing Ian to look embarrassed and immediately shut up. Immediately, Xie Hongwen turned towards the cave and shouted angrily, "Little brat, not only do you have ideas about this father's woman, you even dare to occupy the territory of another family. You don't put my Shadow Moon Hall in your eyes at all. Don't you know that the Haiku family is a peripheral force of my Shadow Moon Hall? If you want to fight, then fight. Enough nonsense." Yang Kai was too lazy to argue with him. This guy's brain wasn't normal, so no matter how much he said, it would just be a waste of saliva. In the end, he would have to fight. "Good, this young lord will let you know the consequences of offending me today. You can rest assured that I won't kill you immediately. That woman should be yours, right?" Xie Hongwen pointed to Yang Kai. "Since you dared to touch this young lord's woman, this young lord will take yours." This young lord will let you see how I satisfy her, so don't feel inferior when the time comes." Saying so, Yang Kai shouted, "Hong Zhen, grab that little brat for me. Daring to offend me, he's too much." The master from the First Order Origin Returning Realm named Hong Zhen frowned and hesitated. "Young lord, there's a spirit array over there." "So what if it's a spirit array? You think a few small arrays can stop you? Then what use do I have for you?" Xie Hongwen jumped up. "If you can't do it alone, then the two of you can come at me together. I don't believe that garbage spirit array can stop you. Hurry up and grab him for me. I'm going to throw him on the ground, step on his face, and piss on it." Hong Zhen's face was gloomy. A master from the First Order Origin Returning Realm was considered a master on Shadowed Star. After all, the strongest here was only a Third Order Origin Returning Realm cultivator. However, he was ordered to protect Xie Hongwen, so he couldn't refuse his orders. The other Origin Returning Realm Master looked at him and seemed to want to say something, but Hong Zhen waved his hand and said, "I'll try. If it doesn't work, then you can come at me together." "Good." The man nodded and didn't say much. Hong Zhen then walked towards the cave step by step, releasing his divine sense to investigate his surroundings, but the more he probed, the more frightened he became. This space was like a swamp, and when his divine sense entered it, there was no response. Hong Zhen immediately knew that he had underestimated the power of this spirit array. At this moment, it was too late to retreat. He had clearly entered the range of this spirit array, but what he hadn't expected was that the other party didn't show any intention of opening the spirit array, so he didn't know if it could be opened at all. What's more, the First Order Saint King opposite him was actually walking straight towards him, which both surprised and delighted him. "Little Sister Yang Inflammation, open the spirit array." Wu Yi nervously grabbed Yang Inflammation's small hand. Last time, more than a dozen people from the Su family were easily killed by Yang Kai because they had fallen into the spirit array. Now, Yang Kai was actually walking towards an Origin Returning Realm Master, so Wu Yi was naturally worried. A First Order Origin Returning Realm Cultivator, a First Order Saint King, was an entire great realm apart. Even if Wu Yi had great confidence in Yang Kai, she didn't think he could win against this master named Hong Zhen. Yang Inflammation shook his head. Yang Kai said not to open the spirit array yet. "But I don't know." She soon understood why Yang Kai didn't want her to open the spirit array, because Yang Kai had actually taken the initiative to attack Hong Zhen, a long sword covered in demonic flames appearing in his hand as he slashed out a jet black sword wave towards Hong Zhen. Yang Kai clearly wanted to test his own combat effectiveness. "Overestimating yourself." Hong Zhen sneered and threw out a simple punch. As soon as this punch appeared, the atmosphere within a 1,000-meter radius suddenly changed, as if even space itself was being stirred up. Yang Kai's face changed. Although he had long known that there was a huge gap between the Third Order Saint King realm and the Origin Returning Realm, he hadn't expected an Origin Returning Realm Master's attack to be so strange. The power of Hong Zhen's punch wasn't strong, but when Hong Zhen punched out, Yang Kai had a strange feeling, as if he had been wrapped up in an invisible force. The speed at which his Saint Chi was circulating suddenly dropped, and it became much more difficult for him to move. Even the speed of the jet black sword wave he sent out was greatly reduced. Yang Kai's strength had been greatly suppressed. What kind of power is this? Yang Kai was startled. Although he had seen many Origin Returning Realm Masters along the way, he had never fought with one of this level. This was the first time. Yang Kai suddenly discovered that Origin Returning Realm cultivators seemed to possess a very special power that could suppress low-level opponents. He didn't know if this power was unique to Hong Zhen or if all Origin Returning Realm cultivators possessed it. Yang Kai desperately wanted to know what kind of power this was. On Tong Xian Realm, if he encountered any problems in his cultivation, he could ask Meng Wuya and the others for help, but here, no one could help him. If he wanted to solve his problems, he would need to kill an Origin Returning Realm cultivator and absorb their insights into the Heavenly Way and Martial Dao. Only then could he understand the mysteries of this power. While Yang Kai's thoughts were racing, a violent wind blade shot out from Hong Zhen's fist, breaking through the jet black sword wave and arriving in front of Yang Kai in an instant. If his strength had not been suppressed, Yang Kai would have been able to dodge this attack, but now, his movements were much slower than usual, so by the time he noticed the incoming wind blade, it was already too late to dodge. This wind blade contained an extremely violent power, and Yang Kai believed that even if his physique was strong, he would definitely be injured by it. Wu exclaimed, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Cheap slut. Xie Hongwen stomped his foot and cursed again. Wu Yi's concern for Yang Kai made him very uncomfortable, so he secretly decided that in front of these several dozen people he would strip her naked and ravage her body before abandoning her and letting her know the consequences of offending him. On the other hand, Yang Yen remained indifferent, not even showing any intention of opening the spirit array. Kong. The huge wind blade struck Yang Kai, forcing Yang Kai to retreat quickly. HM? Hong Zhen thought that Yang Kai was dead for sure, but he soon discovered that a purple shield had appeared in front of Yang Kai. The purple aura surrounding the shield was extremely dense, so it was obvious at a glance that this was a high-grade treasure. The wind blade that struck it didn't even leave a mark. An origin-grade artifact? Hong Zhen's eyes lit up as a look of greed flashed across his eyes. With his eyesight, he could naturally see the grade of this artifact, and he also knew that this artifact hadn't been fully refined yet, so it shouldn't have been long since this young man obtained it. An origin-grade artifact that hadn't been fully refined, if Hong Zhen could snatch it, his strength would definitely increase greatly. Amazing! Yang Kai looked at his purple shield, shook his body slightly, and calmed the tumbling blood in his chest, not stingy with his praise. Boy, you're not bad yourself. Hong Zhen sneered, but in his heart he was quite surprised. If it had been an ordinary first-order Saint King cultivator, even if they had a defensive artifact, they should have at least suffered some injuries by now, but this boy was actually completely unscathed. No wonder he could fight above his realm and kill a third-order Saint King. Judging from his performance, he really did have this ability. Chapter 1141. In front of the cave, Yang Kai waved his arms and found that there seemed to be invisible threads wrapped around his body, restricting his movements. Not only were his movements sluggish, his Saint Chi flow was also extremely obstructed. It was this strange feeling that prevented him from exerting his full strength, so when Hong Zhen threw his first punch, he had to summon his purple shield to defend himself. Although the purple shield had not been fully refined and could not display its full power, it was still made from the shell and monster core of a 9th-order monster beast and various origin-grade ores, making it extremely sturdy, so it was normal for it to be able to block Hong Zhen's attack. What kind of power is this? Yang Kai couldn't tell what the power that was binding him was, so he could only ask Hong Zhen. Hong Zhen laughed. Ignorant boy, you don't even know what sure is yet you dare act so arrogant? Sure. Yang Kai frowned. Momentum? I have the same kind of momentum. Saying so, Yang Kai's aura erupted, but to his disappointment, his own was fundamentally different from Hong Zhen's. It wasn't that his aura was weaker, on the contrary, in the eyes of those who didn't know the truth, Yang Kai's aura at this moment was simply earth-shattering, while Hong Zhen's aura was far inferior. However, only Yang Kai himself knew that the Shi Hong Zhen spoke of was completely different from the momentum he understood. Yang Kai's own aura couldn't interfere with this young man's at all. On the contrary, this young man's Shi greatly suppressed his own strength. This is an origin-returning realm master. Amazing! Yang Kai's eyes burned with passion, but instead of feeling the slightest panic, his fighting spirit soared. Shaking his head to dispel his excitement, Yang Kai raised his purple shield and called out to Hong Zhen, "Come, let me see what your Shi is." Yang Kai put away his demonic flame sword and assumed a defensive posture. Although they had only fought once, Yang Kai already knew that it was impossible for him to kill an origin-returning realm master with his current combat power, even if he used his golden blood. This kind of power called Shi was very mysterious, but it was impossible for this Hong Zhen to kill him. With his purple shield, he could tear space, so even a third-order origin-returning realm master couldn't kill him. Seeing Yang Kai's posture, Hong Zhen knew what he wanted to do and flew into a rage. An origin-returning realm cultivator had the absolute ability to suppress a Saint King realm cultivator, but this First Order Saint King actually wanted to use him to study Shi. This made Yang Kai feel like he had been insulted, causing murderous intent to overflow from his heart. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai sent out a series of wind blades. These wind blades blotted out the sky like a swarm of locusts, cutting through space with a sharp whistle. Good, 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 of course. Xie Hong, of course, Hong Zhen's to the point. Xie Hongwen clapped his hands and laughed heartily, completely forgetting that he had just been clamoring to step on Kai Yang and piss on his face. To Yang, to Yang, to Yang, to Yang, to Yang, to Yang Yang Kai, Yang of Yang, to Kai, to Yang to Yang to be. Many of the cultivators who had followed Wu Yi couldn't bear to watch any longer and turned their heads away sadly. They all felt that Yang Kai was dead for sure, that there was no way he could survive this round of attacks. Yang Yen curled his lips and muttered softly, "If the artifacts I refine can even break through the First Order Origin Returning Realms attacks, I won't need to refine them in the future." Her voice was so low that no one heard her, not even Wu Yi who was standing next to her. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk a violent explosion rang out and the place where Yang Kai stood was filled with flying sand and stones, blocking his vision. His figure was forced back again and again until he hit a large boulder, shattering it in an instant. Yang Kai felt a sweet taste in his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The power of the wind blade failed to hurt Yang Kai, but the huge impact still caused his 5 viscera to shift. Hong Zhen's eyes narrowed, seemingly not having expected the defensive ability of his shield to be so good. Without waiting for Yang Kai to recover, Hong Zhen took a step forward. A moment ago, his body was still standing in place, but in the next moment, he appeared in front of Yang Kai and punched out towards Yang Kai's forehead. Hong Zhen's Shi, which was suppressing Yang Kai's strength, suddenly became stronger. Yang Kai felt that he had no way to defend himself before Hong Zhen's attack arrived. In a moment of desperation, Yang Kai threw out his unfinished space blade. 2 void cracks quickly shot towards Hong Zhen's waist and abdomen. Although Hong Zhen didn't know what kind of attack this was, he instinctively felt a sense of danger. Pushing his Saint Qi to form a protective barrier around himself, Hong Zhen's fist still smashed down like a bolt of lightning. However, this brief delay allowed Yang Kai to raise his purple shield. With a loud bang, Kai Yang was like a kite with a broken string, flying far away. Hong Zhen's brow furrowed as he stared at the spot where he had just been attacked, but was surprised to find that there was nothing there, nor was there any trace of injury. Shaking his head, Hong Zhen couldn't understand why he had such a terrifying feeling just now. Looking at Yang Kai again, Hong Zhen was speechless. Although this First Order Saint King youth looked extremely distressed, he hadn't suffered any serious injuries at all. All of Yang Kai's attacks had been blocked by his purple shield artifact, so the only injuries he had suffered were some minor injuries caused by the shockwaves of his attacks. What's more, at this moment, not only did this youth not show any signs of panic, he didn't show any intention of running away. Instead, he seemed to be in high spirits, a happy smile on his face as he beckoned to Hong Zhen. Courting death. Hong Zhen was furious. He, an Origin Returning Realm Master, had to deal with a Saint King Realm youth, but not only had he failed to kill him in a short time, he had even been provoked time and time again. This kind of behavior was intolerable. Hong Zhen's Shi erupted and once again enveloped Yang Kai, but in the next moment, Hong Zhen showed a look of disbelief. Because around this youth, there was an aura similar to Shi flowing. Although it was very faint, Hong Zhen was certain that this was the embryonic form of Shi. As long as this youth was given enough time, he would be able to form his own Shi. How is this possible? A few dozen breaths ago, this youth was clearly asking him what Shi was, so how was he able to do this now? How did he figure it out just from the fight just now? Considering all this, Hong Zhen couldn't help shivering as he broke out in a cold sweat. If this was really the case, then this boy was simply too heaven-defying. Even Hong Zhen, who had broken through to the Origin Returning Realm 10 years ago, had only been able to slowly grasp Shi under the guidance of the elders of the sect. Even now, he had only just begun to grasp the basics of Shi, not even reaching the minor accomplishment stage. Moreover, Only those in the origin returning realm could touch the threshold of Shi. Without reaching the origin returning realm, it was simply impossible to grasp Shi. How had this youth done it? He had actually vaguely understood what Shi was. Come on. Yang Kai saw Hong Zhen's expression change and couldn't help urging, "What are you waiting for? Do you want to fight or not?" Not only was he urging, but Xie Hongwen was also urging him, constantly clamoring for Hong Zhen to do something to Yang Kai. How could Yang Kai be in the mood to deal with him now? He couldn't wait to have a good fight with Hong Zhen, or rather, to be beaten by him. If he could figure out Shi in this way, what harm was there in being beaten? Hong Zhen took a deep breath and didn't rush to attack Yang Kai, instead suddenly turning his head and saying, "Brother, let's attack together. His artifact is too powerful, I can't break his defenses." He didn't feel embarrassed at all. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't have asked his brother for help, but Yang Kai was too terrifying. If such a person wasn't killed today, once he grew up, he would become an invincible existence. So, he didn't hesitate to ask his brother for help. The other origin returning realm master who had been guarding Xie Hongwen heard this and looked at Hong Zhen with some surprise, but he didn't ask any questions, simply nodding gently, "Okay." As he said this, he walked out as expected. Everyone was dumbfounded. A First-Order origin returning realm was dealing with a First-Order Saint King and had actually invited a First-Order origin returning realm helper, and this helper was also a First-Order origin returning realm cultivator. Ian's whole body trembled. Although he didn't understand the situation, he knew that Yang Kai was really not to be trifled with. He suddenly had a bad feeling and didn't know if offending Yang Kai this time was a blessing or a curse. Seeing two origin returning realm masters coming over, Yang Kai frowned, a trace of disappointment appearing on his face as he quickly retreated to the entrance of the cave. He couldn't even handle one origin returning realm master, let alone two at the same time. Once he fought with them, unless he tore space and escaped, he would definitely be killed. "Open the array." Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, put away his purple shield, and called out to Yang Yen. "Okay." Yang Yen nodded and formed a few strange seals towards the spirit array outside the cave. In an instant, the space outside the cave rippled but soon returned to normal. Hong Zhen and his brother wore dignified expressions as they swept the area with their divine senses, but they were surprised to find that before the spirit array was opened, they could still feel some danger, but after it was opened, they couldn't sense anything at all. Sweeping the area with their divine senses, the situation was clear at a glance and there was nothing wrong with it, but everyone knew that once they fell into the spirit array, they would definitely suffer. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and break that spirit array and grab those two women for me." Xie Hongwen shouted. The two origin returning realm masters wore helpless looks as they summoned their artifacts and fiercely attacked the open space in front of the cave. The artifacts used by these two weren't low-grade, both origin-grade low-rank artifacts. Hong Zhen's 12 flying daggers were each a Saint King-grade high-rank artifact, and when combined together, their grade was even higher, forming a straight line that constantly bombarded the position of the spirit array. The artifact used by Hong Zhen's brother was even more powerful, an octagonal hammer that caused the ground to shake every time it struck the position of the spirit array. The spirit array arranged by Yang Yen couldn't be seen normally, but once it was attacked, it would reveal some traces. If the person trying to break it wasn't proficient in spirit arrays, they could only use brute force. It could be said that almost 90% of cultivators who encountered spirit arrays used brute force to break them. This method of breaking spirit arrays was laborious and unrewarding. Sometimes, even if one managed to break a spirit array, they would suffer a backlash. Only a few people who understood spirit arrays would try to find the location of the spirit array's entrance and break it in an elegant manner. Chapter 1142. Outside Dragon Cave Mountain, two First-Order origin returning realm masters were wantonly releasing their Saint Qi to attack the open space, constantly wearing down the spirit array arranged by Yang Yen. Wu Yi clenched her fists nervously and called out in a trembling voice, "Yang Yen, quickly deal with them." Last time, it was Yang Yen who had presided over the spirit array and assisted Yang Kai in killing the Su family's Saint King realm masters. As a result, none of the Su family's Saint Kings managed to escape. Wu Yi thought that Yang Yen would be able to do the same thing as before. Yang Yen shook his head and said, "If they enter the spirit array, I'm sure they won't be able to come out, but if they don't enter, there's nothing I can do." Spirit arrays had this kind of drawback. Although they were powerful and unpredictable, if others were careful and didn't enter the range of the spirit array, no matter how powerful it would be powerless. Then what do we do? Wu Yi panicked. Yang Yen smiled lightly. "It's fine, that spirit array was meant for others to break." Yang Kai glanced at her in surprise and immediately realized that the spirit array over there was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Yang Kai was certain that if Hong Zhen and his brother broke the spirit array they were currently seeing and continued to move forward, they would definitely fall into an even more powerful spirit array. Even the most timid of them all, Yang Yen, was calm at this moment, so how could Yang Kai not see through this? It was ridiculous that these two origin-returning realm masters were completely unaware of this and thought that breaking the spirit array would be enough. Hong Hong Hong. Hong Zhen's 12 flying daggers and the other origin-returning realm master's octagonal hammer constantly bombarded the spirit array, making it look like it was on the verge of collapse. Xie Hongwen seemed to be tired from shouting and was now waiting expectantly, his lustful eyes sweeping over Yang Yan's body, making anyone who saw him feel uncomfortable. Patriarchy N of the Haiku family and several elders and foreign elders stood to the side with respectful smiles on their faces, causing Wu Yi to feel nauseous. Before the spirit array was broken, another group of people suddenly appeared a dozen kilometers away. HM? Why are there sounds of fighting over there? The leader of this group, an origin-returning realm master, called out in surprise. Hong Zhen and his brother were attacking the spirit array, causing quite a commotion that could be heard even from a dozen kilometers away. That young man must have provoked someone he shouldn't. A Yang Yen, Master Luo. Yang Yen was young Master Luo. A few days, young Master Luo, a dozen of my family's patriarch, a dozen sect patriarch and patriarch. Family patriarch. Family patriarch. A patriarch, master. And yang. With yang family sect Tian yang yen yang with. A. That with yang 2. B. Luo Qing emphasized the word, small favor, clearly reminding the other party that he would not risk his life to help. Many thanks, Master Luo. Many thanks, Master Luo. Under the leadership of the middle-aged man, the group of people continuously thanked Luo Qing. This group of people was impressively the cultivator of the Su family. When the news of the patriarch, elders, and consecrators being annihilated reached the Su family, they immediately knew that with their own strength, there was no way for them to take revenge. They immediately rushed to Sky Fortune City for help. The middle-aged man, Su Zhibing, was the cousin of the Su family's patriarch, Su Zhikuan, and was only a second-order Saint King. Luo Qing was the origin-returning realm master who had been invited here. Su Zhibing was very self-aware and knew that with his own ability, he wouldn't be able to convince City Lord Fei Zhitu to support him. Facts had proven this point. Even if Patriarchy N of the Haiku family personally brought a gift, Fei Zhitu didn't take his words seriously. How could he be in the mood to care about the grudges between small clans? If En happened to meet Xie Hongwen, he would still be waiting for news from the City Lord's mansion. Su Zhibing didn't go to the City Lord's mansion and instead went directly to Luo Qing because Su Zhikuan had once helped Luo Qing with a small favor. For this reason alone, Luo Qing would not stand idly by. Sure enough, Su Zhibing invited Luo Qing over and rushed over to Dragon Cave Mountain, but before he even reached the cave, he heard the sounds of fighting. The group sped up and soon arrived in front of the cave. Looking forward, Luo Qing suddenly let out a light sigh and quickly walked over to Xie Hongwen and bowed. "Greetings, young Lord Xie." Xie Hongwen was urging Hong Zhen and his senior brothers to hurry up and break the array when he heard Luo Qing's voice. He shot a glance at Luo Qing and asked in surprise, "Aren't you the guard of Endless Treasures Pavilion? What are you doing here instead of guarding Endless Treasures Pavilion?" Luo Qing quickly replying to young Lord Xie, "I had some friendship with the Su family patriarch who died here. This time, I was asked by someone to come here and demand an explanation from the murderer." Xie Hongwen nodded. "Oh, so you're here to stand up for someone? Good, 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 you've come at just the right time. You go and help Hong Zhen and the others break this broken spirit array. Those two wastes are really useless, they took so long to break this broken spirit array." Although Luo Qing was a guard in Treasure Trove Pavilion, he was still a member of Shadow Moon Hall, so he naturally didn't dare to disobey Xie Hongwen's orders. Nodding, he said, "Young Lord Xie, I dare not disobey." Saying so, Luo Qing also summoned his own artifact and quickly walked forward, preparing to join forces with Hong Zhen and his brother to break the spirit array. On the other side, Ian saw that Su Jibing had also brought an origin-returning realm master and stepped forward to greet him with a smile. Su Jibing exchanged a few words with Ian, but in his heart he was quite puzzled. He didn't know why the Haiku family had found a master to deal with Yang Kai before him. Although he couldn't figure it out, Ian didn't ask. The Su family wasn't what it used to be. Although under the suppression of Shadow Moon Hall, the Haiku family wouldn't blatantly annex the Su family, occupying their territory and demanding some benefits was still possible. In the face of such a neighbor, Su Jibing could only act humble and compromise, hoping that Ian wouldn't act too ruthlessly. Ian was naturally very happy. Although he had felt a little uneasy before, now that Su Jibing had brought an origin-returning realm master with him, the destruction of Yang Kai was already a foregone conclusion. This time, by eliminating Yang Kai and satisfying Xie Hongwen's obscene desires, the Haiku family would soar. If Xie Hongwen could bring Wu Yi back with him, that would be even better. As long as Wu Yi could act as a middleman, the status of the Haiku family would soar and it wouldn't be impossible for them to enter Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai only hoped that Xie Hongwen wouldn't kill Wu Yi in a fit of anger. Just as Ian was thinking this though, he heard Hong Zhen's dissatisfied shout, "What are you doing?" With an angry roar, everyone turned their heads and looked in that direction. Immediately, they saw an extremely strange scene. Luo Qing, the origin-returning realm master invited by Su Jibing, was actually staring blankly at the entrance of the cave, holding an artifact in his hand but not pouring his Saint Qi into it. From the looks of it, he hadn't attacked the spirit array blocking their path. Hong Zhen's origin-returning realm brother also wore a displeased look and scolded, "If you don't want to help, just step aside, the two of us are enough. In any case, this spirit array is about to be broken, so it doesn't matter if you join in or not." Just now, Xie Hongwen had belittled their strength, causing Hong Zhen and this origin-returning realm master to be extremely annoyed. Now that the spirit array was about to be broken, they certainly weren't willing to share this credit with Luo Qing. Wait. Luo Qing seemed to have discovered something extraordinary and a trace of dread flashed across the depths of his eyes, quickly stopping Hong Zhen and his brother from continuing to attack. "Luo Qing, don't be so shameless. What do you want?" Hong Zhen was furious. "What's going on?" Xie Hongwen's face also became gloomy. "Young lord, this guy not only doesn't want to help, he's even trying to obstruct us. He's really out of his mind." Hong Zhen immediately said, "I suspect he's with that young man." "Is that so?" Xie Hongwen looked at Luo Qing coldly. "No, young Lord Xie, please let me explain." Luo Qing was shocked and quickly waved his hand, thinking about it for a moment before walking over to Xie Hongwen and whispering a few words in his ear. No one knew what he said, but Xie Hongwen's face suddenly changed and he asked anxiously, "Really?" "Absolutely." Luo Qing nodded heavily and whispered, "Young Lord Xie, please don't worry, I'll notify Elder Qian now." Saying so, without waiting for Xie Hongwen to respond, Luo Qing immediately took out a communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. "Bastard!" Xie Hongwen slapped Luo Qing's communication artifact to the ground before glaring at Luo Qing and then towards Yang Kai, his expression becoming extremely gloomy. Hong Zhen and the other origin-returning realm master didn't know what was going on, but after exchanging a glance, they stopped attacking. What are they doing? Yang Yun looked over curiously, an anxious look on his face. I'm still waiting for them to break the spirit array. There seems to be some kind of disagreement. Yang Kai also didn't understand. He only knew that Luo Qing had been staring at him a moment ago, as if he had recognized him, but Yang Kai was sure that he had never seen this person before, nor had he ever had any dealings with him. Yang Kai's memory had always been good, so if he had really met this person, he would definitely have an impression of him. This sudden change not only confused Yang Kai and the others, but also En. The sense of crisis in his heart had become much stronger at this moment. He carefully glanced over at Xie Hongwen and found that this young lord, who had committed all kinds of evil deeds in Heavenly Fate City, at this moment actually had a difficult expression on his face, as if he had encountered some kind of difficult decision. Ian was horrified, wondering if this young man named Yang Kai had some kind of background. Otherwise, why would Xie Hongwen be so hesitant? If this young man didn't have some kind of background, with his temperament and personality, he definitely wouldn't have given up, but this young man didn't seem to have any kind of background. Ian's heart was in turmoil and unease. But soon, Xie Hongwen made a decision and fiercely shouted towards Hong Zhen, "Why did you stop? Did this young lord tell you to stop? Keep attacking." Hong Zhen and his brother responded and once again launched an attack on the spirit array. "Don't, young Lord Xie." Luo Qing was shocked and tried to stop him again. Chapter 1143. However, no one listened to his words at all as Xie Hongwen even kicked him rudely. Scram! Xie Hongwen's strength wasn't high, but facing this kick, Luo Qing didn't dare dodge and was forced back several steps. Steadying himself, Luo Qing hurriedly said, "Young Lord Xie, Elder Qian will be here soon. Please wait a moment, otherwise if Elder Qian blames you, this disciple won't be able to afford it." Impudence! Xie Hongwen was completely irritated by Luo Qing and glared at him angrily. "This young lord doesn't need you to tell him what to do. If you dare speak again, I'll kill you." Luo Qing's face went cold and he didn't dare to say anything. Although he was an origin-returning realm master of Shadow Moon Hall, he didn't have a powerful backer, so there was no way he could fight with Xie Hongwen. He could only turn around and shout to Yang Kai, "Friend, please hold on a little longer, you'll be fine, just hold on for a little longer." Yang Kai frowned at him, really unable to understand, shouting, "Do we know each other?" Luo Qing shook his head, "No." Yang Kai sneered, "If you don't know each other, why are you helping me?" Luo Qing looked embarrassed, knowing that his actions had made Yang Kai suspicious. After thinking about it for a moment, he explained, "Friend, you haven't seen me before, but I've seen you before. Elder Qian Tong sent your image to all the shops belonging to Shadow Moon Hall throughout Heavenly Fate City and told us to treat you well if we meet you. I, Luo Qing, am a guard of Endless Treasures Pavilion, so I have seen your image." "Qian Tong?" Yang Kai froze for a moment before quickly understanding what was going on. It must have been the two previous transactions he made with Qian Tong that made this old man notice him. The first two transactions with Qian Tong were both large transactions, and Yang Kai had sold him a lot of Saint King grade artifacts, so this old man must have thought he was a good customer. After all, the strongest artifact refiner on Shadowed Star was only an origin grade low-rank artifact refiner. The Saint King grade high-rank artifacts Yang Kai sold were of great value, so he didn't need to worry about selling them. With these artifacts, he would be able to greatly increase the strength of several cultivator. But that's not right. Even if that's the case, Qian Tong doesn't have to be so cautious. Yang Kai even felt a hint of flattery. Yes, flattery. He had also deliberately spread his image throughout Sky Fortune City to all the businesses that belonged to Shadow Moon Hall, instructing them to treat him well. If this wasn't flattery, then what was? Yang Kai was a loner who had only been a third-order saint when they first met, so why was he trying to curry favor with him? Yang Kai wasn't an idiot. Although he wasn't very meticulous, he was at least agile and quick-witted. But after thinking about it, he immediately understood that Qian Tong wasn't trying to please him, but the people who refined those artifacts. In other words, he was actually trying to please Yang Inflammation. However, Qian Tong shouldn't know about the existence of yang inflammation. Perhaps he thought there was a powerful artifact refining Grandmaster behind Yang Kai. Considering all this, Yang Kai nodded gently and cupped his fists to Luo Qing. I appreciate this friend's kindness, but there is no need to trouble Elder Qian Tong with this matter, we can handle it ourselves. He didn't like owing favors to others, even if Qian Tong didn't have any malicious intentions. Once he owed someone a favor, it would be difficult to refuse their request in the future, especially since Qian Tong had some ulterior motives towards him. The conversation between the two reached the ears of others, and Su Zhibing fell to the ground. The Su family members also turned pale and trembled. Su Zhibing didn't expect that after using his past kindness to invite Luo Qing, the situation would turn out like this. Yang Kai had a relationship with Elder Qian Tong, so why would he care about his trivial Su family? If he had known this would happen, he would never have invited Luo Qing. If the patriarch, elders, and foreign elders died, then so be it. The Su family still had some members whose bloodline hadn't been extinguished, so there would always be a chance for them to make a comeback. But now, this slim chance of survival had been snuffed out by him. It was ridiculous that the other party didn't come to destroy his family, but he actually wanted to seek revenge. At this moment, Su Zhibing wished he could just kill himself on Dragon Cave Mountain. After learning that Yang Kai and Elder Qian Tong knew each other, not only were the Su family members panicking, but the Haiku family also broke out in a cold sweat. Ba Qingyan took out his handkerchief again and kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Ian's face was ashen, his face twitching as his heart filled with mixed feelings. He finally understood why he had always felt uneasy. So this was the reason. He thought that after boarding Xie Hongwen's ship, the Haiku family's future would be smooth sailing, but what did Xie Hongwen count for in front of Qian Tong? The former was just a playboy who relied on his father's position as a deacon of Shadow Moon Hall to act recklessly, but Qian Tong was an elder of Shadow Moon Hall. Even Xie Hongwen's father didn't dare to speak loudly in front of Qian Tong, let alone Xie Hongwen himself. It's over, it's all over. Ian's eyes were covered in a layer of darkness and he had lost all of his previous vigor, his lips turning blue. If he had known this would happen, how could he have offended Yang Kai and even had the idea of killing Yang Kai as soon as possible? The Haiku family had countless opportunities to make friends with Yang Kai, but none of them had been able to grasp them, none of them had been able to see the situation clearly. Only Wu Yi and Yu Feng had made the right choice. However, they had all left the family and were no longer members of the Haiku family. All of you are acting like your parents have died, what do you want to do? Xie Hongwen's face was full of anger. He kicked Ian and Su Zhibing on the ground, making him curl up on the ground like a cooked shrimp. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk at that moment, the spirit array outside the cave suddenly broke. Xie Hongwen's face filled with joy as he shouted, "Kill that little brat for me at all costs." Hong Zhen and his brother froze for a moment before quickly realizing what Xie Hongwen was planning. He was going to kill Yang Kai before Elder Qian Tong arrived. If Yang Kai was alive, they would definitely be punished by Elder Qian Tong and might even be expelled from Shadow Moon Hall, but if Yang Kai died, even if they were punished, the consequences wouldn't be too bad. After all, a dead person had no value, and Elder Qian Tong wouldn't kill 2 origin-returning realm masters for a dead person. What's more, even if the sky fell, Xie Hongwen and his father would be there to support it. They were just following orders. Considering all this, Hong Zhen and his senior brother no longer hesitated. Stepping forward, they rushed towards the cave, their murderous intent surging as they glared at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a dead man. "Don't you dare!" Luo Qing was shocked, never having expected Xie Hongwen to be so ruthless. By the time he realized something was wrong and wanted to stop them, it was already too late. He could only watch as Hong Zhen and his brother rushed out. A sneer appeared on Xie Hongwen's face as he coldly snorted, "You want to fight with me? You're still too inexperienced." En also revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Xie Hongwen's approach really surprised him, but it was definitely the result he wanted to see the most. His concerns were the same as Xie Hongwen's. Hong Zhen and his brother's figures were as fast as lightning, And before they even reached the cave, their powerful Shi had already covered the cave. Obviously, they wanted to kill Yang Kai with a single blow. Yang Kai smiled coldly at them, his smile full of meaning, causing Hong Zhen and his brother's hearts to beat faster. Not good, there's still a spirit array. Hong Zhen suddenly saw the black-robed woman make a few hand seals and immediately realized that something was wrong. Just as he and his brother were about to retreat, they heard a voice that made them tremble. "Open!" Yang Yen shouted, and the scenery in front of the cave changed dramatically in an instant. A thick layer of fog suddenly filled the air, blocking everyone's line of sight. Hong Zhen and his brother fell into this fog and disappeared in an instant. Yang Yen changed her hand seals again and sent out a few bursts of Saint Qi, causing loud shouts and violent energy fluctuations to ring out from the fog. The last time the Su family had come, Yang Yen had only arranged a defensive spirit array, but over the past few days, she had added a killing spirit array to it. These spirit arrays alone wouldn't be able to kill 2 origin-returning realm masters, but if Yang Kai were to enter, Hong Zhen and his brother would definitely suffer. Luo Qing was dumbfounded. It wasn't until this moment that he understood why Yang Kai had said those words. It turned out that he really didn't need his help. This mysterious spirit array could completely trap Hong Zhen and his brother and even injure them. As for killing 2 origin-returning realm masters, Luo Qing wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai's chances. The origin-returning realm and the Saint King realm were 2 completely different realms. Even if one was a genius cultivator, it was impossible for a Saint King realm cultivator to defeat an origin-returning realm master. "Begin," Yang Yen said lightly. Yang Kai nodded and the demonic flame sword appeared in his hand again. But before he could rush into the spirit array, a roar suddenly rang out, "Stop!" Hearing this voice, Xie Hongwen trembled and a look of horror appeared on his face. Qian Tong had arrived. Yang Kai frowned. He hadn't expected Qian Tong to arrive so quickly. Without even thinking about it, he directly rushed into the spirit array. The moment his body fell into the fog, Yang Kai dispersed the demonic flame sword in his hand and instead condensed a drop of golden blood. This drop of golden blood exuded a powerful vitality and energy fluctuation, and even though it was concealed by the spirit array, some of its aura still leaked out. Yang Kai had to end this battle quickly before Qian Tong arrived. Originally, he didn't intend to do so, but the power called Shi of an origin-returning realm master really intrigued him. Now that 2 origin-returning realm masters had fallen into the spirit array, as long as he killed them, he could absorb their insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. Perhaps he would be able to comprehend what Shi was. Once he comprehended this, Yang Kai would be like a tiger that had grown wings. How could he let go of such a rare opportunity? As for Qian Tong, Yang Kai didn't care. As long as he still wanted to befriend the artifact refining grandmaster behind him, he wouldn't fall out with him. What's more, this time Yang Kai had been forced to fight back, not to kill for no reason. As such, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to use a drop of golden blood, transforming it into 10,000 streaks of golden light that shot towards Hong Zhen's position. The speed of these golden streaks of light was extremely fast at first, but in the next moment, it was as if they had fallen into a swamp, their speed plummeting. Yang Kai knew that this was due to the influence of the 2 Shi. Chapter 1144. Yang Kai hadn't expected the Shi of an origin-returning realm master to be so powerful. The Hong Zhen brothers had fallen into Yang Inflammation's spirit array and were still able to block his golden blood attacks. This only further strengthened Yang Kai's determination to kill these 2. Yang Kai's figure followed closely behind the 10,000 streaks of golden light as the demonic flame sword appeared in his hand again. The people outside the spirit array were stunned when Yang Kai rushed in, but soon, they heard the screams and curses of Hong Zhen and his senior brother. Immediately, a violent energy fluctuation came from a certain place and a figure shot out from inside. The one who flew out was Yang Kai, and as he flew through the air, he coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood that glowed dazzlingly under the afterglow of the setting sun. His face was extremely pale and the demonic flame sword in his hand was almost extinguished, his Saint Qi unstable. Everyone could see that his chest had caved in significantly. Yang Kai. Wu Yi's face paled as she hurriedly rushed up to catch Yang Kai, the force of the collision forcing her back a dozen steps before she was barely able to stand. Not having stabilized himself, Yang Kai coughed up another mouthful of golden blood before waving his hand to Wu, grabbing a handful of pills and stuffing them into his mouth before sitting down cross-legged, his sunken chest rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scene was silent. Only the sound of Hong Zhen and his senior brother gasping could be heard from the area enveloped by the mist. The two of them were actually still alive. But as for what happened to them, no one except for Yang Inflammation could see. Who's still fighting? A figure fell from the sky, exuding a terrifying aura that swept out in all directions. Everyone who was swept by this aura couldn't help shivering. Xie Hongwen's body trembled like a sieve, not daring to speak. Elder Qian. Luo Qing quickly stepped forward and cupped his fist to Qian Tong. Where's nephew Yang? After Qian Tong landed, the first thing he did was ask about Yang Kai's condition. However, before Luo Qing could answer, he discovered that Yang Kai was recuperating. With a sweep of his divine sense, he immediately knew that Yang Kai's injuries were not light. Qian Tong's gloomy old face became even gloomier, like a volcano that was about to erupt. There was an origin-grade artifact refiner behind Yang Kai, and Grandmaster Gulin of Shadow Moon Hall didn't have much time left. If a suitable replacement couldn't be found before Grandmaster Gulin passed away, the origin-grade artifacts of Shadow Moon Hall would have to be purchased from other great forces, and if they were damaged, they would have to find origin-grade artifact refiners from other great forces to repair them. This wasn't just a matter of a single origin-grade artifact refiner, it was related to Shadow Moon Hall's ability to deal with other great forces. If the fate of origin-grade artifacts fell into the hands of others, Shadow Moon Hall would have to pay an unimaginable price. As such, Qian Tong had rushed over as soon as he received Luo Qing's message. He wanted to see who was causing trouble for Yang Kai. Qian Tong had clearly sent out an image of Yang Kai, yet someone still dared to oppose him. Had they eaten a bear's heart or leopard's gall? Now that he saw that Yang Kai was injured, Qian Tong immediately wanted to step forward, but just as he was about to move, he paused and stared at the location of the spirit array in shock, his eyes narrowing as he cried out, "A Grandmaster-grade spirit array?" Qian Tong's strength was higher than Hong Zhen's and his knowledge was also wider, so he could tell at a glance that this spirit array was not something an ordinary person could arrange. Even with his divine sense, he couldn't see what was inside clearly. Inside the cave, there were many people around Yang Kai who were staring at him vigilantly. Qian Tong immediately understood that these people were very wary of him, so it wasn't necessarily a good idea to approach them at this time. Considering all this, he quickly shouted, "Nephew Yang, this old master has a wild rose pill here. It has some healing effects. If you don't mind, please take it quickly." Saying so, Qian Tong stretched out his hand and tossed a jade bottle over. He understood that Yang Kai couldn't answer him right now, let alone respond, but he had to make his position clear so that the people around Yang Kai wouldn't be too nervous. Sure enough, after listening to his words, Wu Yi, Yang Yen, and the others relaxed a lot. Wu Yi reached out and took the jade bottle, politely saying, "Thank you, senior." She appeared to be indifferent and calm, but in fact, her heart was already in a perilous situation. The Wild Rose pill was a Saint King grade high-rank pill. Its main material was a Saint King grade high-rank blood-colored rose. This material wasn't difficult to find, but it was extremely difficult to refine. An origin-grade low-rank alchemist refining 10 furnaces of Wild Rose pills would have a 30% success rate. The difficulty of refining this kind of healing pill was no less than that of refining an origin-grade low-rank pill. Why was Qian Tong treating Yang Kai so well? What was the relationship between the two? He even took out a precious Wild Rose pill. If she hadn't personally brought Yang Kai back from the star field and learned that he came from the outside world, Wu Yi would definitely have suspected that Yang Kai was the son of one of the Shadow Moon Hall's elders. Just as she was about to take out the Wild Rose pill and give it to Yang Kai's weak voice sounded in her ears, "No need." Of course, he didn't need Qian Tong's pill. The healing pill he had just taken was something he had refined himself. Although its grade was slightly lower than the wild rose pill, with his physique, even if he didn't take it, he wouldn't have any problems. As long as he cultivated for a while, he would be able to fully recover. The reason why he took this pill was because he wasn't sure which side Qian Tong would stand on. If Qian Tong chose to stand against him, he would have to fight again. Fortunately, Qian Tong had shown him goodwill as soon as he arrived, which gave Yang Kai a good impression of him. Regardless of what purpose he had for showing him goodwill, as long as Yang Kai didn't feel any malicious intent, it was fine. What happened? Tell me in detail. Qian Tong's face became gloomy again as his eyes swept over the trembling Xie Hongwen and the spirit array before he turned to Luo Qing and asked faintly. Luo Qing didn't dare to hide anything and recounted everything that had happened. When he heard that Xie Hongwen had dared to kill Yang Kai after receiving his orders, Qian Tong was furious and slapped him. Under everyone's gaze, Xie Hongwen was sent flying. He spun a few times on the spot before he fell to the ground. Elder Qian. Xie Hongwen's liver and gallbladder were torn apart. Several of his teeth had fallen out and his cheeks were swollen, but he didn't dare to complain. He could only cry out pitifully. If you didn't have a deacon father, you would have died today. Qian Tong looked at him coldly. Xie Hongwen heard this and a trace of hatred flashed through his eyes, but he still kowtowed like he was pounding garlic. Thank you, Elder Qian, for not killing me. Thank you, Elder Qian, for not killing me. Since Qian Tong said so, it meant that he wouldn't kill him. Xie Hongwen came back to his senses and found that his clothes were soaked. Don't be so quick to thank me. I didn't kill you, but that doesn't mean others won't. Your life or death is still up to Nephew Yang to decide. Qian Tong coldly snorted. Xie Hongwen was dumbstruck. He never thought that the little brat he had looked down on before would now be able to control his life and death. Thinking of his previous attitude towards him, Xie Hongwen wanted to cry but had no tears. Falling into that little brat's hands, what good could he do? But what was his origin? Why was Elder Qian Tong so protective of him? Not only did Xie Hongwen not understand, the Su family and Haiku family were also confused. Wu Yi and Yu Feng were also confused. Although they couldn't figure it out, they knew that this crisis had passed and all of them wore excited smiles. Su family? Qian Tong turned his eyes to Su Zhibing, who was lying paralyzed on the ground, and said lightly, "From now on, there is no Su family." Su Zhibing had completely fainted, and the other Su family cultivators' faces were also pale. They were just a small family attached to Shadow Moon Hall. Let alone a master like Qian Tong, even if Xie Hongwen wanted to destroy their Su family, they wouldn't be able to resist. The Su family cultivators all felt regret in their hearts. If they hadn't wanted revenge, they could have at least left the Su family with some bloodline and property so that they could make a comeback in the future. But today, Qian Tong's words had turned the Su family into a cloud of the past. Yes, disciple will handle it. Luo Qing nodded and said to the Su family cultivator, "All of you, follow me." The Su family cultivator knew that their future was bleak, but he didn't dare to disobey. Two of them carried the unconscious Su Zhibing and followed behind Luo Qing. Haiku family? Qian Tong turned his head to look at Yin. En trembled all over and quickly stepped forward. En greets Elder Qian, "Please show mercy." Yin was confused, "Please show mercy." Qian Tong smiled coldly, "Your lives will be kept for the time being. How to deal with them will be decided by Nephew Yang." Revenge was only meaningful if he took it himself. He had already killed the Su family with a single sentence, so if he killed the Haiku family as well, where would Yang Kai vent his anger? If Yang Kai didn't vent his anger, how could he talk to him about anything else? Hearing Qian Tong's words, Ian's face turned gloomy. He felt that if he fell into Yang Kai's hands, he wouldn't have a good end. At this moment, Yang Kai stood up. Although his face was still a little pale, the Saint Qi fluctuations on his body had subsided. "Close the spirit array," Yang Kai ordered Yang Yen. Yang Yen nodded, and in the next moment, the thick fog disappeared, revealing an open space in front of the cave. After seeing the tragic state of Hong Zhen and his brother, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Just now, when Yang Kai was sent flying, he seemed to be seriously injured, so everyone thought that Hong Zhen and his brother were fine, but now, they realized that Hong Zhen and his brother's injuries were much more serious than Yang Kai's. Their bodies were covered in blood, and it could be said that their entire bodies were riddled with holes. Hong Zhen had lost an arm, and Hong Zhen's senior brother had lost a leg. The two of them sat together, looking dispirited as they looked around in fear. Yang Kai sighed. He knew that he had still underestimated these origin-returning realm masters. He thought that by using his golden blood and Yang Yan spirit array, killing these two would be a piece of cake, but the moment he attacked, he realized that he had been wrong. The power of Shi was simply too amazing. When these two Shi superimposed on each other, not only did it interfere with his movements, but it also slowed down his attack speed and allowed him to sense the direction of his attack in advance. If he hadn't used his golden blood, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to hurt them. Chapter 1145. He had used a drop of golden blood to seriously injure these two and then cut off their arms and legs. This transaction was a big loss, causing Yang Kai to feel quite annoyed. A single drop of golden blood was equivalent to 3 months of his cultivation. It was not something that could be easily obtained. The Hongzhen brothers shouldn't have much combat strength left at this moment. Any random Saint Realm Master could easily kill them, but now that Qian Tong had arrived, Yang Kai naturally couldn't kill the Shadow Moon Hall's origin-returning Realm Master in front of him. If he really did so, Qian Tong would definitely have other ideas. Looking at the Hongzhen brothers with some regret, Yang Kai stepped forward and walked towards Qian Tong. "Nephew Yang, I've frightened you. This old master is ashamed to have come so late." Qian Tong greeted him with a look of fear. As he spoke, he quietly glanced around the cave, fearing that the origin-grade artifact refiner behind Yang Kai would not be satisfied with his attitude. Qian Tong was also quite annoyed. He had been trying his best to make friends with Yang Kai for the sake of Shadow Moon Hall's future, but that little brat Xie Hongwen had actually dragged him down. How stupid of him! Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't seem to be in any life-threatening danger, nor was he seriously injured. On top of that, the origin-grade artifact refiner still hadn't shown up, allowing Qian Tong to feel slightly relieved. If this artifact refining Grandmaster really wanted to vent his anger on Shadow Moon Hall, he would have already shown up, but he still hadn't shown up. Obviously, he was very confident in Yang Kai. The more Qian Tong thought about it, the more he felt his guess was correct, and the more cautious he became. Qian Tong couldn't be blamed for not being able to figure out the truth. It could only be said that the existence of Yang inflammation was simply too heaven-defying. Qian Tong couldn't have imagined that she was the origin-grade artifact refiner he wanted to win over. Elder Qian is too serious, Junior is fine. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Qian Tong had given him a good impression, so even if he had some ulterior motive for showing goodwill, it was only natural. Qian Tong had no intention of plotting against him, and in order to gain a foothold on Shadowed Star, there was no harm in making friends with a Shadow Moon Hall elder. As such, Yang Kai's attitude towards Qian Tong became much more humble, calling him Junior, which made Qian Tong's heart. That's good, that's good. Qian Tong sighed. Elder Qian, please take this wild rose pill back. Junior still has some healing pills on him that he won't be able to use for the time being. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Qian, Yang Kai said as he handed the wild rose pill back. Qian Tong's eyes flashed as he immediately understood that Yang Kai didn't want to owe him any favors, so he didn't insist and simply accepted the wild rose pill with a big grin, thinking that Yang Kai had an artifact refining grandmaster behind him. Although he couldn't perform alchemy, he definitely had many good things, so why would he care about a trivial healing pill? Nephew Yang, I've already sent word to Luo Qing to deal with the Su family. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. As for the Haiku family, I can see that they have some kind of relationship with you, so I'll leave them to Nephew Yang to deal with. Qian Tong was old and experienced, so he naturally knew how to deal with this matter. He hadn't overstepped his authority just now because he saw many of the Haiku family's cultivators standing on Yang Kai's side. Qian Tong didn't know the others, but he knew Wu Yi and knew that she was the Haiku family's most talented disciple. Yang Kai nodded and thanked him before glancing over at Ian lightly. Ian's face was pale as he trembled and stepped forward, bowing his head and saying, "I have eyes but failed to see." Honored Sir's arrival, my Haiku family not only failed to entertain you but also offended you. Please punish me. Yang Kai coldly snorted, thinking that this Ian was simply too clever. If he had honestly begged for mercy now, out of respect for Wu Yi and the others, Yang Kai might not have pursued this matter, but this Ian actually claimed that he had failed to entertain him properly. Obviously, he thought Yang Kai was a guest who had come to his Dragon Cave mountain. In this world, how could a guest embarrass their host? This was completely unreasonable. Qian Tong also understood the meaning behind this old man's words and couldn't help sneering, simply closing his eyes, too lazy to watch this ugly scene. Although your Haiku family has not directly attacked me, I have never shown mercy to those who dare provoke me. Yang Kai stared at Ian coldly. Ian's body went soft and he almost fell to his knees. However, Yang Kai suddenly changed the subject. I don't care if you live or die. If you want to live, go ask Wu Yi for help. Ian froze for a moment before his shock turned to joy and he knelt to the ground. Many thanks, honored sir, for not killing us. He knew that the Haiku family would not perish. No one knew Wu Yi's character better than him. As long as he asked Wu Yi for help, she would definitely not kill his family. After all, she was also a member of the family. Scram! Yang Kai shouted. Yes, yes, yes. Ian quickly got up and walked over to Wu Yi's side, already thinking about how to ask Wu Yi for help. Nephew Yang's kindness, this old master admires it. If it were this old master, he would have just killed them, Qian Tong laughed. Yang Kai just smiled lightly but didn't say anything. It was impossible for him to kill Ian in front of Wu. If he killed them in the middle of a fight, it would be fine, but now that they weren't even resisting, there was no point in killing them. No matter how shrewd Ian's calculations were, with his strength, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of him. Nephew Yang, this little beast, you decide how to deal with him. This old master will support you unconditionally. Qian Tong stretched out his hand and grabbed Xia Hongwen, whose cheeks were swollen and half a tooth missing, before tossing him in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he stared at Xia Hongwen indifferently. However, Qian Tong keenly noticed that a thick murderous intent flashed across the depths of Yang Kai's eyes, causing him to be greatly startled. Yang Kai hadn't revealed any murderous intent towards Ian just now, but now that he was facing Xia Hongwen, it was clear he really wanted to kill him. Xia Hongwen's death wasn't a big deal, but he still had a father who was a deacon of Shadow Moon Hall. Once Xia Hongwen was killed, there would definitely be some trouble. Qian Tong's subtle expression didn't escape Yang Kai's notice. If Qian Tong remained indifferent, he really would have killed him. The Su family's performance over the past few days had perfectly illustrated this saying, but Qian Tong's subtle change in demeanor made Yang Kai understand that if he killed Xia Hongwen, even Qian Tong would find it difficult to deal with him. How much power could a deacon possess? Even an elder was afraid of him? Yang Kai suddenly realized that Qian Tong wasn't afraid of Xia Hongwen's father, but rather the person behind Xia Hongwen's father. Just like how Qian Tong was trying to befriend him, Qian Tong wasn't actually trying to befriend him, but rather the person who could refine high-grade artifacts. Understanding all this, Yang Kai had a plan in mind. Xia Hongwen had brought 2 origin-returning realm masters to cause trouble, and if it weren't for Yang Yan's spirit array, even if he could tear space and escape this time, Wu Yi and Yang Yan's fates would have been miserable. Yang Kai couldn't just let this matter go. Seeing Yang Kai's murderous intent grow stronger and stronger, as if he would attack at any moment, Qian Tong kicked Xia Hongwen to the ground and cursed, "You bastard, you're a disgrace to my Shadow Moon Hall. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because your father is a deacon? Do you believe this old master won't kill you right now and clean up Shadow Moon Hall's mess?" Xia Hongwen's face changed drastically as he hurriedly crawled back, hugged Qian Tong's thigh, and cried, "Elder Qian, please show mercy, disciple knows he was wrong. Elder Qian, please show mercy, disciple knows he was wrong. Disciple won't dare do such a thing again. This time, when I return, disciple will enter retreat in Shadow Moon Hall and never come out. Elder Qian Tong." Qian Tong quietly glanced at Yang Kai's face and found that his murderous intent hadn't diminished in the slightest. Sighing in his heart, Qian Tong knew that if he couldn't satisfy Yang Kai, Xie Hongwen would die today, so he angrily shouted, "A mere saint king like you doesn't have the guts to ignore the heroes of this world. It seems I made a big mistake in assigning you 2 origin returning realm guards. They must have given you the courage to oppose this old master. Since that's the case, I'll kill those 2 bastards." Saying so, Qian Tong suddenly raised his hand and sent out 2 bursts of powerful qi towards Hong Zhen and his brother who were still recovering from their injuries. Hong Zhen and his senior brother had managed to escape death with great difficulty. Although one of them had lost an arm and the other had lost a leg, in any case, their lives had been saved. Just as they were rejoicing in their hearts, they suddenly heard Qian Tong's words. By the time they reacted, the 2 waves of qi had already reached their faces. "Elder Qian Tong, no." Hong Zhen turned pale with fright and shouted, but as soon as his voice fell, a hole suddenly appeared in his head and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. His origin returning realm senior brother had also died on the spot. Xie Hongwen was stunned as a foul smell overflowed from his crotch and his face turned as white as paper. Yang Kai was also stunned. He had not expected that Qian Tong would actually be able to kill those 2 origin returning realm masters. When he heard Qian Tong's words just now, Yang Kai thought he was secretly reminding him that Xie Hongwen had a powerful father and that he should be lenient when possible. Yang Kai had also made up his mind to ask Xie Hongwen for some benefits and had not really intended to kill him, but in the blink of an eye, those 2 origin returning realm masters had been killed. Stunned for a moment, Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly used the power of his demon eye of annihilation to absorb the souls of those 2 into his knowledge sea without anyone noticing, purifying them in a flash of golden light. Yang Kai had used a drop of golden blood and used the Yang Inflammation Spirit Array but had still failed to kill these 2. Just as he was vexed that he had missed a great opportunity to understand Shi, Qian Tong had helped him. But soon, Yang Kai understood why Qian Tong had acted so decisively. Hong Zhen and his brother were already crippled, so even if they did not die, they would not have much of a future. In this world, there were no pills that could regenerate severed limbs. Using the lives of 2 origin returning realm masters with no future to appease Yang Kai's anger and buy Xie Hongwen a chance to survive, Qian Tong's plan was flawless. Sure enough, after Hong Zhen and his brother died, Yang Kai's gloomy expression finally eased. Qian Tong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What he did not know was that Yang Kai's expression eased not because of what he thought, but because he had purified the souls of those 2 origin returning realm masters, allowing him to finally understand what Shi was. Chapter 1146. Lightly coughing, suppressing the joy and excitement in his heart, Yang Kai said lightly, "Since the main culprit has been executed, today's matter ends here. I ask young Lord Xie to conduct himself well in the future." "Yes, yes, yes. Many thanks, brother. Many thanks, elder brother." Xie Hongwen wept bitterly as he constantly expressed his gratitude. "Still not leaving?" Qian Tong shouted angrily. Xie Hongwen quickly stood up and quickly fled on trembling legs. He didn't dare to remain here any longer. If he did, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to keep his life. After this dispute was resolved, everyone was very satisfied. Yang Kai obtained the souls of 2 origin returning realm masters and was able to study Shi by absorbing their insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao, so naturally he was happy. As for Xie Hongwen, he had no choice but to give Qian Tong some face. If he had really killed Xie Hongwen, Qian Tong would likely have fallen out with him. Qian Tong finally managed to save Xie Hongwen and was also very satisfied. He felt that although Yang Kai was young, he knew when to advance and when to retreat, which was very good. This was a win-win situation for everyone. "Elder Qian, many thanks for your help this time. This junior will remember this favor." Yang Kai cupped his fists and thanked him sincerely. He knew that if Qian Tong hadn't arrived quickly, he would have killed Xie Hongwen. If Xie Hongwen had died, he wouldn't have been able to establish himself here. There were still many space spirit crystals under Dragon Cave Mountain, so for this reason, Yang Kai had to thank Qian Tong for giving him enough time to recover. Nephew is too polite. Qian Tong laughed. This old master didn't do anything, but nephew is a dragon among men. Seriously injuring Hong Zhen and the others with just a first-order saint cultivation, your future achievements are limitless. It's not my credit, I just borrowed the power of the spirit array. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Qian Tong wore a look of understanding as he stared at the spirit array a few more times, but the spirit array was still closed, so he couldn't see anything special about it. Secretly shocked, he wondered if the person behind Yang Kai was not only an origin-grade artifact refiner, but also an array grandmaster. His guess was completely correct, but he didn't guess the right person. The secret treasure was refined by Yang Inflammation, and the array was arranged by Yang Inflammation. He was also under the nose of Qian Tong. Unfortunately, Qian Tong didn't know. Nephew, do you have a good place to go? Qian Tong changed the topic. If you don't have a good place to go, I can recommend you to go to the Shadow Moon Hall. With your talent, you will definitely become a core disciple in the Shadow Moon Hall. I just don't know if you will like it. How could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? Slowly shaking his head, he said, "No need, I'm fine with living here. Little brat is used to being undisciplined and doesn't understand etiquette. If he really entered a big sect, I'm afraid he would become a laughingstock." Qian Tong smiled lightly and immediately stopped dwelling on this issue. He knew that if he continued to dwell on it, all of his previous efforts would have been in vain. Intentionally or unintentionally, he glanced towards the cave but didn't say anything, simply waiting for Yang Kai to invite him inside to sit down. In his opinion, the origin-grade artifact refiner and array grandmaster behind Yang Kai must be resting inside the cave, so if he went in he might be lucky enough to meet him. Since Qian Tong didn't speak, Yang Kai also had nothing to say. He was in a hurry to enter retreat and study what sure was, so how could he be in the mood to say anything else? The two stared at each other for a while, seemingly feeling quite awkward. Wu Yi greets Elder Qian. At the critical moment, Wu Yi walked over with Yang Yen and bowed, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Good, 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 Qian Tong smiled and nodded. Are you a disciple of the Haiku family? Yes, but Wu Yi has left the family and is now following Big Brother Yang, Wu Yi replied softly. Good, following nephew Yang will definitely have a brighter future than remaining in the Haiku family. Little girl's vision is quite good, work hard, it would be best if you could bind nephew Yang's body and mind. Old dog, you're being a bit disrespectful. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Wu Yi's small face also blushed, but she soon smiled and said, Wu Yi's beauty is unworthy of Big Brother Yang. Wu Yi wasn't belittling herself. After seeing Yang Kai's abilities, she really felt that there were very few people who could match up to Yang Kai. In any case, she definitely wasn't one of them. Moreover, she didn't have much interest in the matters between men and women right now, so when Qian Tong casually asked, she just casually answered. And this is... Qian Tong turned his eyes to Yang Yen. Being able to follow Wu here, her status in Yang Kai's circle was definitely not low, so Qian Tong didn't dare neglect her. This is my junior sister. Yang Kai didn't wait for Yang Yen to speak and took the initiative to introduce her. Wu Yi and Yang Yen both stared at him in amazement. Oh, so she is nephew Yang's junior sister, not bad, not bad. She's also a saint-grade artifact refiner, Yang Kai added deliberately. Qian Tong's eyes lit up, seemingly very happy as he let out a hearty laugh. At such a young age, she's already a saint-grade artifact refiner. It seems nephew Yang's junior sister won't be any worse than you in the future. Of course, junior sister is very fierce, Yang Kai nodded quickly. This old master thought that the disciples of the sect were already very good, but after seeing you brother and sister today, I realize how unsightly the sect's disciples are. What a pity, it would be great if nephew and sister could join my Shadow Moon Hall. In the future, if we want to join any force, we will definitely choose Shadow Moon Hall. Qian Tong laughed and nodded with satisfaction. Good, this old master will wait for nephew Yang's good news. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't have any intention of keeping him as a guest, Qian Tong didn't continue to be long-winded, saying goodbye to Yang Kai and leaving. But after walking a short distance, he suddenly turned back. What other instructions does Elder Qian have? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Qian Tong said, "Does nephew Yang want to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction?" Auction? Yang Kai frowned. He had never participated in an auction before and had no interest in it. What he wanted to do most right now was enter retreat and study sure, but just as he was about to refuse, he saw the expectant look on Wu Yi and Yang Yan's faces and quickly changed his mind. When is the auction? Qian Tong took out a golden invitation card from his space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. The time and place are written here. If nephew Yang has time, you can go and have a look. Even if the things there aren't pleasing to your eyes, it's still good to join in on the fun. Of course, if nephew Yang has something good, you can also sell it. The price of the things sold at the auction is much higher than usual. Yang Kai took the invitation card and didn't look at it carefully, directly handing it to Wu and saying, "If there's time, let's go and have a look." Good, when the time comes, this old master will also be there. Nephew Yang can just mention this old master's name, Qian Tong said before leaving again. After he walked away, Yang Kai looked around and found that the Haiku family people had already disappeared. He didn't know where they had gone, but Wu Yi certainly wouldn't embarrass them. "Yang Kai, why did you tell him I was your junior sister?" Yang Yan looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled look. "Come in and we'll talk." Yang Kai beckoned to her with a mysterious look on his face. Outside the cave, Yu Feng and the many Haiku family disciples stared at Yang Kai with looks of worship, as if they were looking at a celestial being. Being able to seriously injure two origin returning realm masters, even with the help of a powerful spirit array, was not something anyone could accomplish. Just now, there had been too many people around, so everyone had been quite calm, but now they were showing their awe and shock. "Everyone, go cultivate." Yang Kai waved to them before leading Wu Yi and Yang Yan into his stone room, closing the stone door behind him before asking them to sit down. Seeing Yang Kai's serious look, Wu Yi and Yang Yan couldn't help wearing solemn expressions, knowing that he had something important to say, otherwise, he wouldn't be acting like this. "Are you wondering why Qian Tong is so good to me?" Yang Kai asked the doubts in their hearts. "Yes," we nodded. "He's good to me for a reason." Yang Kai turned his eyes to Yang Yan. "It's because of you." Wu Yi thoughtfully asked, "Because of Yang Yan's spirit array?" Yang Kai shook his head, "Because Yang Yan can refine origin-grade artifacts." What? Wu Yi was shocked. After coming here, Yang Yan hadn't refined any artifacts and had instead been arranging spirit arrays, so she didn't know that Yang Yan had such an ability. Now that Yang Kai said it out loud, she immediately understood why Qian Tong treated Yang Kai with such an attitude. However, although Qian Tong knows that there is an origin-grade artifact refiner behind me, he doesn't know that person is Yang Yan. Perhaps in his mind, that person is my master. Yang Kai explained his guess. "I understand, he's being good to you because he wants to make friends with the person he imagines." Wu Yi nodded. Before this, I didn't know that the most powerful artifact refiner on Shadowed Star was only origin-grade low rank. If I had known, I wouldn't have sold those artifacts, but now it's too late. Fortunately, Qian Tong didn't dare offend such a powerful artifact refiner and could only try to win him over, so we aren't in any danger. Yang Kai stared deeply at Yang Yan and quickly said, "In the future, you can't announce that you're an origin-grade artifact refiner like before. Your strength is too low. Once you're discovered, you'll definitely be taken away." Yang Yan pursed her lips. "Even if I announce it, no one will believe me." A few days ago, she had been helping people refine artifacts in Heavenly Fate City's artifact refining pavilion and had made it clear that she was an artifact refiner, but unfortunately, no one was willing to believe her, much less offer her origin-grade materials. "No matter what, you can't say that again, otherwise, we'll all be doomed." Yang Kai's tone became more serious. "Remember." "And I know," Yang Yan nodded. Yang Kai felt helpless. He found that he and Yang Yan were two completely different kinds of people. Yang Kai was eager for others to not know about his alchemist grade. The more they looked down on him, the better. However, Yang Yen had actually announced it to everyone without any repercussions. This world was really strange. No wonder you specifically told Qian Tong that Yang Yen was a saint-grade artifact refiner and said she was your junior sister, so that's how it is. Wu Yi's mind was sharp and she immediately guessed Yang Kai's intentions. Qian Tong already has a preconceived notion that I have an origin-grade artifact refiner as my master, so having a saint-grade artifact refiner as my junior sister is normal. Chapter 1147. Yang Kai believed that with his words, Qian Tong would be even more convinced. As long as Qian Tong didn't doubt him, Yang Kai's group would be absolutely safe. With his protection, at least the Su family wouldn't continue to cause trouble for them like before. I understand. Wu Yi nodded. If you understand, then you can leave. I'm going into retreat. Yang Kai waved to them. Big brother Yang, about treasure trove pavilion's auction? Wu Yi pursed her red lips and asked. Do you really want to go? Yang Kai frowned. What he hadn't expected was that not only did Wu Yi nod, but even Yang Yen also wore an expectant look. If you want to go, then go. There was no need to stop this kind of thing. In Yang Kai's opinion, an auction was a place to broaden one's horizons, allowing them to see the world. Wu Yi came from a small family, so even if she had some experience, she couldn't compare to the disciples of big families. Yang Yen, on the other hand, had lived a miserable life before, so she was definitely a woman who hadn't seen much of the world. Naturally, she would be interested in the auction. What about you? Wu Yi asked. If I don't come out of retreat, I won't go. You just have to be careful. Wu Yi nodded before leaving with Yang Yen. Yang Kai closed the stone room, sat down cross-legged, and immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea. Inside his knowledge sea, two pure masses of spiritual energy floated mid-air. Yang Kai had transformed into his soul avatar and was staring at them excitedly. This was the first time Yang Kai had collected the spiritual energy of an origin-returning realm master. No origin-returning realm master had ever died in front of him before, and he had never devoured their insights into the heavenly way or martial Tao, so he didn't know that origin-returning realm masters possessed Shi. If he hadn't fought with Hong Zhen today, it would have been a long time before he would have come into contact with Shi. This mysterious power was something he yearned for. However, the strength of an origin-returning realm master rang an alarm bell in Yang Kai's mind. He had always been able to fight across realms. When he was in the Yuan Qi realm, he could defeat immortal ascension boundary masters, saints, and saint kings. Now that he had broken through to the saint king realm, Yang Kai had thought that defeating the first order origin-returning realm wouldn't be a problem, but now he discovered that he had been completely wrong. There was a fundamental difference between the origin-returning realm and the Saint King realm, a world of difference, and that was Shi. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai pulled the two masses of spiritual energy in front of him, then carefully and solemnly began to absorb their insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. If before he had been able to absorb other people's spiritual energy like a glutton, now he was savoring it. This was a rare opportunity. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to figure out what Shi was, the next time he encountered an origin-returning realm master, he wouldn't be able to resist. Time passed little by little. Yang Kai had never been so meticulous in absorbing these two masses of spiritual energy. He wished he could squeeze out all the essence of these two masses of spiritual energy and brand them into the depths of his soul. 2 days later, the two pure masses of spiritual energy disappeared and Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. He vaguely understood what Shi was, but the strength of the Hongzhen brothers wasn't high, only reaching the first order origin-returning realm, so their understanding and application of Shi was only at a rudimentary level. Yang Kai's understanding of Shi was based on the foundation of these two brothers, so naturally, his understanding of it wasn't deep. Shi wasn't the imposing aura Yang Kai had described before. Imposing aura was an invisible and intangible thing. It was the pressure the strong exerted on the weak. It was the temperament naturally formed by those who held high positions all year round. It was the involuntary eruption of murderous intent during battle. Imposing aura was one's will and determination, invisible and intangible. However, it was just a component of Shi. The Shi of an origin-returning realm master was a combination of their imposing aura, Saint Qi, and spiritual energy, forming a kind of magical force that could directly kill. This required a cultivator's understanding of the martial Tao and the heavenly way to reach a certain level to form it. Shi was equivalent to an invisible aura, but this aura was real and had a strong suppressive and lethality. Why could an origin-returning realm master easily kill a Saint King? It was because of the absolute suppression of Shi that Yang Kai's single drop of golden blood was unable to kill the Hongzhen brothers. It wasn't that his golden blood wasn't strong, but that the superposition of the two brothers' Shi greatly reduced the speed and power of the golden blood, allowing them to sense the direction of the impact of the golden blood in advance and avoid fatal spots. If not for this, they would have died long ago. The understanding of Shi was very difficult. Hongzhen had broken through to the origin-returning realm more than 10 years ago, but he had only just begun comprehending it. His brother was slightly stronger than him, but not by much. Moreover, Yang Kai also vaguely understood that only after reaching the grand accomplishment stage in Shi could one have a chance to break through to the origin king realm. Although Qian Tong was already a third-order origin-returning realm cultivator, Yang Kai estimated that his understanding of Shi hadn't reached the grand accomplishment stage yet. In other words, no matter how hard he cultivated and improved his Saint Qi, before he reached the grand accomplishment stage in Shi, he would not be able to break through to the next realm. This was the biggest obstacle in front of him, an insurmountable obstacle. This was probably one of the important reasons why there were so few origin kings in the Hung Luo star field. When one's cultivation reached this level, it wasn't just the improvement of one's physical strength, but also a comprehensive improvement in all aspects. After understanding all of this, Yang Kai immediately began studying Shi. He abandoned Hongzhen and his brother's understanding of Shi and poured in his own understanding and perspective, trying to integrate his own Shi, Saint Qi, and spiritual energy into one. When he was fighting with Hongzhen, Yang Kai had vaguely touched upon the mysteries of Shi, but that touch had only lasted for a brief moment. Now, no matter how he tried to recall it, he couldn't remember what it felt like at that time, causing him to feel a little annoyed. He experimented again and again, but he always felt something was wrong. It wasn't until 10 days later that Yang Kai had to give up his current plan to study Shi. He felt that his strength was still too low. If he had reached the second-order or third-order Saint King realm, things would have been much simpler. After all, this kind of mysterious power belonged to the origin-returning realm. Being able to touch upon it now was already a great stroke of luck. Yang Kai wasn't someone who liked to waste time on insignificant problems, so after considering all this, he immediately exited his retreat and prepared to wait until his cultivation improved and absorb more spiritual energy from origin-returning realm masters before studying Shi. At that time, he would definitely be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Just as he opened the stone door, Yang Kai saw Wu Yi running over and calling out happily, "Big brother Yang, you came out just in time. Why are you so happy?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. "I'm going to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction," Wu Yi replied quickly. "Today?" Yang Kai was stunned, thinking this was too much of a coincidence. Wu Yi nodded as she leaned closer to Yang Kai and whispered in his ear, "Yang Yan has refined an origin-grade mid-rank and an origin-grade low-rank artifact and is preparing to sell them at the auction." "Is she crazy?" Yang Kai was shocked and shouted angrily, "Where is she?" "I'm here," Yang Yan's figure flashed from behind. "What were you thinking?" Yang Kai looked at her seriously. "Didn't I tell you not to be too ostentatious? Are you afraid others won't pay attention to you? It's only been a few days, but you've already forgotten." Yang Yan spat disdainfully, "As long as the three of us don't say anything, who will know I refine these artifacts? That's too eye-catching." Yang Kai shook his head. "The most powerful artifact refiners on Shadowed Star are only origin-grade low-rank. How do you explain suddenly taking out an origin-grade mid-rank artifact?" "No, big brother Yang," Wu Yi smiled faintly. Wu Yi smiled lightly. "Although the level of artifact refiners on Shadowed Star is not high, there are still some origin-grade mid-rank and even origin-grade high-rank artifacts, so an origin-grade mid-rank artifact won't cause too much of a stir. Yang Kai frowned but immediately understood. The current level of artifact refiners and alchemists on Shadowed Star was generally low, but that didn't mean it was the same in the past. Good artifacts could be stored for thousands of years without being damaged, so there must be some left behind on Shadowed Star. Perhaps there were even Origin King-grade artifacts here, but even if there were, they should be hallowed treasures of great forces and wouldn't be easily used. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression relaxed slightly and he nodded. That being said, there's no need to sell artifacts of this grade, isn't it better to keep them for yourself? If we don't sell artifacts, how will we have enough Saint Crystals to buy materials to arrange a spirit array? Yang Yen snorted, we're all poor now. This auction is a rare opportunity. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and nodded. Yang Yan's arrangement of spirit arrays really burned money, and it was thanks to her spirit array that they were able to stop Hong Zhen and his brother Yang Kai last time. This kind of thing couldn't be sloppy and should be fully supported. What artifacts did you refine? Let me see. Seeing Yang Kai no longer object, Wu Yi excitedly took out 2 offensive artifacts. One was a soft whip and the other was a pair of daggers. At a glance, Yang Kai could tell that these 2 artifacts were refined from the tail and pincers of the 9th Order monster beast, Scarlet-tailed Purple Armored Crab. These 2 artifacts exuded a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation, and they were both beautifully refined. Not only were they useful, but they were also quite beautiful and suitable for women to use. Yang Yen was truly vicious. Wasn't she deliberately refining these artifacts to make those men bleed? Yang Kai was secretly shocked. On top of that, Big Brother Yang, the reason I supported Yang Yan's decision to sell these 2 artifacts is to let Elder Qian Tong be more certain of your non-existent master's strength. Others may not know where these artifacts came from, but Elder Qian Tong will definitely think they were refined by your master. Once he thinks so, he'll only treat us better in the future, Wu Yi explained. Yang Kai nodded gently and praised, you've thought this through thoroughly. Since that's the case, let's go. Seeing Yang Kai agree, Wu Yi and Yang Yen smiled at each other. How long until the auction starts? Yang Kai suddenly asked. 3 hours, but it doesn't matter, I've already made a trip to Heavenly Fate City to inform Elder Qian Tong that we'll be auctioning off something soon. Once we get there, Elder Qian will arrange it for us. That's good. Right, Wu Yi, do you know what kind of pills are the most valuable? Yang Kai suddenly asked. Chapter 1148. Yang Kai's question came out of nowhere, so Wu Yi didn't think too much about it and immediately began explaining. The Scorching Cloud pill that can repair one's meridians, the Soul Restoration pill that can repair one's soul, and the Wild Rose pill that Elder Qian Tong took out last time is quite valuable, but the most valuable ones should be the Origin Condensing pill and the Origin Nirvana pill. The latter can be said to be a priceless treasure because it can help a 3rd Order Origin returning Realm Master break through to the Origin King realm. Our Shadowed Star doesn't have a cultivator of this level, but there are many 3rd Order Origin returning Realm Masters. If we can obtain an Origin Nirvana pill, it won't be difficult to exchange it for a few prosperous cities from one of the great forces, Wu Yi explained, her breathing becoming rapid. Don't even think about that. Yang Kai shook his head decisively. The Origin Nirvana pill was an Origin King low-rank pill, not to mention that Yang Kai didn't have enough materials right now, even if he did he wouldn't be able to refine it. However, the Origin Condensing pill could be refined because it was only an Origin-grade low-rank pill, a far cry from the Origin Nirvana pill. Big Brother Yang, why are you asking about this? Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai curiously. It's nothing, just wait a moment, I'll come out right away, Yang Kai said before turning around and entering the stone room again. Although Yang Inflammation and Wu Yi were confused, they still waited outside obediently. After about half an hour or so, Yang Kai came out again and said, let's go. The 3 of them headed towards Sky Fortune City in high spirits. After experiencing Qian Tong's display of power last time, Yang Kai believed that no one would come to Dragon Cave Mountain to find trouble with him now, so he could leave with peace of mind. On the other hand, Yang Kai didn't feel comfortable letting a woman like Wu Yi take 2 origin-grade artifacts to the auction, so naturally, he wanted to escort her. He wanted to know what kind of price these 2 artifacts would fetch. Saint King-grade high-rank artifacts were worth 30 to 50,000 high-rank Saint crystals, so origin-grade low-rank artifacts should be 2 or 300,000, right? Yang Kai had a vague plan in his mind. Once he sold these 2 artifacts, he would be able to purchase a large amount of materials to arrange the spirit array. Along the way, listening to Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation chatter nonstop, Yang Kai learned that Treasure Trove Pavilion was not a property of Shadow Moon Hall. Treasure Trove Pavilion was an even more powerful faction than Shadow Moon Hall. This great force was somewhat similar to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce in that it did business all over Shadowed Star, but there were some differences. It collected treasures from all over the world and would hold a grand auction every once in a while. The location of the auction was not fixed and was instead rotated between branches all over Shadowed Star. This time, it happened to be the Treasure Trove Pavilion branch in Heavenly Fate City. Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction could be said to be a grand event for all of Shadowed Star, because before each auction, Treasure Trove Pavilion would advertise and make exquisite brochures of precious items and send them to the great forces to attract them to participate in the auction. It could be said that Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction was a gathering of all the great forces of Shadowed Star, a competition of wealth, material resources, and heritage. Every time, it would be a lively event, and many heaven-defying treasures would appear. Once, an Origin King-grade defensive artifact would appear. It was rumored that this artifact was sold for a sky-high price of 500 million high-rank Saint crystals plus 15 bustling cities. Even though Yang Kai had a good heart, he was still shocked by this number. Shadowed Star was still too backward, and there were far too few Origin-grade low-rank artifacts or above, resulting in such an outrageous price. Yang Kai believed that on other cultivation stars, even if Origin King-grade artifacts were expensive, it was impossible for them to be sold for such a high price. That Origin Nirvana pill also appeared once. It seems to have been bought by a master from Thunder Typhoon sect. Unfortunately, after that master took that Origin Nirvana pill, he failed to successfully break through to the Origin King realm and instead experienced a decline in his cultivation. I don't know if this is true or not, Wu Yi sighed softly. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. Although he did not interrupt, he was basically certain that Wu Yi was telling the truth. After all, pills were only auxiliary means. Although pills that could help increase a cultivator's chances of breaking through to the next realm were expensive and not easy to refine, they weren't omnipotent. It wasn't a guarantee that one would be able to advance after using a pill. If a person's understanding of the martial Tao heavenly way hadn't reached that level, then no matter how many pills they took, it would be useless. On the contrary, if a cultivator's understanding of the martial Tao and heavenly way exceeded that bottleneck, even if they did not take pills, they would still break through. Yang Kai himself was such a case. His understanding of the heavenly way and martial Tao was always far beyond his current realm, so he had never used pills he refined to break through, saving him a lot of money. The master of Thunder Typhoon sect definitely had not reached the grand accomplishment stage in his understanding of Sure. If he had, he would not have wasted an Origin Nirvana pill. This kind of precious pill was rare in the entire star territory, so it should have been obtained through some other means. After a cultivator failed to break through a bottleneck, they would also suffer varying degrees of backlash. Minor injuries would range from serious injuries to severe, like the master of Thunder Typhoon sect, where their strength would decline, or even death. Therefore, if a cultivator did not have enough confidence in themselves, even if they reached a bottleneck, they would not dare to try to break through to the next realm at will. This kind of thing was not obvious when a cultivator's strength was low, so there were basically no such cases in Tongxian realm. Even if there were, they were extremely rare. Although the backlash was not strong, once one's strength increased, it was easy for this kind of situation to occur. It wasn't until Yang Kai arrived in the star field that he slowly began to understand this information. The group of 3, chatting and laughing, soon arrived at Heavenly Fate City's Treasure Trove Pavilion. Standing in front of the towering palace, Yang Kai finally understood what it meant to be a big deal. This Endless Treasures Pavilion occupied the most bustling area of Sky Fortune City, almost covering half of the street. In front of the pavilion, there was an endless stream of people coming and going. On the signboard, there were 3 large gilded words that shined with a dazzling golden light, dazzling the eyes. A tyrannical aura overflowed from Treasure Trove Pavilion, causing Yang Kai to shiver inwardly. There were at least 100 Origin returning realm masters in this building. Fortunately, these people were all here to participate in the auction and were not deliberately targeting anyone, so Yang Kai did not feel too uncomfortable. In front of Treasure Trove Pavilion, 2 masters from the First Order Origin returning realms stood with their hands down, their eyes as sharp as a hawk's as they scanned the crowd. Yang Kai's group of 3 had just arrived when one of the masters in light blue robes stepped forward and raised his hand. "Guests, please stop. Treasure Trove Pavilion is currently holding an auction and is not open to the public for the time being. If you want to buy something, please come back tomorrow. We're here to participate in the auction," Yang Kai said lightly before turning to look at Wu. He knew that in order to participate in an auction of this level, one would need an invitation, and the one Qian Tong had given him last time should be a pass to enter Treasure Trove Pavilion and was currently in Wu Yi's hands. Wu Yi seemed to be immersed in the grandeur of Treasure Trove Pavilion, and thinking that she actually had the opportunity to participate in this level of auction, she became very excited, her face flushing red. It wasn't until Yang Kai turned to look at her that she suddenly remembered the invitation and hurriedly began rummaging through her space ring. Haha, how come any Tom, Dick, or Harry can participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction? A burst of laughter came from the side, filled with disdain. Yang Kai frowned and looked in the direction of the source of the voice, wanting to see who it was. Being ridiculed as a Tom, Dick, or Harry for no reason, Yang Kai was naturally not happy. A young man dressed in a white robe walked over. He had a pair of phoenix eyes that hid a divine light. Although he had a smile on his face, anyone could see the disdain in his eyes. This young man was not old. He was tall and handsome. Coupled with his phoenix eyes, he was a character that could charm thousands of women. Yang Kai's heart went cold because he found that this young man was actually a third-order Saint King and gave off a faint oppressive aura that was not inferior to Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's Shui Yu's. Behind the young man, there were 2 experts with long and restrained auras. Their cultivation bases seemed to be higher than Hong Zhen and his fellow apprentice brothers. The 2 of them were dressed in black, and embroidered on their chests was a large, flamboyant character. "Battle! Heaven Battling Union!" Wu Yi exclaimed and hurriedly stepped aside to make way. So they were from Heaven Battling Union. No wonder they were so strong despite their young age. Yang Kai had been on Shadowed Star for some time now and naturally knew that Heaven Battling Union was one of the few great forces here. Moreover, among the younger generation of Heaven Battling Union, there was a disciple with heaven-defying aptitude, Chu Changfeng. It was rumored that he had a pair of phoenix eyes. If Yang Kai was not mistaken, this young man in front of him should be Chu Changfeng, who was famous throughout Shadowed Star. Sure enough, after the guard who had just blocked Yang Kai's way saw this young man, he immediately cupped his fists respectfully. "Young Master Chu, please come in." Chu Changfeng nodded lightly, his eyes sweeping over Wu Yi and Yang Yen before coming to a stop and smiling. "Do you 2 girls want to enter Treasure Trove Pavilion?" Wu Yi and Yang Yen did not answer. Chu Changfeng continued, "You can't go in now, there is an auction going on inside. Without an invitation, these 2 guards won't let you in, but if you really want to go in, you can come with me. What do you 2 girls think?" Chu Changfeng smiled and invited them in, putting on a harmless look, but Yang Yen and Wu were not the kind of women who would become infatuated with men, so they naturally understood what he meant. "Chu Changfeng, after not seeing you for a few years, you still like to show off your superiority in front of the weak. Being able to participate in this auction is already amazing, or is it your Heaven Battling Union?" A low voice sounded. Chu Changfeng, who was inviting Wu Yi and Yang Yen, heard this voice and frowned as if he had swallowed a fly, the warm smile on his face disappearing in the blink of an eye as he turned his head to look behind him. Behind him, A young man in simple gray robes strode forward. His clothes were not as ostentatious as Chu Changfeng's and were instead quite simple, looking as ridiculous as a farmer, but Chu Changfeng did not have the slightest intention of underestimating him, his phoenix eyes flashing a strong sense of dread and dignity. Chapter 1149. Yang Kai turned his head to look, wondering who it was that dared act so arrogantly in front of Chu Changfeng. At first glance, Yang Kai was also slightly surprised. This newcomer's clothes were quite simple and crude, but the aura he gave off was even stronger than Chu Changfeng's. Yang Kai even vaguely felt a burst of lightning energy coming from this person. This person cultivated a thunder attribute secret art and had reached a very high level of attainment in it. He wasn't tall, but he was definitely a master because his cultivation was the same as Chu Changfeng's, a third-order Saint King. Behind him were two origin-returning realm masters, both of whom wore blue robes and had a lightning bolt symbol on their chests that seemed to have descended from the 9 heavens. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be Brother Fong of Thunder Typhoon Sect. Long time no see, you're still so shabby, aren't you afraid of losing face for your Thunder Typhoon Sect? Chu Changfeng greeted with a smile. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he immediately understood who this plainly dressed man was. Thunder Typhoon Sect's Fong Tianzhong. Like Chu Changfeng, he was a famous young talent on Shadowed Star, the #1 genius of Thunder Typhoon Sect. Geniuses always had a high opinion of themselves and didn't like to stand on equal footing with others. These two were both geniuses of their respective sects, and there seemed to be some tension between them, so when they met, it was only natural for them to be openly mocking each other. The two guards of Treasure Trove Pavilion stood aside helplessly. If it were anyone else acting so presumptuously in front of Treasure Trove Pavilion, they would have already taken action to teach them a lesson. But with Chu Changfeng and Fong Tianzhong's identities, they didn't dare say anything. Even Yang Kai's group of 3, who were standing nearby, became foils. I cultivate the martial Tao and I comprehend the heavenly Tao. I'm not like Brother Chu, who dresses up and struts around the streets all day long, Fong Tianzhong said indifferently. Chu Changfeng coldly snorted as he pushed his aura towards Fong Tianzhong. Naturally, Fong Tianzhong was not to be outdone and also released his own. It was as if two storms had suddenly collided with each other. The world energy aura in front of Treasure Trove Pavilion fluctuated wildly, and many of the masters inside sensed the situation here and sent out their divine senses to investigate. But after learning that the conflict was between Chu Changfeng and Fong Tianzhong, they quickly withdrew their divine senses and no longer meddled. Watching these two geniuses fight as if there was no one else present, Yang Kai's face became cold. Originally, he had some good impressions of Fong Tianzhong, feeling that this guy was much better than Chu Changfeng, but now, that good impression had completely disappeared. If it had been an ordinary first-order Saint King cultivator standing here, he would have definitely been drawn in by the aura of these two, and even if he wasn't injured, he would have made a fool of himself. They obviously didn't care about Yang Kai, Wu Yi, and Yang Yan and only wanted to show off their strength. As the aftermath of their auras hit him, Yang Kai coldly snorted and waved his hand casually. It was as if something had been split open, but Yang Kai stood in place as steady as a mountain, not even his clothes or hair ruffling. Yang Yan and Wu Yi, who were hiding behind him, didn't feel anything either. Chu Changfeng and Fong Tianzhong converged their auras at the same time and turned to look at Yang Kai, both of them looking a little surprised. Although the auras of the two of them had not been directed at Yang Kai just now, it was still not something a first-order Saint King could resist casually. Now, seeing Yang Kai easily break through the aftermath of their auras, they were naturally surprised. However, they were only surprised. Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't enough for them to put him in their eyes. Two brothers' relationship is really good, sticking together like glue as soon as you meet, it's really enviable. A clear and melodious laughter that was like a silver bell rang out, and a woman in luxurious clothes leisurely walked over. Her skin was like cream, her hands were soft, and she was born with a temperament that was too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. It was as if she would be blown away by a gust of wind, causing anyone who saw her to involuntarily have the thought of wanting to protect her. The woman's figure was very perfect, and a light purple dress perfectly outlined the curves of her figure and set off her graceful and luxurious appearance. As she approached, a fragrant scent wafted out, making one's blood flow faster and refreshed. Although her words were teasing, neither Fang Tianzhong nor Chu Changfeng showed any signs of anger, the latter even showing a happy expression as he stared towards the woman with a scorching gaze. "Su Dai greets Tu brother," the woman bowed respectfully. The girl bowed gracefully. Her little face was fair and rosy, as if water could be squeezed out with a pinch. Her beautiful eyes were captivating, causing one's imagination to run wild. "So it is junior sister Yin, long time no see, I've missed you so much." Chu Changfeng was too lazy to continue entangling with Fang Tianzhong and said with a laugh. Fang Tianzhong also nodded lightly to this woman in greeting. Both of them were geniuses of Shadowed Star, so naturally they knew each other. "I didn't expect junior sister Yin to also participate in this auction. It seems I made the right choice coming here this time. Would you like to join me so we can have a good chat?" Senior brother isn't talented, but recently he has been studying Shi and has gained some insights. Chu Changfeng enthusiastically invited, his words filled with pride. Yang Kai secretly grinned but didn't care. He knew how difficult it was to comprehend Shi. Even he, who had absorbed the spiritual energy of two origin returning realm masters, was unable to comprehend it. Even if Chu Changfeng's cultivation was higher than his, it was impossible for him to comprehend it before reaching the origin returning realm. Only a cultivator who broke through to the origin returning realm could come into contact with this kind of power. Chu Changfeng saying this was obviously an excuse to get closer to Yin Su Dai. Yin Su Dai understood this better than Yang Kai, so she simply smiled and said, "Although junior sister would like to chat more with brother Chu, junior sister came here this time on the orders of my master. Junior sister must first thank brother Chu for his kindness." It's fine, there's still plenty of time in the future." Chu Changfeng smiled casually. Chu Changfeng smiled freely, not feeling embarrassed by Yin Su Dai's rejection. Chu Changfeng estimated that this wasn't the first time he had run into a wall in front of her, so it would be strange if she actually agreed. The three of them stood at the door for some time. During this time, many people from various forces had come to participate in the auction, but since the three of them didn't enter, these young lords and young ladies could only stand aside and wait. Compared with these people, Yang Kai found that he, Wu Yi, and Yang Inflammation were really quite shabby. These young lords and young ladies all wore luxurious robes and artifact armors. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was wearing a very common set of clothes, while Yang Yan's was even more outrageous, wearing a black robe that had not changed for the past 10,000 years. It was as if she wanted to cover her face, as if she had done something shameful. Although Wu Yi's clothes were not bad, they were still just ordinary clothes and couldn't be compared to the artifact armors of others. The three of them were like ugly ducks that had accidentally stumbled into a flock of swans, so there was no need to mention how eye-catching they were. Fortunately, they didn't have any intention of continuing to talk. The auction was about to begin, so they wanted to enter as soon as possible. After the young lords and young ladies greeted Fang Tianzhong's trio, they all filed in and soon disappeared. Before leaving, Fang Tianzhong glanced over at Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally, but didn't say anything. Only when the front of Treasure Trove Pavilion became quiet again did Wu Yi secretly breathe a sigh of relief and softly explain to Yang Kai, "That woman just now was Yin Su Dai of Colored Glass Sect. She's also an influential figure and is the #1 beauty on Shadowed Star, pursued by countless men." "#1 beauty?" Yang Kai sneered. "You two aren't worse than her, that's a bit undeserved." "How could I compare with her?" Wu Yi blushed. Whether Yang Kai was telling the truth or not, such praise still made her very happy. There was no woman who didn't care about her appearance, and she also knew that there was indeed a big gap between her and Yin Su Dai. The latter's background was countless times nobler than hers. "Let's go in as well," Yang Kai said lightly. He had come to this auction today to protect Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation, but he hadn't expected to meet so many talented young men here. Whether it was Chu Changfeng, Fong Tianzhong, or In Su Dai, none of them were existences that could be underestimated. Yang Kai knew that he still had a long way to go and was far from reaching the realm of invincibility. The appearance of these three gave Yang Kai a reminder that he should never underestimate opponents in the same realm. These three were all leaders of their respective sects, so who knew what kind of heritage they had? If they really fought, it was impossible to say who would win or lose. Wu Yi finally found the invitation and handed it to the guard outside. The guard didn't seem to have expected that three people like Yang Kai would actually be able to obtain an invitation, so although he was surprised, he didn't embarrass them and let them pass. After entering Treasure Trove Pavilion, a loud hubbub immediately rang out as countless people gathered in groups of 3 or 4, discussing something. This is Treasure Trove Pavilion? Wu Yi's pretty face was filled with shock as she glanced around, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. This was the first time she had ever entered such a place. What came into view was a huge circular hall. Lampstands made of luminous stones hung from the ceiling, emitting a soft light, illuminating the entire interior of the Treasure Trove building. It was not inferior to the outside at all, and there was no shadow. At the lowest level of the hall, rows of seats were neatly arranged. Nearly 80% of the seats were already filled with people, and the higher levels were also filled with people moving about. In the center of the hall's bottom floor, there was a high platform about a meter above the ground, which should be the location of the auction. Such an arc-shaped design allowed everyone who participated in the auction to clearly see the items being auctioned. It could be said that this was a brilliant design. When Yang Kai arrived here, he looked around, trying to find where Qian Tong was, but he soon discovered that it was too difficult to find someone in such a place. If he was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, he wouldn't have to worry about others and could simply use his divine sense to search, but in this place where so many masters gathered, he didn't dare use his divine sense at will, lest he be misunderstood and cause trouble. Chapter 1150. Just as Yang Kai was hesitating, a figure rushed over from the side and cupped his hands. Luo Qing greets young Master Yang and greets the two young ladies. Yang Kai looked at him and was surprised to find that this person was the origin returning realm master that the Su family had invited to deal with him last time. At that time, it was this person who had recognized him and reported to Qian Tong. Towards Luo Qing, Yang Kai was still somewhat grateful. He politely cupped his hands and said, "So it is Brother Luo. Where is Elder Qian now?" Elder Qian currently has some matters to attend to and is temporarily unable to leave, so he instructed this disciple to wait here for young Master Yang. Young Master Yang, rest assured, Elder Qian has already arranged everything. The three of you only need to follow me. Good, lead the way. Yang Kai nodded. Treasure Trove Pavilion was going to hold an auction in Sky Fortune City. Qian Tong was a big shot in Sky Fortune City, so it was normal for him to have matters to attend to. Yang Kai naturally didn't think too much about it. Following behind Luo Qing, they went straight to the 3rd floor and pushed open the door to a certain room. Luo Qing stood at the door and explained, "Young Master Yang, this is the private room that Elder Qian has arranged for you. Please take a look and see if it suits you." Yang Kai entered the room and found that although it was small, it was fully equipped. There was a table, chairs, and a plate of high-quality spirit fruits on the table. There was also a pot of steaming spirit tea. In addition, there were even 2 delicate and pretty maidservants standing at the side. They had bright eyes, white teeth, and slender figures. When they saw Yang Kai and the others enter, they immediately bowed. Yang Kai didn't know if there were maidservants in the other private rooms, but he was certain that these 2 maidservants were specially arranged by Qian Tong. This was because they wore the robes of Shadow Moon Hall and were clearly disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. "I am very satisfied with Elder Qian's thoughtfulness." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "As long as young Master Yang is satisfied." Luo Qing also seemed to be relieved. He had seen with his own eyes how Qian Tong killed Hong Zhen and his brother in order to befriend Yang Kai. Although he still didn't understand what was so special about Yang Kai that was worth befriending, he still carried out Qian Tong's orders meticulously. "That's right, young Master Yang. Elder Qian instructed this disciple to bring over the items you want to auction as soon as possible. Treasure Trove Pavilion wants to evaluate the prices of the items so that it'll be easier to sort them out. No problem. Yang Kai signaled to Wu Yi with his eyes, and Wu Yi immediately took out 2 beautifully wrapped jade boxes from her space ring and handed them to Luo Qing. These 2 jade boxes naturally contained the 2 origin grade artifacts. And this? Yang Kai took out a jade bottle and handed it to Luo Qing. Young Master Yang, please wait a moment. The auction will begin in half an hour, so this Luo Qing will take his leave first. Luo Qing said as he withdrew. Before leaving, he instructed the 2 female disciples of Shadow Moon Hall to entertain Yang Kai well. The 2 women nodded in agreement. We're in room C13. Wu Yi walked over and closed the door, immediately disappearing the noise outside. The spirit array here is quite good. Yang Yenyun walked around, feeling around, quite interested in the spirit array here. This place can isolate others from using their divine sense. The only drawback is that it's a bit far from the auction venue. Yang Kai smiled lightly. This is Treasure Trove Pavilion. Elder Qian must have put in a lot of effort to find us a private room. Look at the people here today. Which one of them isn't a famous and powerful character? Yang Kai's words were directed to the 2 female disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Sure enough, after hearing this, the 2 women's smiles became even brighter, as if their Elder Qian's divine technique was quite profound. 2 young ladies don't need to be so reserved, sit anywhere you like. We're not from some big family, this time we came mainly to see the world. Yang Kai saw that they seemed a little nervous and politely said. The 2 women quickly waved their hands, saying they didn't dare. Yang Kai didn't force them, and seeing them refuse, he stopped talking and sat down, pouring himself a cup of tea and slowly savoring it. Wu Yi still couldn't believe she had the opportunity to participate in an auction of this level. Forget about her, even the patriarch of the Haiku family, Ian, wasn't eligible to enter Treasure Trove Pavilion while the auction was going on. But now, she was sitting in a private room and enjoying this superior treatment, making her feel a little emotional. The gap between people was really big. Her greatest wish before was to work hard to impress En so that he could pass on the position of patriarch to her in the future and take charge of the Haiku family, but now, she no longer had such thoughts. So what if he was the patriarch? The patriarch of a small family couldn't even compare to a random disciple from Shadow Moon Hall. For example, although the 2 girls standing in this private room were only 3rd order saints, if they were in the Haiku family, En would definitely have to treat them respectfully, not daring to show the slightest neglect. This was the huge gap between a big force and a small family. A few days ago, when Yang Kai was in retreat, En came to the cave again and even brought the family's elders and foreign elders with him, saying that he wanted to invite Wu Yi back to take over the position of patriarch, but Wu Yi refused. Since she had already left the family, she had no intention of returning. While in a daze, Wu Yi suddenly noticed a strong wind blowing towards her. Quickly reaching out and grabbing the object that was flying towards her, she quickly discovered that it was a spirit fruit on the table. Yang Kai smiled and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." Wu Yi shook her head, picked up another spirit fruit, stood up, and handed it to the 2 female disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. The 2 female disciples didn't refuse this time and politely thanked her before accepting the fruit, appearing natural and unrestrained. There was still some time before the auction began, but the atmosphere in the private room was much more harmonious. The 2 female disciples of Shadow Moon Hall seemed to have noticed that Yang Kai's group of 3 wasn't of high birth and treated them kindly, so they began chatting with Wu Yi and Yang Yen, mostly referring to each other as sisters. Yang Kai couldn't get a word in edgewise, so he could only pick up the album on the table and check the items to be auctioned today. At the same time, in a secret room of Treasure Trove Pavilion, a dark-faced old man with a goatee called out to Qian Tong with dissatisfaction, "Old Qian, the auction is about to begin. Where are the items you want to put up for auction?" Qian Tong glanced outside and said with uncertainty, "They should be here soon, just wait a little longer." Wait a little longer? Treasure Trove Pavilion has its own rules. If you and I weren't friends, Do you think I would casually break the rules and put up items for auction before the auction starts? Is that appropriate? It's not appropriate, it's not appropriate. Qian Tong smiled flatteringly while muttering in his heart. A few days ago, Wu Yi had specifically come to find him, saying that she had something she wanted to put up for auction. As for what it was, Qian Tong didn't ask, only knowing that it was an artifact. Out of respect for Yang Kai, Qian Tong had promised to take care of everything as long as the item was delivered before the auction started. How could he have known that even now, it still hadn't been delivered? In the end, he could only say, "Brother Yanpei, just wait a little longer, it will definitely be delivered." Yanpei's black face became even darker, like the bottom of a pot, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Don't say this brother didn't take care of you. If it's not delivered in half a stick of incense, then even if it's more valuable, I won't participate in the auction." I know, I'll have to trouble Brother Yanpei. Qian Tong smiled helplessly. Treasure Trove Pavilion had many rules, so there was nothing he could do. Just as he was speaking, his communication artifact suddenly sent him a divine sense fluctuation. It was Luo Qing sending him a message. Qian Tong smiled happily. "It's here." Saying so, Qian Tong immediately walked out. A moment later, Qian Tong returned with a jade bottle and 2 jade boxes. Yanpei said exasperatedly, "That's it. It should be." Qian Tong didn't open the boxes to see what was inside. Time was of the essence, so after receiving the items from Luo Qing, he immediately brought them in. "Open them, evaluate the price, and see when it's best to auction them," Yanpei said coldly. Yanpei said with a cold expression. Saying so, he waved his hand to the side and immediately several origin returning realm masters came forward, placed the jade box and jade bottle on the table, and began to evaluate the value of the items to be auctioned. Seeing Qian Tong's somewhat irritated expression, Yanpei sneered, "Brother Qian, you wouldn't just casually bring out something worthless to auction, would you? If that's the case, you'd best take it back quickly." "How could that be?" Qian Tong smiled awkwardly. "Can't a Saint King grade high-rank artifact be auctioned?" Because it was Wu Yi who had greeted him, Qian Tong wasn't so worried. If Yang Kai had greeted him personally, Qian Tong wouldn't have been so anxious. Yang Kai had an artifact refining grandmaster backing him, so the reason why Qian Tong had said it was a Saint King grade high-rank artifact was because he had confidence in Yang Kai's master. It was impossible for such an artifact refining grandmaster to take out something too shabby. A Saint King grade high-rank artifact. Yanpei's expression relaxed slightly as he said earnestly, "Naturally, but Brother Qian, please don't do this again next time. This brother has a responsibility to bear. If someone were to find out, it would be difficult to explain to my superiors." Although Saint King grade high-rank artifacts weren't very high in grade, they could be said to be the most mainstream artifacts on Shadowed Star. There weren't many Origin grade artifact refiners, and most of the Saint King realm and Origin returning realm cultivators used artifacts of this grade, so there was no need to worry about demand. Treasure Trove Pavilion had also collected a lot of such artifacts for auction this time, so adding 2 more wouldn't be a big deal. While the 2 old men were talking, a sudden exclamation came from the side. "What's wrong?" Yanpei turned his head and looked over. "Master, the item to be auctioned is an Origin grade low-rank offensive artifact." Immediately, an Origin returning realm master walked over with a jade box and presented the double-pronged dagger inside to Qian Tong and Yanpei. Qian Tong's eyes narrowed as he felt his heart ache for no apparent reason. Although he had long guessed that Yang Kai's master was an Origin grade artifact refiner, he hadn't expected him to put up an artifact of this grade for auction. If he had known earlier, he would have taken the initiative to purchase this artifact from Yang Kai. Qian Tong had done 2 artifact transactions with Yang Kai, and each time they had worked together happily, but now that this artifact had fallen into the hands of Treasure Trove Pavilion, Qian Tong had no choice but to participate in the auction. Participating in an auction was much more expensive than directly purchasing it. Moreover, one might not necessarily be able to obtain it. In the Endless Treasures Pavilion, there were countless people with wealth and power, and they would often fight until their heads bled for a good item. Chapter 1151. Yen Pei had already taken out the twin daggers from the jade box, and after examining them with his Saint Qi, his brow rose as he couldn't help praising, "Good, good, good, this artifact is almost at the origin grade mid-rank. The Grandmaster who refined it was very meticulous and his craftsmanship is superb. What's more, it is very suitable for women to use. This time those young lords will probably bleed a lot." Yen Pei's eyes were sharp. How could he not see the huge value of this pair of daggers? Not to mention its grade, just the fact that it was suitable for women was enough for those young masters to break their heads to bid for it. It was definitely the best gift to buy it for the woman they liked. Qian Tong opened his mouth, wanting to go back on his word and take back this artifact, but he also knew that once it was in Yen Pei's hands, it was impossible to take it back. Letting out a deep sigh, Qian Tong could only give up, already wondering if he should participate in the auction and buy these twin daggers. Shadow Moon Hall had a few female disciples with good aptitude, so if he gave them these artifacts, they would definitely be like tigers that had grown wings. Just as he finished sighing, the masters in charge of evaluating the value of the auction items suddenly exclaimed again, this time even more excited than before. This is actually, what? Yen Pei's figure flickered and arrived in front of these masters. Staring at the artifact in the other jade box, his eyes narrowed as he reached out and picked up the red whip, circulating his Saint Qi to probe it, muttering, "An origin grade mid-rank artifact?" Qian Tong was shocked, his old face twisting in shock. Good, this auction finally has something good to show for the finale. Originally, this old master was a little worried that my treasure trove pavilion wouldn't be able to collect any good treasures due to time constraints, but this whip makes up for it. The heavens are really helping me. Yen Pei laughed and turned to Qian Tong happily. Brother Qian, you've helped me a lot this time, this old brother will remember this favor. Qian Tong's mouth was filled with bitterness as he squeezed out a smile and said, Brother Yen Pei is too polite. You and I have known each other for more than a year or two, so of course I can help you. Saying so, Qian Tong was cursing Luo Qing in his heart. Just an origin-grade low-rank artifact had almost suffocated him, and now an origin-grade mid-rank artifact had appeared. Damn Luo Qing, why didn't he explain everything to this old master? If he had known that Yang Kai was auctioning two origin-grade artifacts, he would have never given them to Yen Pei. No matter how high the price, he would have bought them for Shadow Moon Hall's use. But now, it was too late to say anything. If he wanted it, he could only participate in the auction. How many Saint Crystals would he have to spend? He might not even be able to buy it. Poor Luo Qing didn't know that he had already been blamed by Elder Qian. How could he have known that Yang Kai would be so generous as to directly bring out two origin-grade artifacts, one of which was even mid-rank? The twin daggers were one thing, after all, with the standard of Shadowed Star's artifact refiners, they could barely refine them, but the grade of the red whip far surpassed the level of Shadowed Star's artifact refiners. Artifacts of this grade could only be obtained through some special means and were simply impossible to refine. This also led to the price of origin-grade low-rank artifacts and pills on Shadowed Star being unable to be judged by common sense. Once such an artifact appeared, its price would be sky-high. Good. Yen Pei's dark face was like a blooming peony at this moment. No trace of his previous unhappiness could be seen as he praised again and again, grinning from ear to ear, another artifact that is very suitable for women. This time's auction will definitely be very exciting. This old master can't wait to see the scene of people competing for it. Elder Yen. A trembling voice called out from the side. Please take a look at this. Saying so, the man handed the jade bottle in his hand to Yen Pei. Yen Pei took it, opened the bottle, and glanced inside. His eyes immediately bulged and his hand trembled, almost dropping the jade bottle as he shouted, "An origin condensing pill." These three words were like a sledgehammer that slammed into Qian Tong's heart. Almost without hesitation, he rushed over and reached out to grab the jade bottle. Yen Pei's reaction was extremely fast, and he sent out a palm strike. The two palms collided and Yen Pei and Qian Tong both took a step back. What are you doing? Yen Pei was furious as he glared at Qian Tong fiercely. Qian Tong's expression was firm as he quickly said, "Brother Yen Pei, I've thought about it carefully and have decided that I won't participate in this auction. Please give it back to me." If he hadn't seen the origin condensing pill in the jade bottle, Qian Tong would have turned a blind eye, but just now, he immediately understood that the origin condensing pill in this jade bottle was much more valuable than an origin-grade mid-rank artifact. "You don't want to participate now? It's too late." Yen Pei coldly snorted, "You want me to spit it out when it's already in my hands? Brother Qian, is this the first time you've met this yen?" "That's not right, Brother Yen Pei. Didn't you just say that no matter how valuable an item is, it can't participate in the auction?" Qian Tong's face didn't go red. For 2 origin-grade artifacts and an origin condensing pill, what harm was there in throwing away his old face? This yen said that if I don't see it after half a stick of incense worth of time, I won't participate. "Are you deaf?" Yen Pei snorted, but seeing Qian Tong still shamelessly trying to pounce on him, Yen Pei quickly retreated and put the 2 jade boxes and jade bottle into his space ring before waving his hand and shouting, "Keep an eye on Elder Qian. If he dares take another step forward, beat him hard." The 4 or 5 origin returning realm masters nodded in unison before taking up positions and glaring at Qian Tong. From the looks of it, they would definitely carry out Yen Pei's orders to the letter. Once Qian Tong made a move, a storm of attacks would follow. Qian Tong couldn't help cursing. Since force didn't work, he could only plead softly, "Old Yen, for the sake of our many years of friendship, can't you just return these things to me? Can't you pretend you didn't see these things? Brother's kindness, this Qian Tong will remember it for the rest of his life. There's no need for that for the rest of your life. You're already half buried in the ground, so you don't have many years left to live. I don't need you to remember my kindness." Yen Pei grinned and waved his hand. "Can you not be so venomous? This old master is strong and can live for at least a few hundred years." Qian Tong rolled his eyes. Yen Pei snorted, "If I were you, I would quickly order people to gather Saint Crystals. You actually still have time to waste with this old master. This old master admires you. Only you and I know about the appearance of these things, so you still have the advantage." Hearing this, Qian Tong's eyes lit up and he cupped his fist to Yen Pei before turning around and leaving. He knew better than anyone that no matter what he said, it was impossible to get these things back. "Old Qian, who brought these things to auction?" Yen Pei shouted from behind, but received no response. Yen Pei naturally knew that his old friend was sulking, but he didn't care and just chuckled. This person's luck is surprisingly good. Not only did he find 2 origin-grade artifacts, but he also found 2 origin condensing pills. It seems his luck is not shallow. Qian Tong left the underground chamber and Luo Qin hurriedly greeted him, but before he could speak, he was slapped twice on the head by Qian Tong. Although Qian Tong didn't use his Saint Qi, these 2 slaps were not light, causing Luo Qin to grimace in pain. Qian Tong's expression became gloomy, like a storm was about to arrive. Luo Qin stammered, "Elder, what mistake did this disciple make? You bastard, why did you act so quickly? Couldn't you have delivered these things a stick of incense later? You really pissed this old master off," Qian Tong reprimanded. Luo Qin was dumbfounded. It was clearly Elder Qian Tong's orders that once he obtained the auction items from Yang Kai, they were to be delivered immediately without delay. So why was Elder Qian Tong saying this now? Elder Qian Tong was a kind and gentle person, never giving such contradictory orders, nor beating a disciple for no reason, so in Shadow Moon Hall, Elder Qian was still very prestigious and was admired by many disciples. Although he had doubts in his heart, Luo Qin didn't dare to ask. Even a blind person could see that Elder Qian Tong was in a bad mood. At this time, it was best not to provoke him. The more he did, the more mistakes he would make. "I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself." Qian Tong looked at him coldly. "Elder's orders," Luo Qin hurriedly said, looking like he was ready to die. "I'll give you an hour to contact all the shops in Heavenly Fate City and collect 20 million. No, 50 million Saint Crystals." 50 million? Luo Qin was shocked. Yes. Luo Qing quickly responded before disappearing like a bolt of lightning. Collecting 50 million Saint crystals in an hour was a long and arduous task. Seeing Luo Qing's figure disappear, Qian Tong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this auction was being held in Heavenly Fate City. Heavenly Fate City was mostly owned by Shadow Moon Hall, so collecting Saint crystals wasn't a problem. If this auction had been held in another Great Forces territory, Qian Tong would have had no choice but to sigh. At the same time, in Treasure Trove Pavilion's underground secret room, Yen Pei sat in a chair and pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling and waving to the Origin returning realm masters who had just participated in the appraisal of the auction items, whispering a few words in their ears. These people nodded and quickly left. A moment later, people began to enter and exit the A-block private rooms, all of them wearing dignified expressions. These people quickly left Treasure Trove Pavilion and headed straight to the main hall where Heavenly Fate City's space array was located. After a while, some people also left the B-block private rooms. The reason why Treasure Trove Pavilion chose to hold this auction in Heavenly Fate City was because there was a space array here that was connected to the other cities on Shadowed Star, making it convenient for the Great Forces to come and participate in the auction. Space arrays were extremely precious and were not open to ordinary people, but these people all came from Great Forces, so the disciples in charge of guarding the space array in Shadow Moon Hall didn't dare stop them and simply allowed them to use it after paying a certain amount of Saint crystals. Chapter 1152. For a time, the space force fluctuations in Heavenly Fate City rose one after another. The space array had never been used so frequently before. When the first space force fluctuation appeared, Qian Tong didn't pay much attention to it. He had originally planned to go to Yang Kai and have a few words with him, telling him not to auction off any good things in the future as he was fully capable of purchasing them. But after 3 or 5 consecutive space force fluctuations, Qian Tong's expression slowly froze. Standing in place, he thought for a moment before his expression changed drastically and he quickly disappeared, rushing towards the palace where the space array was located. Inside the main hall, the disciples of Shadow Moon Hall who were responsible for guarding the space array were at a loss. They didn't understand why so many people had come to use the space array. Wasn't the auction about to begin? Why weren't these people participating in the auction and rushing back to their sects? These newcomers were all masters from Great Forces, such as Thunder Typhoon Sect, Heaven Battling Union, Colored Glass Sect, Twin Heart Valley, Grand Flame Temple. Each of these forces was no smaller than Shadow Moon Hall, some even stronger. Moreover, these people seemed to dislike each other and were all extremely vigilant, causing the atmosphere in the main hall to become tense. The several disciples of Shadow Moon Hall were afraid that these people would start fighting in the main hall, so they didn't dare to ask too much and just quickly collected the Saint crystals and let them pass. Even so, there were still people who kept urging them to move faster. Several dozen people represented several dozen great forces, so even if they moved quickly, it would still take some time. The operation of the space array, the relocation of the Saint crystals, and the positioning of the destination were all not things that could be completed in 3 or 5 breaths. Just as the several disciples of Shadow Moon Hall were busy, a surging aura suddenly rushed in from outside. The several dozen masters in the main hall frowned and looked outside. After seeing who it was, they hurriedly cupped their fists and greeted, "Elder Qian." Qian Tong's face sank as he quickly walked in. Originally, he had a trace of suspicion and had rushed here to investigate, but now that he saw so many people waiting to use the space array, how could he not understand what was going on? Qian Tong clenched his teeth and roared, "Old man Yen, I'll remember you. I'll sever all ties with you." Just now, Yen Pei had said that he had the advantage. But in the blink of an eye, this advantage was gone. If it wasn't for Yen Pei's information, why would these people be gathered here? When everyone heard Qian Tong's words, they all secretly felt that it was funny, but they didn't dare to show it. Elder Qian was clearly unhappy now, and no one dared to make trouble for him. "Elder." The disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, who had been so busy that they were disoriented, heaved a sigh of relief when they saw their elders arrive. They really couldn't handle such a big battle. How many families have left? Qian Tong took a deep breath to calm the anger in his heart and tried to ask in a calm tone. 6 of them have already left, a Shadow Moon Hall disciple hurriedly replied. Qian Tong nodded. 6 families? He wasn't too late. After he finished speaking, he looked at the 60 to 70 people in the hall and snorted. Did you all go back to your respective sects to raise St. Crystals? Did you all get the news from Old Man Yen? The 60 to 70 people looked embarrassed. Some scratched their ears and cheeks, some looked up at the ceiling of the hall, and some pulled up familiar faces and whispered, but no one answered Qian Tong's question. All right, if you want to go back to raise St. Crystals, I won't stop you. But this time, Sky Fortune City's space array has been continuously used, and it's a great danger to the array here. It might even be scrapped. I'll have to raise the cost of your usage. The 60 to 70 masters suddenly went into an uproar as they stared at Qian Tong in shock. Everyone knew that he was just spouting nonsense. The space array was a relic from ancient times and had been in use for so many years without any problems. Even if it was frequently used, it wouldn't be scrapped. This was just an excuse for Qian Tong to raise the price. Everyone understood, but no one dared to question Qian Tong. After all, this was Sky Fortune City, Shadow Moon Hall's city. The space array was also Shadow Moon Hall's property. Unless they didn't want to use it anymore, they wouldn't dare offend him. They were all shouldering important missions and all they wanted to do was leave as soon as possible. Qian Tong grinned meaningfully and quoted, "The increase isn't much, just 500,000 high-rank St. Crystals per person." Elder Qian, this isn't appropriate. Someone immediately shouted, "Normally, a single use only costs 10,000 high-rank St. Crystals, but you've increased it by 50 times, isn't that a bit too much?" "That's right, isn't 500,000 high-rank St. Crystals too much?" "Elder Qian, you can't accept this kind of black-hearted money." A large group of people began to clamor. 500,000 high-rank St. Crystals per use of the space array, who could afford to use it? Several Shadow Moon Hall disciples saw that the situation was getting out of hand and couldn't help feeling panic. This was something that would incur public anger, so how could Elder Qian say such a thing? They felt that the elder was a little confused. "You don't have to use it, this old master isn't forcing you to use it," Qian Tong said calmly, unmoved, "but this old master has to remind you that the auction is about to begin. If you can't collect enough St. Crystals before those things appear, I'll use it, here are 500,000 St. Crystals." Before Qian Tong could finish speaking, a burly man walked over and tossed a space ring to the Shadow Moon Hall disciple guarding the space array. The disciple caught the space ring, swept it with his divine sense, and nodded to Qian Tong after confirming there were no problems. "Open the array." Qian Tong waved his hand and in a flash of white light, the burly man's figure gradually disappeared. Even now, the several disciples of Shadow Moon Hall were still a little confused, unable to understand how 500,000 St. Crystals could be obtained so easily. The maintenance and use of space arrays was only for the convenience of communication between the great forces on Shadowed Star. No one had ever used them as a tool to make money, but today, their own elder Qian Tong had set a precedent, and it seemed to be working quite well. Using the space array once cost 500,000 St. Crystals, and there were 60 to 70 people here, some of whom were still on their way. Just how many St. Crystals did this cost? The several disciples of Shadow Moon Hall trembled with excitement. If they could do this in the future, Shadow Moon Hall wouldn't need to operate a shop anymore. All they needed to do was collect money to use the space array and Shadow Moon Hall would become the wealthiest great force on Shadowed Star. After the burly man left, everyone was only stunned for a moment before immediately rushing forward to hand over the 500,000 St. Crystals to use the space array. The several Shadow Moon Hall disciples grinned widely and one of them was responsible for counting the St. Crystals. Every time there was an error, the space array would be opened and the person who had paid the fee would be sent away, counting the money until their hands were cramping. "Elder Qian, the next time you come to Heaven's Expanse City, my floating mist hall will definitely entertain you warmly." A middle-aged man was unhappy that Qian Tong had extorted so many Saint crystals and stared at Qian Tong before leaving. What he meant was that the next time Qian Tong used the space array in Heaven's Expanse City, he would take back the 500,000 Saint crystals. Qian Tong said with a scoundrel look on his face, "This old master will die of old age in Heavenly Fate City and won't go anywhere else in the future." With just one sentence, the middle-aged man was angered and quickly activated the space array to send him to Heaven's Expanse City. The scene in the hall was very lively. Watching one person after another pay the Saint crystals and be teleported away, Qian Tong's heart finally calmed down a bit. Yen Pei had done all this, so he couldn't be blamed for doing the same. In any case, now that things had gotten to this point, Qian Tong decided to make a fortune first. Never before had an auction been held like today's. All the great forces had suddenly decided to raise a large number of Saint crystals, and before the auction had even begun, Heavenly Fate City was secretly filled with an upsurge of competition and infighting. There had also never been an auction that brought so much profit to the local forces. This time, Shadow Moon Hall charged more than 30 million high-rank Saint crystals for the use of the space array, and this was only because some of the forces with insufficient financial resources felt that they had no chance of winning and voluntarily gave up on using the space array. Otherwise, the profits from Shadow Moon Hall this time would have been even greater. While the space array here was constantly operating, the auction in Treasure Trove Pavilion had already begun on time. Yen Pei's thoughts were sinister. He deliberately let people leak some information so that the final auction would be more intense. In fact, he had done it, but it didn't hinder the auction. He also didn't deliberately postpone the auction. The most valuable items would naturally be auctioned off at the end, leaving at least 12 to 14 hours free. During this time, the great forces should be able to collect a lot of Saint crystals. Yen Pei was looking forward to the progress of this auction more than ever, sipping some spirit tea in a private room inside the A block as he waited quietly for the final item. The sound of wind instruments, gongs and drums filled the air, and the noisy auction hall instantly quieted down. On the high platform, more than a dozen young girls were gracefully descending from the sky like butterflies. Each of them carried a small flower basket, and they constantly took out flower petals from the basket and scattered them down. The light from the illuminating stones on the ceiling illuminated the entire high platform, making it as bright as day, attracting everyone's attention. The fragrance of flowers filled the air as the dozen or so young girls smiled sweetly, their figures graceful, as if they were goddesses who had descended from the heavens. The young girls' long sleeves danced gracefully, their figures graceful and their dance moves beautiful, their expressions either happy or angry. After the song was over, they bowed and withdrew. A beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure slowly walked up to the high platform. Her skin was as white as snow, so delicate that it could be broken by the wind. She was dressed very generously, and her tight dress couldn't hold back her proud charm. Her two jade arms were exposed, and the lapel at her chest was split open, revealing her deep white cleavage. Her mature charm was on the verge of bursting out. Her hair was tied up in a bun behind her head, revealing her slender white neck, giving her an elegant and graceful appearance. When this beautiful woman appeared, she was even more eye-catching than the dozen or so young girls. She exuded an enchanting aura, and there seemed to be a faint halo of light flowing around her body, giving her an indescribably beautiful appearance. Chapter 1153. The beautiful woman stood on the high platform and gracefully bowed, a smile appearing on her face as her red lips gently touched and a pleasant voice rang out. "Many thanks to all of you for participating in my Endless Treasures Pavilion's auction this time. This mistress would like to thank all of you for coming from afar. She would also like to thank Shadow Moon Hall's Elder Qian Tong for his strong support. Elder Qian's contributions to this auction being able to proceed smoothly cannot go unnoticed." As soon as these words came out, the several dozen private rooms in A block and B block immediately began cursing. They had just received news from their disciples that they had been extorted by Qian Tong for 500,000 Saint crystals just to use Heavenly Fate City's space array. Who would thank Qian Tong now? Not cursing out loud could already be considered giving Qian Tong some face due to his status, but thanking him? Thanking his grandmother. Yang Kai, who was in private room C13, looked at the beautiful woman with interest. Although he had never participated in an auction before, that didn't mean he was ignorant about it. In an auction, the auctioneer played a very important role. A good auctioneer was good at stirring up the atmosphere of the scene. Once the atmosphere was stirred up, the price of the auction items would rise sharply. This beautiful woman was so beautiful that even if she didn't say anything, she could still raise the atmosphere of the auction hall by several levels. The people from Endless Treasures Pavilion were truly sinister. The beautiful woman on the stage announced her name and modestly reviewed Treasure Trove Pavilion's lack of hospitality. Her words were very appropriate, and no one could find any fault with them. The smile on her face that was like a spring breeze made everyone feel the warmth of a guest's home. Her beautiful watery eyes looked around, making everyone mistakenly think that she was looking at them, waiting for them to show their rich and imposing side. After a while, the beautiful woman suddenly changed the topic and chuckled, "Let's not waste any more time. The auction will now begin. The first item we will be auctioning today is a Saint King grade high-rank artifact armor." As she spoke, a woman in palace robes slowly walked over from behind, holding a jade plate in her hand. Atop this jade plate was the Saint King grade high-rank artifact armor. This artifact armor was filled with 5-colored light and exuded a strong energy fluctuation. At first glance, it was obvious it was a good defensive artifact. The beautiful woman waited for everyone to finish admiring the armor. Only then did he continue. This 5-colored jade armor is the recent work of our Treasure Trove Pavilion's master refiner, Gong Tai Hong. Master Gong's reputation is out there, so I don't think I need to elaborate on his craftsmanship. Not only does this armor have outstanding defensive capabilities, it can also change its size. This artifact armor can be used by both men and women. The starting bid is 30,000 Saint Crystals and each bid must not be less than 2,000 Saint Crystals. Please. Yang Kai frowned when he heard the woman's low price. He glanced at Yang Inflammation. He remembered that when Yang Yen had refined the first batch of artifacts for him, he had refined a Saint King grade high-rank auxiliary artifact using the wings of an illusionary cloud butterfly. According to Yang Yen, those wings could be sold for 30,000 Saint Crystals. Although they were both Saint King grade high-rank, Yang Kai felt that the pair of wings refined by Yang Yen was much better than this so-called 5-colored jade armor. Not only were they rare and beautiful, and it was even applicable. If those wings were only worth 30,000 Saint Crystals, how could this 5-colored jade armor be worth that much? And this was only the starting bid? Just as he was thinking this, someone below had already begun to bid, and the price they quoted made Yang Kai's eyes twitch. 50,000. The bidder actually skipped the starting bid and raised the price by 20,000 Saint Crystals. The beautiful woman on the stage smiled and said, "Number 169, this friend really knows his stuff. The 5-colored jade armor has already reached 50,000, is there anyone else?" Before she could finish, someone shouted again, 52, 55, 58. The beautiful woman no longer spoke and just stood on the high platform with a smile. She knew that in this auction, there was no need for her to say anything more. Those who wanted this artifact armor would definitely raise the price. As the price continued to rise, the cultivator participating in the auction in the hall scrambled to bid, no one willing to show weakness, but the people in the private rooms didn't show any intention to make a move. In fact, no one even made a sound. Those who could sit in private rooms were all members of famous great forces on Shadowed Star. Although this artifact armor was quite good, it wasn't worth them lowering their status to compete with the people in the hall. In room C13, Wu Yi also looked at the 5-colored jade armor with envy, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement, but the low price of 30,000 made her sigh. Yang Yen coldly snorted and said disdainfully, "How can this kind of thing sell for such a high price? There are too many people in this world who don't know what's good for them." Yang Kai also felt the same. Shadowed Star's cultivation resources were relatively scarce, especially when it came to Saint Crystals. The value of a single piece of Saint Crystal here was much higher than in the outside world, so for such a defensive artifact to reach such a high price, he really couldn't understand what these people were thinking. One of the female Shadow Moon Hall disciples who had been waiting at the side said with a smile, they had taken a liking to Grandmaster Gong's reputation and wanted to snatch it. If it was an artifact refined by a nameless person, it would not be able to fetch such a high price. Yang Kai nodded gently, expressing his understanding. The celebrity effect existed everywhere. Needless to say, Gong Tai Hong was an origin-grade artifact refiner, so even if the artifacts he refined were flawed, they would still be snatched up by others. Naturally, the price of this artifact would be higher than the artifacts refined by other artifact refiners. However, after the price of the 5-colored jade armor rose to 80,000, the bidding voices gradually weakened. It seemed that these people weren't panicking because they had too many Saint Crystals and were still somewhat rational. After a while, this 5-colored jade armor was sold for 84,000 Saint Crystals and was bought by a young man in the hall. The female disciple from Treasure Trove Pavilion who had been holding the artifact armor walked off the high platform and handed it to the young man before accepting the Saint Crystals. The young man gave the artifact armor to the beautiful woman who was snuggling up to him as soon as he received it, winning him a kiss on the cheek. The young man laughed heartily, as if he was the biggest winner in the world. The second auction item was a bottle of 10 King Transformation Pills with a base price of 10,000 Saint Crystals. In the end, it was sold for 27,000 Saint Crystals. Similarly, it was bought by a person in the hall. From the looks of it, this person should be from some small family who had bought these King Transformation Pills for their family's disciple to break through to the Saint King realm. The following items were all kinds of pills, artifacts, secret arts, martial skills, and so on. There were even some precious raw materials with varying base prices. The atmosphere in the auction house gradually heated up. Once these precious items were brought out, countless people scrambled to bid. The most expensive item even sold for 200,000 Saint Crystals, leaving Yang Kai speechless. He felt that he had still underestimated the capital of the great forces on Shadowed Star. Most of his understanding of Shadowed Star came from Wu Yi's descriptions. Wu Yi's background wasn't high, so she didn't know much about the great forces, so naturally she didn't understand what kind of wealth these people possessed. But now, it seemed that there were many rich people on Shadowed Star. Inside the auction house, Yang Kai was infected by the atmosphere. Sometimes, even knowing that the items being auctioned were of no use to him, he still felt the urge to bid. Fortunately, Yang Kai was almost penniless and had no ability to participate in this auction. Even if he had the ability, he had self-control. Secretly sighing, Yang Kai understood why this auction was so popular. If an item worth 10,000 Saint Crystals was taken to an auction, it could be sold for several times its original price. Auctions were definitely the best way to gather money. Yang Kai still had some sense of reason, but Yang Inflammation and Wu Yi were unable to restrain themselves. The two of them were completely immersed in the bidding and weren't qualified to bid, but that didn't prevent them from gesticulating and cheering for others in the private room. Whenever someone they thought highly of failed to win an item, they would sigh and sigh in frustration. What part of them were they acting like virtuous ladies? Yang Kai's face turned red as he watched them, grabbing 2 spirit fruits and stuffing them into each of their mouths, finally shutting their chattering mouths. The 2 female disciples from Shadow Moon Hall who were standing behind him couldn't help giggling, their shoulders trembling slightly as they tried to hold back their laughter. The auction was in full swing, and as time passed, the value of the items Treasure Trove Pavilion brought out became higher and higher. In the first 2 hours, the items being auctioned were basically auctioned off by the cultivators sitting in the hall. The great forces who owned the private rooms didn't make a move, but after 2 hours passed, the sound of bidding continued to ring out from the private rooms. The beautiful woman had been standing on the stage for a long time with a smile on her beautiful face. She didn't feel tired at all, and her words were still crisp and pleasant to the ears. At the most opportune time, she provoked the enthusiasm of those who were bidding, causing every auction item to be sold at the ideal price. There was no item that went unsold. The next item to be auctioned is a very special item. The beautiful woman opened her lips again, her seductive voice seeming to grow claws as she pulled out Saint crystals from everyone's pockets. The reason why this item is special is because its value can be high or low. While she was speaking, another woman wearing a palace dress walked up to the high platform with a jade plate in her hand. Almost everyone's eyes were fixed on the jade plate. They wanted to know what this thing was that the beautiful woman had described it so ambiguously. Arriving on the high platform, the woman in palace robes picked up the item on the jade plate, pinched it with both hands, and slowly turned it in a circle. Countless divine senses immediately swept it, and after everyone had seen it clearly, she returned the item to the jade plate. The beautiful auctioneer chuckled and said, "Everyone should have seen it clearly, this is a map fragment. The origin of this map fragment is very special. A disciple of my treasure trove pavilion was out collecting auction items when he accidentally saved a person. That person was grateful to my treasure trove pavilion's disciple for saving his life and had nothing else on him, so he decided to give this map fragment away. It is said that this is an ancestral artifact of his family. According to the research of many masters of my treasure trove pavilion, this map fragment is only a fraction of the entire map. As for how much it is, we don't know, but this map fragment has a long history, at least several thousand years old. The place this map fragment points to is not clear, and no one knows what is hidden in that place. Perhaps there is nothing there, but perhaps there is a shocking amount of wealth, a coveted inheritance, or a top-grade artifact or secret art. Chapter 1154. The beautiful woman's melodious voice rang out, her subtle description causing the atmosphere of the scene to become even more heated. Shocking wealth, top-grade secret arts, mysterious inheritances, all of these items greatly aroused the interest of the people in the private rooms. However, everyone knew that although this woman's words were beautiful, they were actually quite unreliable. It was just a fragment of a map. Who could possibly find the right place to investigate what was hidden there? If this map fragment really had great value, it wouldn't have been put up for auction. Treasure Trove Pavilion was a powerful force, so it would naturally organize people to search for this treasure. The beautiful woman observed everyone's expressions and knew that her purpose had been achieved, so she no longer said anything and simply smiled. The base price of this map fragment is 10,000 Saint crystals, please bid. She didn't even mention how to increase the price each time, obviously allowing everyone to bid freely. 10,000. Although it was a fragment of a map, that did not hinder its collectible value. Just because no other map fragments could be found now did not mean they could not be found in the future. Spending 10,000 Saint crystals to buy it may be a great opportunity, so as soon as the beautiful woman's voice fell, countless people began bidding. The beautiful woman smiled lightly and turned to someone in the hall. This friend in seat 87 is the first to bid. If anyone else wants it, please increase the price. 12,000. 15,000. Bids rang out in the hall one after another. Even those who owned private rooms began bidding one after another, but each time they didn't raise the price by much, at most 2,000 to 3,000 Saint crystals. The base price of 10,000 was soon raised to 50,000. Then 70,000, 80,000, after 80,000, the atmosphere of the scene solidified and no one continued to bid. No one was willing to spend 80,000 Saint crystals to buy a map fragment they didn't know the purpose of. Its main value was simply to be a collection. Yang Kai shook his head and was about to say something to Wu Yi when he suddenly noticed that Yang Yan's expression was a little strange and couldn't help asking in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Yang Yan turned his head and glanced at him before replying in the same low voice, "I seem to have a similar map fragment." What? Yang Kai was shocked and asked in surprise, "Are you sure?" Yang Yan nodded firmly. 82,000. Yang Kai didn't even think about it and directly bid, but after bidding, he suddenly remembered that he didn't have so many Saint crystals and couldn't help feeling embarrassed. But since the price had already been bid, it was naturally impossible to take it back. If he really did so, he would definitely be thrown out by Treasure Trove Pavilion, which would be a disgrace. The atmosphere, which had cooled down for a long time, was once again stirred up by Kai Yang's bid. The auctioneer's smile was especially brilliant. Looking towards the private room, she said in a loud voice, "The friend in room C13 has bid 82,000. Are there any higher bids?" Yang and Yang. Saint. Yang Kai clearly felt that after this person bid, countless divine senses instantly gathered on him. There were only two possibilities for this person to be so determined to snatch this map fragment. Either he didn't care about the 100,000 Saint crystals and wanted to buy an opportunity to take back, or he had another map fragment. The man who called out the 100,000 price seemed to feel that something was wrong and immediately lowered his head, but his appearance had already been memorized, so it was too late for him to hide it now. Yang Kai also remembered this man's appearance. He was a middle-aged man with low strength, only a first-order Saint King. He wore ordinary clothes and didn't seem to be a rich man. Does this person also have a map fragment? Yang Kai thought to himself. Yang Kai was sure that he wasn't the only one who thought so. Many others were thinking the same thing. Once he walked out of Treasure Trove Pavilion, he would likely be targeted by countless people. Buying this map fragment would be a disaster for him. Thinking so, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Fortunately, this person had solved his crisis. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been him but himself who would be targeted. However, Yang Inflammation actually had a similar map fragment, which was beyond Yang Kai's expectations. If these two map fragments were pieced together, perhaps he could find some clues. Yang Kai secretly wondered if he should take the map fragment from this person. If he wanted to obtain it, what kind of method should he use? It would be best not to let others find out. If, as the beautiful auctioneer said, this map fragment hid some kind of shocking wealth, on the high platform, the beautiful auctioneer's voice sounded again. 100,000, is there anyone willing to bid higher? 100,000 going once, 100,000 going twice. After calling out 3 times in a row, no one bid, and in the end, the map fragment was bought by the middle-aged man for 100,000 Saint crystals. The woman in the palace robes brought the map fragment in front of him, took the 100,000 Saint crystals, and handed it to him, completing the transaction. After obtaining the map fragment, the middle-aged man felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He definitely wanted to leave this place immediately, but he didn't dare to act rashly and could only sit in his chair. This kind of behavior made people more and more suspicious that he really had other map fragments. The auction was still going on when suddenly, one of the 2 female disciples from Shadow Moon Hall took out a communication artifact, scanned it, and said with a smile, "Young Master Yang, Elder Qian is outside the door." Let him in. Yang Kai just happened to be looking for Qian Tong, so he hadn't expected him to come by himself. The female disciple nodded, walked over, and opened the door. Sure enough, Qian Tong was waiting outside with a smile on his face. Anyone who had plundered 30 million Saint crystals without any effort would be like Qian Tong, grinning from ear to ear. As for Yen Pei's rumor that he had lost the initiative, Qian Tong didn't care. With this additional 30 million Saint crystals, if the Shadow Moon Hall couldn't compete with anyone else, Qian Tong would have nothing to say. Nephew Yang, this Qian had a matter to attend to and was only able to leave now. Please forgive this Qian for neglecting Nephew Yang. Qian Tong cupped his fists and said politely, "Elder Qian is too polite." If it weren't for Elder Qian's efforts, we wouldn't be qualified to sit here, Yang Kai chuckled and said while inviting Qian Tong to sit down. Qian Tong waved his hand and said, "This Qian still has to preside over the auction for the Shadow Moon Hall, so I won't disturb Nephew Yang any longer. This time, I came here specifically to thank Nephew Yang." "Thank me?" Yang Kai was confused, not knowing what he was talking about. "Yes, Nephew Yang, thank you for bringing a huge profit to the Shadow Moon Hall. Heh, this is a small token of appreciation from the Shadow Moon Hall. Please don't refuse it," Qian Tong said as he handed over a space ring. Yang Kai didn't take it and instead looked at Qian Tong and said, "Elder Qian, can you make yourself clear? I really don't know what I've done to benefit the Shadow Moon Hall." Qian Tong's words were very meaningful. He said that this was a token of appreciation from the Shadow Moon Hall, so he wasn't representing himself, but the Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai felt uneasy about accepting benefits from a great force for no reason. Moreover, he had only brought a few auction items, which could only be said to be beneficial to the Endless Treasures Pavilion. It had nothing to do with the Shadow Moon Hall. Qian Tong seemed to know that Yang Kai didn't like to accept favors for no reason. Last time, he had given him a wild rose pill for healing, but that had been rejected by him. This time, if he didn't make things clear, Yang Kai would definitely not accept this space ring. After thinking about it for a moment, Qian Tong said, "It's like this. The several auction items nephew Yang sent over were extremely valuable. The great forces that came to participate weren't fully prepared, so they had no choice but to borrow my Heavenly Fate City's space array to return to their respective sects to raise Saint Crystals. This old master collected a small toll fee from them, so a large part of this toll fee is nephew Yang's contribution. However, these are the assets of the Shadow Moon Hall, so this old master doesn't dare to give you too much. This is just a small token of appreciation, so nephew Yang shouldn't refuse." Yang Kai was stunned. He hadn't expected that Qian Tong would even be able to do this kind of business. He couldn't help admiring him in his heart, wondering just how many people he had offended. No wonder he had seen people going in and out of the A block and B block private rooms just now. It turned out they had gone back to raise Saint Crystals. Yang Kai was well aware of the value of the auction items he had sent over, so now that he heard Qian Tong say this, he immediately understood that he had indeed contributed greatly. No longer refusing, Yang Kai happily accepted the space ring and laughed. "Since that's the case, Junior won't be polite. Originally, I wanted to borrow some Saint Crystals from Elder Qian, but now it seems there's no need for that." Yang Kai really did want to borrow some Saint Crystals from Qian Tong. He didn't intend to participate in the auction, but the appearance of this map fragment made Yang Kai realize that there might really be something he needed here. If he saw something good but didn't have Saint Crystals to bid for it, how shabby would that be? On top of that, Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation had been so enthusiastic about cheering others on, so Yang Kai felt it was time to let them participate. But unexpectedly, Qian Tong seemed to have predicted this and sent him Saint Crystals. This made Yang Kai very happy. Qian Tong also smiled and said, "As long as you don't bid for anything too expensive, these Saint Crystals should be enough for nephew Yang's needs." He didn't say how much he had given and Yang Kai didn't ask for details. This kind of thing should be kept between heaven and earth. There was no need to make a big deal out of it. After all, Qian Tong had said that this was the property of Shadow Moon Hall, so him giving Yang Kai some Saint Crystals was already a great favor. At that moment, the beautiful woman on the auction stage said loudly, "The next item to be auctioned is something I believe everyone will be very interested in. Friends, please prepare yourselves to bid." As soon as this statement came out, Yang Kai clearly felt the atmosphere in the private rooms become dignified. Obviously, everyone had already received some gossip and knew what this item might be. On the other hand, the cultivator in the hall was confused, but that didn't stop them from looking forward to it. The woman in palace robes who was responsible for presenting the auction items once again stepped onto the high platform. A delicate jade bottle was placed on top of the jade plate. The beautiful woman picked up the jade bottle, uncorked it, and shouted in a seemingly excited voice, "This time, the auction item is an origin condensing pill." Sure enough, as soon as the beautiful woman's voice fell, the audience burst into an uproar. The beautiful woman watched with a smile, very satisfied with everyone's reaction. Chapter 1155. After the beautiful auctioneer finished speaking, everyone in the auction hall became noisy. Inside room C13, Qian Tong hurriedly cupped his fist to Yang Kai and said, "After this auction, nephew Yang, please don't be in a hurry to leave. This old master still has something to discuss with you. This old master has to go grab this origin condensing pill, so I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai did not try to persuade him to stay and simply nodded, "Elder Qian, please." Qian Tong left in a hurry. The beautiful auctioneer stretched out her hand and gestured for everyone to calm down before continuing. "Everyone knows the role of an origin condensing pill. It can increase a third-order Saint King cultivator's chances of breaking through to the Origin Returning Realm. Shadowed Star is short on resources and has no Origin King Realm Masters. Origin Returning Realm Masters are our greatest foundation, but every year, the number of Origin Returning Realm Masters on our side is very small. The biggest reason for this is that not many people can refine an Origin Condensing Pill. This pill is a Saint King grade high-rank pill, but its refining difficulty is no less than that of an Origin grade pill. The success rate of refining one is less than 20 to 30%. My treasure trove pavilion has spent a great deal of effort to collect one. Now, the auction will begin. The base price is 100,000 Saint Crystals, and each increase must be no less than 2,000. The beautiful auctioneer's words reached Yang Kai's ears, causing him to be dumbfounded. This Origin Condensing Pill was clearly his to auction, and it was only one of 2 pills. When did Treasure Trove Pavilion spend so much effort to collect it? This woman was really lying through her teeth, but in the entire auction hall, except for a few people who knew the truth, everyone else obviously did not understand the origins of this Origin Condensing Pill. The beautiful auctioneer was obviously trying to raise the price of this Origin Condensing Pill. An Origin Condensing Pill was equivalent to an Origin Returning Realm Master, so any great force present would want it. However, Yang Kai had clearly taken 2 Origin Condensing Pills, but now Treasure Trove Pavilion was only throwing out one. Obviously, they wanted to make a big deal out of the other Origin Condensing Pill. This first Origin Condensing Pill was just a warm-up, so even if someone tried to snatch it, it wouldn't be too difficult. A cultivator's advancement did not have to rely on elixirs. Elixirs were only supplementary means. Yang Kai's guess was correct. The competition for the Origin Condensing Pill was indeed fierce, but the private rooms with the solemn atmosphere just now had actually refrained from making a move. On the contrary, the cultivators sitting in the hall fought to bid. In a short period of time, the starting price had soared from 100,000 to 280,000. The forces behind the cultivator were not as wealthy as the forces in the private rooms, and the number of return to Origin stage cultivators they had was also very small. An Origin Condensing Pill might not be much to a large force. After all, it could only nurture one return to Origin stage cultivator. However, it was a different story for small forces. With one more return to Origin stage cultivator, perhaps the status of their sect or family would rise significantly. For example, the Haiku family and the Su family both had more than a dozen third-order Saint Kings but no Origin Returning Realm Masters. If they were given an Origin Condensing Pill, they could completely break away from the shackles of the outer forces and enter Shadow Moon Hall, enjoying a completely different treatment. That was why they were fighting over this Origin Condensing Pill. After the price reached 280,000, the bids in the hall gradually weakened. 280,000 high-rank Saint Crystals was probably the bottom line of these people. Even if they wanted it, they couldn't afford it. Number 321 has bid 280,000. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? The beautiful auctioneer once again called out sinisterly as her beautiful eyes swept around. As for the person who called out the price of 280,000, he stood up excitedly and looked left and right. His face was filled with nervousness and eagerness, as if he was afraid that someone else would make a bid to suppress him. He even impatiently shouted at the beautiful woman, "Quickly call out the number, no one is increasing the price, hurry up." The beautiful auctioneer seemed to be very understanding as she smiled lightly and shouted, 280,000 going once. 300,000. From one of the private rooms, a low voice suddenly called out, interrupting the beautiful auctioneer's words. The beautiful auctioneer froze for a moment before turning her gaze towards the private room, a look of understanding flashing across her beautiful eyes as she waited quietly. As for the cultivator who was about to succeed, when he heard that the bid of 300,000 came from an A-class private room, he immediately sat down with a gloomy expression and hung his head dejectedly for a while. Without even mentioning the fact that someone else's bid was higher than his, the identity and status of the person in the A-block private room alone was not something he could afford to provoke. This person hadn't made a move yet, obviously not wanting to compete with the cats and dogs in the hall, and was only preparing to make the final call at the critical moment. It could be said that this person's methods were quite good. First, he gave the cultivator in the hall a chance to bid before making a strong move to show off his wealth. Sure enough, no one in the hall made another bid. The beautiful auctioneer lightly opened her mouth, preparing to call out the number again. In her mind, although an origin condensing pill was precious and rare, the price of 300,000 high-rank St. crystals was about right. But before she could open her mouth, someone actually made a bid again, and this time the price was quite outrageous. 400,000. After the bidder made his bid, he chuckled meaningfully. An origin condensing pill is such a precious thing. Naturally, one should raise the price to their heart's content. What's the point of adding up to 10 or 20,000? These words sounded like they were mocking the cultivator in the A block private room who had previously bid 300,000, but no one thought there was anything wrong with them because the person who made this bid was also from the A block private room, so his status was obviously no lower than the previous bidders. On Shadowed Star, the various great forces were not harmonious. Many of them fought openly and secretly, and many of them were even life or death enemies. The smart ones had already guessed that there was some kind of grievance between these two bidders, or perhaps there was some kind of grudge between the forces they belonged to. Otherwise, why would they be so hostile? Elder Qian. Inside private room C13, Wu Yi muttered in amazement because she recognized that the person who made the bid of 400,000 was actually Qian Tong. This old man had just left and in the blink of an eye had suddenly become so extravagant. Where did he get so many St. crystals from? Yang Kai's expression became strange as he frowned secretly, wondering what Qian Tong was trying to do. He clearly knew that this origin condensing pill was up for auction, so why would he deliberately raise the price so high? If he lost this pill to himself, wouldn't he be suffering a loss? Or did he really want it? If he was deliberately raising the price, then he was trying to buy it back at a high price to earn Yang Kai's favor, but thinking about it again, Qian Tong definitely knew that there was an even better origin condensing pill, so there was no need for him to do this. If he really wanted to earn Yang Kai's favor, he could have just raised the price of the other origin condensing pill. It seems that Qian Tong has some kind of grudge with the previous bidder, Yang Kai secretly guessed. 410,000. The man didn't seem to hear the ridicule in Qian Tong's words and coldly snorted before raising the price by another 10,000. 500,000. In comparison, Qian Tong seemed much richer, continuously raising the price in round figures, causing many cultivator in the hall to secretly admire him. 510,000, 600,000. The two seemed to be competing with each other, and only the sounds of Qian Tong and the man bidding could be heard in the auction hall. The price of the origin condensing pill soared, making Yang Kai feel like he was in a dream, almost unable to believe that the pill he had casually refined was so expensive. He had asked Wu Yi before which pills were more expensive, and Wu Yi had said origin condensing pills and origin nirvana pills. He couldn't refine an origin nirvana pill, so he had casually refined 2 origin condensing pills. He was also afraid that Yang Yan's 2 origin grade artifacts wouldn't be able to sell for too high a price, so he had tried his best. How could he have imagined that the price of an origin condensing pill would be enough to satisfy him? With 600,000 high-rank St. crystals, he could purchase a large number of precious materials, and Yang Yan could arrange a spirit array to cover the entire Dragon Cave Mountain. On top of that, Qian Tong and the man's bids continued to rise, and in the blink of an eye, the price had soared to 710,000. Sighs rang out from countless private rooms, as if everyone thought that these two had gone crazy, actually raising the price of an origin condensing pill so high. Even if there was a deep hatred between them, they shouldn't do this. With this precedent being set, what would happen if another origin condensing pill appeared in the future? Would it be auctioned at such a high price? Only a fool would buy it. So many St. crystals, rich people really are terrifying. Wu Yi smiled bitterly. Wu Yi smiled bitterly, thinking about how the Haiku family was struggling to earn a few thousand St. crystals, but in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction house, there were many rich and powerful people who spent money like water. Soon, these Saint Crystals will be ours, Yang Kai said, sniffing. Why? Wu Yi looked at him in amazement. That origin condensing pill is mine to auction. What? Wu Yi and Yang Yen were both stunned as they stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Even the two women from Shadow Moon Hall couldn't help gaping slightly, as if they hadn't expected the person they were in charge of serving to be so rich. No matter what his background was, with more than 700,000 Saint Crystals, his status would immediately rise. 800,000. Qian Tong's voice still sounded unhurriedly, as if he wasn't bidding 800,000, but 80,000 Saint Crystals. 8,000 Saint Crystals, he didn't seem to care at all. 900,000. The man competing with Qian Tong also became enraged and abandoned his previous method of increasing the price by 10,000, directly raising the price by 100,000. At the same time, he shouted angrily, "Old dog Qian Tong, if you want to fight, this old master will accompany you, there's no need to disgust me like this. A trivial few 100,000 Saint Crystals is nothing to my sea temple." Ha! Qian Tong's laughter rang out. "Jiang Huayan, what do you mean by that? Is this your first time participating in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction? Don't you understand the principle that the highest bidder wins? This old master likes this origin condensing pill, so naturally he can bid as much as he wants, but if you can't afford it, don't try to compete with this old master. This old master doesn't have much, but he does have a lot of Saint Crystals. Ha! This old master has just picked up a few tens of millions of Saint Crystals and has no place to spend them. If I don't buy something I like, what else can I do? Am I supposed to take them to my grave?" As soon as these words came out, disdainful voices immediately rang out from the private rooms. The Sea Temple Master named Jiang Huayan was so angry he almost coughed up blood. The Saint Crystals Qian Tong had picked up were something almost everyone in the private rooms had a share of, so naturally Sea Temple had a share as well. Taking someone else's Saint Crystals and competing with them for something was simply inhumane. Qian Tong's approach was simply too immoral. Chapter 1156. Although everyone despised Qian Tong in their hearts, most of them were envious. Who told Qian Tong to seize this great opportunity to make money? Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction was held every 2 or 3 years and had been held in the territories of all the great forces. Turning this kind of event into a money-making opportunity required both luck and foresight. No one spoke up for Jiang Huai. Without even mentioning the fact that Qian Tong's words were reasonable at an auction, it was only natural that everyone would bid for the items. On top of that, there was some grievance between Shadow Moon Hall and Sea Temple, so Qian Tong was targeting Jiang Huayan. This was already a matter between two great forces, so the other great forces naturally wouldn't intervene casually and wade into these muddy waters. "I understand," Wu Yi suddenly said in a low voice. "Understand what?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. "I know why Jiang Huayan is willing to pay such a high price to buy an origin condensing pill." Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled. "He is the third temple master of Sea Temple, and I heard that he has a very favored son named Jiang Jiren. Unfortunately, Jiang Jiren's aptitude is average. Over the years, Jiang Huayan has used countless precious treasures to raise his cultivation to the Third Order Saint King realm. Unfortunately, Third Order Saint King is Jiang Jiren's bottom line. Without an origin condensing pill, he will never be able to break through to the origin returning realm. I heard that Jiang Huayan has been looking everywhere for origin condensing pills and has even collected several sets of materials to refine them, but none of them have been successful. So he's determined to obtain this origin condensing pill?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he secretly thought to himself, "No wonder Qian Tong is raising the price so unscrupulously. It turns out that he has grasped Jiang Huayan's weakness and isn't afraid he won't buy it. That should be the case. Sea Temple's third temple master is willing to pay such a high price because he wants to buy it for Jiang Jiren. But one should know when to stop. Jiang Huayan isn't a fool. I estimate that if Elder Qian raises the price again, he might just throw this origin condensing pill into his own hands." Yang Kai was slightly worried. Qian Tong had treated him well, so Yang Kai naturally didn't want Qian Tong to suffer a loss at his hands. Wu Yi smiled. What are you afraid of? Didn't you hear Elder Qian say he picked up several tens of millions of Saint crystals? Although it's not true, Elder Qian is really rich. Alright, how much did he give you just now? I don't. Only then did Yang Kai remember that he was still holding a space ring in his hand. Just now, Qian Tong had hurriedly left after delivering the space ring, so the auction for the origin condensing pills had begun immediately. Yang Kai's attention had been attracted by the sounds of bidding below, and he hadn't had time to check his space ring. Sweeping the contents of his space ring with his divine sense, Yang Kai's expression instantly froze. Wu Yi saw Yang Kai's expression change and asked nervously. She didn't know why, but her heart was pounding. Even Yang Yen was craning his neck, waiting for Yang Kai's answer. Yang Kai took a deep breath and handed the space ring to them. Take a look for yourself. Wu Yi took it suspiciously, but after using her divine sense to check the number of Saint crystals inside the space ring, she couldn't help exclaiming and covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Seeing this, Yang Yen snatched the space ring and checked its contents, his expression not much better than Wu Yi's. 3 million high-rank Saint crystals. The space ring sent by Qian Tong contained a total of 3 million high-rank Saint crystals. This exaggerated number not only caused Wu Yi and Yang Yen to go crazy, even Yang Kai was stunned on the spot. Yang Kai had thought that Qian Tong was just being polite, giving him 200,000 or 300,000 high-rank Saint crystals at most, but it turned out to be 10 times that amount. No wonder Qian Tong said that as long as he didn't buy anything too expensive, these Saint crystals should be enough for him to spend. 3 million, just how many things could he buy? It seems that Elder Qian really did pick up tens of millions of Saint crystals and wasn't just boasting, Yang Kai muttered to himself. Yang Kai's expression became strange. He knew that these Saint crystals were tolls collected by Qian Tong, but he hadn't expected Qian Tong to be so bold as to collect tens of millions of Saint crystals in tolls. These 3 million Saint crystals might only be a tenth of that amount. Wu Yi glanced over at the two female disciples from Shadow Moon Hall cautiously before whispering to Yang Kai, "Don't try to curry favor for no reason, be careful." Yang Kai snorted, "What's there to be afraid of? I contributed greatly to those tolls. If it weren't for me, Elder Qian wouldn't have been able to collect so many Saint crystals. We'll take these 3 million Saint crystals with no qualms." That would be for the best. Wu Yi was still a little worried. While the three of them were talking, Qian Tong and Jiang Huayan had been ridiculing each other for quite some time. Seeing that they were about to continue arguing, Yan Pei, who was drinking tea in an A-block private room, suddenly became unhappy and coldly snorted, "Are you two done yet? Everyone here is waiting to see how the auction progresses. If you really don't like each other, why don't you go out and fight? Don't waste my Treasure Trove Pavilion's time to do business." Hearing the words of Treasure Trove Pavilion's chief manager, Qian Tong and Jiang Huayan finally stopped arguing. Even if they didn't give face to anyone else, they had to give face to Treasure Trove Pavilion. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to participate in future auctions and would suffer a great loss. Many precious things on Shadowed Star were auctioned off by Treasure Trove Pavilion. Qian Tong grinned meaningfully and said, "This old master just can't stand some people being so stingy. Forget it, there's no point in arguing, it's just who gets it. And young lady, where did the origin condensing pill go?" The beautiful female auctioneer pursed her lips and smiled. "Elder Qian, Temple Master Jiang has bid 900,000. 900,000, what a high price, TSK. That's enough to buy 3 origin condensing pills." As soon as Qian Tong's voice fell, the sound of a chair being crushed rang out from Jiang Huayan's private room. The Sea Temple's third temple master obviously wanted to skin Qian Tong alive. It was Qian Tong who had raised the price, but now he was making sarcastic remarks. It seemed he wouldn't give up until he angered Jiang Huayan to death. Qian Tong shouted again, 1 million. The audience went into an uproar again. The auction had been going on for 3 hours now, and finally, an item worth 1 million appeared. Although everyone knew that this price was much higher than the market price, This was still an auction, so with so many people competing for it, the price would naturally be higher. The sound of something breaking once again rang out from C Temple's A10 private room. Qian Tong smiled and said, "Jiang, don't say this old master didn't take care of you. You and I have known each other for many years. Now that we are fighting over an origin condensing pill, others will see us as a joke. This is the last time this old master will raise the price. If you can outbid this old master will give you this origin condensing pill. 1,010,000. Even if he knew that Qian Tong was trying to bargain, Jiang had no choice but to raise the price. At this point in the auction, it was no longer just a matter of the origin condensing pill, but also a matter of face. Moreover, Jiang had gone to great lengths to obtain this origin condensing pill. The herbs he had collected over the years were worth nearly 1,000,000 Saint crystals. Now that there was a ready-made pill in front of him, of course he had to grab it. What made Jiang want to vomit blood was that he had clearly spent several times the price to buy this origin condensing pill, but in the eyes of those who didn't know the truth, this origin condensing pill was actually being given to him by Qian Tong. If this wasn't Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction, if this wasn't Heavenly Fate City, Jiang would have fought Qian Tong to the death. This was going too far. After the price of 1,010,000 was called out, no one else increased the price. Qian Tong also didn't say anything. The beautiful female auctioneer quickly stepped forward and shouted 3 times before the origin condensing pill was finally won by Jiang. If not for the 3,000,000 Saint crystals given by Qian Tong, Yang Kai and the others would have been very happy with this additional million, but with 3,000,000 Saint crystals in hand and now an additional million, all 3 of them remained calm. After all, once money reached a certain point, it would become nothing more than a pile of numbers. However, this didn't hinder the 3 of them from looking forward to the other auction items. Even Yang Kai was the same. He wanted to know what kind of price his other origin condensing pill would sell for, as well as Yang Yan's origin grade mid-rank artifact, both of which would definitely be quite valuable. By now, the auction had reached the second half. With the appearance of the origin condensing pill as the starting point, the second half of Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction was really different. Whether it was the grade or quality of the items, they were all much higher than before, so naturally, the price of these items also soared. At this point, the cultivators sitting in the hall had basically lost the qualification to participate in the auction. Now, only those in the private rooms were bidding, while the people in the hall were simply watching the fun. Almost every auction item sold for no less than 200,000 or 300,000 Saint crystals, with a few of the best items going for more than 1,000,000 Saint crystals. This made Yang Kai sigh again. On Shadowed Star, there were still many rich people, it was just that ordinary people couldn't see them. Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction had brought all these rich people together. With 3,000,000 Saint crystals on hand, there was still 1,000,000 Saint crystals to go. Yang Yan and Wu Yi also wanted to participate in the auction, but Yang Yan was an origin-grade artifact refiner, so they naturally wouldn't bid on these artifacts. Originally, they wanted to buy some pills, but they were stopped by Yang Kai. Yang Kai was an alchemist himself, so how could he let them spend their money in vain? After bidding for a while, Yang Yan could only buy some precious raw materials for arranging spirit arrays and artifact refining. A piece of star's iron the size of a human head cost 250,000 Saint crystals, 10 pieces of high-quality blue spirit would cost 370,000 Saint crystals, and some 9th-order monster beast body materials plus its monster core cost nearly 1,000,000 Saint crystals, so the 3,000,000 Saint crystals quickly shrank. Yang Kai didn't make a move because he didn't see what he wanted. It wasn't until a cratered stone the size of a wash basin appeared in the auction that Kai Yang bought it with a base price of 150,000 gold coins that he couldn't determine its origin and quality. According to the beautiful auctioneer, none of the appraisal grandmasters of Treasure Trove Pavilion could tell what this strange stone was, and some artifact refiners had tried to melt it but failed. Countless masters in the auction hall had also used their divine senses to investigate it, but none of them could find anything, almost making it the first item to go unsold at the auction. Because no one knew what this stone was, but something that even artifact refiners couldn't melt was obviously not ordinary, so the base price set by Treasure Trove Pavilion wasn't too low. It wasn't until the last moment that Yang Kai lazily announced the base price and easily won the auction. Chapter 1157. Everyone else thought that Yang Kai was simply burning money and wanted to buy a rare item to keep, but only Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation knew that Yang Kai wasn't acting like this because while waiting for a Treasure Trove Pavilion disciple to deliver the stone, Yang Kai's expression was clearly very excited and somewhat strange. A moment later, a woman from Treasure Trove Pavilion delivered the strange stone into private room C13. Yang Kai handed over 150,000 Saint Crystals and happily played with the strange stone for a while before storing it into his space ring. Yang Inflammation leaned over and asked softly, "Do you know what this is?" "I don't." Yang Kai shook his head. "If you don't know, why did you buy it?" Yang Inflammation rolled her eyes, somewhat speechless. "Although I don't know what it is, I know it's useful to me," Yang Kai said solemnly. If he didn't know it was useful to him, Yang Kai wouldn't have bought it. 150,000 high-rank Saint Crystals was not a small amount. Even if he had enough money now, he wouldn't spend it so carelessly. "Useful to you?" Yang Inflammation frowned and suddenly whispered, "Do you have exotic insects?" "Exotic insects?" Yang Kai looked at her puzzledly, his brow furrowing as he asked, "Do you know what this stone is?" Yang Inflammation nodded gently. Even the appraisal grandmasters of Treasure Trove Pavilion couldn't identify the origin of this strange stone, and none of the masters present could tell what it was either. Just how old was Yang Yen, so how could she possibly recognize it? On top of that, she was an origin-grade artifact refiner and a spirit array grandmaster. This little girl exuded a sense of mystery. Yang Kai had long guessed that Yang Inflammation was a person with a story, and now it seemed he was right. "What exactly is that stone?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice while Wu Yi also listened carefully. "The profound insect stone." Yang Inflammation spat out these two words. "It has no use for anyone, it can only be used to cultivate some exotic insects. It is a very rare thing and contains a very mysterious energy. This energy cannot be used for artifact refining, nor can it be absorbed by a cultivator. But once you let the exotic insects settle down on it, they can quickly grow. That's why I asked you if you have any exotic insects." Yang Kai suddenly understood why the soul-devouring insects that had been living on the six-colored island in his knowledge sea suddenly became irritable and excited when this strange stone appeared. These soul-devouring insects were exotic ancient insects, so they were naturally a kind of exotic insect. These soul-devouring insects were obtained from Tongxian realm and had been living on the six-colored island in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, being nourished by the six-colored soul-warming lotus. When Yang Kai first obtained them, they weren't very strong, only invincible under the Saint realm. If a transcendent realm cultivator had their knowledge sea invaded by them, they would instantly die. Later, after a large-scale mutation and being nourished by the six-colored soul-warming lotus for many years, these soul-devouring insects had become much stronger, but they were still only capable of dealing with Saint realm cultivators. Saint kings could easily destroy them. As Yang Kai's strength improved, these soul-devouring insects had become of little use. Yang Kai didn't abandon them though, allowing them to reproduce and develop on their own. If it weren't for the appearance of this profound insect stone today, causing the soul-devouring insects to suddenly react differently, Yang Kai would have even forgotten about their existence. It was because of the excitement of the soul-devouring insects that Yang Kai had bought the profound insect stone without a trace. Now, after listening to Yang Inflammation's explanation, Yang Kai immediately knew he had bought a treasure. These 150,000 Saint Crystals had not been spent in vain. If the profound insect stone could really allow the soul-devouring insects to evolve further, allowing them to deal with Saint Kings and origin-returning realm cultivators, their usefulness would be enormous. "What kind of exotic insects do you have?" Yang Inflammation asked curiously. "I'll tell you when we get back." Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. Yang Inflammation looked at him strangely but didn't say anything more. Look, that twin dagger is being auctioned. Wu Yi suddenly called out excitedly. She knew she couldn't reveal that it was Yang Inflammation who refined it, so she didn't dare mention Yang Inflammation's name. Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation both looked towards the auction stage and saw the twin daggers appear on the stage. Moreover, there was more than one origin-grade artifact being auctioned. A row of 12 women in palatial robes appeared, each holding a jade plate. Each jade plate held an artifact of the same grade, all of them origin-grade low rank. The aura surrounding them was extremely dense, attracting everyone's attention at once. The beautiful female auctioneer smiled again and said, "Everyone should be clear about the items being auctioned this time. These are 12 origin-grade low-rank artifacts. Everyone present should also know that it won't be long before one of Shadowed Star's 3 great forbidden areas, the Lu Yen Sand Field, opens. This is a great opportunity that only appears once every several hundred years. If you want to enter the Lu Yen Sand Field, you must have enough strength, and not only that, you must also have excellent equipment. These 12 origin-grade low-rank artifacts were specifically collected by my treasure trove pavilion for the upcoming opening of the Lu Yen Sand Field. They are all things that can be used to protect your life. There are not many origin-grade artifacts on Shadowed Star, and my treasure trove pavilion has spent a great deal of effort to collect these 12 artifacts, resulting in many casualties among our disciples." The beautiful female auctioneer continued to speak from the high platform, causing Yang Kai to frown as he turned to Wu and asked curiously, "What are the 3 great forbidden areas?" Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled. "You haven't been on Shadowed Star for long, so naturally you haven't heard of them. The 3 great forbidden areas are infamous existences on Shadowed Star, and everyone who talks about them pales. The first one is the Lu Yen Sand Field she just mentioned. That place covers an unknown area and is shrouded in intense heat all year round. Even the outermost layer of this heat is not something a person can resist. There was once an origin-returning realm master who thought he was strong enough to rush into the Lu Yen Sand Field to search for treasures, but no matter how strong he was or how well prepared he was, as soon as he entered the Lu Yen Sand Field, he was melted away along with his artifacts. It's that powerful? Yang Kai was shocked. Yes, and that's only the outermost layer of this heat. It is said that if one were to venture deeper, even an Origin King Realm Master would not be able to resist it, but that's just a rumor. There are no Origin Kings on Shadowed Star, so no one knows how strong an Origin King Realm Master really is. Wu Yi smiled sweetly. Then why did this woman say that the Lu Yen Sand Field was about to open? Yang Kai frowned. If the Lu Yen Sand Field was really a place where death was certain, who would be so stupid as to enter? No one would complain about having a long life. Because every once in a while, the power of the flowing flame sand field will greatly decrease. This period of time is not fixed. It may be a few dozen years or even a few hundred years. Once the power of the flowing flame sand field weakens, cultivators will be able to enter. I have read in my family's ancient books that the last time the flowing flame sand field opened was 400 years ago, so no one has entered that place for 400 years. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. A place where no one had entered for 400 years? How many good things were hidden inside? No wonder the beautiful auctioneer had said that this was a great opportunity. Yang Kai knew that many precious treasures liked to grow in hot environments, and the hotter they were, the more vigorous they would be. The Lu Yen Sand Field might have some of these treasures. However, what excited Yang Kai the most was not these precious treasures, but the high temperature. This place was very suitable for him to refine the profound Yin sunflower water. On Rainfall Star, Zhong Ao once said that if he wanted to refine the profound Yin sunflower water, he had to find a place with extremely high temperatures. Yang Kai had more than 20 drops of profound Yin sunflower water and had already collected all the materials needed to refine it. Now, all he needed to do was find a suitable place. The Lu Yen Sand Field undoubtedly met his requirements. As long as he could refine a single drop, his strength would definitely improve again. Wu Yi continued. The second forbidden zone is the Emperor Garden. It is said that it was once the back garden of the great emperors of Star Territory. Yang Kai was shocked. The great emperors of Star Territory? A legendary master. It is said that many years ago, the entire Hengluo star field was under the control of one of the great emperors of Star Territory. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, this star emperor disappeared and no one knows where he went. Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. He had heard rumors about the star emperor before from Shun Tu on the floating continent. At that time, Yang Kai didn't take it seriously, thinking that this so-called star emperor was a fabrication, but now it seemed that there really was such a person. Because even a remote cultivation star like Shadowed Star had such a legend, it was impossible for it to be groundless. A star emperor, in charge of an entire star territory, just how powerful was that? Forget about a star emperor, even a star master was something Yang Kai had never seen before. He only knew that in order to become a star master, one needed to be at least an Origin King realm cultivator and had to take the risk of fusing with a star source. Once one failed, even an Origin King would die. The flowing flame sand field has always existed, but no one has been able to enter it. The Emperor Garden, on the other hand, is elusive, no one knows where it is. Occasionally, it will appear for a brief moment, attracting many people to enter it, but no one has ever come out alive. Only under some special circumstances will the Emperor Garden stabilize, and once it does, it will be a great opportunity. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little excited when he heard this. The Star Emperor's back garden was filled with countless precious treasures. The third forbidden zone is located in the territory of the sea. It's called Serene Soul Island, which is also extremely dangerous. If the Lu Yen sand field has always existed and the Emperor Garden occasionally appears, then the Serene Soul Island is truly untraceable. No one has ever seen it, and no one has ever been able to find it. All those who have seen it have died. Wu Yi's words were filled with a gloomy aura, causing Yang Yen to shiver uncontrollably. This little girl's courage had always been quite small. Since no one has ever seen it, why does anyone know about Serene Soul Island? Yang Kai frowned. Of the three great forbidden zones, he felt this one was the most unreliable. Wu Yi smiled faintly. Its existence is reasonable. Since everyone knows about Serene Soul Island, it must exist. Yang Kai didn't dwell on this issue, but the impending opening of the Lu Yen sand field made him very excited. There was no better place to refine the profound Yin sunflower water than that. Zhong Ao had said that when refining the profound Yin sunflower water, as long as it was within the limits of one's body, the higher the temperature, the better. The higher the temperature, the better the profound Yin sunflower water's power would be. Should I go there when the time comes? Yang Kai thought to himself. Chapter 1158. While Yang Kai's mood was soaring on the high platform, the beautiful female auctioneer had already begun the auction of the first Origin grade low-rank artifact. Because of the flowing flame sand field and the scarcity of Origin grade artifacts, even though Treasure Trove Pavilion had displayed 12 artifacts at once, it still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the masters in the private rooms from bidding for them. On the contrary, it only served to further stimulate their determination to obtain them. There were only 12 Origin grade low-rank artifacts, so once they were sold out, there would be none left. Yang Kai heard the muffled voice of Thunder Typhoon Sec's Fong Tianzhong, heard Heaven Battling Union's Chu Chang Feng proudly raise his bid, heard Yin Su Dai from Colored Glass Sec's Yin Su Dai's melodious voice, and even heard the competing voices of the young masters from other great forces. These rising stars all seemed to want to buy some Origin grade low-rank artifacts in order to prepare for entering the flowing flame sand field. The starting price of an Origin grade low-rank artifact was raised to 600,000 Saint crystals in an instant, and the bids were still increasing. Yang Kai suddenly found that he had underestimated the purchasing power of Shadowed Star's great forces and the preciousness of Origin grade artifacts. He had thought that a Saint King grade high-rank artifact would sell for 30 to 50,000 Saint crystals, while an Origin grade low-rank artifact would sell for 2 to 300,000. However, this was not the case at all. Although there was only a 1-grade difference between Origin grade low rank and Saint King grade high rank, the difference in price was like the difference between heaven and earth. After thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai understood. These great forces didn't lack purchasing power. After many years of accumulation, they had accumulated a large number of Saint crystals. What they lacked was the opportunity to see something good. Once it appeared, even if they had to spend more Saint crystals, they wouldn't feel distressed. Origin grade low-rank artifacts were such good things. On Shadowed Star, the highest grade artifact refiners could reach was Origin grade low rank, but it was impossible for them to be like Yang Yen, who could guarantee success every time they refined an artifact. Just like alchemy, when an artifact refiner refined an artifact, there was a great chance that it would be damaged. Once it was damaged, not only would it be impossible to refine an artifact, but all the raw materials would also be lost. The chance of raw materials being damaged was very high, which naturally caused the price of Origin-grade artifacts to remain high. The price of the first Origin-grade low-rank artifact quickly broke through 1,000,000 Saint crystals, and although the number of people bidding gradually decreased, there were still some who were considering increasing the price. Yang Kai wanted to see how much this artifact could sell for, but suddenly his expression changed and he whispered to Yang Inflammation and Wu, "I'm going out for a bit, I'll be back soon." The two women looked at him in surprise, but they didn't ask anything and just nodded lightly. Yang Kai quickly left private room C13 and walked straight out of the Trove of Treasures building. He lingered for a while in a shop opposite the Trove of Treasures building before he slipped into the crowd on the left. Although Yang Kai had been paying attention to the progress of the auction, he had not relaxed his observation of the cultivator who had won the map fragment. The appearance of the 12 Origin-grade artifacts had caused the atmosphere in the auction hall to soar, and while most people's attention was attracted by the Origin-grade artifacts, the First Order Saint King cultivator who had won the map fragment quietly left the auction hall. Obviously, he felt that this was a good opportunity to escape. Before, he had spent 100,000 Saint crystals to firmly win the map fragment, which had attracted the attention of many people. If he wasn't afraid of attracting even more attention, he would have already left. However, it was too late to leave now. A cultivator like him shouldn't have competed for this map fragment. Yang Kai's divine sense was comparable to that of an Origin returning realm master, so it was naturally easy for him to monitor such a person. Yang Kai also found that many people had the same idea as him. After he left Trove of Treasures building, one cultivator after another quietly left, all of them following behind the owner of the map fragment. Yang Kai was speechless for a while. He thought that besides himself, not many people would pay attention to this cultivator, but now he realized that it wasn't that no one was paying attention, but rather that everyone was quietly paying attention. The forces behind these people obviously believed that the owner of this map fragment had more than one map fragment. Once they obtained two, they might be able to obtain some useful clues. Yang Kai's face went black. Although there was no good way to snatch this map fragment, it was impossible for him to just give up. After all, Yang Yun definitely had a map fragment. For the time being, he could only take one step at a time and head out of Heavenly Fate City. Although the owner of the map fragment had deliberately concealed his aura along the way and tried to keep his expression normal, how could a little First Order Saint King escape the eyes of so many masters? After a stick of incense worth of time, he left Heavenly Fate City, followed by one figure after another. Yang Kai fell behind, and although many people's divine senses swept towards him, many of them Origin returning realm masters, no one paid any attention to Yang Kai. 50 kilometers west of Heavenly Fate City, Falling Horse Slope. This place was desolate and filled with strange rocks. If one went further, they would arrive at a stone forest that was definitely a good place to kill and rob. Gu Xiong had noticed that someone was following him, but even if he had noticed, there was no way he could get rid of them because he knew exactly why these people were targeting him. His legs were trembling and his face was pale, wishing he could slap himself a few times. This time, when Treasure Trove Pavilion was holding an auction in Heavenly Fate City, Yang Kai had spent a lot of money to buy an admission token from a friend. He had also brought all the Saint crystals he had accumulated over the years with him in order to buy something good at the auction to improve his strength. But instead of buying something good, he had actually bought a broken map fragment. Only the heavens knew why he had shouted out a high price of 100,000 Saint crystals at that time. That was all of his savings, as well as the accumulation of his ancestors for generations. If he was given another chance, Gu Xiong swore he would never have entered these muddy waters. Whoever wanted to buy that broken map fragment could buy it, but he would never have bought it. Unfortunately, no matter how much he regretted it now, it was too late. Walking along the falling horse slope, Gu Xiong felt a chill run down his spine, as if there were countless pairs of eyes staring at him from all directions. He didn't even dare summon his star shuttle to escape. He was sure that once he took out his star shuttle, he would die here the next moment. Looking up and seeing the stone forest 10 kilometers away, Gu Xiong stopped and didn't dare to go any further. If he went there, he would also die. A gust of wind blew past, causing Gu Xiong's clothes to flutter. Gu Xiong's already tense nerves finally reached their limit. With a plop, he knelt down. Facing the gust of wind, he cried and wailed, "Seniors, please spare this junior's life. This junior was muddle-headed and shouldn't have bought that broken map fragment. Please spare my life, I just broke through to the Saint King realm, I don't want to die yet." The whistling wind blew Gu Xiong's cries a little off-key, adding a touch of eeriness to this desolate place. Seeing no movement from all directions, Gu Xiong knew that these people weren't afraid of him, but rather of each other. Unable to bear it any longer, Yang Kai quickly took out the broken map fragment from his space ring, held it high in his hand, and continued to shout, "This map fragment is here, if any of the seniors want it, please come and take it, but please don't take this junior's life." Although no one had appeared yet, Gu Xiong could clearly sense that an invisible pressure was shooting towards him from all directions. All of these pressures swept past the map fragment in his hand, and then quickly retracted. Gu Xiong continued to cry and beg for mercy, but after a long time, he shouted again, "Seniors, I will leave this map fragment here. If any of you want it, this junior will withdraw first, okay?" Still, no one answered. Gu Xiong shouted 3 times in a row before saying in a self-deceiving manner, "If none of you have any objections, this junior will take his leave." Saying so, Yang Kai put down the map fragment in his hand on the ground, picked up a stone, and slowly stood up. As soon as he turned around, he suddenly saw a young man standing behind him, causing Gu Xiong to fall to his knees in fright. This young man was wearing an artifact armor, so at first glance, it was obvious he was not an ordinary person. What frightened Gu Xiong the most was that behind this young man stood 2 masters with cold expressions. Judging from the auras these 2 were exuding, they were definitely 2 origin-returning realm masters. Do you think this is an auction where shouting 3 times will result in a deal? The young man sneered. Gu Xiong quickly waved his hand and said, "I wouldn't dare, this young master must be joking, but I've been shouting here for a long time yet no one paid any attention to me. Young master, I'll leave this map fragment here. If you want it, feel free to take it, just don't kill me. You're not qualified to bargain with me." The young man remained unmoved and motioned to the master behind him to pick up the map fragment. He didn't want to come out so early because there were at least 30 people lying in ambush on this falling horse slope, but seeing this timid Saint King realm cultivator really want to leave, he couldn't hold himself back and was the first to step out. One of the origin-returning realm masters behind him stepped forward, picked up the map fragment, examined it, and nodded, "It's the one that appeared at the auction." Saying so, he handed the map fragment to the young man. The young man took it and threw it into his space ring before turning to Gu Xiong and saying, "Let me see your space ring." Gu Xiong was stunned for a moment, as if this was the first time he had been robbed. Although he was unwilling, he didn't dare to resist and obediently took off his space ring and handed it to the young man. The young man swept the space ring with his divine sense and his face suddenly became gloomy as he shouted angrily, "You don't have any other map fragments?" "I didn't say I had any." Gu Xiong defended himself weakly. "Bastard!" The young man was furious and kicked Gu Xiong in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground, gritting his teeth as he said, "If you don't have any other map fragments, why did you bid?" Didn't that beautiful woman say that this map fragment contained a shocking amount of wealth, top-grade secret arts, and artifacts? Gu Xiong felt wronged. It was precisely because he believed the words of that beautiful auctioneer that he had bid 100,000 Saint King Realm Cultivator. You believed her just because she said so? The young man's expression darkened as he shouted, "Do you think you can find any clues with this map fragment?" Gu Xiong nodded lightly as if this was a matter of course. Chapter 1159. The young man was speechless, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he wished he could immediately kill this idiot Gu Xiong. It was because of this idiot that he had randomly increased the price that he had come out here to enjoy the breeze, but in the end he didn't have any other map fragments. The young man suddenly felt a sense of anger at being played, and the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Slowly raising his hand, the young man condensed his Saint Qi into the shape of a sword. Gu Xiong wept bitterly and kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy. Before the young man could act though, one of the origin returning realm masters behind him suddenly whispered, "Young master, you can't kill him." The young man froze for a moment before asking, "Why?" "If we kill him, there will be no witnesses. Others will probably think we obtained 2 map fragments. Obtaining 1 map fragment isn't a problem, but obtaining 2 will be a big problem." Hearing this, the young man thought for a while before finally understanding. Cursing loudly, he kicked Gu Xiong fiercely, threw his space ring at his face, and left. Surprisingly, no one tried to stop him. Not long after the young man and the 2 origin returning realm masters left, another person walked out from a hidden place and came up to Gu Xiong, who was lying on the ground with a frown on his face, asking a few questions. Gu Xiong answered truthfully. The man picked up the space ring on the ground and examined it before slowly shaking his head in disappointment, tossing it to the ground and quickly leaving. A third person walked out and did exactly the same thing as the second person, followed by a fourth, a fifth. After experiencing such a huge fall from life to death, Gu Xiong's mood seemed to have calmed down a lot, but being interrogated by masters whose status and strength were far higher than his still made him feel a little uneasy. Fortunately, these people only asked him a few questions, checked his space ring, and let him go. None of them had any intention of taking his life, nor did anyone try to steal anything from his space ring. After half an hour, Yang Kai was the last to come out. Gu Xiong was already familiar with this kind of situation, so without waiting for Yang Kai to ask, he quickly explained, "I don't have a second map fragment. I just listened to that beautiful woman's words and thought that with this map fragment I would be able to find shocking wealth and top-grade martial skills. My space ring is on the ground. If you want to see it, you can check it yourself. Just don't kill me." Yang Kai sighed, no longer in the mood to check Gu Xiong's space ring. So many people had seen it, if there really was a second map fragment, it would have been impossible for it not to be discovered. "Next time, don't randomly buy things," Yang Kai said in a slightly amused tone. Of the dozens of people who came out, which one of them wasn't a scheming person? But they were all fooled by Gu Xiong. It wasn't that Gu Xiong's acting skills were amazing, but no one thought that this guy was such a fool. He believed the beautiful auctioneer's words so easily. Gu Xiong nodded repeatedly, "I'll never buy anything at an auction again." "Let's go." Yang Kai waved to him, "You're lucky that no one killed you this time, but next time, it's hard to say." Yes. Gu Xiong said gratefully, grabbing his space ring and scrambling away. He had been so frightened that he hadn't even realized that Yang Kai was a cultivator in the same realm as him, otherwise, how could he have been so polite to Yang Kai? It wasn't until Gu Xiong had run far away that he summoned his star shuttle and flew away. Vaguely, Yang Kai seemed to be able to hear him crying out in fear. The map fragment that had appeared at the auction had been taken away by the first young man to appear, which made Yang Kai very depressed. Yang Kai's strength was too low right now, so naturally, it was impossible for him to compete with this young man for this map fragment. The reason why the others hadn't tried to snatch it was because everyone knew that a single map fragment was useless, otherwise, they would have already bid for it at the auction. How could it have been won by Gu Xiong? On top of that, that young man probably had some background, so naturally, they wouldn't easily offend the force behind him for a useless map fragment. Now, it seemed that the map fragment would have been better off in Gu Xiong's hands. Now that it had been taken away by that young man, Yang Kai estimated that he wouldn't be able to retrieve it in a short time. Fortunately, he had already memorized the other party's appearance, so it wouldn't be too late to think of a way later. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai returned to Heavenly Fate City again and headed straight to Treasure Trove Pavilion. Inside room C13, Yang Kai pushed open the door, sat down on his chair, and took a sip of spirit tea. Seeing Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation both immersed in excitement, he couldn't help asking, "How did the auction go?" "You're back?" Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation seemed to have just noticed Yang Kai, Wu Yi smiling widely and saying, "The price was unexpected, each artifact sold for more than 1,000,000 gold coins. Now, the one being auctioned is the twin daggers." Yang Kai raised his head and looked down. Sure enough, next to the beautiful auctioneer was the final two-pronged daggers, but what surprised him was that no one was bidding for it. "What's the price?" Yang Kai thought that it was impossible for such an artifact to go unsold. 2,100,000. Wu Yi replied excitedly, not waiting for Yang Kai to ask again before taking the initiative to explain. "The grade of the twin daggers is close to origin grade mid-rank, much better than the previous 11, so the price is also much higher. It seems the people here are quite knowledgeable." At that moment, the beautiful female auctioneer shouted, 2,100,000 going once, 2,100,000 going twice, 2,100,000 going thrice, sold. Congratulations to the friend in private room C3 for winning the exquisite twin daggers. This mistress wishes this friend great success in the Lu Yen sand field and a fruitful return. The beautiful woman said a few pleasantries with a smile. She had the woman from the Treasure Trove Pavilion carry the exquisite twin forks to private room B3 with a jade plate. Oh, C3, not colored glass sect? Yang Kai was stunned. He thought that this exquisite twin dagger would be won by In Su Dai of colored glass sect. After all, it was an artifact suitable for women, but he remembered that In Su Dai's colored glass sect was in a private room in the A block. Why colored glass sect? Wu Yi was puzzled. "It's nothing," Yang Kai smiled lightly. Yang Kai went out for a stroll. This round of 12 origin grade low-rank artifacts had been auctioned off, so the next item to be auctioned was actually a pill, an origin grade low-rank pill at that. Treasure Trove Pavilion had made ample preparations for this auction and was certain that the Lu Yen sand field was about to open, so none of the great forces would be stingy with money. As long as there was something good, there was no need to worry about not being able to sell it for a high price. As such, after the origin grade low-rank artifacts were auctioned off, origin grade low-rank pills were immediately put on the stage, once again igniting the hot atmosphere in the auction hall. Yang Kai had a profound understanding of just how expensive origin grade pills were here. A bottle of 10 pills that could quickly supplement one's St. Chi sold for a high price of 600,000 St. Chi, averaging out to 60,000 per pill. The wild rose pills that could be used to heal wounds also sold for a bottle of 10 pills, even more expensive than ordinary pills, selling for a total of 730,000 per bottle. 5 meridian pills that could repair meridians sold for 800,000 St. Chi. The most expensive of all was the snow and ice pill that could help a cultivator disperse the heat, selling for 1,100,000 St. Chi. Lu Yen sand field was filled with scorching heat, so the snow and ice pill had a great effect there. As such, as soon as this pill appeared, it was almost immediately snatched up by the great forces. A total of 5 bottles were auctioned off, each one selling for a higher price than the last. Pills weren't like artifacts. As long as an artifact wasn't damaged, it could be used countless times, but once a pill was consumed, it would be gone. In order to enter the Lu Yen sand field, these great forces had spared no expense. Normally, although these origin-grade pills were precious, it was impossible for them to sell for such a high price. However, in this favorable environment, Treasure Trove Pavilion was able to sell these pills for 3 or 4 times the usual price. The beautiful female auctioneer stood on the stage and smiled brightly, her face flushed red. After more than an hour, all the origin-grade low-rank pills were auctioned off, and every great force in the private rooms had more or less gained something, so everyone was happy. Just when many people thought that the auction had come to an end, the beautiful female auctioneer spoke once more in a delicate voice. "Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. The next item to be auctioned is the finale of my treasure trove pavilion's auction." As soon as the words finale were spoken, the entire auction hall fell silent. Only heavy breathing could be heard as countless eyes focused on the beautiful female auctioneer. A few keen cultivator even noticed that the beautiful female auctioneer's voice was trembling slightly and immediately understood that the finale of this auction was quite extraordinary. Because this matter is of great importance, the auction of this finale item will be personally presided over by my Treasure Trove Pavilion's Grand Manager, Manager Yen Pei. "Manager Yen, please." After the beautiful woman finished speaking, she stepped aside and looked in a certain direction with a smile. Yen Pei's face was dark and his expression was cold as he strode over from that direction. Yen Pei is actually presiding over this auction himself. Not only was there a flurry of discussion in the auction hall, but even the private rooms were filled with whispers. Old Blackface Yen Pei was known as the blackest and most ruthless auctioneer in Endless Treasures Pavilion. In the past, every time he presided over an auction, he would rip off the bidders until they wished they were dead. In recent years, Yen Pei had grown older and his status had risen, so he rarely appeared at auctions. No one had expected that Yen Pei, who had not presided over an auction for many years, would actually appear in person this time. Everyone knew that since he had appeared, the auction hall would be filled with a bloody storm. For a time, all the Master Realm Masters in the private rooms wore bitter looks as they touched their space rings and sighed, secretly worrying about the Saint Crystals in their space rings. That thing actually became the finale item. Inside room C13, Wu Yi and Yang Yen looked at each other and almost jumped up in excitement. Not to mention the grade of this artifact, just the fact that it was the finale of the auction had already raised its price by a huge margin. The two women could almost imagine that after this auction, they would definitely become rich women. Yang Yen was already calculating how many precious materials she should buy. Private room A5 was a private room belonging to Shadow Moon Hall. At this moment, in addition to Qian Tong, there were 5 or 6 young people inside, all of whom were rising stars of Shadow Moon Hall. However, only a man and a woman were qualified to sit next to Qian Tong. The man was handsome and his eyes shone with a reserved light, indicating he was a third-order Saint King cultivator. The woman was slender, had a picturesque face, and was also a third-order Saint King. However, her aura wasn't as reserved as the man's and was instead more flamboyant, obviously because she had just broken through not long ago. Chapter 1160. The status of this man and woman in Shadow Moon Hall was obviously not low, otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to sit next to Qian Tong. When the other young disciples standing next to them looked at the two of them, there was a hint of envy in their eyes. "Elder Qian, you have a good relationship with Manager Yen. Do you know what this finale item is?" One of the female disciples standing nearby asked curiously. Qian Tong's expression was serious, as if he hadn't heard the female disciple's words. Seeing him like this, everyone couldn't help holding their breaths, feeling more and more that this finale item was extraordinary. Elder Qian Tong definitely knew some inside information, otherwise, he wouldn't have such a dignified look on his face. "Luo Qing!" Qian Tong suddenly shouted. "Disciple is here." Luo Qing, who had been standing to the side, quickly stepped forward. "How many Saint Crystals did you raise?" Luo Qing quickly replied respectfully, "Disciple has followed Elder's instructions and managed to raise 50 million Saint Crystals, but a large part of it was transferred from the sect." 50 million? Qian Tong narrowed his eyes slightly. "I still have nearly 30 million, so we have about 80 million Saint Crystals?" Inside the private room, most people were shocked. Even if they were from Shadow Moon Hall and had high status in the sect, 80 million Saint Crystals still shocked them. What shocked them even more though was that Qian Tong actually muttered to himself, I wonder if that's enough. The beautiful woman sitting next to Qian Tong finally couldn't help asking, Master, what is this finale item? Even 80 million saint crystals isn't enough? She wasn't the only one who was curious. Even the other handsome man who had been wearing a calm expression was curious, turning his head to look at Qian Tong, hoping he could explain. From the start of the auction until now, the most expensive item up for auction was the exquisite twin forks that had been auctioned before, but that had only sold for 1 million saint crystals. Could the finale be an Origin King grade artifact? If it really was an Origin King grade artifact, 80 million saint crystals might not be enough, but where would Treasure Trove Pavilion find such an item? You don't understand. Qian Tong laughed bitterly. 80 million seems like a lot, but other people probably have even more. My Shadow Moon Hall is one of the great forces on Shadowed Star. However, compared to Thunder Typhoon Sect, Star Emperor Sect, and Heaven Battling Union, there was still a gap between them and Colored Glass Sect. Grand Fire Sect, Twin Heart Valley, Floating Mist Palace and the other great forces are also stronger than us. I'm just afraid they've collected even more saint crystals. Master, what exactly is that thing? The delicate and pretty girl asked again. See for yourself. Qian Tong was not in the mood to answer. Because even if he answered, these juniors might not be able to recognize the value of that thing. It would be easier for them to understand if he explained it after everyone had started to fight for it. The people in the private rooms no longer spoke and all turned their eyes towards the auction stage. Black-faced Yen Pei stood there, his eyes sweeping around as he loudly declared, This old master, Yen Pei, would like to thank everyone for participating in my Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction this time. The auction has progressed to this point, and this old master is generally satisfied. The only thing that displeases this old master is that everyone is holding their wallets too tightly. This old master hopes that everyone can bring out the imposing manner and boldness of a great sect and great force. There is no need to give face to others or my Treasure Trove Pavilion. If you fancy something, so what if you go bankrupt? As long as you can obtain it, it's fine. Yen Pei's blunt words made all the experts in the private rooms suck in a breath of cold air. This old black face harbored evil intentions. Listening to his tone, it seemed that he would only give up after all of them went bankrupt. It was truly too vicious. There were even many people who had the thought of immediately leaving this place. If they stayed, they might really go bankrupt. Yen Pei, however, did not give them a chance and continued, Without further ado, I will now introduce this auction's finale item. With a wave of his hand, a woman in palace robes immediately walked up with a jade plate. The jade plate was covered with a red cloth, making it impossible for anyone to see what was inside, causing everyone to grit their teeth in anger. The woman in palace robes stood in front of Yen Pei and Yen Pei loudly declared, Everyone, open your eyes wide and look carefully. Saying so, she lifted the red cloth and revealed a long red whip on the jade plate. This long whip's shape was smooth, with sections like a scorpion's tail that were tightly connected without any gaps. The tip of the whip was like a sharp spike that flickered with a dark green light. At a glance, it was clear that this spike was extremely poisonous. Dragon-beating whip! Yen Pei shouted. In room C13, Yang Kai had just taken a sip of tea when he heard the name Yen Pei gave to this long red whip and almost spat it out. The Treasure Trove Pavilion had given the previous twin prongs the exquisite twin prongs. It wasn't a bad name, but it was a mediocre name. This long red whip was called Dragon Beating Whip by Yen Pei, a truly domineering name. Old Blackface's face was really thick, daring to give it such a name. Burning gazes came from all directions as countless divine senses swept over this item, causing the sounds of discussion to ring out in the private rooms of the hall. Yen Pei quickly shouted, This is a genuine Origin grade mid-rank artifact. According to the appraisal of my Treasure Trove Pavilion's Grandmasters, the main material of this whip is the tail of the 9th Order monster beast, the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion, supplemented by a variety of Origin grade ores. This old master will not explain what an Origin grade mid-rank artifact represents, as everyone here should be clear in their hearts. This is a work of art that far surpasses the standard of artifact refining on Shadowed Star. This whip is over 20 meters long and can be changed in length by pouring St. Qi into it. What's more, the Grandmaster who refined this dragon-beating whip perfectly preserved the toxicity of the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion's tail. Although it is somewhat sinister, it greatly increases the power of this dragon-beating whip. Yan Pei said as he picked up the dragon-beating whip from the jade plate and swung it around the high platform, letting everyone feel the power of an origin-grade mid-rank artifact. Sure enough, upon seeing the power of this dragon-beating whip, countless people's breathing became rapid. After a while, Yan Pei put the dragon-beating whip back. At that moment, a voice rang out from one of the private rooms in a block. "Manager Yen, is this the thing you said would make us go bankrupt? Although origin-grade mid-rank artifacts are rare, they aren't enough to break our bones. I thought Treasure Trove Pavilion had collected an Origin King-grade artifact this time. And we were all looking forward to it, but it turned out to be just an Origin-grade mid-rank artifact." Yan Pei stood there, as if he hadn't heard anything, only a faint sneer on his face. The people in the private rooms had all received the news in advance and had ordered people to collect Saint Crystals, but no one knew what kind of precious item Treasure Trove Pavilion had taken out this time. After all, this was a secret, so Yan Pei wouldn't spread it around. He also believed that with Qian Tong's shrewdness, it was impossible for them to leak any information to others. Each of them had collected a lot of Saint Crystals, but now they only had a single origin-grade mid-rank artifact, which was naturally disappointing and made them feel like they were making a big fuss over a minor issue. However, this artifact still had to be snatched. With an origin-grade mid-rank artifact in front of them, even if they couldn't win it, they had to raise the price as much as possible to make others suffer. For a time, everyone secretly waited with the mentality of harming others without benefiting themselves. Yan Pei then said something that made everyone cough up blood. "This artifact is most suitable for women. Even if you can't use it yourself, you can buy it and give it to a woman you like. This old master can guarantee that any man who buys it will be able to win the heart of a beautiful woman." Disrespectful old bastard. Inside the private room of Colored Glass Sect, Yin Su Dai ground her teeth and cursed. The reason she hadn't snatched the exquisite twin daggers just now was because she wanted to wait and see if there was anything better coming up. Sure enough, now that the Dragon Striker Whip had appeared, she had secretly made up her mind to snatch this Dragon Striker Whip. She also believed that with her popularity, once she made a bid, many people would give up trying to compete with her, but she hadn't expected Yan Pei to say such words. Wasn't this just creating a lot of competition for her? A middle-aged woman next to Yin Su Dai gently patted her hand and comforted her. "Rest assured, we'll definitely win it." "Thank you, second madam." Yin Su Dai smiled sweetly. Dragon Striker Whip, starting price 1 million, each increase must be no less than 100,000. Everyone make your bids. Yan Pei had said everything he needed to say and had roused the mood of the crowd, so now it was time to watch people fight to the death. This was his favorite part of the auction. Every time someone fought to the death, he would feel happy and feel many years younger. As soon as his voice fell, the sound of bidding immediately rang out from the various private rooms. 1,100,000. 1,300,000. 1,500,000. 2 million. The masters who had been constantly belittling this Dragon Striker Whip seemed to have forgotten what they had just said and began bidding with red eyes. Not only were there masters and masters from various great forces participating in this bidding war, but there were also some rising stars among them. "I bid 2,100,000. Chu Changfeng of Heaven Battling Union was always so confident in his bid, as if he was born to be superior to others, as if others should give in to him. 2,300,000. The one who opposed Chu Changfeng was always Fong Tianzhong of Thunder Typhoon Sect. The two of them came from one of the top great forces on Shadowed Star, so their reputation and strength were on par, so neither of them feared the other. "Brother Fong, why do you want to buy this Dragon Striker Whip? It's not suitable for you, isn't it just a waste of money?" Chu Changfeng grinned meaningfully and continued to bid, 2,500,000. I can't use it but you can? 2,800,000. Fang Tianzhong did not back down. I'm naturally buying it as a gift. I heard that junior sister Yin of Colored Glass sect is currently in need of an artifact, so this junior brother wants to use this opportunity to offer Buddha 3 million. This was a blatant display of love, and it was done in front of all the masters from Shadowed Star's great forces, causing many of them to hiss in disbelief. Inside Colored Glass sect's private room, the middle-aged woman's face went cold while Yin Su Dai's expression was also very unpleasant. She didn't want to be involved in any scandals because of today's events, so she softly said, "Brother Chu's good intentions, Su Dai appreciates, but if I want this Dragon Striker whip, naturally I will bid for it. 3,200,000. Chapter 1161. Yin Su Dai didn't want to bid so early because she really liked this Dragon Striker whip. She had never owned an Origin grade mid-rank artifact before, and now that she was entering the Lu Yen Sand Field, who knew what kind of dangers she would encounter? Having such an artifact would greatly increase her safety. However, Chu Changfeng had actually led the topic to her, which really annoyed Yin Su Dai. Even if she didn't want to bid, she had no choice but to do so. Although Colored Glass sect wasn't as strong as Heaven Battling Union, it still had the ability to buy an Origin grade mid-rank artifact, so there was no need for Chu Changfeng to cause such a stir and ruin the reputation of her sect. As soon as Yin Su Dai bid, everyone knew what she was thinking. Obviously, she didn't want to accept Chu Changfeng's favor. For a time, many people cast meaningful glances towards Heaven Battling Union's private room, showing gloating expressions. Chu Changfeng, however, didn't care at all and simply declared, "Since junior sister Yin wants to bid, this Chu will not overstep his authority. Junior sister Zhu wins this treasure, so I ask everyone to show mercy. Junior sister Yin rarely bids, so please don't disappoint her." His words were spoken casually, but these half-harsh, half-soft words still made many people unhappy. There was nothing they could do about it though. After all, this man was a member of Heaven Battling Union. Only Thunder Typhoon Sect and Star Emperor Sect could be compared to Heaven Battling Union. These three great forces were recognized as the most powerful on Shadowed Star. Sure enough, after Chu Changfeng finished speaking, no one in the noisy auction hall increased the price. Even Fang Tianzhong, who had been opposing him tit-for-tat, fell silent. Inside the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, the delicate woman stared at the Dragon Striker whip with a look of excitement. Qian Tong glanced over at her and asked, "Xian, do you want this artifact?" The delicate woman called Xian Er's beautiful eyes flashed for a moment before she shook her head. "Xian doesn't want it." "You really don't want it?" Qian Tong asked. "If you want it, we can bid for it now." The woman smiled lightly. "It's true, master. If it was just an ordinary Origin grade mid-rank whip, I would still want it, but the poisonous spike at its end is quite insidious, so Xian doesn't want it." The handsome young man who had not spoken until now grinned and said, "Junior sister Xian has a kind heart. Even if she encounters injured animals, she will bring them back for treatment. That poisonous spike at the end of the whip really is quite a contrast with her temperament. I like junior sister Xian most." Hearing the young man say such words in front of so many people, the delicate and pretty woman couldn't help but blush. Seeing this, Xian's Teutus to be to herself to not toot. How could he not know that his disciple's words were an excuse? But Xian's dice would of course is Xian's too. After all, Yin Su Dai had already started bidding, and Chu Changfeng was obviously helping her. These two juniors were playing an ambiguous game, so Qian Tong didn't put them in his eyes. He believed that even if he bid for this whip, he wouldn't really offend Colored Glass Sect and Heaven Battling Union, but what if he spent Saint Crystals now and didn't have enough Saint Crystals to buy the final item? It was precisely because Qian Tong knew better than anyone how precious the final auction item was that Shadow Moon Hall hadn't made a single move during this Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction and had instead been saving their strength for the final battle. His disciple's understanding made Qian Tong feel both warm and bitter. He was an elder of Shadow Moon Hall. When had he ever had to think twice before buying an artifact for his disciple? Just as he was feeling sad, the handsome young man suddenly shouted, 3,500,000. The appearance of this price caused the originally quiet auction hall to once again burst into discussion. Like I said, it's impossible for an origin grade mid-rank artifact to sell for only 3,200,000. Finally, someone has increased the price. Who's this? So bold, isn't he afraid of being targeted by Chu Changfeng? He's also from an A-block private room, not a small force. What's there to be afraid of? This is Shadow Moon Hall's private room. I remember Qian Tong's voice coming from inside. The one who bid is the most talented disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchang. His personal strength is no worse than Fang Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng's. It's him? Then he must be buying it for Dong Xianer. I heard that the two of them grew up together and have long since developed feelings for each other. I wonder if that's true or not. Inside the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, Dong Xianer looked at Wei Guchang in amazement, seemingly not having expected him to directly bid. Wei Guchang smiled and said, "If you want it, we'll bid for it, no need to care about others." Saying so, he turned to Qian Tong and asked, "Elder Qian, can I mobilize these several million Saint crystals?" Qian Tong smiled lightly, "Yes." He was greatly relieved. Dong Xianer was his disciple, and although he and Wei Guchang were not master and disciple, Qian Tong had been teaching him cultivation for many years. Although they were not master and disciple, their relationship was closer than that. Both of them had excellent aptitude, and Qian Tong felt that if they had not been born on Shadowed Star and had instead been born outside, they would have had greater achievements in the future. What satisfied Qian Tong the most was that Wei Guchang took good care of Dong Xianer, doting on her like an elder brother and tolerating some of Dong Xianer's personality. On top of that, Dong Xianer also had a calm temperament and did not have the shortcomings of disciples from great forces. It could be said that these two disciples were the most outstanding in Shadow Moon Hall and were regarded by Qian Tong as the sect's greatest hope. Now that Wei Guchang was participating in this auction for Dong Xianer, Qian Tong naturally supported him. 4 million. Inside Colored Glass Sect's private room, In Su Dai's voice called out again. Although her voice was flat, In Su Dai inside the private room was secretly gnashing her teeth. Originally, if not for Wei Guchang's bid, she might have been able to buy the Dragon Striker whip for 3.2 million Saint crystals, but now that Wei Guchang had jumped out, the price had increased significantly. It was tantamount to spending money in vain. On the high platform, the black-faced Yan Pei was calm and unmoving like a mountain. Only when he wasn't paying attention would the corners of his mouth curl up into a faint sneer, which would disappear immediately. An origin-grade mid-rank artifact, wanting to buy it for between 3 million and 4 million? If this old master doesn't sell it for more than 10 million today, this old master won't be called the chief auctioneer of Treasure Trove Pavilion. Just now, even if Wei Guchang hadn't bid, someone else would have, so Blackface Yan Pei wasn't worried about this Dragon Striker whip selling for a low price. 4.2 million. Inside Shadow Moon Hall's private room, Wei Guchang raised the price again almost without hesitation. 5 million. In Su Dai also seemed to have become angry, and although her voice was still soft and pleasant, her tone was quite anxious. Wei Guchang was about to raise the price again when Qian Tong suddenly shook his head. "Don't bid any more." Wei Guchang looked at Qian Tong and asked puzzledly, "Why? Even if this Dragon Striker whip is sold for a few million, it won't be expensive." "Yes, but if it ends up in our hands, we will lose the qualification to compete for the final item, and, do you think old Yan Pei is a vegetarian? He will make Colored Glass Sect bleed. There's no need for us to participate." "There's another auction item?" Wei Guchang was shocked and Dong Xian also asked curiously, "Didn't Senior Yan just say that this was the finale of the auction? Can't the finale have 2 items?" Qian Tong grinned meaningfully before turning to Wei Guchang and saying, "Xian already understands your intentions. That's enough. There's no need to continue bidding." "I understand." Wei Guchang wasn't a person like Chu Changfeng who acted wantonly to win a smile from a beautiful woman. so when Qian Tong said so, he immediately understood the elder's meaning and no longer increased the price. With Wei Guchang not bidding, everyone thought he had withdrawn from the competition and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Black-face Yen Pei rolled his eyes towards the box in Shadow Moon Hall and spat disdainfully, "Old dog, how cunning." He didn't seem to realize that he and Qian Tong were both difficult to deal with. One had released some news in advance in order to maximize the benefits of this auction item, while the other had directly collected tolls from Heavenly Fate City's space array, causing the various great forces to cry for their mothers and fathers without anyone to complain. Narrowing his eyes, Yen Pei looked around the auction hall and saw only the sounds of discussion. No one from any of the private rooms had any intention to bid, causing him to secretly feel annoyed. Just as he was about to use the cards he had arranged to raise the price of the Dragon Striker whip, someone suddenly shouted, "Excuse me, for 6 million. This voice came from AB Block private room, and no one knew if he was talking about offending Yin Su Dai or Chu Changfeng. In any case, before anyone had even started bidding, this man's momentum was already weaker than the others. It was likely that the person in this private room really wanted to bid for the Dragon Striker whip but felt a little uneasy, so he first spoke up to show weakness so others wouldn't try to settle accounts with him. Sure enough, as soon as this voice came out, Chu Changfeng's cold snort came from Heaven Battling Union's private room, the threat in his voice obvious. Just now, when Wei Guchang participated in the auction, although Chu Changfeng was dissatisfied, he couldn't say anything. After all, Shadow Moon Hall's strength wasn't weak and Wei Guchang was bidding for Dong Xiener, so it was reasonable, but now a person from AB Block private room had jumped out to question his prestige, naturally causing Chu Changfeng's anger to erupt. He had clearly said just now that his junior sister Yin liked this Dragon Striker whip and had politely asked them to be lenient, but now there were so many people who didn't have eyes looking for trouble. Just as Chu Changfeng was about to say a few words to show off, Yin Su Dai's slightly angry voice rang out from Colored Glass Sec's private room, 5 million. Looking at this situation, Yin Su Dai was determined to win this Dragon Striker whip. She hadn't bid for the origin grade low-rank artifact that had appeared before, so it was impossible for her to miss this opportunity. As soon as the price of 5 million was announced, the B Block private room went silent, either because there were no more Saint Crystals to bid or because they were wary of Chu Changfeng's cold snort. Of course, the latter was more likely. Inside the auction hall, there was another awkward silence. After the price of 5 million was called, no one continued to bid. Inside private room C13, Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully, his expression flickering a few times before he suddenly called out a shocking price, 6 million. Chapter 1162. The auction for the Dragon Striker whip had always been stable, and although the price was rising steadily, everyone's bids were still reasonable, only increasing by 200,000 or 300,000. However, Yang Kai had suddenly bid 6 million, a full million higher than Yin Su Dai's bid. The audience was once again in an uproar. On the auction stage, the beautiful woman who had presided over the auction before glanced at old Yen Pei suspiciously, thinking that this was some kind of shill arranged by old Yen Pei, but this shill was obviously too obvious. How could she have known that Yen Pei would actually shake his head slowly, meaning that the shill she had arranged was not in that private room, causing the beautiful woman to be stunned? Inside room C13, hearing Yang Kai actually bid a high price of 6 million, Wu Yi and Yang Yen both covered their mouths and stared at him in amazement, not knowing what he was trying to do. 6 million? If this Dragon Striker whip fell into their hands, wouldn't they have nowhere to cry? Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, his eyes filled with confidence. He believed that the price of this Dragon Striker whip was more than 6 million. At the very least, it was more than that on this occasion. Since participating in this auction, Yang Kai had already estimated the value of various artifacts and found that there was a huge difference from his initial estimate. He had thought that the origin grade low-rank artifacts would only sell for 200,000 or 300,000 Saint Crystals, but each one had sold for more than 1 million. The twin daggers refined by Yang Yen had sold for a high price of 2 1 million Saint Crystals. Now that the Dragon Striker Whip was a genuine origin-grade mid-rank artifact, how could it only sell for a few million Saint Crystals? It was possible for it to sell for 10 million Saint Crystals. If it weren't for Chu Changfeng's words, there would definitely be countless people bidding for this Dragon Striker Whip, causing its price to skyrocket. However, because of Chu Changfeng's words, there were very few people bidding now, none of them willing to offend Yang Kai and Yin Su Dai of Colored Glass Sect, resulting in an awkward silence. Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of Chu Changfeng, nor did he have the slightest friendship with Yin Su Dai, so of course he wouldn't allow his things to be taken advantage of by strangers. Since no one was willing to bid, Yang Kai had no choice but to bid. At worst, he would buy back the Dragon Striker Whip, but he couldn't allow others to take advantage of it. If you sure talk big. 6 million, can you take it out? Chu Changfeng's cold voice called out from the private room, apparently feeling that a person from the C-block private room couldn't afford so many Saint Crystals. What does it have to do with you whether others can take it out or not? If he can't take it out, Treasure Trove Pavilion will naturally make him pay the price. If you want to bid, then bid. So much nonsense, Fong Tianzhong said mockingly. Brother Fong, this has nothing to do with you, right? Why are you talking so much? Chu Changfeng's voice became even colder. Normally, he and Fong Tianzhong were at loggerheads, but at this time, the other party was actually trying to humiliate him, making Chu Changfeng unable to bear it. I just don't like the way some people behave. Juniors, don't be so condescending. If you dare to be so long-winded again, then both of you will be chased out of Treasure Trove Pavilion and never allowed to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auctions again. Yen Pei snorted coldly. Since old Yen Pei had spoken, no one dared to refuse, so Chu Changfeng and Fong Tianzhong quickly apologized. Yen Pei nodded slightly and said loudly, 6 million for room C13. Are there any higher bids? 5 million. Chu Changfeng immediately increased the price. Before Yang Kai could open his mouth though, Fong Tianzhong's voice rang out, 7 million. Without waiting for Chu Changfeng to bid again, Yang Kai ruthlessly shouted, 8 million. Haha, I can't let you juniors steal the limelight. This old master bids 5 million. Qian Tong's laughter rang out. Yang Kai froze for a moment, thought about it for a moment, smiled slightly, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and leisurely said to Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation, get ready to collect your money, it's about time. Qian Tong had already bid 5 million. He wasn't bidding for the sake of bidding, but rather to draw attention and hatred to himself, immediately increasing the price after Yang Kai made his bid. Qian Tong was a very good person, and this favor was something Yang Kai would accept. Inside the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer both looked at Qian Tong in confusion, not knowing why he had suddenly participated in the auction. Although they were puzzled, they didn't ask any questions. Qian Tong naturally had his reasons for doing so. The auction of the Dragon Striker Whip was quite dramatic. At the beginning of the auction, not many people dared to ask about this origin-grade mid-rank offensive artifact, but no one could have imagined that at the end, its price would soar, each increase shocking everyone. After Qian Tong bid 5 million, Yin Su Dai immediately followed up with a bid of 9 million, eventually winning the bid. Although the Dragon Striker Whip didn't reach 10 million, this price still shocked countless people. 9 million, how many great forces on Shadowed Star could afford such a price? Inside private room C13, Wu Yi and Yang Yen were both stunned, their faces flushed with excitement as they clenched their fists tightly and stared towards Yang Kai in worship. If it weren't for Yang Kai stirring up trouble at the end, this Dragon Striker Whip would only have sold for 5 million, but now it had sold for nearly double that price. Counting the Origin Condensing Pill and the Twin Daggers from before, the three of them had reaped a huge harvest from this auction. 10 million high-rank Saint Crystals had been obtained so easily. In the past, neither of them had even dared to dream of such a thing. Do you think 10 million is too much? Yang Kai chuckled. 10 million isn't too much? Wu Yi was stunned. Then how much do you want? Just watch, there's something even more terrifying. Yang Kai took a sip of tea as he stared up at the high platform with a slightly excited expression. He could vaguely feel that this final item would fetch a higher price than the Dragon Striker Whip. Although he didn't know what kind of final price it would sell for, since Treasure Trove Pavilion had put it up for auction after the Dragon Striker Whip, its value was indisputable. On the high platform, Yan Pei lightly coughed and announced, "The next item to be auctioned is the finale." While he was speaking, the beautiful auctioneer from before personally carried a jade plate in front of Yan Pei. Everyone could see that the beautiful auctioneer's delicate body was slightly trembling, and the hand that held the jade plate was also trembling. This scene made the experts in the various private rooms extremely curious. This beautiful auctioneer was a member of the Endless Treasures Pavilion and could be considered as someone who had seen the world and had rich experience. Just what could actually make her so excited? The smile on her pretty face seemed a little stiff. "Everyone please look." Yan Pei lifted the red cloth covering the jade plate and the final auction item immediately appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This was a transparent bottle that was neither gold nor jade, and it was impossible to tell what material it was made of. This bottle was definitely of great value, but what attracted everyone's attention was not the bottle, but the pill lying quietly inside. This pill was round and full, and there were clear crisscrossing lines on its surface, similar to the meridians of a human body. Pill veins. An origin-condensing pill with pill veins. Countless cries of alarm rang out from all directions. At this moment, all the major private rooms were filled with varying degrees of commotion. Some people crushed the chairs they were sitting on, some overturned tables, and some broke teacups. At this moment, the various masters of Shadowed Star could no longer remain calm. They, who had always been able to remain calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of them, were now like country bumpkins who had never seen the world, panicking and making a fool of themselves. The cultivators in the hall were also in an uproar. An origin-condensing pill had been auctioned off in the middle of the auction and was bought by Sea Temple's third temple master Jianghu for a price of 1.01 million saint stones. Now that another origin-condensing pill had appeared, everyone naturally recognized it. However, this origin-condensing pill was clearly different from the previous one. It was an origin-condensing pill with pill veins. An origin-condensing pill was a Saint King grade high-rank pill and was extremely difficult to refine. Only origin-grade low-rank alchemists could refine it, but an origin-condensing pill with pill veins was something even origin king grade alchemists could not necessarily refine. At this moment, one had appeared on the auction stage. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk one figure after another flew out from all directions, each of them concealing their auras and their eyes flashing like lightning. These people were all origin-returning realm masters of Endless Treasures Pavilion. They flew out and stood on the high platform, surrounding the origin-condensing pill with dignified expressions on their faces, as if they would kill anyone who dared to approach. The murderous aura exuding from their bodies was so dense that it was almost tangible, causing the entire auction hall to instantly fall silent. When the masters in the private rooms saw this scene, their emotions gradually calmed down and they slowly took their seats, but their brows were still filled with shock and determination. They finally understood why Yan Pei had sent them a message and told them to go back and collect Saint Crystals. It turned out that the real finale of the auction was not the Dragon Striker Whip, but this origin-condensing pill with pill veins. Such an origin-condensing pill was absolutely priceless and worth all of them going bankrupt. Yan Pei looked around and waited for everyone's emotions to calm down and the noisy auction hall to fall silent before proudly declaring, "Did everyone see it clearly? Since everyone has seen it clearly, we won't waste any more time and will now begin the auction for this origin-condensing pill. The starting price is 5 million, and each increase must be no less than 500,000. As soon as Yan Pei's voice fell, countless bids rang out from all directions, many times more intense than any of the previous auction items. On top of that, every person who called out a price was full of vigor and momentum. Those big shots all personally participated in the auction. There were too many bids being called out, and almost every private room had someone calling out a price. Yen Pei didn't pay any attention to them and simply turned his eyes to the highest bidder. 6 million, 8 million, 10 million, 15 million, 20 million. In less than 10 breaths of time, the price of this origin condensing pill had already reached 30 million. What's more, the sounds of bidding still did not weaken and were still as intense and fierce as before. Every time the price increased, it was terrifying to the extreme, increasing by the millions. Yen Pei didn't even have time to interrupt, nor did he need to deliberately say anything. All he needed to do was look around and everyone else would automatically increase the price. 35 million, 40 million. The price rose straight up without stopping, then 50 million, 60 million. Chapter 1163. Treasure Trove Pavilion would hold an auction every 2 or 3 years, but there were very few auctions where the competition was as fierce as today's. Many of the cultivator spectators in the hall had their mouths wide open, unable to close them for a long time. The numbers being reported from the private rooms made them feel like they were in a dream, unable to believe what they were seeing. If they hadn't happened to attend this auction, none of them would have known that these great forces had such a powerful heritage. After 60 million, many of the elders in the private rooms sighed sadly and withdrew from the competition. This number was a watershed, enough to make 80% of the great forces on Shadowed Star sigh. Inside Colored Glass Sect's private room, In Su Dai's pretty face was filled with shock. When someone bid 50 million, Colored Glass Sect had already given up. The middle-aged woman sitting next to In Su Dai sighed heavily and smiled bitterly. Let's just watch the show. Second, madam, have these people gone crazy? Even if an origin condensing pill with pill veins is valuable, it shouldn't be so expensive, right? Why are they acting so crazily? In Su Dai turned her head and asked the middle-aged woman. Not only was In Su Dai asking this question, but all the leading figures of the younger generation in the private rooms were also asking the same question. None of them understood why their elders were spending so much money to bid for an origin condensing pill. An origin condensing pill could only increase the chances of a third-order Saint King cultivator breaking through to the origin returning realm. It wasn't an origin nirvana pill. If it were an origin nirvana pill that could increase a third-order origin returning realm cultivator's breakthrough to the origin king realm, everyone could understand why they were bidding so high, but this was clearly just an origin condensing pill. Fang Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, Wei Guchang, and Dong Xianer all looked towards their respective elders, hoping they could solve their doubts. Inside the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, after Qian Tong called out the price of 65 million, he took a moment to say, "Do you think everyone is just bidding for an origin condensing pill? You're wrong. This origin condensing pill has formed pill veins and can definitely allow a third-order Saint King realm cultivator to smoothly break through to the origin returning realm. If this was the extent of its true value, then it wouldn't be too expensive, at most 2 million to 3 million Saint crystals. Its true value is that it is rumored to be able to develop the full potential of a cultivator. Think about it, if it really has such an effect, then after a cultivator takes this origin condensing pill, their future cultivation will be smooth sailing. Perhaps after reaching the third-order origin returning realm, they will be able to break through the shackles of Shadowed Star and break through to the origin king realm." Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer were both shocked, the former asking in horror, "Elder, do you mean to say that they are not bidding for a pill that can create an origin returning realm master, but for a chance to become an origin king?" "Indeed." Qian Tong nodded seriously. "You juniors don't understand the true value of this pill, so I don't blame you, but us seniors have studied the origin king realm for hundreds of years. Before us, there were many seniors who spent even more time searching for a way to break through to the origin king realm. Taking an origin condensing pill that has formed pill veins is one of the feasible methods. Whether this method can succeed or not, no one knows, but even if there is only a glimmer of hope, we must try to seize it. There was no origin king realm on Shadowed Star, but once an origin king appeared, they could dominate all of Shadowed Star. For this possibility, what was a few million Saint crystals? As long as they could dominate Shadowed Star, These Saint Crystals could be taken back at any time. Disciple understands. Wei Guchang nodded lightly. Qian Tong glanced at him and smiled. An origin condensing pill can only be taken by a third-order Saint King cultivator, so we are bidding for it now for the younger disciples of our respective sects. In my Shadow Moon Hall, only you and Xian are qualified to take it, but your aptitude is better than Xian'er's, so if you can obtain it, this origin condensing pill will be yours. You don't have to worry about that. Wei Guchang grinned. Disciple doesn't think so. If we can obtain it, either Xian or I can take it. His expression was calm, without the slightest pretense, and after exchanging a glance with Dong Xian'er, the two of them smiled at each other. Qian Tong nodded with satisfaction. He was very confident about these two disciples of his. He believed that even if this origin condensing pill was sold to him, the two of them would still try to push it out of each other's hands. It was impossible for senior brother and junior sister to become enemies over a single pill. However, whether he could obtain it or not, Qian Tong wasn't sure. There were only 5 forces still bidding right now: Star Emperor Sect, Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, Sea Temple, and Shadow Moon Hall. All the other great forces had already lost their qualifications. If it weren't for Qian Tong collecting so many tolls before, Shadow Moon Hall would have withdrawn, but even so, Qian Tong wasn't confident he could obtain it. Now that the price of this origin condensing pill had reached 68 million, he only had 80 million Saint Crystals left, which would soon break through the bottom line he could afford. Qian Tong frowned anxiously as he glanced over at Luo Qing standing next to him, wishing he could beat this bastard up again. Feeling the elder's malicious gaze, Luo Qing couldn't help shrinking his neck. He didn't know how he had offended the elder, but it seemed the elder found him particularly unpleasant today. 70 million. From Heaven Battling Union's private room, a vigorous bid rang out. It should be one of the elders of Heaven Battling Union. In a game of this level, a junior like Chu Changfeng wasn't qualified to bid. 75 million. Heaven Battling Union's bid was immediately refreshed, and the person from private room A1 followed decisively without the slightest hesitation. Inside private room C13, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Even though he had been mentally prepared, he was still shocked by this price. Like Wei Guchang, Dong Xian'er, and the others, he didn't understand why these people were acting so crazily. It was as if they had lost all sense of reason. In his opinion, since Treasure Trove Pavilion had used this origin condensing pill as the final auction item, it would definitely sell for a higher price than the Dragon Striker Whip, but this price was simply too outrageous. He had once again misjudged the value of the item he had taken out. With such a situation occurring, Yang Kai felt that it wasn't his fault and that there was something else he didn't understand. How could he have known that the cultivator on Shadowed Star would actually use an origin condensing pill that had formed pill veins to develop the potential of a cultivator in order to reach the Origin King realm? At this moment, Yang Kai was secretly rejoicing that he hadn't refined both origin condensing pills with pill veins. At that time, in order to participate in the auction, he had deliberately refined an ordinary origin condensing pill and one with pill veins. His original intention was just to get some Saint Crystals for Yang Yen to buy the materials he needed to arrange the spirit array, but in the end he had obtained a shocking amount of money. Yang Kai, don't tell us this origin condensing pill was also auctioned by you. Wu Yi bit her red lip lightly as she turned to Yang Kai and asked in a low voice. Ha! Yang Kai laughed dryly, not knowing what to say. Wu Yi and Yang Yen both covered their mouths, their beautiful eyes filled with surprise and shock. Compared with the price of this origin condensing pill, the 10 million or so Saint Crystals they had obtained before was nothing. The bidding continued, and Yen Pei's black face showed a rare blush as he stood on the high platform and smiled. Only 5 forces were bidding, each of them exerting their full strength. After the price reached 80 million, Sea Temple and Shadow Moon Hall had no choice but to withdraw one after another, deep sighs coming from their private rooms. Such a price had exceeded their bottom line. After these 2 forces withdrew, only Star Emperor Sect, Heaven Battling Union, and Thunder Typhoon Sect remained. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on the 3 private rooms they had been assigned. Every time they increased the price, The people from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect would hesitate for a long time before bidding again. On the other hand, the A1 private room belonging to Star Emperor Sect increased the price as decisively as ever, demonstrating their boldness and wealth. Yang Kai had noticed this private room a long time ago. From beginning to end, it seemed they had only purchased some origin-grade artifacts and pills. After asking Wu, Yang Kai learned that this was Star Emperor Sect's private room. Moreover, according to Wu Yi, although Star Emperor Sect was one of the top great forces on Shadowed Star, its people rarely appeared outside. It seemed that there weren't many people in Star Emperor Sect, most of them in retreat on Star Emperor Mountain. The reason for this name was that the founders of Star Emperor Sect had obtained some of the Star Emperor's inheritances, and all of them claimed to be the Star Emperor's disciples. Under normal circumstances, Star Emperor Sect would not have any conflicts with other great forces and could be considered a relatively peaceful sect. However, no one dared to underestimate them because it was rumored that they had many top masters at the Third Order Origin returning realm. After another stick of incense worth of time, the price of the Origin condensing pill rose to 90 million Saint Crystals, the price quoted by Thunder Typhoon Sect. 100 million. The A1 private room directly raised the price by 10 million, showing great determination and courage. Inside Thunder Typhoon Sect's private room, the master who bid smiled bitterly, knowing that even if he increased the price again, Star Emperor Sect would still compete, so he could only loudly announce, "Thunder Typhoon Sect withdraws from the competition." As soon as he finished speaking, Heaven Battling Union also announced their withdrawal from the competition. Spending 100 million Saint Crystals to buy a chance to break through to the Origin King realm, and even if it succeeded, it would be at least a few hundred years later. Who knew what would happen in a few hundred years? Perhaps some other more effective method would be found. After weighing the pros and cons, Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union naturally decided not to bid again. Yen Pei also knew that no one was richer than Star Emperor Sect, so he stepped forward and quickly shouted 3 times. The entire auction ended with Star Emperor Sect's final victory. Congratulations to Star Emperor Sect for winning. The finale of the auction rang out one after another from the private rooms. Naturally, people from Treasure Trove Pavilion went to Star Emperor Sect's private room to hand over the goods. Yen Pei stood on the high platform and announced the perfect end of the auction, once again thanking all the great forces for coming, winning him a round of applause and greetings. The people in the auction hall got up and left one after another, and the masters in the private rooms also left one after another. Yang Kai's group of 3 didn't move. Qian Tong had said before that they shouldn't rush to leave after the auction was over, as he still had something to say. Yang Kai also happened to be looking for Qian Tong, so he naturally stayed behind. Chapter 1164. Inside the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong remained motionless for a long time, a faint look of annoyance appearing on his face. If he had known that even after receiving 30 million spirit stones he still wouldn't have been able to obtain the Origin condensing pill, Qian Tong would have definitely bought the Dragon Striker whip for his disciple. Now that he had obtained nothing, he naturally felt some regret. After waiting for a stick of incense worth of time, Qian Tong turned to the Shadow Moon Hall disciples standing nearby and said, "You can go back first. The Lu Yen sand field will open soon. After you go back, make sure to cultivate well." The disciples nodded and left, leaving only Wei Guchang behind. Qian Tong got up and said, "You too, come with me, I'll take you to see someone." Yes, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer obediently followed behind him. Inside private room C13, Wu Yi took out some Saint Crystals and gave them to the 2 female Shadow Moon Hall disciples who had been waiting nearby, sending them away under their joyful thanks. The 3 of them waited for a long time, but Qian Tong didn't arrive. Just as they were feeling bored, they suddenly heard a knock on the door. Yang Kai signaled to Wu Yi and she immediately ran over to open the door. Qian Tong walked in with a smile on his face, a young man and a young woman behind him. "Nephew Yang, I've kept you waiting." Qian Tong cupped his fists and politely greeted. Senior is too polite, Junior has nothing to do anyway. Yang Kai got up and greeted him. Hearing Yang Kai's change in address, Qian Tong's eyes lit up and his smile became wider. Before, Yang Kai had always called him Elder Qian, but now he had become senior, obviously with a trace of respect. How could Qian Tong not understand that it was because of his help this time that Yang Kai was somewhat grateful to him? He didn't point it out and sat down at Yang Kai's invitation. Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener, who had been following behind Qian Tong, wore strange expressions on their faces. Originally, when Qian Tong said he was taking them to see someone, they thought they were going to meet an elder of some family, but when they arrived, they discovered that the person they were going to meet was actually a young man who was younger than them and whose strength wasn't too high, only a first-order Saint King. What did such a person have to be treated so seriously by the elders? The two of them had followed Qian Tong for a long time. From Qian Tong's words and demeanor, they could even sense a hint of caution. He was definitely not someone from the three top forces. Where did this guy come from? These two are... Yang Kai looked at Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener suspiciously. Although he had already guessed their identities, it was better to pretend that he didn't know. Why did Qian Tong bring them here? However, Yang Kai only pondered for a moment before he immediately understood Qian Tong's intentions. Qian Tong also seemed to have just remembered and chuckled. I forgot to introduce them to nephew. Pointing to the handsome man, he said, This is my Shadow Moon Hall's most talented disciple in several hundred years, Wei Guchang. Then he pointed to the woman and said, This is this old master's inferior disciple, Dong Xiener. You too, quickly greet brother Yang Kai. When Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener heard Qian Tong's introduction, they were secretly shocked. It had always been the juniors who bowed to their seniors. Among those of the same generation, the order of greeting was based on their cultivation and status. This guy named Yang Kai was a nobody and his cultivation was much lower than the two of them. Why did the elder want them to greet him first? Thinking so, the two of them were stunned for a moment. For the first time, they didn't act according to Qian Tong's instructions. Seeing this, how could Qian Tong not know what they were puzzled about? Although these two disciples had good temperaments and didn't have the bad attitudes of disciples from other great forces, they also had their own pride. It could be said that even if Fang Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng were standing here, they weren't qualified to make these two lower their statuses. After all, these people were all peers. Qian Tong was secretly anxious, fearing that the two's attitude would displease Yang Kai. If Yang Kai was displeased, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Qian Tong was also annoyed. If he had known earlier, he would have made things clear to them before coming here and wouldn't have made things so awkward. Yang Kai, however, didn't care and just chuckled and cupped his fists. So it is Brother Wei. I have long heard of your great name. He had only heard of Wei Guchang's name today, so although he didn't mean what he said, Qian Tong still had to give face. Wei Guchang gently nodded and also cupped his fists, but didn't say anything. Yang Kai then turned to Dong Xiener and said, Greetings, Dong Xiener. Dong Xiener gracefully returned the gesture and, like Wei Guchang, didn't say anything. Qian Tong laughed and said, This Qian is old, but you are about the same age. In the future, you should get to know each other better. Yang Kai didn't say anything. Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener also didn't say anything. They didn't feel that there was a need for them to get close to Yang Kai. Although the elders seemed to think highly of this person, only the strong could win their respect. If it was only because of status, no matter how high one's birth was, it wasn't worth it for them to bow and bend their knees. Qian Tong also seemed to feel that he didn't handle this matter well. Originally, he brought Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener to find Yang Kai because he felt that they were about the same age and it would be easy to make friends with them. As long as they made friends with Yang Kai, they wouldn't have to worry about not getting benefits in the future. However, he found that he had underestimated the arrogance of his two disciples. Immediately, his interest waned and he had them wait outside. Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener bowed and left, as if they had come here just to see Yang Kai. After they left, Qian Tong smiled bitterly and said, We've shown nephew Yang a disgrace. This old master has failed to discipline his disciples properly. Yang Kai shook his head. Today, I also saw a lot of Shadowed Star's young talents. To be honest, these two gave me a better impression than the others. There was no need to mention Chu Changfeng. Yang Kai hated this kind of person. When Fang Tianzhong confronted Chu Changfeng in front of Treasure Trove Pavilion, he didn't care about others at all. If it weren't for Yang Kai's strength, he would have made a fool of himself on the spot, causing Yang Kai to have a bad impression of him. Yin Sudai also didn't look like a good woman. Although she was young, she was quite tactful. At the very least, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer didn't have the shortcomings of these people. Their temperaments were also relatively straightforward, otherwise, Qian Tong wouldn't have been so embarrassed. Of course, Yang Kai was just comforting Qian Tong. It was impossible for him to take the initiative to make friends with these two. These two had their own pride, but so did Yang Kai. No one was perfect. Sure enough, Yang Kai's words completely relieved Qian Tong and he began chatting with Yang Kai with a smile on his face. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai said, "Senior, before the auction began, Senior said he had something to discuss with me. What is it?" Hearing this, Qian Tong's expression became solemn as he asked, "Has nephew Yang heard of Lu Yen Sand Field?" Yang Kai glanced at him in surprise, wondering if the matter he wanted to discuss with him was the same one he wanted to discuss with him. Nodding gently, Yang Kai replied, "I've heard of it and know about its strangeness." Good. Qian Tong took a sip of tea before continuing to ask, "I wonder if nephew Yang would like to go to the Lu Yen Sand Field? What does senior mean?" Although Yang Kai wanted to go there, he didn't want to immediately express his intentions. He didn't know why Qian Tong had specifically come to him to discuss this. "Nephew Yang, please don't misunderstand." Qian Tong smiled. Originally, this old master wouldn't recommend you to go to a place like the Lu Yen Sand Field. After all, it is too dangerous. Every time someone enters it, they suffer heavy losses. 60% of those who come out alive are already very good, but I heard that nephew Yang once killed a third-order Saint King cultivator. Is that true? Indeed. Although Qian Tong had heard about this from Luo Qing, hearing Yang Kai admit it himself still surprised him. He immediately understood that Yang Kai's combat strength was also very good, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to kill a cultivator above his own realm. If that's the case, nephew Yang is qualified to go there. I just don't know if you want to go, but if you do, this old master can arrange for you to enter. Yang Kai frowned. Are there any restrictions on entering that place? He thought that once the Lu Yen Sand Field opened, all he needed to do was find a place to enter, so he wanted to ask Qian Tong about its location and opening time. Naturally, there are restrictions. Qian Tong looked at him in surprise. You don't think that place is open to everyone, do you? I only know that it can only be entered at special times. Qian Tong laughed. It seems that nephew Yang doesn't know much about the Lu Yen Sand Field. Please enlighten me, senior. Yang Kai immediately asked for guidance. The Lu Yen Sand Field can only be entered at special times, but not everyone can go there. First, origin returning realm cultivators cannot enter. If they enter, they will die without a doubt. Qian Tong said seriously. Why? Yang Kai was shocked. Because of Shi. Shi is a power unique to an origin returning realm cultivator, but the Lu Yen Sand Field doesn't seem to allow Shi to exist. Once an origin returning realm cultivator enters, whether they use their Shi or not, they will immediately be burned to death. Yang Kai's face paled as he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he hadn't been able to use Shi during his retreat some time ago, otherwise, he would have missed this opportunity. It seemed that there were gains and losses in everything. To the side, Wu Yi and Yang Yen were dumbfounded. Obviously, they didn't know about this either. This was discovered by the seniors on Shadowed Star at the cost of many lives. Qian Tong sighed slightly. Moreover, the Lu Yen Sand Field is useless to those with low strength. When it is open, the power of the heat is indeed reduced greatly, but it is still not something a Saint Realm cultivator can resist. That's why all those who go to the Lu Yen Sand Field are Saint Kings. Nephew Yang is only a first-order Saint King. If this old master didn't know you could fight those above your realm, he wouldn't have dared mention this matter to you. Of course, whether you want to go or not is up to you. I want to go. Such a rare opportunity, wouldn't it be a great loss if I didn't go? Yang Kai grinned. That place was an excellent place to refine the profound Yin sunflower water. Qian Tong looked at him approvingly. I knew nephew Yang wasn't a mediocre person. Since you've decided to go, take one of my Shadow Moon Hall spots. In any case, my Shadow Moon Hall doesn't lack spots. Chapter 1165. Quota. Yang Kai frowned, turning to Qian Tong and asking, is there a limit to the number of people who can enter the Lu Yen sand field? That's what this old master wanted to tell you. Qian Tong nodded. In fact, when the Lu Yen sand field first opened, there was no limit to the number of people who could enter, but as you know, Shadowed Star is short on cultivation resources. The higher the quality of the things, the fewer there are. The Lu Yen sand field is one of the 3 great restricted zones, so naturally, there are many good things inside. All the great forces are coveting that place, so a problem arises. A long time ago, when the Lu Yen sand field opened, all the Saint King Realm cultivators who were qualified to enter entered at once. With so many people entering, everyone's harvest became smaller and smaller, so the next time the Lu Yen sand field opened, no one would be able to obtain anything. Excessive mining can indeed cause such a problem. Yang Kai nodded. What nephew Yang says is correct, so the great forces on Shadowed Star joined forces to set some restrictions on the Lu Yen sand field. That is, each force cannot send too many people into the sand field. For example, Star Emperor Sect, Heaven Battling Union, and Thunder Typhoon Sect are allowed to send 60 people into the sand field, while lesser forces such as my Shadow Moon Hall are allowed to send 50 people in. Even smaller forces can only send 2 or 3 people into the sand field. On the one hand, this is to reduce the loss of Saint King Realm cultivators on Shadowed Star, and on the other hand, to maintain the number of precious treasures in the Lu Yen sand field. After thousands of years of the flowing time Great Emperor, all the great forces have been very conscientious. Every time the Lu Yen sand field opens, they will select people according to this quota, so there is a limit to the number of people who can enter. Yang Kai nodded lightly, indicating he understood. Qian Tong continued, even so, every time the Lu Yen sand field opens, no less than 10,000 people enter. However, the Lu Yen desert is very big. No one knows how big it is, so even if 10,000 people enter it, it won't matter. At this point, Yang Kai immediately understood what Qian Tong meant. If he wanted to enter, he would have to use one of the slots in the Shadow Moon Hall. However, the Shadow Moon Hall could accommodate 50 people, so one slot was not a problem. Moreover, if you want to enter the Lu Yen sand field, you can't go anywhere. You have to go through some special places. The forbidden area of the Lu Yen sand field is very strange. We once suspected that it was a huge formation set up by a powerful person in antiquity times, but we couldn't find a way to break it. When the power of its heat weakens, there will be some weak links similar to the formation door in different places. Those who enter must go through these weak links to enter the Lu Yen sand field. Otherwise, they can't enter. Yang Kai heard what Qian Tong said and immediately understood that he had underestimated the problem. Entering the Lu Yen sand field required a slot, and it had to be done at a special time and through a special place. It was not like what he thought before, that once the Lu Yen sand field opened, he could enter at will. Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly said, Senior, I want to enter the Lu Yen sand field. I will have to trouble you. Qian Tong laughed. Nephew Yang is too polite. If I had treated you as an outsider, this old master would not have said so much to you today, but since you intend to enter this place, leave the rest to this old master. I will make sure you are satisfied. He was afraid that Yang Kai would not ask him for help. Although Qian Tong felt that he had confided in Yang Kai and sincerely wanted to make friends with him, he was afraid that Yang Kai would not appreciate it. After all, young people were proud and arrogant. It was normal that they did not care about old men like him. Now that Yang Kai wanted to ask him for help, he was naturally happy. Changing the topic, Qian Tong said, "But nephew, if you want to enter, you have to be fully prepared." "What do I need to prepare?" Yang Kai asked modestly. "You must refine some secret treasures that can resist the heat. If you don't have a suitable secret treasure, I can provide you with some ice monster beast body materials. Secret treasures refined from these materials are most suitable for use in the Lu Yen sand field. I have also prepared a lot of materials, so you don't have to worry about not having enough." Yang Kai was about to refuse, but suddenly his heart moved. He thoughtfully asked, "Brother Wei and Miss Dong are also going to the Lu Yen sand field, right?" Qian Tong nodded. "Of course. Although that place is dangerous, they are the two most outstanding disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. How can they grow without experiencing some hardships?" "Then the secret treasures they have," Qian Tong smiled awkwardly. "I have purchased a few, but most of them are Saint King grade high rank. I don't know how useful they will be." "Huh, my Shadow Moon Hall originally had an origin grade artifact refiner, but he is too old to perform artifact refining." Yang Kai raised his brow. "If Senior is not worried, you might as well give the ice monster beast body materials to me. In a few days, I will give them 2 origin-grade secret treasures to protect themselves." Qian Tong had already determined that there was an origin-grade artifact refiner behind him, so Yang Kai didn't need to hide it. Moreover, he had deliberately said that he had collected a lot of materials, obviously intending to ask his imaginary master to refine them. Qian Tong had helped him a lot these days, providing him with a spot to enter the Lu Yen sand field and all kinds of information, so Yang Kai didn't mind returning the favor. If others respect him, he would respect him tenfold. Sure enough, seeing that Yang Kai was so thoughtful, Qian Tong was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. "Rest assured, this old master can rest assured." "Ha, then I'll have to trouble nephew Yang." Just now, he had been thinking about what to do if Yang Kai couldn't understand the meaning behind his words. For the future of Shadow Moon Hall, he could only put down his old face and ask for help directly. He hadn't expected that just by saying a few words in a roundabout way, Yang Kai would actually understand. Saying so, Qian Tong directly took out a space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. He had already prepared the materials and was just waiting for this moment to come. Moreover, he had deliberately brought Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer here. On the one hand, he wanted to let them meet Yang Kai, and on the other hand, he wanted to take this opportunity to ask Yang Kai to help him refine the secret treasures. Unfortunately, those two didn't have good eyesight and wasted Qian Tong's painstaking efforts. Yang Kai took the space ring and glanced through it casually, quickly discovering a large number of monster beast materials exuding a cold aura. Judging from the richness of this aura, it was definitely a 9th-order monster beast. Even the monster beast's monster core was inside. Shadowed Star didn't lack alchemy and artifact refining raw materials. What it lacked was high-grade alchemists and artifact refiners. With so many materials, it was enough to refine 4 or 5 secret treasures. "Nephew Yang, I'll leave this matter to you. This old master is very grateful. Senior has helped me a lot, so there's no need to be so polite. If there's anything you need in the future, just let me know." Qian Tong nodded repeatedly. Although Yang Kai was just being polite, he felt very comfortable listening to him. "By the way, Senior, when will the Lu Yen sand field open?" Yang Kai asked. Qian Tong hesitated for a moment before replying, "This kind of thing is hard to say. It may take 1 or 2 months, maybe 3 or 4 months, depending on when the power of the heat weakens. However, you can rest assured, the Lu Yen sand field is surrounded by masters from various great forces who are constantly monitoring it. Once it opens, we'll receive news and it won't be too late to set off. You should take advantage of this time to recover your strength. Once I receive news, I'll inform you immediately." Saying so, Qian Tong handed a communication artifact to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and threw it into his space ring. At that moment, there was a knock on the door again. Wu Yi walked over and opened the door, only to see Luo Qing walk in with a cautious expression on his face. Qian Tong smiled and said, "It must be that old dog Yan Pei who asked Luo Qing to deliver the Saint Crystals." Yang Kai's spirit shook while Wu Yi and Yang Yan's beautiful eyes also lit up. At the auction, Yang Kai had sent 4 items to Qian Tong, each of which had sold for a high price. It wasn't until now that the total amount of Saint crystals had been settled. Yang Kai had been waiting here not only to wait for Qian Tong, but also to wait for his earnings. Thinking about the hundreds of millions of Saint crystals, even Yang Kai couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Luo Qing stepped forward and respectfully placed a space ring on the table before saying, "Manager Yen said that there should be 165.045 million Saint crystals, but because of the huge amount of Saint crystals being auctioned, the total amount is 107 million Saint crystals. Brother Yang, please count them." 107 million. Yang Kai frowned. This number was somewhat wrong. Qian Tong thought about it for a moment before explaining with a smile. Treasure Trove Pavilion's auctions charge a processing fee of 10% of the auction proceeds, which is to say, out of 100 million Saint crystals, they will take 10 million. Too greedy. Wu Yi and Yang Yen exclaimed in unison. 10 million Saint crystals gone just like that, causing them to feel distressed. Qian Tong continued, however, Yen Pei seems to have only taken half of it this time. At least he still has a bit of conscience and probably wants to cooperate with you more in the future. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. There won't be such good things in the future. That origin condensing pill was obtained by Master by chance and is the only one of its kind. However, Senior, why are they so frantically competing for that origin condensing pill with pill veins? Seeing the puzzled look on Yang Kai's face, Qian Tong laughed and said, Gu Chang and Xian are also asked this old master this question before. After explaining the reason, Yang Kai understood that it wasn't that these people were crazy, but rather that they were too obsessed with the pursuit of the Origin King realm, so they didn't care how many Saint crystals they had to pay. After knowing this, Yang Kai's heart settled. An origin condensing pill with pill veins was something he could refine at any time with his alchemy skills, but he was currently missing one of the main ingredients to refine this origin condensing pill. There were countless precious treasures in his black book space, thousands of origin grade herbs, and 200 to 300 origin king grade herbs, but only 2 stalks of emerald silk grass, which were necessary to refine the origin condensing pill, had been used up. So, before he obtained the emerald silk grass, Yang Kai couldn't refine an origin condensing pill, so naturally, he wouldn't have a chance to cooperate with Treasure Trove Pavilion. What's more, now that he had over 100 million Saint crystals, he didn't need to sell anything. Even Shadow Moon Hall couldn't take out 100 million Saint crystals. Chapter 1166. With Saint crystals, he naturally needed to buy things. Yang Yen made a long list and ordered a large number of materials from Shadow Moon Hall. Qian Tong took a look at the list and was shocked. Each of these materials was extremely precious, and the quantity was huge. If he wanted to buy all of them, it would cost at least 40 to 50 million Saint crystals. Qian Tong wasn't worried about the Saint crystals. After all, Yang Kai had just made more than 100 million Saint crystals. He was just wondering why Yang Kai wanted to buy so many raw materials. Although he was puzzled, he didn't ask any questions and simply nodded. Shadow Moon Hall can't gather all these materials, but nephew Yang can rest assured, this old master will contact the forces with which my Shadow Moon Hall has a good relationship and will definitely gather all these materials and send them to you within half a month. Then I'll have to trouble Senior. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Having said what needed to be said, Qian Tong told Yang Kai to go back and wait for news from Lu Yen about the opening of the sand field. Yang Kai immediately took his leave. Qian Tong personally escorted Yang Kai out of Treasure Trove Pavilion before handing the list to Luo Qing. Quickly gather all the materials we can find. If it's not enough, contact the surrounding forces. As long as we don't lose money, we'll be fine. Luo Qing immediately left. Only then did Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer come over. Seeing the excited look on Qian Tong's face, Dong Xianer asked softly, Master, is that person amazing? Why do you think so highly of him? Amazing. Qian Tong nodded heavily before glancing at his 2 disciples and sighing, don't underestimate him. He is a first-order Saint King, but he can kill a third-order Saint King cultivator. Wei Guchang's eyes flashed as a look of surprise appeared on his face, but he quickly calmed down. Because when he was a first-order Saint King, he could also kill ordinary third-order Saint Kings, so he didn't think this was anything special. From the looks of it, he does have some skills. Dong Xianer pondered for a moment before pursing her lips into a smile. But even so, it's not worth it for Master to personally befriend him. Could it be that Master intends to absorb him into the Shadow Moon Hall? Absorb him into the Shadow Moon Hall? Qian Tong laughed and said self-deprecatingly, I'm just afraid that he won't take a liking to him. It can't be, right? Although my Shadow Moon Hall can't compare to the Star Emperor sect and the other two peak powers, it's not weak either. Dong Xianer exclaimed. Do you know who's behind him? What's his background? Qian Tong shook his head slowly. If you knew, you wouldn't look down on him. Elder, can you explain it in detail? I'm suddenly very interested in him. Wei Guchang grinned. A person who could be favored by an elder like this was definitely not a simple character. Let's talk as we walk. Qian Tong beckoned to the two of them. After all, they were still in Endless Treasures Pavilion, so it wasn't appropriate to talk about such things while standing in front of their door. As the three of them walked towards the largest palace in Heavenly Fate City, Qian Tong asked, Guess who put up the Dragon Striker Whip and the Origin Condensing Pill for auction today? Dong Xianer was slightly surprised. Master, you mean, it was him who put them up. Qian Tong nodded slightly. The Origin Condensing Pill is fine. Although it is rare and precious, I'm afraid there's only one of it in the world. It should have been obtained from somewhere and it's impossible for a second one to appear, but the Dragon Striker Whip was refined by his master. What? Wei Guchang was also shocked. Doesn't that mean that person's master is an Origin-grade mid-rank artifact refiner? When did our Shadowed Star produce such a master? That's the biggest reason why I want to befriend him. Shadowed Star really doesn't have such an artifact refining grandmaster, but he came from the outside. The outside? Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer looked at each other, a look of yearning flashing across their eyes. Yes, he came from the outside. Shadowed Star can almost be said to be isolated from the outside world, and the nearest cultivation star is far from us. The level of artifact refining on Shadowed Star is not enough for us to refine luxurious starships that can pass through the vast star territory and resist all kinds of dangers, so we don't know how wonderful the outside world is. We only know that there are Origin King Realm Masters, Origin King Grade Alchemists, and artifact refiners out there, all of which are outside our territory. If we can't go to the outside world, how did he come here? Dong Xianer asked suspiciously. It was just a coincidence. Qian Tong smiled. When I first met him, this old master didn't dare inquire about him for fear of offending him, but some time ago, I specifically asked Luo Qing to collect some information about him and found that he was brought back from the star field by a starship belonging to the Haiku family. At that time, he was the only one brought back, and he admitted that he came from a place called Rainfall Star. This old master has heard of Rainfall Star, and there is indeed such a cultivation star. Since he was the only one brought back, why did Master say that there was an Origin-grade mid-rank artifact refiner behind him? I don't know what the intentions of the person behind him are, but that person must have been secretly protecting him because when the Haiku family starship was about to return to Shadowed Star, it was attacked by a large group of black rock beasts. At that time, the Haiku family starship was in imminent danger and was on the verge of being destroyed, but at the most critical moment, a golden spear suddenly appeared and swept through the black rock beasts, saving all of them. Afterwards, the Haiku family disciples didn't even know who had saved them because that person never showed up. Qian Tong said unhurriedly, this information was obtained by Luo Qing and was witnessed by many of the Haiku family disciples. So this old master is certain that there was someone protecting Yang Kai from behind at that time, and that person should be his master. It had to be said that Qian Tong's inference was reasonable. Anyone who obtained this information and combined it with the various high-grade artifacts Yang Kai sold would have come to the same conclusion. However, he had underestimated Yang Kai's strength and also underestimated Yang Yan's strength. Qian Tong believed that the existence of his master was reasonable. No wonder, if he had come from the outside, then he may have been an origin-grade mid-rank artifact refiner. Wei Guchang gently nodded. You are all people who know what's important. I'm telling you all this today not to discourage you, but to let you know the advantages of others. I'm telling you not to underestimate anyone. It's enough that these words come out of my mouth and enter your ears. There's no need to let others know. Disciple understands. Both of them nodded heavily. Moreover, this old master suspects that Yang Kai's master is not just an origin-grade mid-rank artifact refiner, but no matter what, as long as we don't have any malicious intent towards him, it's fine. He has also promised to refine an origin-grade artifact for each of you to protect yourselves. This time, when you go to Lu Yen's sandfield, he will also be there. You will have plenty of time to get familiar with each other, so don't neglect him. Disciple will remember. Wei Guchang and Dong Xian both nodded in unison, both of them feeling some regret in their hearts. When their master had asked them to enter the private room just now, the two of them really shouldn't have acted so arrogantly. They also secretly decided that after Lu Yen's sandfield opened, they would get along well with Yang Kai. In front of Dragon Cave Mountain's cave, Yang Kai wrapped himself in his star shuttle and landed. Wu Yi and Yang Yen both looked at him strangely. When he returned, the two women had been staring at him like this, causing Yang Kai to feel confused. What do you want to ask? Yang Kai frowned. Do you really have a master? Wu Yi couldn't hold back her curiosity. Why do you ask? You asked me before what kind of pills were valuable, and I said origin condensing pills and origin nirvana pills. Then you took out 2 origin condensing pills. Did your master give them to you? Yang Kai laughed. What do you think? I don't know. Wu Yi shook her head honestly. If I had a master, wouldn't you be able to see it? Then the origin condensing pills. If I said I refined them myself, would you believe me? The two women shook their heads together. Even if they didn't believe him, Yang Kai finally understood why Yang Yen had gone around announcing that he was an origin-grade artifact refiner, but no one believed him. It was the same reason as the current situation. Not wanting to dwell on this issue any longer, Yang Kai tossed the space ring Qian Tong had given him before to Yang Yen, refined 2 defensive artifacts. They don't need to be too powerful, just origin-grade low rank will do. I understand, Yang Kai nodded. Refining 2 origin-grade low-rank defensive artifacts wasn't a problem for her, especially now that she had the help of the stone mongoose. The speed at which she could refine artifacts was countless times faster than before. The most time-consuming part of refining artifacts was the tempering of materials. Refining them over and over again was not only a waste of time but also a great deal of energy, but the stone mongoose could complete this process in a very short time. No wonder Yang Yen said that the stone mongoose was the best assistant to an artifact refiner. In the past, it would have taken Yang Yen 1 to 2 months to refine an origin-grade artifact, but now it only took her 3 or 4 days. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. I'm going to enter retreat to prepare for entering Lu Yen's sandfield. Pay attention to things here. Yang Kai ordered before diving into the cave and entering his stone room, closing the stone door and entering secluded retreat. The time when Lu Yen's sandfield would open was uncertain, but it would be at least 1 to 2 months before it opened. Yang Kai needed to use this time to improve his combat effectiveness. In terms of artifacts, he needed to nurture the Purple Shield and 100 Mountains picture as soon as possible. Both artifacts had already been refined, so all he needed to do was make them more compatible with him and he would be able to use them in battle. As for pills, Yang Kai was preparing to refine 1 or 2 bottles of snow and ice pills. The snow and ice pills that appeared at the auction were origin-grade low-rank, and were the only pills Yang Kai could refine at this stage, so he wasn't lacking in materials. As for other things like healing pills, Yang Kai already had a lot of them, so there was no need for him to refine them. On top of that, he had great confidence in his body's restorative abilities. If he really couldn't handle it, he could just explode a drop of golden blood. With the enormous vitality contained in his golden blood, as long as his foundation wasn't damaged, he should be able to recover. What remained was the most important thing. Yang Kai wanted to improve the power of his space blade as soon as possible. Chapter 1167. The space blade was a direct manifestation of space force and was an attack method that only Yang Kai could use. It was extremely mysterious and impossible to guard against. Once he could use this method at will, he would have another trump card to protect his life and deal with his enemies. He had never been to the Lu Yen Desert before and did not know much about it, but from Qian Tong's introduction, it was likely to be extremely dangerous. Yang Kai did not dare to be careless and could only make the most comprehensive preparations. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai first took out the profound insect stone he had obtained at the auction. Yang Yen had said that this stone contained a very strange energy. It could not be absorbed by a cultivator, nor could it be used for artifact refining. It could only be used to cultivate some exotic insects, and the soul-devouring insects were one of those exotic insects. At the auction, it was because of the abnormal reaction of the soul-devouring insects that Yang Kai had bought this profound insect stone. Otherwise, he would have missed out on it. As soon as the profound insect stone was taken out, Yang Kai felt the soul-devouring insects on the six-colored island in his knowledge sea become restless, as if they wanted to fly out of his knowledge sea and rush into the profound insect stone. However, without Yang Kai's permission, they could not leave the island no matter what, causing them to become even more excited. Yang Kai did not stop them and instead released the defenses of his knowledge sea, using his divine sense to sweep up the countless soul-devouring insects and pour them into the profound insect stone. As soon as the soul-devouring insects entered the profound insect stone, they immediately became extremely violent, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, each of them exuding a strange aura. Yang Kai listened carefully and seemed to hear a rustling sound, like silkworms eating mulberry leaves. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai discovered that the soul-devouring insects had once again begun to devour each other, setting off a frenzy of internal strife within the profound insect stone. At this moment, the weak soul-devouring insects had no right to live at all. They were instantly wiped out by their stronger counterparts. After cleaning up their weaker companions, the stronger soul-devouring insects also began to conquer and devour each other. The number of soul-devouring insects rapidly decreased. Yang Kai was overjoyed. The last time the soul-devouring insects devoured each other was a long time ago, but after that incident, the soul-devouring insects' power had obviously increased a lot. This time, the same thing happened again. Yang Kai was sure that once they stabilized, their power would definitely increase again. He was looking forward to it. If his soul-devouring insects could evolve to the point where even origin-returning realm masters were unable to resist them, Yang Kai would be invincible on Shadowed Star. At that time, there would be no need for Yang Yen to continue arranging the spirit array. With just his soul-devouring insects alone, no one would dare offend him. After observing for a while, Yang Kai found that the soul-devouring insects were still going to attack each other for a long time, so he didn't waste any more time on it. He directly put the nightmare stone in a corner and let them evolve on their own. Taking out some spirit grasses and spirit herbs, Yang Kai took out his alchemy furnace and began to refine the ice and snow pills. Refining origin-grade low-rank pills was not difficult for him now. In just over a day, Yang Kai had refined 2 bottles of 20 ice and snow pills, 7 of which had formed pill veins. After doing all this, Yang Kai began to enter retreat to nourish his artifacts and cultivate his space force. Time flew by, and soon, 3 months had passed. Inside the stone room, Yang Kai closed his eyes and concentrated, holding a piece of space spirit crystal in his left hand as he constantly used his space force to absorb its energy. His other hand seemed to be waving unconsciously, and every time he did so, a blade-like crack would appear in space. As soon as this crack appeared, it would shoot out in all directions. The entire stone room was a mess, with traces left behind by Yang Kai's space blade. After entering retreat for 3 months, Yang Kai's space blade was undoubtedly much more powerful than when it was first formed. Whether it was in terms of speed or stability, it was incomparable to when it was first formed. The space blade's lethality lay mainly in its speed and stability, especially the latter. Unlike other offensive methods, where the more Saint Chi used, the more destructive it would be. Its main lethality had nothing to do with the amount of Saint Chi used, but rather its ability to devour space. As long as it was stable enough, it could swallow anything in its path into the void, even the attacks of others. Just imagine when someone attacked Yang Kai with a killer move or artifact, the space blade would directly swallow that attack or artifact. At that time, Yang Kai would no longer need to use any defensive means, as attacking was his best defense. However, this stability would be interfered with by the attacks of other cultivators. Once the interference was severe, the void crack would close, rendering the space blade useless. As such, Yang Kai had been studying the stability of the space blade during this time, so its speed hadn't improved much. After consuming a large number of space spirit crystals, Yang Kai's method of burning money became a reality, allowing him to gradually gain some insights into the use of his space blade. While cultivating, Yang Kai couldn't feel the passage of time at all. It wasn't until Yang Kai received a divine sense fluctuation from the communication artifact that Yang Kai was suddenly awakened. Qian Tong had sent him a message. Yang Kai quickly picked up the communication artifact, poured his divine sense into it, then immediately stood up and walked out. 3 months was still too short for him to thoroughly study the space blade. At this stage, he couldn't use it against his enemies, but now that Lu Yen's sand field had opened, Yang Kai didn't have time to continue his retreat. After 3 months of cultivation, both the Purple Shield and the 100 Mountains picture had become much more compatible with his body and could be used in battle. He had also refined 2 bottles of snow and ice pills, which should be enough for an emergency. After leaving the cave, Yang Kai was slightly startled as he found that Dragon Cave Mountains seemed to have undergone some significant changes. Not only was the world energy here extremely rich, but the various peaks were also shrouded in a dense fog. Many exquisite houses had been built around the cave as well as a number of strange objects. The several dozen cultivators who followed Wu Yi were all busy while Wu Yi and Yang Yan were both concentrating on something, both of them looking very excited. Seeing Yang Kai come out of seclusion, the 2 women were stunned for a moment, but soon understood and put down what they were doing and walked over. "Are you going to leave?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded gently and said, "After I leave, don't let anyone enter my stone room, and don't touch the profound insect stone inside. There are some very dangerous things inside." "I know," Wu Yi responded quickly. "The 2 origin-grade artifacts Elder Qian requested have been delivered, right?" Yang Kai turned to Yang Yan again. "I gave them to them long ago. About 10 days after you entered seclusion, Elder Qian personally delivered a large number of materials. At that time, I gave the 2 artifacts to him." "That's good. You can go, but Xiao Xiao has to stay. Without his help, refining things is too laborious," Yang Yan added. Xiao Xiao was the stone mongoose, a name Yang Yan had given him without permission. Yang Kai didn't care. In any case, on this trip to the Lu Yen sand field, he wouldn't need the stone mongoose, so he nodded and agreed. After exhorting them a few more things, he hurriedly rushed towards Heavenly Fate City. Halfway there, Yang Kai saw a blue light fly over from the distance, and upon arriving, he discovered that it was Luo Qing. "Young Master Yang." Luo Qing stopped his star shuttle and cupped his fists to Yang Kai. "Elder Qian said to take you to the space array as soon as possible. Everyone is ready, you're the only one left." "Many thanks." Yang Kai returned the courtesy and rushed towards Heavenly Fate City with him. On the way, Yang Kai asked Luo Qing about the Lu Yen sand field. Luo Qing didn't know much, only that the restricted area was about to open. Now, all the great forces on Shadowed Star were rushing to different entrances, waiting for the restricted area to open before immediately swarming in. Flying over Heavenly Fate City, the pair arrived directly in front of a palace. After entering the palace, Yang Kai was surprised to find that there were almost 200 people gathered here, 90% of whom were Saint King Realm Cultivator. Most of them were second or third order Saint Kings, with a few first order Saint Kings present. Lu Yen Sandfield was very dangerous, so even a first order Saint King wouldn't be of much use inside. Yang Kai frowned. Didn't Qian Tong say that there were only 50 spots in the Shadow Moon Hall? Why are there so many people here? And looking at their posture, it seemed that they were all going to the Lu Yen Sand Field through the space array. As soon as Yang Kai arrived, he attracted countless gazes. Qian Tong even came out laughing and greeted him enthusiastically. "Nephew Yang, you've come at the right time. We have just finished gathering here and will soon open the space array. Come with this old master." Last time, Yang Kai promised to help him refine 2 origin-grade artifacts, and it only took him 10 days to obtain them. Although they were only origin-grade low-rank artifacts, they were infinitely close to origin-grade mid-rank. Now, these 2 defensive artifacts had been taken away by Wei Guchang and Dong Xian. If these 2 artifacts were to be put up for auction, they would be worth at least 4 million Saint crystals, not to mention they were ice attribute artifacts, which were the best way to restrain the heat of Lu Yen Sand Field, so their price would likely be even higher. Qian Tong's previous efforts to show goodwill to Yang Kai had all been taken back. Now, Qian Tong was naturally extremely polite to Yang Kai. Even this time, when everyone was gathered, Qian Tong had first gathered everyone before sending a message to Yang Kai, afraid that Yang Kai would wait too long. Seeing Qian Tong personally greet Yang Kai, many of the cultivator in the hall couldn't help looking over in surprise, wondering what was so special about this first-order Saint King cultivator that made Qian Tong act so politely. "Senior Brother Wei, who is that guy? We waited for so long, could it be that we were waiting for him?" A pretty girl took the opportunity to get close to Wei Guchang's side, and asked in a soft voice. "He doesn't look like someone with a great background, and his strength is so low, only a first-order Saint King," someone nearby immediately echoed. Wei Guchang glanced at them and moved away from the woman, saying lightly, "You don't need to know who he is, just don't provoke him." After eating Wei Guchang's neither soft nor hard rebuke, the woman smiled awkwardly and stepped aside, her heart filled with bitterness. Wei Guchang was the most talented disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, a man of striking appearance and upright character. Naturally, he would attract the gazes of many women, causing many of the women in Shadow Moon Hall to secretly fall in love with him. However, he didn't show any concern for other women, as if in his eyes, there was only Dong Xian. Chapter 1168. Inside the hall, there were nearly 50 people wearing Shadow Moon Hall's disciple robes, looking very neat and uniform. The other 100 or so people were not the same. Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's doubts, Qian Tong took the initiative to explain, "My Shadow Moon Hall, including nephew Yang, has a total of 50 spots. The others are from families or sects affiliated to Shadow Moon Hall. They also have some spots, but not many. There are also some families and sects that have nothing to do with my Shadow Moon Hall. They are all passing through Heavenly Fate City and will be leaving with us." Yang Kai suddenly understood why there were so many people gathered in the hall. The great forces of Shadowed Star did a good job in this regard and didn't try to monopolize the benefits. Instead, they allocated some spots to the smaller forces and small families. Whether or not they could obtain any benefits after entering would depend on their own efforts and means. Thinking about it this way, last time Qian Tong said that every time Lu Yen Sand Field opened, no less than 10,000 people would enter. Shadowed Star was simply too big, so even if each force did not have many spots, the total number would not be less than 10,000. While following Qian Tong inside, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. From that direction, he saw a pair of eyes staring at him with hatred. Yang Kai was very sensitive to this kind of gaze and naturally felt it. When the two's eyes met, the man's eyes flashed a few times before he quickly looked away. Xie Hongwen. He was also going? Last time, when Xie Hongwen went to Dragon Cave Mountain to find trouble with Yang Kai, if Qian Tong had not arrived, Xie Hongwen would have died. This playboy young master's character was terrible. Although he was a first-order Saint King, his true combat strength was nothing to scoff at, so why was he going? What made Yang Kai even more puzzled was that Xie Hongwen's clothes were not the same as those of Shadow Moon Hall. There were also two third-order Saint King Cultivator accompanying him, seemingly responsible for protecting him. "Senior, can Lu Yen kill people in the sand?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. Seeing Yang Kai and Xie Hongwen's eyes meet, Qian Tong naturally knew what was going on. He sneered and nodded. "Yes, so nephew must be careful. Don't make enemies easily, but if someone dares to bully you, there is no need to be soft-hearted. If anything happens, this old master will take care of it for you." "Thank you, senior." Yang Kai also sneered. If Xie Hongwen stayed in Lu Yan's sand, he would let him go. But if he really dared to seek revenge, Yang Kai would not show mercy. He did not kill him last time out of respect for Qian Tong. Qian Tong looked a little annoyed. After all, he had spent a lot of effort to save Xie Hongwen's life. Who knew that this idiot not only did not know how to be grateful, but also held a grudge in his heart. If he wanted to seek his own death, Qian Tong couldn't do anything about it. That idiot wasn't qualified to enter Lu Yan's sand. My Shadow Moon Hall won't waste a spot on such a waste. For some reason, Qian Tong explained to Yang Kai in a low voice, but his father spent some money to buy 3 spots from a small family affiliated with Shadow Moon Hall, allowing him to enter. Those 2 third-order Saint Kings are disciples of his Xie family, not my Shadow Moon Hall. What he meant was that there was no harm in killing them. However, what surprised Yang Kai was that these spots could be transferred, so he immediately asked. Qian Tong chuckled. "Naturally, they can be transferred. The allocation of spots was decided in advance by each great force. Each force has a fixed number of spots, but no one cares who goes." Doesn't that mean that as long as a force has enough courage and means, they can send more people than what they've been allocated? Yang Kai immediately thought of something. That may be the case, but Lu Yan's sand is too dangerous. Which great force dares to send too many elites in? Once the losses are serious, there will be a gap in manpower, which will be extremely detrimental to the development of any great force. But what my dear nephew says is right as well. Besides the 50 people that my Shadow Moon Palace has on the surface, we have indeed obtained more than 20 spots from some of the smaller family clans. Hence, among those who are going this time, there are more than 70 disciples from my Shadow Moon Palace. I understand, Yang Kai nodded gently. There are many things you need to pay attention to in Lu Yan's sand. Last time, nephew Yang left in a hurry, so this old man didn't have time to tell you. You can follow Gu Chang and Xian to the teleportation array. On the way, they will explain everything clearly to you. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask them, Qian Tong advised. Okay. Yang Kai smiled slightly. He knew that Qian Tong was creating an opportunity for Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer to befriend him, so naturally, he wouldn't be polite. As they spoke, the two arrived in front of the space array. Qian Tong waved his hand and Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer immediately walked over. The two of you will teleport with Yang Kai. When you arrive at Ji and City, you don't need to wait. Just go directly to Lu Yan's sand field. Your martial uncle Wang and martial uncle Yen will be waiting there. When you get there, they will tell you what to do. This old man will bring these people to meet up with you. Yes, Wei Guchang nodded respectfully and grinned at Yang Kai. Greetings, Brother Yang. His attitude this time was much better than last time. It was clear that Qian Tong had carefully instructed him. Dong Xianer also bowed gracefully. Yang Kai exchanged some pleasantries with them, and the 3 of them immediately stood on the space array. The space array had already been prepared and could be activated as soon as they arrived. When the Shadow Moon Hall disciple guarding the space array saw that the 3 of them were standing firmly, he quickly activated the space array. With a flash of white light, the 3 of them disappeared from everyone's sight. Qian Tong then hurriedly arranged for the others to use the space array. The space array could only teleport a maximum of 5 people at a time, and it would take 1 to 2 hours to teleport nearly 200 people. On the other side, Yang Kai only felt a slight dizziness. When his vision recovered, he found that he was already in another large hall. This large hall also had a space array. It was unknown which faction the disciple guarding the space array belonged to. When the three of them appeared, one of them asked, "Are you from Shadow Moon Hall?" Wei Guchang nodded, took out a token from his sleeve, and handed it over. The guard took it and checked it before returning it and happily letting them pass. After leaving the hall, Wei Guchang said, "Brother Yang, please come with me. This is, in city, 1,000,000 kilometers away from Heavenly Fate City. We need to fly for a day or two before we can reach the edge of the Lu Yen Desert. Brother Wei, please lead the way." Yang Kai nodded. He was not familiar with the places on Shadowed Star, so naturally, he would follow Wei Guchang's lead at this moment. Wei Guchang did not say a word, simply summoning his star shuttle and extending his hand to Dong Xian'e. Dong Xian'er's face blushed slightly as she glared at him, seemingly blaming him for acting so boldly in front of others. Wei Guchang laughed and said, "Brother Yang is not an outsider, what's there to be shy about?" Dong Xian'er couldn't argue with him, so she stretched out her hand and allowed Wei Guchang to pull her up onto the star shuttle. Yang Kai couldn't help smiling as this scene made him feel a little warm. His impression of Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er couldn't help changing as he quickly summoned his star shuttle. 2 blue lights flashed and the group of 3 flew off in a certain direction, soon leaving Ji and city. Wei Guchang's star shuttle was the same as Yang Kai's, both Saint King grade high rank, so even if it carried one person, the difference in speed wasn't great. After leaving Ji and city, Wei Guchang said, "Elder Qian said that Brother Yang doesn't know much about the Lu Yen Desert. Does Brother Yang have anything he wants to know? If this Wei knows, he will definitely tell you the truth." Yang Kai was just about to ask about these things when Wei Guchang took the initiative to speak. "I only know that we need to pass through some special places to enter the Lu Yen Desert. As for the situation inside the Lu Yen Desert and what we need to pay attention to, I don't know, so I hope Brother Wei can give me some pointers." Seeing Yang Kai speak so politely, Wei Guchang also smiled. "I wouldn't dare give you pointers, but this Wei has some elders to guide me, so I understand a little more than Brother Yang. It's not a big deal, as long as Brother Yang asks around, he will be able to understand." He learned from Qian Tong that Yang Kai came from the outside world, so Yang Kai probably really didn't know anything about the Lu Yen Desert, so he patiently told Yang Kai everything he knew. Dong Xian'er interjected from time to time, each time hitting the nail on the head and speaking bluntly. With the cooperation of the brother and sister, Yang Kai quickly gained a comprehensive understanding of the Lu Yen Desert. The Lu Yen Desert was shrouded in scorching heat all year round, so origin-returning realm masters and Saint King realm cultivators were not allowed to enter. Only now could a Saint King realm cultivator enter to explore. However, not all parts of the Lu Yen Desert were covered in scorching heat. It could be considered a large circular territory, and the Lu Yen Desert was divided into several layers. The outermost territory was the scorching heat zone, so the deeper one went, the more dangerous it became. In this scorching heat zone, there were some precious treasures, but even more rare ores. These ores had been baked by the scorching heat for many years and were extremely pure. Some of these ores could even be directly used for artifact refining, and their quality was extremely high, several times more valuable than those mined outside. The danger of the scorching heat zone wasn't just the unbearable heat, but also the fire spirit beasts and Lu Yen flying fires. These two were life-threatening threats. Fire spirit beasts were a kind of monster beast formed by the accumulation of fire attribute world energy to a certain extent. Their bodies were illusory, and the more solid their bodies were, the stronger they were. They had no sentience, so ordinary direct attacks had no effect on them. Divine sense attacks were also ineffective, so only Saint Qi attacks could destroy them. It was best to use an ice attribute offensive artifact. As long as one had the ability and conditions, almost everyone who entered the Lu Yen Desert would prepare an ice attribute offensive artifact. Fire spirit beasts also had fire crystal stones inside their bodies. Fire crystal stones had a great effect when used to refine some special pills and artifacts, improving the quality of these pills and artifacts. On Shadowed Star, The standard of alchemy and artifact refining was only origin grade low rank, so if one wanted to refine origin grade mid-rank pills and artifacts, fire crystal stones were essential. Chapter 1169. Because of the preciousness of the fire crystal stones, many of the cultivators from the major forces who entered the Lu Yen sand field had come specifically to hunt fire spirit beasts. Some cultivators from small families and forces also had the same idea. After obtaining the fire crystal stones, they would be able to make a huge profit by selling them. This kind of thing could not be found outside, and could only be found in the Lu Yen sand field. It was the favorite of alchemists and weapon refiners. Brother Yang, if you encounter a fire spirit beast with a physical body, do not fight with it. A fire spirit beast with a physical body is almost equivalent to a ninth-order monster beast. It is the most difficult to deal with, Wei Guchang warned with a serious look. A ninth-order monster beast was equivalent to a master of the origin returning realm. Naturally, a Saint King realm cultivator would not be able to gain any advantage over it. One careless mistake and they would be killed. After saying this, he sneered and said, "But this kind of thing is very rare. It is basically impossible to encounter it." Yang Kai gently nodded and asked, "I understand the situation of the fire spirit beast. What is Lu Yen flying fire?" Wei Guchang's expression immediately became serious and he said in a deep voice, "Lu Yen flying fire is more harmful to the cultivator who enters the sand field than the fire spirit beasts. Fortunately, it is not as abundant as the fire spirit beasts. Lu Yen flying fire is very rare. Some people may never encounter it. Even if they do, they will only encounter one or two at most. But Brother Yang, do not underestimate Lu Yen flying fire. This kind of thing is extremely fast, even faster than the spread of divine sense. It is extremely difficult to detect. You may not even notice it when it flies past you." Yang Kai could not help but be shocked. Being able to spread faster than the spread of divine sense, one could imagine how strange this thing was. Not only is it dangerous, but it is also very lethal. If one's guard is not up to par or if their strength is insufficient, once they are hit by one, their soul will be incinerated and they will be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Elder Qian told me that every time the flowing flame sand field opened, some unlucky fellows would be killed by the flowing flame flying fire. Isn't this an undeserved disaster? Yang Kai was surprised. Wei Guchang smiled and said, "Brother Yang is right. This is an undeserved disaster. But since one dared to enter the Lu Yen sand field, one must be prepared to bear a certain degree of risk. Lu Yan's flying fire. To be. Brother. Yang Kai looked at her in amazement, thinking to himself that this Lu Yen flying fire was also a good thing. Wei Guchang laughed and said, "That's exactly what I was going to say. Lu Yen flying fire is indeed very terrifying, but it is also an extremely precious treasure. Brother Yang should know that some people have different divine senses, right?" Variant divine senses? Yang Kai's expression changed. Yes, variant divine senses. Some people's divine senses contain some strange attributes, such as conflagrated knowledge C, divine sense poison, and divine sense ice. Although these variant divine senses are different from ordinary people's divine senses, without exception, they all have extraordinary powers. Needless to say, conflagrated knowledge C is the variant divine sense that alchemists and artifact refiners desire the most, while conflagrated knowledge C and divine sense poison are unpredictable. These variant divine senses are extremely rare. Some are born with them, while others are obtained through cultivation of certain secret arts and martial skills. Of course, these secret arts and martial skills are also very rare and ordinary people can't even come across them. Even my Shadow Moon Hull doesn't have such things. Some of them are obtained through some fortuitous encounters. Yang Kai deeply agreed. His conflagrated knowledge C was obtained by chance. When he was in the central capital, he wanted to swallow the true spirit born in a piece of fire attribute jade to enhance his strength, but as a result, his divine sense mutated. He knew more about the wonders of conflagrated knowledge C than anyone else. And Lu Yan's flying fire has a chance to mutate one's divine sense, allowing one to possess a conflagrated knowledge C. Wei Guchang's eyes lit up. Brother Yang, think about it. Which alchemist and artifact refiner doesn't want to possess a conflagrated knowledge C? So if you can obtain Lu Yan's flying fire, those artifact refiners and alchemists will definitely fight over it. Saying so, Wei Guchang intentionally or unintentionally glanced towards Yang Kai. Under the influence of Qian Tong, Wei Guchang believed that Yang Kai had an origin-grade artifact refiner master behind him. Since he was an artifact refiner, there was no reason for him not to be tempted by Lu Yan's flying fire. As a disciple, Yang Kai would naturally want to show filial piety to his master. But to Wei Guchang's disappointment, Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, as if he didn't care at all. Wei Guchang quickly continued, "Of course, there is a certain risk involved in mutating one's divine sense. It is very likely that one's divine sense will fail to mutate and will instead be burned to ashes by Lu Yan's flying fire. In any case, Brother Yang just needs to pay attention. Basically, no one can obtain Lu Yan's flying fire, so if you encounter it, avoid it as soon as possible." Yang Kai nodded, remaining calm on the surface, but in his heart he was wondering if he should chase after it if he really encountered it. Lu Yan's flying fire could mutate one's divine sense and give birth to a conflagrated knowledge C, but Yang Kai already had a conflagrated knowledge C, so he shouldn't be afraid of Lu Yan's flying fire. The situation in this flame area is roughly like this. In addition to resisting the heat, one only needs to pay attention to the fire spirit beasts and Lu Yan's flying fire. The power of the heat in the outermost flame area is not the same. The further in you go, the stronger the heat, and the more difficult it is to resist. But if you can pass through the outermost flame area and enter the second layer, then you'll be in heaven. Why do you say that? Yang Kai's interest was immediately piqued. Because the second layer is the treasure area. There is no heat, only treasure area and a small number of monster beasts. Once you enter the second layer, in addition to guarding against the sneak attacks of others, it's fine as long as you don't get targeted by a high-level monster beast. It can be said that as long as you enter the second layer, your harvest will definitely not be small. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. There is such a territory area like this? Wei Guchang looked at Yang Kai with a smile, very satisfied with Yang Kai's current expression. Of course. Otherwise, how could the Lu Yan sand be so attractive? Although some good things are suitable for growing in places with high temperatures, they are still in the minority. Without the treasure area, the value of the Lu Yan sand would be reduced by at least half. Us brother and sister are mainly going to the treasure area this time. Naturally, there will be others who will hunt the fire spirit beasts. There is no need for us to do it. He and Dong Xianer's position in the Shadow Moon Hall was not low, so this kind of manual labor was naturally left to the junior brothers and sisters. They were only responsible for getting as much benefit from the treasure area as possible. It wasn't just the Shadow Moon Hall, but all the other major forces did the same. Of the disciples who entered, more than half of them would go to the flame area to hunt fire spirit beasts and fire crystal stones. Only the elites of the elites would enter the treasure area to search for good things and their own opportunities. The Lu Yan sand is divided into 2 territory areas? Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. This was beyond his expectations. It's not just 2 territory areas. Wei Guchang shook his head, because if you go deeper into the treasure area, you will encounter a second flame area. The second flame area is much more dangerous than the outermost flame area. Elder Qian strictly ordered us not to go there. Since there is a second flame area, is there a second treasure area? Yang Kai's expression changed. I don't know, because since the founding of the Shadow Moon Hall, no one has ever broken into the second flame area, but many elite disciples have died tragically inside. Not to mention the Shadow Moon Hall, even great forces like Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Star Emperor Sect probably don't know the situation inside. In other words, everyone is concentrated in the territory of the two outermost flame areas. You can put it that way, but Brother Yang can rest assured that damned place is very big, so unless you use some special means to contact others, you may not even meet a single living person in there for half a year. What do you mean by half a year? Right, I forgot to tell Brother Yang that every time the Lu Yen sand field opens, it only lasts for half a year. Once the half-year period is up, everyone will be sent out and no one can stay inside for long. In addition, star shuttles are not allowed inside as there is some kind of mysterious force that suppresses the ability of star shuttles. Even we can't fly. If we want to hurry, we can only rely on our movement skills and martial skills to increase our speed. This is the most troublesome part. Wei Guchang shook his head and said, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. If it weren't for some kind of inexplicable force that restricted all flying artifacts and abilities, the harvest of those who entered would definitely be several times greater. Hearing this, Yang Kai secretly rejoiced. He didn't know what methods others had to increase their speed, but he had the wind and thunder wings. Although the wind and thunder wings were mainly used for flight, they could definitely increase one's speed. The only thing Yang Kai didn't know was whether the wind and thunder wings could be used inside. After all, this thing wasn't a flight-type artifact, so it shouldn't be restricted. It seemed that he would have to test it out as soon as he entered. In addition, Brother Yang, there is one thing you need to pay attention to. Although we will enter the Lu Yen sand field from the same entrance, the places we will appear in may be very different, so each of us must carry a special communication compass to make it easier for us to find each other. When Wei Guchang said these words, Dong Xianer immediately took out a communication compass from her space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. Communication compasses were refined in sets, and the number of each set varied. Generally speaking, only 3 to 5 or 7 would be refined in a set. Of course, there was no upper limit to the number of communication compasses, and an artifact refiner could refine as many as they wanted. Each communication compass could only be used to transmit information to and from the same set of artifacts, so there was no need to worry about irrelevant people eavesdropping on them. Qian Tong had given Yang Kai a communication artifact last time, but that was only for the two of them to communicate with each other. Unlike this one, Yang Kai also had several artifacts he could use to communicate with Wu Yi and Yang Yen. Yang Kai had several of these artifacts in his space ring. Although Yang Kai didn't intend to act together with Wei Guchang and the others, he still took the communication compass and tossed it into his space ring. Junior sister, I didn't say anything wrong, right? Wei Guchang asked Dong Xianer. He was also worried that he would say something wrong and cause Yang Kai to encounter danger inside. You shouldn't, Dong Xianer shook her head gently. Then that's all for now. If Brother Yang has anything to ask, just ask, Wei Guchang grinned. Good. Chapter 1170. Wei Guchang was actually a very talkative person, and after gradually becoming familiar with Yang Kai, the two of them began to talk about more and more. From the distribution of the great forces on Shadowed Star to the famous young talents, Wei Guchang was able to speak clearly and logically, allowing Yang Kai to benefit greatly. Wei Guchang also intentionally or unintentionally tried to lead the conversation to the outside world, but every time he did, Yang Kai would subtly change the subject. After a few times, Wei Guchang tactfully stopped bringing it up. He thought that Yang Kai was unwilling to talk about the wonders of the outside world, but in fact, it was because Yang Kai didn't know much about it. Since entering star territory, he had only been to Water Moon Star and Rainfall Star, and the people he had dealt with were basically people from Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. He didn't know much about the distribution of the great forces on star territory, so how could he possibly talk to Wei Guchang? Dong Xianer, on the other hand, was relatively quiet. Most of the time, she was alone in contemplation, occasionally revealing a happy expression, as if as long as she was held in Wei Guchang's arms, it didn't matter where she went. A day later, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the temperature in the air had become much hotter. Everywhere he passed, the landscape gradually became barren. The ground was filled with reddish-brown sand, and the further he flew, the more serious this situation became. The Lu Yen sand field covered Shadowed Star, and its scorching temperature had already affected the surrounding environment. At a certain moment, Yang Kai raised his head and stared into the distance. All he could see was a sea of red. It was as if the entire world had been dyed red, and a huge amount of heat was radiating from that place, distorting his vision. That's the edge of the Lu Yen sand field. Wei Guchang pointed to the territory where the dark red energy curtain flowed, a dignified look appearing on his face. It seems that there is still some time before we can enter the Lu Yen sand field. Is there any way to tell? Yang Kai asked. The change in color of the energy curtain is the best sign. When it turns light red, we will be able to enter through those entrances. If we go in now, we will all die. Wei Guchang took a deep breath, and a look of fear appeared on his face. After flying forward for a long time, the three of them finally arrived at the periphery of the Lu Yen sand field. At this time, there were at least 500 people gathered here. These people were divided into groups of different sizes. They each found a good place to sit and rest. It seemed that they had arrived here first and were waiting for the cultivator of the Lu Yen sand field to open. Seeing Yang Kai and the other two arrive, these people all looked at them. These people were all Saint Kings, with the occasional origin returning realm cultivator among them, but they were nothing more than elders leading the group. Further ahead, there was a group of origin returning realm masters scattered around the periphery of the Lu Yen sand field, all of them solemnly observing the changes in the Lu Yen sand field. This group of people was the most powerful group of people on Shadowed Star, all of them third-order origin returning realm masters. Many of them had been observing this place for months or even half a year in order to pass on information about the Lu Yen sand field to their respective sects as soon as possible so that they could make preparations. Shadow Moon Hall was relatively far away from here, so naturally, they had arrived late. After the three landed, they casually found a place where no one else was around. Wei Guchang looked into the distance and said, "Brother Yang, wait here, I'll take junior sister to find my martial uncle and martial sister and greet them, lest they complain about our lack of etiquette." "Brother Wei, you don't need to worry about me," Yang Kai nodded lightly. Wei Guchang and Dong Xin'er summoned their star shuttles and flew off in a certain direction, disappearing a moment later. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to them and instead looked around. The cultivator groups that had come here were all in groups, with the smallest group consisting of 20 or so people while the largest group was as large as the Shadow Moon Hall, with a total of 50 people gathered together. They all looked at Yang Kai curiously, many of them with contempt and disdain in their eyes. Yang Kai's cultivation was too low, and he had come with Wei Guchang and Dong Xin'er, so it was easy for people to mistakenly think that the three of them were from some small family. Only small families would have 2 or 3 spots to enter Shadow Moon Hall. Not long after Yang Kai sat down, a group of 2 people walked over and stood in front of him, looking down at him condescendingly. Yang Kai could clearly see that these 2 were from a group of about 30 people. Being able to obtain 30 spots to enter Lu Yen sand field, although this group couldn't compare to the Shadow Moon Hall, it shouldn't be small. And it wasn't just them, many people from the large and small groups had already stood up and wanted to approach him, but these 2 were the fastest, so they could only temporarily give up and stand in place to observe. "Why are they looking for me?" Yang Kai was puzzled. These 2 weren't very old, about 30 to 40 years old. One was a third-order Saint King cultivator while the other was a first-order Saint King. They didn't look like evil people, but the leading third-order Saint King had a palm-sized scarlet scar on his forehead that gave him a somewhat fierce look. "Friend," the man with the scar on his face called out, "are you also going to enter Lu Yen sand field?" Although there was nothing wrong with what he asked, Yang Kai could clearly hear the doubt and disdain in his tone. On the other hand, the man behind him was staring at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, as if Yang Kai had something he wanted. Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to these 2, but this time, he had come here with the Shadow Moon Hall. If there was any conflict, it would make things difficult for Qian Tong, so after thinking about it he patiently nodded, yes. The man grinned, "Your strength isn't high, it will be very dangerous for you to enter." "That's my business." Yang Kai vaguely guessed what they wanted to do. Before, Qian Tong had said that the spots to enter Lu Yen's sand field could be transferred, so these two were probably after his spot. The other people who stood up and wanted to come over probably did so for the same reason, but the scarred man beat them to it. Sure enough, the scarred man shook his head and said, "I'm saying this for your own good. Look, there are only 3 of you, and that man and woman seem to be in love with each other. They probably won't be able to take care of you once you enter. You're really going to die." As he spoke, he showed an extremely exaggerated expression, as if he was really worried about Yang Kai's safety. But when he saw that Yang Kai's expression was calm and not afraid at all, he couldn't help but feel a little bored and said, "I have a business here, do you want to do it?" Not interested. Yang Kai decisively refused. Since he knew what they wanted to do, Yang Kai was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. "Don't be in a hurry to refuse." The scarred man smiled, squatted down and whispered, "Look, friend, you're risking your life to enter Lu Yen's sand field, and you might not be able to come out. You're only going in to look for some benefits, right? I have an idea that will allow you to reap some benefits without putting your life in danger." Saying so, he took out an artifact from his space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. "This is a Saint King grade low-rank artifact. Its quality is very good. I'll give it to you as a gift. I believe that after you refine it, your strength will definitely soar. Of course, I'm not giving it to you for free. All I want is your entry pass." "What entry pass?" Yang Kai was stunned. "It's the pass to enter Lu Yen's sand field. Don't play dumb." The First Order Saint King cultivator who had been staring at Yang Kai with burning eyes shouted, "There's such a thing?" Yang Kai frowned. He had never heard Wei Guchang mention such a thing, and Qian Tong hadn't given him any proof either. Seeing Yang Kai's blank look, the scarred man thought he was playing dumb and couldn't help sneering. "Don't be so shameless, friend. My junior brother just wants to enter Lu Yen's sand field with us, but unfortunately, my Blue Sparrow sect doesn't have enough spots. Now that we've taken a fancy to your entry pass, we're giving you face. Besides, I'm not asking for your entry pass for free. Didn't I already give you an artifact? You want to buy my entry pass with a Saint King grade low-rank artifact?" Yang Kai sneered, "Not to mention I don't have any entry pass. Even if I did, I wouldn't sell it to you. Friend, are you refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? Can you let me see your space ring?" The scarred man's face also became gloomy. "You want to see my space ring? Do you have the ability?" Yang Kai's expression became cold. Every cultivator's space ring was a very private thing, and under normal circumstances, it was impossible for others to make such a request. The scarred man's words made Yang Kai burn with anger. This was no different from directly slapping his face. "Brother, don't talk nonsense with him, just grab it, he won't dare say anything." The First Order Saint King cultivator seemed to want to enter Lu Yen's sand field and couldn't help urging the scarred man. Seeing the scarred man hesitate, he actually reached out to grab Yang Kai's space ring. Yang Kai's patience had long since reached its limit. These two had been chattering in front of him, trying to snatch his space ring by force, which was really disgusting. Seeing the First Order Saint King cultivator reach out to grab him, Yang Kai didn't dodge and instead reached out to grab him. How could a trivial First Order Saint King avoid Yang Kai's attack? Caught off guard, he found that his hand had been firmly grasped by his opponent. While he was still in shock, a series of cracking sounds were heard. He looked at his hand in shock and found that his arm had been twisted into a fried dough twist by the other party. The intense pain only came now, and an earth-shattering scream came from his mouth. His forehead was instantly covered with bean-sized beads of sweat. "You dare?" The scarred man didn't seem to react until now. Seeing his junior brother suffer such a big loss, he pushed his Saint Chi and sent a punch towards Yang Kai's face. This fist was filled with powerful strength and was aimed at Yang Kai's vital points, obviously intending to kill him. Yang Kai dragged the junior brother in front of him. The scarred man was unable to withdraw his fist in time and his expression changed drastically, only managing to withdraw half of his strength in a hurry. With a muffled bang, the junior brother's face turned pale as he fell to the ground, twitching. Chapter 1171. Without waiting for the scarred man to make a move, Yang Kai also threw a punch towards the scarred man's face. With another muffled bang, the scarred man flew through the air and spun several times before landing heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He was just a third-order Saint King, and if it weren't for his junior brother being injured by him, causing him to be momentarily distracted, he wouldn't have been defeated so easily by Yang Kai. At the very least, he should have been able to resist a few moves. However, his carelessness had allowed Yang Kai to succeed with a single blow. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment the First-Order Saint King cultivator grabbed Yang Kai to the moment the scarred man was knocked to the ground, only a single breath had passed. This caused the other cultivator who had been secretly paying attention to the situation here to be shocked, all of them revealing looks of disbelief. A First-Order Saint King cultivator had actually sent a Third-Order Saint King flying with a single punch? Even if the latter had been slightly careless, he shouldn't have been so weak, right? Which family does this little brat come from? How is he so fierce? Fortunately, I didn't go over just now, otherwise I'm afraid I would have ended up like Yin Jian. This little brat is finished. Although he looks very powerful, he actually dared to hit Yin Jian in front of so many Blue Sparrow sect disciples. His family is finished. A burst of whispers sounded from the surrounding teams. The nearly 30 people from Blue Sparrow sect all wore cold expressions as they stood up and glared towards Yang Kai with unfriendly looks on their faces. Some of them were even filled with righteous indignation and quickly rushed over. The only second-order origin returning realm old man from Blue Sparrow sect who had come to lead this group watched with a gloomy expression. He didn't move because of his status, but he also didn't stop his subordinates from stirring up trouble. Obviously, he intended to teach Yang Kai a lesson. In the blink of an eye, Kai Yang was surrounded by 30 people. All of them were glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. Many of them were letting out strange laughs that sounded extremely gloomy. The scarred man named Yin Jian struggled to get up from the ground. There was a look of astonishment on his face. It seemed that he didn't expect to suffer such a big loss under Yang Kai's hands. After standing up, his face turned green and then white. The other First-Order Saint King cultivator, whose arm had been broken by Yang Kai, howled even more miserably. "Don't do anything!" Yin Jian angrily shouted, stopping his fellow disciples from coming forward to beat up Yang Kai. He rubbed his somewhat blurred eyes and stared at Yang Kai with a murderous look. This kind of humiliation, of course, he had to wash it off himself in order to regain his face. "Brat, you've got guts. I'm doing business with you. It's fine if you don't agree, but you actually dare to play dirty." Yin Jianzhong shook his neck. He didn't think that his failure was because his skills were inferior, but because he was attacked by Yang Kai. When he said this, many people showed a look of understanding, thinking that Yin Jian had been attacked by a sneak attack, which was why his eyes were swollen. "Business?" Yang Kai laughed, his expression becoming cold as he shouted, "You're trying to force a deal, aren't you?" An unnatural expression flashed across Yin Jianzhong's face. He no longer bothered with this issue and coldly snorted, "Brat, don't talk nonsense. You dare to hurt my junior brother. Today, I'll make sure you can't bear the consequences." Saying so, Yin Jian's Saint Chi fluctuated and a ruler-shaped artifact appeared in his hand. Yang Kai's punch made Yin Jian understand that there was something wrong with this First-Order Saint King, so he summoned his artifact as soon as the battle began. He wanted to end this quickly so he wouldn't suffer another loss at Yang Kai's hands. If he were to suffer a loss again, he would have no excuse to cover up his incompetence. Yang Kai was from a trivial small family that didn't even have an elder to lead the team. Even if he killed him here, the most he would have to do was pay some Saint Crystals as compensation afterwards. Yin Jian didn't put the force behind Yang Kai in his eyes at all. But before he could take action, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out from the distance. "Interesting, this way has only left for a short while. How come someone has already dared to bully my Shadow Moon Hall?" "Shadow Moon Hall?" Yin Jian looked shocked as he looked Yang Kai up and down in amazement, a slight panic appearing in his eyes. The faces of the nearly 30 Blue Sparrow sect disciples surrounding Yang Kai also changed. Not far away, Wei Guchang's whole body was shrouded in black mist as he strode over. In his hand, there was a pitch-black energy ball that he was tossing up and down as if it was a real object. That energy ball contained a terrifying power. An almost suffocating aura emanated from his body, causing the faces of all the Blue Sparrow sect disciples to turn ugly. Dong Xian'e, who was following closely behind Yang Kai, also seemed to have some kind of inexplicable energy flowing around her as faint arcs of wind swirled around her tender body, like butterflies fluttering about, a beautiful sight to behold. "Are you from the Shadow Moon Hall?" Yin Jian no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai and quickly asked. "Although it has nothing to do with you, I still have to tell you that I'm not from the Shadow Moon Hall." Yang Kai looked at him mockingly. "If you want to fight, hurry up. Don't worry about Shadow Moon Hall's retaliation." Just now, Yin Jian had been acting so domineering, but when Wei Guchang mentioned the words, Shadow Moon Hall, this guy immediately became like a mouse that had seen a cat. After listening to Yang Kai's ridicule, Yin Jian's expression changed dramatically. Although he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart, he didn't dare to show any obvious hostility to Yang Kai. Wei Guchang walked straight over with Dong Xian'e, and the Blue Sparrow sect disciples in front of him involuntarily moved aside, allowing him to easily walk to Yang Kai's side. "Brother Yang, are you okay?" Wei Guchang looked at Yang Kai and found that he was unharmed, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Although Qian Tong said that he could kill a third-order Saint King cultivator, after all, seeing was believing. He didn't know Yang Kai's true strength, but now that he saw Yang Kai being surrounded by 30 people without any change in expression, Wei Guchang was secretly surprised. If he didn't have the ability, it was impossible for him to be so calm. Was he confident he could escape from the siege of 30 Saint King Realm Cultivator? Brother Wei came a bit early. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Wei Guchang was surprised. He suddenly realized that this Yang Kai wasn't someone who would sit still, seemingly eager to fight with these people from Blue Sparrow sect. Wei Guchang, he's Wei Guchang. Someone from Blue Sparrow sect immediately recognized Wei Guchang and exclaimed. Although they had never met before, Wei Guchang had said that he was from Shadow Moon Hall the moment he arrived and called himself Wei. A Saint King Realm cultivator with such power and influence could only be Wei Guchang. What's more, there was a woman beside him. They had heard that Wei Guchang from Shadow Moon Hall and another woman named Dong Xian'e had always been inseparable. Seeing this scene, if the people from Blue Sparrow sect still couldn't guess Wei Guchang's identity, they would really be blind. Among Shadowed Star's younger generation, Fang Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, Yin Su Dai, Wei Guchang, Dong Xian'e, and a number of other outstanding young talents were famous, but Wei Guchang wasn't as ostentatious as Chu Changfeng. He was usually very low-key, so low-key that many from Shadow Moon Hall had only heard of his name but never seen him in person. But this didn't affect his deterrence. After learning that the person who had come was Wei Guchang, Yin Jian's expression changed and his mouth filled with bitterness. If he had known this information earlier, how could he have brought his junior brother to Yang Kai to buy a pass? It was too late to avoid him, so how could he have delivered himself up to be humiliated? Unlike Yin Jian's annoyance and bitterness, the cultivator who had wanted to come to Yang Kai but had been beaten to it by Yin Jian were secretly rejoicing at this moment. Fortunately, Yin Jian had acted quickly enough, otherwise, it wouldn't be Blue Sparrow sect that would be embarrassed, but them. "Brother Yang, what happened?" Wei Guchang was very curious. He had only left with Dong Xian'e for a short while to say hello to his martial uncle Wang and martial uncle Yen, but as soon as he returned, he saw Yang Kai surrounded by people. Yang Kai didn't look like someone who liked to cause trouble. "Oh, this person brought his junior brother to me to buy a pass to enter Lu Yen's sand field." "Brother Wei, what is a pass? Why haven't you mentioned it before?" Yang Kai looked at Wei Guchang suspiciously. "I forgot." Wei Guchang scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, "But you can't blame me. I haven't gotten my hands on the entry passes yet. They are all in Elder Qian's care. When he comes over, he will distribute them to everyone. When the entrance to Lu Yen's sand field opens, those who enter must hold a pass. Only then will the seniors let us in. Without a pass, they won't let us in." These passes are specially made by the masters of the major forces. It's impossible to copy them. By the way, Elder Qian will not only distribute the passes, but also give us something called a yuan magnetic compass. When we enter Lu Yen sand field, we need to rely on that thing to determine the direction. Understood. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Since Wei Guchang hadn't obtained it himself, Yang Kai naturally didn't expect him to tell him about it. Wei Guchang probably thought that it wasn't a big deal and that when Qian Tong came, Yang Kai would naturally understand. While the two of them were chatting, the Blue Sparrow sect disciples all had ugly expressions on their faces. These people clearly didn't put him and the others in their eyes. Otherwise, why would they talk about the passage pass and the yuan magnetic compass with such an indifferent expression? After Wei Guchang and Yang Kai finished talking, Yin Jian struggled for a moment before cupping his fists and pretending to be cordial. So it's Brother Guchang of Shadow Moon Hall. Is Brother Guchang something you can call? Wei Guchang did not wait for him to finish speaking and directly interrupted him. This kind of arrogant strength made Yin Jian's face flush red, and his eyes were about to split open, but he did not dare to have any complaints. Although everyone here was a third-order Saint King, Yin Jian understood that if he really fought with Wei Guchang, he would be defeated within a few moves. These famous young talents were all monstrous existences. Yin Jianzhong still had some self-awareness. Chapter 1172. No matter what, Yin Jian was still the most talented disciple of Blue Sparrow sect. Although his reputation wasn't as great as Wei Guchang's, with his ability, he was indeed qualified to call him Brother Guchang. In the past, when he dealt with the geniuses of other sects, no one cared. But this time, Wei Guchang didn't give him any face at all. His reprimand made Yin Jian's expression turn ugly. He clenched his teeth and changed his words. Brother Wei, just now, you said that Brother Yang wouldn't be able to bear the consequences? Wei Guchang stared coldly at Yin Jian and began to criticize him. Qian Tong asked him to bring Yang Kai here first to create an opportunity for him to befriend Yang Kai. He didn't expect that as soon as he left, someone would find trouble with Yang Kai. This made Wei Guchang very angry. Naturally, he wouldn't let it go. If he couldn't even get back at Yang Kai, then he didn't have the qualifications to befriend Yang Kai. What happened just now was really a misunderstanding. If I knew that this friend was from Shadow Moon Hall, I said, I'm not from Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai interrupted him again. Yin Jian's face turned red. He really didn't know what to say. In front of 30 of his fellow disciples, he had shown weakness to Wei Guchang. It was already embarrassing enough. Who knew that the other party would be so unforgiving? He suddenly knew that if he didn't show a clear attitude, there would be no way to be kind. He could only say with a depressed face, this time it's my fault. I was blind. I hope that Brother Wei and this friend won't take it to heart. As he said this, he slightly cupped his hands and was about to leave with his fellow disciples, far away from this place of trouble. Come and go as you wish. I'm afraid it's not that easy, right? Wei Guchang snorted. He despised people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. If Yin Jianzhong had dared to go against him, he might have thought more highly of him. However, it was hard for him not to despise this kind of person who liked to bully the weak. In comparison, Yang Kai did not change his expression even when surrounded by 30 people, which made him admire him a lot. Yin Jianzhong had no choice but to stop. He clenched his fists and the veins on his forehead bulged. He gritted his teeth and shouted, what else does Brother Wei want? My junior brother's arm has been broken by this friend, and I myself have been punched. Your friend is unharmed, so he didn't suffer any losses, right? I'm not sure if he's at a disadvantage or not. After all, when I arrived, you guys had already surrounded him. Even if Brother Yang doesn't seem to be injured, he might have suffered some shock. Yang Kai's face remained indifferent as he nodded in agreement. The dozens of people from Blue Sparrow sect couldn't help but open their mouths wide. How could such a person be frightened? Obviously, he was not afraid of heaven or earth. Even if a blade was at his neck, he wouldn't blink, so how could he possibly be frightened? This was clearly a blatant lie. Even if they knew that Wei Guchang and Yang Kai were talking nonsense, no one dared to question them. These two were deliberately looking for trouble, so who would be stupid enough to add fuel to the fire? Brother Yang really was frightened. Wei Guchang glanced at Yang Kai seriously and said in a pained tone, "Brother Wei, state your price, this Yin will accept it." Yin Jianzhong sighed helplessly, his left eye bloodshot, either from anger or from Yang Kai's punch just now. 1,000,000 Saint crystals. Wei Guchang didn't beat around the bush and directly stated a number. "Brother Wei, don't go too far." Yin Jianzhong shouted angrily, grinding his teeth. 1,000,000? How do you want me to take it out? Although Blue Sparrow sect was not bad, it was impossible for a disciple like him to carry so many Saint crystals around at all times. You don't even have a trivial 1,000,000 Saint crystals, yet you want to buy a pass from Brother Yang? Did you eat too much lard and lose your mind? Yang Kai glanced at Wei Guchang in surprise. He suddenly discovered that although this guy appeared to be gentle and upright on the surface, he was actually filled with evil intentions. Sure enough, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering what kind of person this guy was when he was alone with Dong Xianer. Yang Kai guessed that a good and quiet girl like Dong Xianer would definitely be eaten by him. Yin Jianzhong's nostrils flared as a look of unbearable rage appeared on his face, seemingly wanting to fight a good fight with Wei Guchang. Even if he was killed, it was better than standing here and being humiliated wantonly. Some of the other Blue Sparrow sect disciples cast pleading eyes not far away. Over there, the second-order origin returning realm old man who had led the Blue Sparrow sect disciples here stood there with an ugly look on his face. Although he noticed the pleading eyes of his sect's disciples, he didn't show any intention to help. Not to mention that Blue Sparrow sect was in the wrong in the first place. The ones involved in this conflict were all young people, so an old man like him running over would be breaking the rules. Blue Sparrow sect had an origin returning realm master, but Shadow Moon Hall didn't. If he really dared to come over, it would only make the situation worse. So, even if he was angry, he could only stand there and watch from afar, not wanting to intervene at will. "Then how many Saint crystals do you have?" Wei Guchang suddenly changed the subject. Yin Jianzhong turned his head to look at his fellow disciples and asked a few more questions before dejectedly saying, 500,000. Wei Guchang turned his eyes to Yang Kai, but Yang Kai simply said indifferently, 500,000 it is, it's barely enough to make up for the trauma in my heart. Yang Kai naturally didn't care about a trivial 500,000 Saint crystals, but since these people from Blue Sparrow sect dared to provoke him, they had to pay a certain price. The fact that he didn't kill them was already the best result. As for the other party's face, if Wei Guchang didn't care, how could Yang Kai care? When Yin Jianzhong brought his junior brother here to force him to sell his pass, did he ever care about his face or wishes? If it weren't for him having some ability, if it were any other cultivator from a small family, Yin Jianzhong would have already succeeded. "Then 500,000 it is, hurry up!" Wei Guchang shouted in a dissatisfied tone. "Only Master Brother Yang is magnanimous enough to settle this with a trivial 500,000. If it were me, I wouldn't be Wei Guchang if I didn't rip off your pants." As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Guchang's face suddenly changed slightly. Dong Xianer's small hand had unknowingly pinched the soft flesh on his waist, causing her face to blush slightly as she said, "Can you not say that? They have many female disciples." Not only did Dong Xianer blush, but the dozen or so female disciples of Blue Sparrow sect also blushed, all of them glaring at Wei Guchang with extreme resentment. Blue Sparrow sect had 30 people, so after a long time, they were only able to gather 500,000 Saint crystals. After all, everyone had come to the Lu Yen sand field, a place filled with dangers, so naturally, none of them had brought too many Saint crystals with them. These Saint crystals were all for the purpose of restoring themselves in the Lu Yen sand field. Once the 500,000 Saint crystals were handed over to Yang Kai, Yin Jianzhong and the others left with their tails between their legs. Gutless rats. Wei Guchang looked at the departing backs of this group of people and shook his head disdainfully. Enough, let bygones be bygones, don't pay attention to them anymore. Dong Xian'er said softly, changing the subject at the right time, didn't you bring some fine jade liquid to entertain Brother Yang this time? Since it's still early, you might as well take it out. If Junior Sister hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Wei Guchang laughed and patted his head, the ring on his hand flashing brilliantly as he took out some antique tables and chairs, arranged them in front of him, and enthusiastically invited Yang Kai to sit down before saying, I just inquired with Martial Uncle Wang and Martial Uncle Yen, and both of them said that there should still be 3 days before the opening of the Lu Yen sandfield. On top of that, Elder Qian hasn't come yet, so we might as well drink while waiting. Good, Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Naturally he wouldn't refuse the kindness of others. The so-called fine jade liquid was taken out by Wei Guchang and arranged into 2 small jars. Once the seals were unsealed, a rich wine fragrance immediately spread out and poured into Yang Kai's nostrils. Dong Xian'er took out 2 plates of spirit fruits from her space ring. These spirit fruits were crystal clear and didn't seem to be ordinary things. Yang Kai didn't know much about wine, so when Wei Guchang handed one to him, he accepted it and drank it. After drinking it, he discovered that this was a kind of spirit wine, similar to the 1,000 safflower wine brewed by Tong Xian Realm's Soaring Heaven sect, which had the effect of strengthening one's body and improving one's cultivation. However, this fine jade liquid was of a much higher grade than the 1,000 safflower wine brewed by Feiyu Martial Uncle. After all, this was star territory, so the materials available here were of higher grade and rarer quality. After taking a sip of this wine, Yang Kai immediately felt his Saint Qi circulate faster. This wine was like a spiritual liquid that penetrated into his body and lay dormant in his physique, seemingly waiting for the right moment to erupt. Wei Guchang took a big gulp, a satisfied expression appearing on his face before explaining to Yang Kai, this Wei brewed this fine jade liquid a long time ago when I was on an adventure. It can be said that on all of Shadowed Star, there is no one else who can brew it except this Wei. Yang Kai, don't underestimate this thing. Although it isn't very strong, it has a long-term restorative effect. If you drink this jar now, it will help Brother Yang restore his Saint Qi for at least half a month. Listening to his words, Kai Yang immediately understood that his previous conjecture was correct. The wine was indeed waiting for the right moment to erupt. Hurriedly he said, I don't know much about wine. Letting me drink such a good thing is a bit of a waste of heaven's gift. Wei Guchang laughed. No matter how good something is, if no one can share it, it's not a good thing. Xian is not good at drinking, and this Wei doesn't have many like-minded friends in Shadow Moon Hall. Now that I've met Brother Yang and can share a good time with him here, it's a great blessing. Brother Yang, don't say such things, you're not giving this Wei any face. Yang Kai didn't know whether he was being sincere or because of Qian Tong's instructions, but in any case, Wei Guchang seemed to be getting along well with Yang Kai now. Then I won't be polite. Yang Kai laughed heartily and imitated Wei Guchang's actions, taking a big gulp of wine, causing Wei Guchang to cry out in agreement. Dong Xian'er sat quietly to the side with a happy smile on her face, watching Wei Guchang and Yang Kai drink one mouthful after another, making her look even more beautiful. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because of the wine or because he was reminded of the scene, but he secretly thought that if Su Yen or Xiaoning Chang were here at this moment, they would definitely be like Dong Xian'er, right? They would all sit quietly by his side. For these women, as long as they could be with the man they loved, even if the sky fell, they wouldn't frown. Chapter 1173. About half a day later, Qian Tong led the 200 or so people to the vicinity of the Lu Yen sandfield. After hurriedly informing his disciples and the cultivator who had followed him, he went off to find the 2 origin-returning realm masters from Shadow Moon Hall. As if everyone had discussed this beforehand, with the arrival of the people from Shadow Moon Hall, a large number of cultivators continued to arrive, each one looking for a place where no one else was present, either huddling together or gathering in groups of 3 or 5. Those who huddled together were all disciples from great forces, while those who gathered in groups of 3 or 5 were from small families and small sects. The entire periphery of Lu Yen sand field was clearly divided. In less than a day, the number of cultivator who had gathered here had reached more than 2,000. There should still be some who hadn't arrived yet, otherwise, the number would have been even higher. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer were also squeezed in the middle of the disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, surrounded by nearly 70 people. Wei Guchang wore a serious expression as he spoke to his fellow disciples. The Saint King realm men and women all nodded in agreement. Yang Kai didn't find any disciples from Thunder Typhoon sect, Heaven Battling Union, or Colored Glass sect here, so he figured they should have entered from another entrance. This was because there was more than one entrance to Lu Yen sand field. According to Wei Guchang, there were a total of 4 entrances in all directions. The great forces had all chosen to enter from the nearest entrance, so they weren't all gathered in one place. Compared with the liveliness of the others, Yang Kai sat cross-legged alone in a remote location. No one came to find trouble with him. Those who had seen the power of him and Wei Guchang before naturally didn't dare to provoke him again. Those who had come later seemed to realize that Yang Kai wasn't someone to be trifled with and didn't dare approach him. On the other hand, the cultivator from a small family was always surrounded by disciples from great forces. The purpose of these people was self-evident. They wanted to buy a pass from these small family cultivators. However, now that more and more people had arrived, these disciples from great forces didn't dare to bully others like Yin Jian had done before. All of them tried to persuade others with kind words and paid a sincere price. Some small family cultivator actually gave up on entering the Lu Yen sand field and instead sold their passes to these people. There were also some people who were determined to enter the Lu Yen sand field in search of benefits and opportunities, making the disciples from great forces who gathered around them unable to succeed no matter how hard they tried. When Kai Yang's eyes swept over a certain place, he suddenly paused. Letting out a soft cry of surprise, he slowly stood up and walked over. In that direction, there were 2 elderly men. They both had bitter smiles on their faces as they stood where they were. There were also a few people gathered around them, just like the people from the other small clans. Those people were taking turns to persuade them, enticing them with benefits, trying to buy the guild card from their hands. 150,000 Saint Crystals. I can't go any higher, go ask if this price is fair. 150,000 Saint Crystals is not a small number for us. What do 2 seniors think? If you think it's enough, then we have a deal. A middle-aged man said earnestly. Although his cultivation was the same as these 2 old men, 3rd Order Saint King, he was still a bit older. Moreover, now that they had a request, it didn't matter if they called them seniors. One of the 2 old men cupped his fists gently and said with a wry smile, "Several seniors, it's not that we don't want to give you face. It's just that we haven't seen what these passes look like yet. Our passes are in the hands of Shadow Moon Hall's Elder Qian and have not been issued yet." "That doesn't matter." The middle-aged man smiled heartily. "They haven't been issued yet, but they should be issued soon. You just need to hand them over to me when you get your passes and I'll give you the Saint Crystals first." The middle-aged man spoke with great sincerity and really began to count the Saint Crystals. The 2 elderly men looked at each other with a helpless expression. 150,000 Saint Crystals was indeed a huge sum of money for them, but in comparison, they were more willing to enter the Lu Yen sand field. Inside, they might die, but there was also a chance they could gain a great deal and break through to the origin returning realm. They were old and had children, so their greatest wish in life was to break through to the origin returning realm before they died. For this wish, what harm was there in dying? They really didn't want to sell their passes. Moreover, this was a rare opportunity to enter the Lu Yen sand field, and it was only by chance that the 2 of them would be able to enter. If they didn't seize this opportunity, they wouldn't be able to rest in peace. However, the middle-aged man was already counting the Saint Crystals, so refusing now would only anger the other party. Although the 2 of them had come here with Shadow Moon Hall, they had no friendship with the people of Shadow Moon Hall. On the contrary, Elder Qian didn't see them as pleasing to the eye and hadn't caused them any trouble. Giving them 2 spots to enter the Lu Yen sand field was already an act of mercy, so how could the 2 of them possibly care about such trivial matters? Just as they were feeling anxious though, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in their ears. What's wrong? Is someone trying to force a sale again? This voice contained a hint of sarcasm, causing the middle-aged man who was counting the St. Crystals to look towards the source of the voice coldly. After seeing the face of this newcomer, he immediately cupped his fists with a smile and said cautiously, "This friend, I am not as arrogant and despotic as those people from Blue Sparrow sect. I won't force you to buy a pass from these 2 seniors, but I'm willing to pay 150,000 St. Crystals. You can ask around and see if this price is fair." The middle-aged man smiled apologetically as he quickly explained, feeling bitter in his heart, wondering why this guy had suddenly come over to intervene. Did he have some kind of relationship with these 2 old men? A day ago, the scene of Yang Kai and Wei Guchang dealing with Yin Jianzhong had been witnessed by this middle-aged man from beginning to end, so he naturally knew that Yang Kai, a first-order Saint King, was not someone to be trifled with. If he really became angry, it wouldn't be 150,000 St. Crystals that could be settled, but 500,000. 500,000. The middle-aged man couldn't help trembling just thinking about it. Yang Kai. After the 2 old men saw Yang Kai, they immediately called out cautiously with embarrassed expressions. "Foreign Elder Chang, Foreign Elder Hao." Yang Kai cupped his fists to them and greeted them. Yang Kai knew these 2, otherwise, he wouldn't have come over to meddle in their business. One was Chang Chi and the other was Haoan, both foreign elders of the Haiku family. The former had spent several months with Yang Kai in Star Field while the latter was the one Wu Yi had always admired. Wu Yi often said that in the Haiku family, these 2 foreign elders treated her the best. In addition to these 2, there was also a female foreign elder named Huang, one who had a good relationship with her. This turned out to be true. When the Haiku family's patriarch Ian went to the city lord's mansion to invite a master to deal with Yang Kai, these 3 foreign elders used different methods to send Wu Yi a message, telling her to leave Dragon Cave Mountain as soon as possible to avoid disaster. Although it was the Haiku family that faced disaster in the end, the friendship between these 3 still made Wu Yi feel grateful. These days, from time to time, she would mention the 3 of them. Unfortunately, Huang Wan had disappeared after leaving the Haiku family. No one knew where she had gone. Chang Chi and Haoan had remained in the Haiku family and occasionally contacted Wu. The awkward expressions on their faces were obviously because of their identities. Yang Kai and the Haiku family were not on good terms, so they still used the title of foreign elders of the Haiku family for fear that Yang Kai would cause them trouble. So when they saw Yang Kai in Heavenly Fate City's Space Array Hall, they didn't dare to come up and greet him. Firstly, they were afraid, and secondly, they felt embarrassed. But now, seeing Yang Kai actually take the initiative to salute them, the 2 of them immediately understood that they were measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Yang Kai didn't hold a grudge against them at all. Yang Kai certainly didn't hold a grudge against them. The Haiku family incident was simply because the patriarch named Yi and didn't have eyes. Yang Kai still had a good impression of Chang Chi and Haoan, so if Wu cared about them, these 2 were worthy of his help. "He wants to buy your entry passes?" Yang Kai asked. "Yes," Chang Chi nodded, his expression becoming more natural. "He offered 150,000 St. Crystals?" Yang Kai asked again. The 2 nodded again. The middle-aged man smiled awkwardly and said, "Friend, you see, I didn't lie. A price of 150,000 St. Crystals is indeed not low. What do you think?" Yang Kai didn't pay attention to the middle-aged man and instead turned to Chang Chi and Haoan. If the 2 of them intended to sell their entry passes, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't intervene. After all, entering this place was very dangerous, but if they didn't want to, the middle-aged man wouldn't be able to succeed. Yang Kai felt that it would be better for them to sell their entry passes. Although 150,000 St. Crystals wasn't much in his opinion, to Chang Chi and Haoan it was not a small fortune. They wouldn't have to risk their lives and would be able to obtain St. Crystals, so why not? To Yang Kai's surprise, Chang Chi and Haoan looked at each other and shook their heads firmly. We don't want to sell, we want to enter the Lu Yen sand field. Yang Kai looked at them in surprise before turning to the middle-aged man and saying, "Friend, did you hear? These two seniors of mine don't want to sell their entry passes." I heard, the middle-aged man nodded repeatedly before smiling apologetically. "Then I won't disturb you any longer, farewell." Saying so, he quickly left with his fellow sect brothers. After they left, Changqi and Haowen breathed a sigh of relief as they stared at Yang Kai in surprise. They had arrived late and hadn't seen the scene of Blue Sparrow sect's disciples being humiliated, so they naturally didn't know why this middle-aged man was so afraid of Yang Kai, even sending him away with just a few words. "Two foreign elders, please come this way, there are too many people here so it's not convenient to talk." Yang Kai beckoned to them and walked towards his previous resting place. Changqi and Haowen felt a mix of emotions, some gratitude, some embarrassment, but still followed behind Yang Kai. A moment later, the three of them were far away from the noisy crowd and arrived at a secluded place. Not paying any attention, they all sat down cross-legged. Chapter 1174. After all, Changqi had been with Yang Kai for a long time, so his expression quickly recovered and he asked with a smile, "Are there many things you don't understand?" "Yes," Yang Kai nodded. "Why did the two of you come from the Haiku family?" It was precisely because there were many things Yang Kai didn't understand that he had brought these two here to ask them about the situation. Entering the flowing flame sand field was an opportunity that only appeared once every 400 years. The Haiku family was a small family and only had 2 or 3 spots at most. Such an opportunity should have been given to the elders or even the patriarch of the Haiku family in person. In any case, it was impossible for a foreign elder like Changqi to come. Changqi sighed and said, "None of them wanted to come. Otherwise, how could 2 old men like us be so lucky? How come no one came?" Yang Kai was stunned. Haowen smiled and explained, "After the last incident, the Haiku family is no longer welcomed by Shadow Moon Hall. From the patriarch to the ordinary disciples, every day everyone in the family is in a state of panic. Many foreign elders have even left the Haiku family, leaving only me and old Chang. The elders are also in retreat and don't dare to go out easily." "Are they afraid of me?" Yang Kai suddenly understood. "More or less," Changqi nodded. "Of course, they are afraid that you will seek them out to settle accounts. The Haiku family has already given up a large part of its properties and Ian is doing his best to shrink the family's strength, calling back all the family's disciples and forcing them to enter retreat. Coupled with Shadow Moon Hall's disdain for the family, life in the family is becoming more and more difficult. Now, in the entire Haiku family, besides me and Brother Hao, no one is willing to go out and no one dares to." Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. He hadn't expected Patriarch Ian of the Haiku family to be so cautious. Even if Ian had provoked him before, out of respect for Wu, Yang Kai had long since decided not to bother with him and had no intention of seeking revenge against the Haiku family. How could he have known that Ian was now treading on thin ice? However, they deserved it. Yang Kai wouldn't find trouble with them, but he wouldn't pity them either. "Elder Qian was kind enough to give my Haiku family 2 spots to enter the Lu Yen sand field, so Brother Hao and I rushed over," Changqi continued. "If Brother Hao and I don't break through, we won't have many years left to live. I just want to enter the Lu Yen desert to find some opportunities to break through and see if I can fulfill my promise with the family head." "Promise?" Yang Kai frowned. "And what patriarch means is that now that the entire family is in retreat, there is no need for us to offer anything. As long as we can hand over half of the benefits we obtained from Lu Yen Sandfield, we can leave the Haiku family and find another way out." Yang Kai's expression turned cold. Is he bullying an honest man? The other foreign elders left without a word, and Ian didn't mention any conditions, but when it was Changqi and Haowen's turn, they had to hand over half of the gains they obtained from the flowing flame sand field. Ian's calculations were quite good. He didn't need his own family members to take risks, Perhaps they could even obtain some good supplies. If this wasn't bullying an honest man, what was? At this moment, Yang Kai became more and more disgusted with him. Chang Qi and Howen were also quite strange. The other foreign elders had all left, so why did they stay? On top of that, they had made such an unreasonable agreement with him. Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's doubts, Chang Qi explained with some sadness, "Brother Hao and I are the family's foreign elders. We have received many benefits from the family over the years, so leaving like this really makes us feel uneasy, so the two of us agreed to the patriarch's request." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Although he didn't agree with their approach, the loyalty of these two made Yang Kai admire them greatly. If it weren't for the word loyalty lingering in their hearts, they wouldn't have agreed to this condition. His brow furrowed, Yang Kai asked, "If the two of you can safely return from Lu Yen Sandfield, where do you plan on going?" Chang Qi and Howen looked at each other and slowly shook their heads. "The two of us have spent most of our lives in the Haiku family. Once we leave the family, we really don't know where to go. Third Order Saint Kings aren't high, but they aren't low either. The key is that the two of us are already quite old, so I'm afraid there won't be many places that will accept us." They didn't have any children, so naturally, there was no place they could seek refuge. Yang Kai smiled. "If the two of you don't mind, how about settling down on Dragon Cave Mountain? Wu Yi and Yu Feng often talk about you, and there are many disciples who originally belonged to the Haiku family there. With the two of you there, those little brats should be obedient." Chang Qi and Hao En's eyes lit up, the former exclaiming in disbelief, "Can we go?" "Of course, it's not a restricted area. Junior is more than happy to welcome you," Yang Kai laughed. The two foreign elders' faces flushed with excitement as their beards trembled, Chang Qi stuttering, "This? How could we accept this?" It was obvious that he was very interested in going to Dragon Cave Mountain. Today's Dragon Cave Mountain was no longer the same as it used to be. The mountain peaks were shrouded in clouds and the world energy aura was extremely dense, enough to be used as a spirit land for the establishment of a sect. As time passed, the world energy aura there would only become richer and richer. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, none of us are outsiders. When you go there, you can also take some time to guide the cultivation of those disciples. The two foreign elders looked at each other, got up at the same time, cupped their fists, and said in unison, "If that's the case, it would be impolite of us to refuse." Chang Qi then added, "If we can return safely this time, our 2 old lives will be sold to little brother. Senior is too serious, 2 seniors being alive is more important than anything else." Yang Kai quickly asked them to sit down before continuing to ask, "I wonder if 2 seniors have made any preparations to enter the Lu Yen Sandfield." "We have made some preparations, but I don't know if they will be of any use." Howen sighed. "Brother Chang and I spent all of our life savings and finally managed to purchase a Saint King grade high-rank ice attribute defensive artifact. In addition to that, there were also some healing pills, but we couldn't prepare anything else." This was where people differed from one another. A Saint King grade high-rank artifact usually cost between 30,000 and 40,000 Saint crystals. Even if the current era was special and ice attribute defensive artifacts were expensive, at most one would only cost 50,000 to 60,000 Saint crystals. These 2 foreign elders had exhausted their life savings. However, these Saint crystals were not worth mentioning to Yang Kai. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai took out 8 jade bottles from his space ring and handed them to each of them, explaining, "1 bottle is for healing, 2 bottles are for restoring Saint Qi, and 1 bottle is for resisting the heat. Keep them for yourselves." The pills used to resist the heat were snow and ice pills. Yang Kai had refined a total of 2 bottles, and now he had given them both to them. The 2 of them were about to refuse when Yang Kai added, "I have a lot of these things, so don't refuse." Chang Qi and Howen exchanged a glance and gratefully accepted the 4 bottles of pills silently, some tears even appearing in their old eyes. At this moment, they couldn't help feeling a little touched. Both of them had spent most of their lives in the Haiku family and had devoted most of their lives to it, But now En wanted to drive them away and even put forward such conditions. However, when it came to Yang Kai, he didn't even blink an eye and took out 8 bottles of pills. The contrast was like the difference between heaven and earth. Chang Chi and Howen suddenly felt that leaving the Haiku family and following Yang Kai wasn't necessarily a bad thing, the sadness and loneliness they had been feeling these past few days suddenly sweeping away. These Saint Crystals, take them as well. I heard that in the flame area, it is impossible to circulate one's secret art to absorb world energy. This world energy contains a kind of fire poison that if absorbed into one's body, it will cause great harm to anyone. All recovery can only rely on Saint Crystals and pills. Yang Kai took out another ring and handed it to the 2 of them. This time, they didn't refuse and Chang Chi happily accepted it. After sweeping it with his divine sense slightly, he immediately paled and exclaimed, "This is too much." The space ring Yang Kai gave them was the one Yin Jian had given him a day ago, and it contained a total of 500,000 Saint Crystals. Chang Chi had never seen so many Saint Crystals in his life and was so frightened that he almost threw his ring away. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "I still have more Saint Crystals, take them first. If you can't use them all up, take them back and use them slowly. Consider them a deposit for me, inviting the 2 of you to settle down on Dragon Cave Mountain." Yang Kai suddenly had an idea. Dragon Cave Mountain was now under the care of Qian Tong and was protected by the spirit array arranged by Yang Yen, so it was extremely safe. However, the combat power of the people here was still a weakness. Among all of them, besides Yang Kai himself, who could be regarded as a valiant fighter, the others weren't worth mentioning. Wu Yi was just a first-order Saint King, and although her aptitude was good, she still needed a lot of time to grow. Chang Chi and Howen were already third-order Saint Kings, so if they could break through to the origin returning realm, Dragon Cave Mountain's safety would be another layer of protection. An origin returning realm cultivator could use Sure, a power that even Yang Kai had a headache dealing with. Yang Kai had recruited them to Dragon Cave Mountain because Wu Yi had a good relationship with them and their loyalty was unparalleled. On the other hand, Yang Kai also wanted to add some powerful cultivator to Dragon Cave Mountain. The 2 foreign elders had been stuck at the third-order Saint King realm for many years, but because of their aptitude, they had been unable to break through. If they were given an origin condensing pill at this time, they would definitely be able to break through their current shackles. However, the emerald silk grass required to refine origin condensing pills seemed to be very rare. Yang Kai only had 2 stalks before, but they had already been used up. It seemed that after entering the Lu Yen sand field, Yang Kai would have to go to the treasure area to see if he could find some emerald silk grass. If he could obtain some, that would be best, but if he couldn't, he could still purchase it. In any case, Yang Kai didn't lack Saint Crystals right now. After much persuasion, Chang Chi and Howen finally accepted the ring. Yang Kai then began to explain to them what he had heard from Wei Guchang about Lu Yen's sandfield. Although Chang Chi and Howen had also obtained some information in this regard, it wasn't as complete as what Yang Kai had told them, so they listened attentively, not daring to miss anything. Chapter 1175. Yang Kai was originally wondering if he could let Chang Chi and Howen follow the other Shadow Moon Hall disciples. After all, if everyone moved together, their safety would be increased by a lot. Although it felt rather out of place to have 2 half-grown old men sandwiched between all those young and beautiful girls, but at times, age was also a synonym for experience and experience. Their powers were not weak and they might not be unable to help the people from the Shadow Moon Palace. When he proposed this idea, both Chang Chi and Howen shook their heads and refused. They were not worried that they would not fit in because of the age difference between them and the Shadow Moon Hall disciples. Instead, since they were determined to enter the Lu Yen Desert to find their own opportunities, they naturally could not move together with others. If they did, they would have to share any benefits with others. The 2 of them did not even plan to stay together. They were prepared to split up after entering the Lu Yen Desert. They were right. Yang Kai thought about it and did not insist. 2 days later, the Qian Tong came in a hurry and distributed everyone's pass. He also gave everyone a small secret treasure called a Yuan magnetic pointer. The Lu Yen desert was too big, and there were no sun, moon, or stars inside. Once inside, it was impossible to distinguish the direction. This Yuan magnetic pointer was used to help people identify the direction. Wei Guchang had mentioned it to Yang Kai before. After receiving it, Yang Kai immediately knew how to use it after fiddling with it a few times. This pointer was very delicate. No matter how it was turned, it would always point to a specific location. With the help of this thing, there was no need to worry about getting lost in the Lu Yen desert. Yang Kai carefully put away the Yuan magnetic pointer and sat cross-legged with Chang Qi and Haoan to rest. As time passed, the dark red energy curtain covering the Lu Yen desert began to fade at a clear and discernible speed. Moreover, there were waves of extremely unstable energy fluctuations coming from inside the Lu Yen desert. After noticing this, everyone stood up. They also understood that the forbidden area was about to open. They could not help but rub their hands together in excitement. Many people looked at the Lu Yen desert expectantly, secretly imagining what benefits they would obtain inside. Only the return to void stage powerhouses who had led the team here wore worried expressions. Because they knew better than anyone else the dangers of the Lu Yen desert. Many of these return to void realm cultivators had personally ventured into the void realm 400 years ago and only returned after experiencing many hardships. Those returned to void realm cultivators who had not ventured into the void realm had read about it in the ancient records of their respective sects. Although they were worried, none of the origin returning realm masters showed their emotions. Because if they wanted to obtain benefits, they had to pay a certain price. Even if the price was thousands of lives, as long as their core disciples were fine, they didn't care. Origin returning realm masters continued to fly over the heads of the crowd, shouting loudly and cheering for these saint kings who were about to enter the Lu Yen desert. Of course, they did not forget to remind them to be careful, try not to get into conflicts with others, and to show mutual respect. It was unknown how many people listened to this nonsense, but where there was profit, there would be disputes. Every time the Lu Yen desert opened, 20 to 30% of the people who entered would be killed because of fighting over treasures. Half a day later, the unstable energy fluctuations coming from the Lu Yen desert suddenly subsided. Immediately, the light-colored energy curtain also stabilized after a series of dazzling changes. It was obvious that in a certain territory, the light red energy curtain had become even lighter and looked like an open door. The Lu Yen desert had officially opened. The elders of the various sects shouted with all their might as they rushed to the entrance one after the other. Almost 3,000 people rushed to the entrance in an instant. More than a dozen third-order origin returning realm masters stood there, glaring at them, but when they saw these saint kings rush over, they all released their shur. The entire world seemed to freeze as all the saint king realm masters froze in place, struggling to even move. Those with poor endurance paled and their clothes were soaked in sweat. The feeling of being enveloped by shur was very disgusting. It was a feeling of not being able to control one's life or death, as if their lives were in the hands of the owner of the shur. "What are you fighting for?" An old man with a ruddy complexion flew up into the sky, swept his eyes around with dignity, and shouted, "All of you, line up for this old master and enter one by one. Anyone who dares to fight for a spot will be immediately disqualified." After listening to this old man, everyone began to line up obediently. Fortunately, the entrance was not too narrow and the line was directly divided into 5 lines. According to the old man's requirements, everyone who entered the Lu Yen desert had to hold up their entry pass in front of them for the many origin returning realm masters to inspect. Those without entry passes would not be able to pass. Brother Yang, Yang Kai had just brought Chang Qi and Haoan to the end of a line when he heard Wei Guchang calling out to him. Looking towards the source of the voice, Yang Kai saw Wei Guchang and Dong Xian standing in a line near him. Behind them were all disciples from Shadow Moon Hall. "Brother Wei," Yang Kai smiled at him. "Brother Yang, once we enter, I will send a message to everyone through the communication artifact. If you can receive my message, it would be best if you could act together with this way. I have a few junior brothers and junior sisters with me. If we work together, we can pass through the flame area as soon as possible, Wei Guchang said as he pointed to the people around him. These men and women also seemed to be core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Even if their status was not as high as Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er's, it should not be too far off. However, they were not as perceptive as Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er, so after hearing Wei Guchang's words, they all showed puzzled looks and some reluctance. In their minds, if Yang Kai, a First-Order Saint King, really acted with them, he would definitely drag them down. They were all core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, so naturally, they were unwilling to bring along a stranger like Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said indifferently, "Good." Wei Guchang seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's perfunctory attitude and did not say anything more. When he was chatting with Yang Kai 2 days ago, he had noticed that Yang Kai seemed to want to act alone. The line passed through quickly. After all, there were more than a dozen Third-Order Origin returning Realm Masters standing on both sides of the line to check their entry passes. With a sweep of their divine senses, they were allowed to pass through one after another. The number of Saint Kings decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it was Yang Kai's turn. Holding his entry pass through the divine senses of the many Origin returning Realm Masters, he immediately heard Qian Tong's voice. "Nephew Yang, you must be careful and return safely." Yang Kai nodded gently to Qian Tong before passing through the entrance directly. A slight sense of dizziness washed over him, and by the time Yang Kai reacted, he found himself in an extremely hot environment. From all directions, waves of heat washed over him one after another. The ground under his feet was a kind of reddish-brown soil that had been baked at high temperatures all year round. Cracks spread across the ground like a spider's web. These cracks varied in size, some as large as ravines while others as wide as canyons. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single blade of grass growing, with many rocky hills and slopes obstructing one's line of sight. Is this the flame area? Yang Kai did not use his Saint Qi to protect his body, but he still felt his skin tingle from the heat. Even with his powerful physique, he could still feel pain, let alone the other Saint Kings who entered this place. If they were slightly weaker, they would immediately have to use their Saint Qi to protect their bodies to resist the omnipresent heat. The world energy here contained a strange fire poison that could not be absorbed at all. As a result, the cultivator could only use his Saint Qi and pills to restore his strength. If he could not make ends meet, he would eventually run out of strength, and when that time came, he would be in danger. However, this slight tingling sensation was not a big problem for Yang Kai. He could even withstand dangers like the void storm with his physical body, let alone this kind of heat. This was only the outermost area, and Yang Kai believed that it would be even hotter if he went further in. There was not a single person to be seen, and the cultivator who had entered before had been teleported to some unknown place. Others could not feel the strangeness of this place, but as soon as Yang Kai entered, he noticed that the space here seemed to be a little unstable. It was because of this instability that the cultivator who had passed through the same entrance would appear in different positions in the Lu Yen sand field. In front of him, a light red ribbon of fire attribute Qi slowly floated by. Looking around, Yang Kai discovered that there was a lot of this fire attribute Qi that had already condensed into a solid substance. Each and every one of these fire attribute Qi was like a spirit snake dancing in the air, looking very beautiful. Just as he was observing, a burst of space fluctuations suddenly appeared nearby, and immediately, two figures appeared, one to his left and one to his right. They were the two cultivator who had passed through the entrance after him. Both of them were men, and before they had time to observe their surroundings, their faces changed when they felt the heat of this place. One of them immediately circulated his Saint Qi to protect himself, but the other did not do so. His strength was obviously higher, but he soon began to sweat profusely. Yang Kai frowned and found that the cultivator who was circulating his Saint Qi to protect himself was actually wearing the clothes of the Shadow Moon Hall, so he should be a disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall. After the two stabilized themselves, they began to look around. After discovering that there were two other people here, the expression of the disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall changed slightly, especially when he saw Yang Kai. A strange look flashed in his eyes. However, he had no intention of greeting Yang Kai and directly left the place, moving very quickly. The other person, however, looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully, then suddenly grinned and said, "Friend, are you interested in traveling together with this one?" "Not interested," Yang Kai replied indifferently. He did not even want to talk to Wei Guchang, let alone this guy of unknown origin. The man did not seem to expect Yang Kai to refuse so bluntly. He pinched his nose awkwardly and did not continue to pester him. He cupped his fists to Yang Kai and left in another direction. Chapter 1176. After walking far away, the man who had invited Yang Kai to accompany him glanced back, a strange look appearing on his face as he muttered to himself, "A first-order Saint King can stand here without using his Saint Chi to protect himself? It's really strange." Even for him, a third-order Saint King, it was a bit difficult for him to cope and his clothes were soon soaked in sweat, but he found that Yang Kai wasn't in such a sorry state, which was why he had invited him. Because he subconsciously felt that Yang Kai wasn't simple. However, the other party seemed a bit unreasonable, so he tactfully didn't say anything. In this kind of place, the more words one spoke, the better. Who knew what kind of personality this first-order Saint King had? If he provoked the other party, it wouldn't be good for him to fight. The Lu Yen sand field had only opened once every 400 years, so it could be said that there were treasures everywhere. So naturally, he had to seize the opportunity to find them. After he left, Yang Kai stood in place and thought for a while. He felt that the voice of the cultivator who had invited him was a bit familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but Yang Kai was sure he had never met this person before. How could someone he had never met before have heard his voice? After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai stopped thinking about this problem and took out the Yuan magnetic compass from his space ring. The communication artifact that was placed next to the Yuan magnetic compass seemed to have some divine sense fluctuations, so it should be a message from Wei Guchang. Yang Kai took it out and sensed it, and sure enough, not only was there a message from him, but also the divine senses of Dong Xiener and the other disciples of Shadow Moon Hall shuttling back and forth, asking for each other's location before deciding on a meeting place. Yang Kai ignored it and threw the communication artifact back into his space ring before confirming the direction with the Yuan magnetic compass and heading towards the depths of the Lu Yen sand field. About 300 kilometers away from Yang Kai, Wei Guchang stood at the foot of a huge slope. This slope was very conspicuous, and even from a distance, one could see its outline. He and the other core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall had agreed to meet here, so as long as they weren't idiots, they should be able to find this place quickly. Dong Xiener was the closest to him, so after half a cup of tea worth of time, Dong Xiener was the first to arrive. "Brother!" Dong Xiener called out happily as she flew over, a light blue halo covering her body that exuded a faint chill, isolating her from the heat. This was the protective effect of the origin-grade low-rank defensive artifact Yang Yen had refined for her. Wei Guchang, like Yang Kai, did not immediately use his artifact or Saint Chi to protect himself. Instead, he simply stood in place, seemingly enjoying this baking heat. Seeing Dong Xiener arrive, he immediately showed a gentle smile. "Brother, the junior brothers and junior sisters who are going to the treasure area with us have all replied, but Brother Yang hasn't. Is he too far away from us, beyond the range of this communication artifact?" Dong Xiener asked with some concern. "Not necessarily." Wei Guchang shook his head. "Our communication artifact was refined by Grandmaster Gu Lin himself, so its range is 500 kilometers. We didn't enter this place too far apart, so even if we were to split up, we should be nearby." Brother Yang not replying, he should have his own plans. "Brother, what you mean is that Brother Yang wants to act alone. He doesn't want to come with us?" Dong Xiener was also an intelligent woman, so after hearing Wei Guchang's words, she immediately understood Yang Kai's plan. Those with ability all like to act alone. Wei Guchang grinned. What about you, brother? Do you also want to act alone, free and easy? Dong Xianer suddenly asked faintly. Wei Guchang laughed heartily. Brother, I naturally want to go with you. The two of us together, under the moonlight, under the flowers, running amok in this forbidden area, wouldn't that be great? Hearing his nonsense, Dong Xianer couldn't help but spit, but her small face was still brimming with a happy smile. Wei Guchang coldly snorted. If possible, of course I would want it to be just the two of us, but there's no other way. Martial Uncle Wang and Martial Uncle Yen specially instructed me to take good care of those junior brothers and junior sisters, so I can't just leave them behind. It's funny that when I invited Brother Yang before, they looked dissatisfied. How could they know how strong Brother Yang is? I'd rather travel with Brother Yang than bring these burdens. Being in a sect, there are always some things that don't go your way. Brother, don't worry too much. Dong Xianer softly comforted. This was her biggest advantage, and also what Wei Guchang liked most about her. She could always comfort him with the right words at the most appropriate time. Every time he was in a bad mood, as long as he said a few words to her, his mood would immediately calm down. Of course I know. Forget it, let's not talk about this. They should be coming soon, and it would be quite sad if they heard it. Wei Guchang smiled and shook his head. He immediately stopped talking about this matter, and instead discussed with Dong Xianer the direction and route they should take. At this moment, Yang Kai encountered his first fire spirit beast. He originally thought that the fire spirit beast would be the same as the monster beast, and would be easy to find. Since he came in, he had been looking around, wanting to see what was so strange about this thing that only existed in Luoyan Sand, and even more so, he wanted to see what was so special about the fire crystal stone. Who would have thought that he couldn't find any trace of the fire spirit beast? Just as he was looking around, a flame suddenly gushed out from a crack in the ground under his feet. Soon after, a fire spirit beast that looked like a fierce tiger appeared on the scene, shaking its head and swaying its tail. Yang Kai didn't rush to attack, but carefully observed. Indeed, as Wei Guchang had said before, the fire spirit beast's body was illusory, constantly changing and very strange. Its aura was perfectly concealed by the heat of Luoyan Sand, so even though Yang Kai was very vigilant, Yang Kai didn't notice it until it jumped out from the crack under his feet. This tiger-like fire spirit beast looked very weak, only at the level of a fifth-order monster beast. A fifth-order monster beast was equivalent to an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. It didn't even have a complete body, only a majestic tiger head and half of its body. From the waist down, all that was left was a mass of flame. Yang Kai was disappointed. The tiger-like fire spirit beast took the initiative to attack, but Yang Kai just threw a punch, Saint Chi gushing out from his fist, and directly scattered it. The flame burst, and the tiger-like fire spirit beast disappeared in an instant, leaving behind a dark red, sand-like object that fell from the sky. Yang Kai casually reached out and caught it in his hand. Is this a fire crystal stone? Even though this was the first time he had seen it, Yang Kai recognized at a glance that this was the fire crystal stone Wei Guchang had been talking about so much. However, this thing was simply too small. Although the world energy contained inside was pure enough, the amount it could store was nothing to be proud of. Yang Kai only needed to circulate his Saint Chi casually to absorb all of the energy inside this thing. Shaking his head with some dissatisfaction, Yang Kai estimated that the size of a fire crystal stone should be directly related to the rank of the fire spirit beast. The higher the rank of the fire spirit beast, the larger the fire crystal stone would be. This kind of sand-sized fire crystal stone was only a crystal from a fifth-order fire spirit beast, so sixth order, seventh order, and even eighth order fire spirit beasts might be different. There was no challenge in the outermost flame area, so Yang Kai lost interest in carefully investigating this place. With a single thought, the sound of wind and thunder rang out as a pair of beautiful wings suddenly unfurled behind him. These wings were translucent and had arcs of lightning curling around them. These were the wind and thunder wings that Yang Kai had not used for a long time. When he was on Tongxian realm, the wind and thunder wings had provided him with great help, but since obtaining a flight-type artifact like a star shuttle, the usefulness of the wind and thunder wings had gradually decreased. After arriving at Tongxian territory, Yang Kai had not used the wind and thunder wings again. Yang Kai had not expected that in this kind of place, there would be a need to test them. Pouring his Saint Qi into the wind and thunder wings, Yang Kai's speed suddenly soared as he transformed into a stream of light and disappeared from where he stood. Yang Kai was overjoyed as he found that his guess was correct. Although it was impossible to use a star shuttle in this Lu Yen sand field, and the cultivator could not fly, the wind and thunder wings were not greatly restricted. As long as he did not leave the ground, he would be fine. However, once Yang Kai tried to leave the ground, an infinite pressure would descend from the sky and abruptly suppress him. After testing this a few times, Yang Kai obediently relied on the wind and thunder wings to travel on foot. This forbidden land was very strange. Yang Kai did not know what kind of mysterious world principles it contained, but in any case, there were many restrictions. Along the way, Yang Kai did not encounter a single person, as if he was the only one exploring this huge Lu Yen sand field. Of course, Yang Kai knew that this was just an illusion. The Lu Yen sand field was simply too big. It was a circular territory, and the closer one was to the outside, the wider the perimeter, so the chances of encountering another cultivator were naturally lower. However, as long as one walked deeper in, the elites would gradually gather at the center, and the chances of encountering each other would increase. When that time came, there would likely be more conflicts. Fire spirit beasts were indeed common in the flame area. As Yang Kai hurried along, from time to time, one or two fire spirit beasts of varying levels would emerge from the cracks in the ground, trying to obstruct his progress. There were even some fire spirit beasts that swaggered out and wandered around. Facing these fire spirit beasts, which were equivalent to 5th order or 6th order in strength, Yang Kai really couldn't bring himself to kill them, so he simply ignored them and left. The further he went, the higher the surrounding temperature became. Not only did the temperature cause Yang Kai's skin to sting, but even the fire poison contained in the heat waves became stronger, silently seeping into Yang Kai's body through his pores, affecting his bodily functions and the circulation of his Saint Qi. This fire poison was extremely overbearing. Even if Yang Kai circulated his secret art, he was unable to dissolve it. If too much of it accumulated, it would pose a great danger to anyone, so Yang Kai could only forcibly expel it from his body. As the temperature of the flame area increased and the fire poison raged, Yang Kai had to push his Saint Qi to protect his body, resisting both the heat and the fire poison. Chapter 1177. 3 days later, Yang Kai entered a valley-like area. During these 3 days, he had been on his way, and with the bonus of his wind and thunder wings, his speed was much faster than others. During this time, except for encountering an 8th order fire spirit beast, which he killed with some effort, nothing else happened. The 8th order fire spirit beast's body had already solidified to a certain extent, so when it suddenly emerged from a crack in the ground, it really gave Yang Kai a fright. If not for his quick reaction and the help of his wind and thunder wings, this sneak attack alone would have been enough to injure him. Only now did Yang Kai understand that the real threat of fire spirit beasts was not their strength, but their ability to perfectly blend in with the environment of this Lu Yen desert. As long as they did not take the initiative to appear, a cultivator would not be able to detect them. However, their appearance was always accompanied by a fatal sneak attack. An 8th order fire spirit beast was equivalent to a Saint King, so if it had been any other cultivator, they would have died long ago. However, Yang Kai finally managed to kill it and obtained a fire crystal stone the size of a pigeon's egg. This piece of fire crystal stone was much larger than the first one he obtained, so its value was definitely not low. As long as an alchemist or artifact refiner could perfectly integrate the pure fire energy contained in this fire crystal stone into the pills or artifacts they refined, they could improve the grade and quality of the pills and artifacts they refined. Such a harvest made Yang Kai a little happy, and he couldn't help but want to find another 8th order fire spirit beast to kill. After all, he was an alchemist himself, so this kind of thing would be helpful to him. After entering the valley, Yang Kai's divine sense covered a range of 300 meters around him, lest he encounter another sneak attack from a powerful fire spirit beast. The terrain here was very strange. In all directions there were barren mountains. The entire valley looked like a huge pit in the ground. The valley was so big that one couldn't see the end of it. There were crisscrossing ravines everywhere in the valley. The large ravines looked like bottomless abysses, which made people shudder. Yang Kai didn't care, and instead urged his wind and thunder wings to continue forward. He had the same idea as Wei Gucheng, which was to rush to the treasure area as soon as possible and collect some spirit grasses and spirit herbs before many people entered. Once all the elites from the various major forces entered, there would be less good stuff to collect. Everyone should be in a hurry right now. Yang Kai had the wind and thunder wings, which gave him a huge advantage. Half a day later, Yang Kai had already arrived at the interior of the valley. Surprisingly, he had not encountered a single fire spirit beast in this half a day. Previously, no matter how lucky he was, there would be 1 or 2 fire spirit beasts that recklessly rushed out to block his path every 1 or 2 hours. But now, half a day had passed and there was no trace of any fire spirit beasts, which made him very puzzled. It was as if this valley was a forbidden area for fire spirit beasts and they would not come here. Yang Kai was happy to see this, and continued to move forward. But suddenly, Yang Kai's face changed, and in a flash, he hurriedly dodged to the side. Just now, when he used his divine sense to investigate, he felt an abnormal energy fluctuation. Yang Kai was very familiar with this kind of energy fluctuation. It was the sign of a fire spirit beast rushing out from the cracks in the ground to attack. Sure enough, when he changed his position, several fire spirit beasts of different shapes and levels suddenly rushed out from his original position. Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to them and just wanted to move forward, but before he could stand firm, the abnormal energy fluctuation appeared again, and the place where it appeared was still under his feet. Yang Kai frowned and changed his position again. This time, the energy fluctuation came from under his feet for the 3rd time. At the same time, in all directions, the entire valley seemed to be boiling, the chaotic energy fluctuating up and down, and flames rushed out from the crisscrossing cracks, transforming into strange fire spirit beasts. The number of flames rushing out from the cracks in the ground was simply too many to count, and there were even more flames flashing in the distance. Yang Kai's complexion finally changed. There seemed to be something wrong with this valley. He never thought that the fire spirit beasts would be so dense, and this place was completely different from what he had imagined. This valley was not a forbidden area for the fire spirit beasts, it was clearly their paradise. Who knew why so many fire spirit beasts had gathered here? In just a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai was surrounded by fire spirit beasts, all of whom were glaring at him with malicious intent. Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense and his face sank. Just within a radius of 1,000 feet around him, there were already over 10,000 fire spirit beasts gathered. Although most of these fire spirit beasts were unsightly at the 5th or 6th rank, there were also 7th and 8th rank fire spirit beasts mixed in with them. Even further away from him, there were even more fire spirit beasts rushing over here one after another. Yang Kai felt as if he had inadvertently poked a big hornet's nest, his expression extremely ugly. Not being able to fly meant that he would have to kill his way out of this encirclement. With so many fire spirit beasts, how long would it take him to kill them all? Just as Yang Kai was hesitating, a loud roar rang out and the fire spirit beasts that had gathered around him took the initiative to launch an attack, rushing towards Yang Kai in droves. These beasts bared their fangs and charged towards Yang Kai, some of them even using fire attribute energy to attack. Some of these beasts spat out fireballs from their mouths, while others attacked like fire snakes towards Yang Kai. There were even some that shot out like sharp arrows, their speed extremely fast, and the sound of them tearing through the air rang out incessantly. These energy attacks could only be launched by fire spirit beasts that had reached the 7th order. Yang Kai roared as his Saint Chi surged and a long sword covered in demonic flames appeared in his hand. Swinging it forward, a shocking sword wave appeared, and all the 5th order and 6th order fire spirit beasts that were struck by this sword wave were reduced to dust and dissipated into the air. Yang Kai waved his hand again and sent out a dozen pitch-black spears filled with demonic flames in all directions. Each spear was incredibly powerful and pierced through the bodies of countless fire spirit beasts before gradually disappearing. Profound Heavenly Sword, Heaven Punishing Spear. Yang Kai continued to use these 2 9 heavens divine skills, killing the fire spirit beasts that rushed towards him. When others encountered so many fire spirit beasts, even if they were in groups, they could only wait to be killed because there were simply too many of these fire spirit beasts. Even if most of them couldn't withstand a single blow, it would still take a huge amount of energy to kill them all. Perhaps before a cultivator could kill them all, the cultivator would run out of energy and be overwhelmed by these fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai was different. He had never worried about the amount of energy stored in his body. Before, he had stored his yang liquid, but now that his Saint Chi had transformed into demonic flames, all of his strength was stored in his physique. Yang Kai's Saint Chi reserves were hundreds or thousands of times greater than any Saint King Realm Master. Even Origin returning Realm Masters couldn't compare to him. Pouring out his Saint Chi recklessly, Yang Kai made the fire spirit beasts swarming towards him completely understand what it meant to be slaughtered like flies. Soon, Yang Kai furrowed his brow. When such a large number of fire spirit beasts appeared just now, he was really surprised for a moment. But in the next moment, he became excited. Because with so many fire spirit beasts, how many fire crystal stones could he harvest? Even if the fire crystal stones in the bodies of 5th order and 6th order fire spirit beasts were useless, the 7th order and 8th order fire spirit beasts were different. The fire crystal stones in their bodies could definitely be used for alchemy or artifact refining. But now, Yang Kai discovered a strange phenomenon. The fire spirit beasts he killed seemed to be fundamentally different from the fire spirit beasts outside. They didn't have any fire crystal stones in their bodies. After the time it would take to boil a cup of tea, Yang Kai had killed at least 300 5th order and 6th order fire spirit beasts, and even a dozen or so 7th order fire spirit beasts. Strangely, whether they were 5th order, 6th order, or 7th order fire spirit beasts, after their bodies dissipated, not a single fire crystal stone was left behind. Something is wrong. Yang Kai was puzzled, but after slaughtering for a while he suddenly turned his eyes to an 8th order fire spirit beast not far away. He really wanted to know if this guy's body was the same. The demonic flame sword in his hands swept out in a semicircle, and the fire spirit beasts touched by his demonic flame directly collapsed and dissipated. Yang Kai quickly opened a gap in the crowd of fire spirit beasts and rushed straight towards the 8th order fire spirit beast. Before Yang Kai even arrived, a heaven-punishing spear had already shot out. The 8th order fire spirit beast was quite extraordinary and quickly dove into the crowd of fire spirit beasts, using the bodies of its dozen or so companions to resist the attack of the heaven-punishing spear. Not waiting for Yang Kai to launch another attack, it opened its mouth and spat out a fire dragon. Yang Kai didn't dodge and instead pushed his Saint Chi to resist the raging fire dragon. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai arrived in front of the fire dragon and slashed out with his demonic flame sword. This time, the 8th order fire spirit beast was unable to dodge, and the sword wave split open a meter-long crack on its head. After the sword wave raged on, the 8th order fire spirit beast let out a whimper and disappeared. Yang Kai searched carefully and found that it really didn't have any fire crystal stones. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help having the urge to curse out loud. These countless fire spirit beasts had trapped him here, but after killing them all, there was no harvest at all. This was somewhat intolerable. If he could obtain a large number of fire crystal stones, Yang Kai felt that this slaughter would have been somewhat worthwhile, but with no benefits at all, how could he be in the mood to continue entangling with them here? After a loud roar, a giant black dragon several dozen meters long suddenly emerged from Yang Kai's body. It was condensed from the golden dragon tattoo on Yang Kai's body. However, after injecting Yang Kai's unique Saint Qi, this golden dragon transformed into its current appearance, one that was pitch black and covered in demonic flames. Its pair of dragon eyes were even larger than a human's face, giving it a powerful aura. The giant black dragon shook its head and waved its tail as it rushed into the fire spirit beasts and began a frenzied rampage. The densely packed fire spirit beasts couldn't avoid it in time and were quickly wiped out. At the same time, Yang Kai also took out the purple shield that Yang Yen had refined for him and placed it on his back to resist the attacks of the fire spirit beasts. He also took out the 100 Mountains picture that originally belonged to the Su family and summoned a series of mountain phantoms from it towards the fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai's strength was much higher than Su Zhishen's. Su Zhishen could only summon 6 mountain phantoms back then, but Yang Kai could summon 8 with ease at this moment. Chapter 1178. The 100 Mountains picture was an excellent artifact for one-on-one combat, but it was also very suitable for group attacks. The 8 huge mountain phantoms looked illusory and ethereal, but each one of them had the weight of a mountain. They didn't need to exert any kind of pressure, just the mere fact that they smashed down was enough. After Yang Kai crazily poured his Saint Qi into them, the mountain phantoms began to emit a faint demonic flame aura. For a time, the entire mountain valley was shaken by the mountain phantoms and the fire spirit beasts rushed over in large groups before disappearing in droves. This was the first time Yang Kai had used the 100 Mountains picture and suddenly found that this artifact was quite useful. At the very least, it was much faster than using his profound heavenly sword and heaven-punishing spear to kill fire spirit beasts. Immediately, he put away his demonic flame sword and focused on releasing the power of the 100 Mountains picture. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk violent explosions rang out from the mountain valley, deafening everyone's ears. At the same time, in the direction Yang Kai had come from, a group of 3 people appeared at the entrance of the mountain valley. 2 of the 3 were third-order Saint Kings while the other was a first-order Saint King. From the way the 3 of them walked, it was obvious the 2 third-order Saint Kings were sandwiching the first-order cultivator in the middle, seemingly protecting him. When this group arrived in front of the mountain valley, the cultivator walking at the front suddenly stopped, a look of surprise appearing on his face as he stared suspiciously into the mountain valley. Since he didn't move, the 2 people behind him naturally stopped as well. The cultivator at the back remained vigilant, but the short young man sandwiched between them didn't seem to care at all. From time to time, he would look around, as if he wasn't here to adventure in the Lu Yen desert but to play. After investigating the mountain valley for the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, the 3 of them didn't show any intention of moving forward. The short young man couldn't help urging the person in front of him. "Xie Yong, what are you looking at? Hurry up and move." The cultivator called Xie Yong heard this and turned back to the young man. "Young master, wait a moment. There seems to be something wrong with this mountain valley." Saying so, he beckoned to the third-order Saint King cultivator at the back of the group. After this cultivator stepped forward, the 2 began to investigate together, whispering to one another from time to time. When the young man saw the serious look on their faces, he coldly snorted in dissatisfaction, "Aren't you making a fuss over nothing? Along the way, we haven't encountered any danger at all. Weren't those fire spirit beasts that jumped out easily killed by this young master? In my opinion, this Lu Yen desert doesn't live up to its name at all. The rumors about how dangerous it is are obviously just rumors to scare those who don't know about it. Unfortunately, they can't scare this young master." This young man was none other than Xie Hongwen, who had a grudge with Yang Kai before. The other 2 third-order Saint King cultivator were naturally the cultivators sent by the Xie family to protect him. Qian Tong had specifically told Yang Kai before that these 2 cultivator weren't from Shadow Moon Hall. After listening to Xie Hongwen's words, Xie Yong and the other cultivator exchanged a glance and shook their heads secretly. They also knew that Xie Hongwen was used to living a comfortable life and didn't understand the dangers of the outside world. Coupled with the fact that they hadn't encountered any danger these past few days, Xie Hongwen had underestimated this place. Although they had never entered Lu Yen Desert before, since it was one of Shadowed Star's 3 great restricted zones, there must be something strange about it. If it had been someone else who said this, the two of them wouldn't have cared at all and underestimated the danger of this place. If they were careless, they would have died, but in the end, they shouldered the heavy responsibility of protecting Xie Hongwen. If Xie Hongwen died because of carelessness, they wouldn't have a good ending when they returned to the Xie family. The other square-faced cultivator felt that it was necessary to explain to Xie Hongwen, so after thinking about it for a moment he solemnly said, "Young master, this is the outermost area of Lu Yen Desert, and we were lucky before. The fire spirit beasts we encountered were only 5th order or 6th order. With young master's strength, killing them was naturally a piece of cake." Hearing this flattery, Xie Hongwen's impatient look finally eased a lot and he put on an arrogant look, as if he was the sole ruler of this world. The cultivator quickly changed the subject and said, "But young master, you must not take this place lightly. In addition to the 5th order or 6th order fire spirit beasts we encountered, there are also 7th order, 8th order." When Xie Hongwen heard this, he narrowed his eyes and stared at the square-faced cultivator, sneering, "Xie Yun, you're underestimating this young master too much. This young master has many artifacts on him and his divine technique is exquisite. Forget about 7th order or 8th order, even if a 9th order fire spirit beast came, what harm would it pose? This young master can still easily kill it." This young master was afraid he wouldn't be able to encounter a high-grade fire spirit beast. "If you can find a few for this young master will kill them for you to see." He couldn't wait to prove himself. Xie Yong and Xie Yun remained calm on the surface, but in their hearts, they were cursing Xie Hongwen to death. They had long heard that Xie Hongwen was an idiot, but only now did they realize that the rumors outside were simply understating the stupidity of this young master. He was just a trivial 1st order Saint King, let alone a 9th order fire spirit beast. Even a 7th order or 8th order one could easily be killed. What was laughable was that he dared to boast so shamelessly. There was no way to reason with an idiot, so Xie Yun and Xie Yong tactfully agreed a few times, much to Xie Hongwen's satisfaction. He no longer held them responsible for staying here and nodded repeatedly, "You can rest assured, as long as this young master can get his revenge this time, when I return, I will definitely have my father write a letter to the patriarch. There will be no shortage of benefits for you." Xie Yun and Xie Yong's eyes lit up as they nodded. The reason they accepted this task was because Xie Hongwen's father, Xie Li, had promised them a huge reward of 300,000 Saint Crystals each after they completed this task. Otherwise, why would they accompany Xie Hongwen to the Lu Yen sand field? Moreover, whatever they obtained from the Lu Yen sand field, the family wouldn't ask them to hand over. Whatever they obtained would belong to them. A few months ago, when this task was delivered to the Xie family, countless Xie family members boiled over and responded to the call of the Xie family patriarch. In the end, it was Xie Yong and Xie Yun who won this task with an absolute advantage. They also knew who Xie Hongwen wanted to seek revenge on, a 1st order Saint King cultivator named Yang Kai. According to Xie Hongwen, Yang Kai was ignorant, arrogant, overbearing, and lustful. Even he couldn't beat him and was only relying on the power of Elder Qian Tong to bully the weak. Xie Yong and Xie Yun certainly didn't believe this. There was no Saint King in this world who couldn't beat Xie Hongwen. Even if it was a cultivator who had just broken through to the Saint King realm, it would be easy for them to win against trash like Xie Hongwen. In the end, the two of them learned the truth from Xie Li. Although the young man named Yang Kai's cultivation was low, his combat power was extraordinary. He was able to kill a 3rd order Saint King cultivator, a so-called genius cultivator. He was an elite who could fight above his own realm. However, Xie Yong and Xie Yun were also elites of the Xie family, so they had absolute confidence in killing a cultivator like Yang Kai. Do you think that trash didn't take this path? Xie Hongwen suddenly asked. How come we've been chasing him for several days and still haven't seen him? Could it be we went in the wrong direction? Xie Yong grinned and proudly said, Young master, you can rest assured that he is walking on this path. No one has been able to escape my pursuit. It was precisely because Xie Yong was good at tracking and possessed extraordinary combat power that he was able to stand out from the other Xie family members and successfully take on this task. After determining the location Yang Kai entered, the three of them gathered together through the communication artifact and chased after Yang Kai. Then how come we didn't find him? Xie Hongwen asked puzzledly. Because he entered this mountain valley, Xie Yong pointed forward. Xie Hongwen's face lit up. Really? Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and catch up with him and kill him for me. Xie Hongwen's expression became fierce as he suddenly shook his head. No, 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 stop him first. This young master wants to torture him. Directly killing him would be too easy for him. I want him to taste all the tortures in this world. Young master, I'm afraid there's no need for that, Xie Yong said with a strange expression. What do you mean? Xie Hongwen squinted at him. Xie Yong smiled lightly. Once he enters this mountain valley, he's dead for sure. There's no need for us to pursue him. He definitely won't be able to leave this mountain valley alive. I'm afraid he's already dead. But how do you know? Xie Hongwen was even more confused now. Xie Yun smiled and explained. Before coming here, the patriarch gave us some information about the Lu Yen Desert, one of which was about this mountain valley. It seems that when the Lu Yen Desert opened last time, a senior of our Xie family also took this path, but less than an hour after entering the mountain valley, he suddenly found countless fire spirit beasts gathered in the valley, surrounding a group of people and killing them. This group of people was made up of elite cultivators from various great forces, and there were more than 30 of them. At that time, the battle was fierce and our Xie family senior didn't want to get involved, so he quietly withdrew from the mountain valley. Later, when he left the Lu Yen Desert and inquired about the situation, he learned that of the more than 30 cultivators trapped in the mountain valley, none survived, and they didn't even make it to the treasure area. They all died in the mountain valley? Xie Hongwen's expression changed slightly. Although he was bragging a moment ago, when he thought of the countless fire spirit beasts rushing in, he couldn't help but pale. Yes, they died in the mountain valley, and the only one who knows the reason for their deaths is our Xie family senior. As for the information about this mountain valley, other than our Xie family, no one else should know. That Yang Kai entered it, naturally it was impossible for him to survive. Just now, because I had some doubts, I stopped. But after carefully confirming with Xie Yong, we found that the terrain here is exactly the same as the information left behind by our Xie family senior. That is to say, 400 years ago, our Xie family senior entered this mountain valley. When Xie Hongwen heard this, he clapped his hands fiercely and sighed, "What a pity, how could he die like this?" This young master wanted to catch him. He sighed because he couldn't kill Yang Kai with his own hands. Chapter 1179. As soon as Xie Hongwen finished speaking, the three of them suddenly heard a rumbling sound coming from inside the valley. The source of the sound was extremely far away, but it still clearly reached their ears, and with each sound, the earth seemed to shake slightly. Xie Yun and Xie Yong looked at each other, their expressions changing slightly. Although they didn't see what was going on with their own eyes, this kind of power showed that there was an earth-shattering battle taking place in the depths of the valley. Xie Hongwen thought of something, and after being stunned for a moment, he cried out in joy, "Could this be caused by that trash?" Xie Yong frowned and hesitated. It should be, after all, he's the only one who took this path, and I'm afraid he's already surrounded by fire spirit beasts. Good, good, good. The heavens are helping this young master. Xie Hongwen laughed wildly, waving his hand and saying, "Come, let's go in and take a look. This young master wants to see that bastard die without a burial place with his own eyes, Otherwise I won't be able to take this lying down. Young master? Xie Yong and Xie Yun's expressions changed greatly, the former hurriedly stopping him. This valley is definitely a forbidden area in the Lu Yen Desert, you can't come out even if you enter. Since that person is going to die, why should we take this risk? It's fine if something happens to the two of us, but young master's delicate body is precious. What if something happens to you? Xie Yong knew that Xie Hongwen liked to listen to good words, and if he forcefully stopped him at this time, it would definitely arouse his disgust, so he could only try to persuade him in a roundabout way. Sure enough, after Xie Hongwen heard this, he felt that it made sense, but his expression was still somewhat restless. Compared to those invisible dangers, he was more willing to see how Yang Kai died. After living for so many years, no one had ever dared to humiliate him like Yang Kai, and it was even more impossible for someone to casually take his life. Every time Xie Hongwen thought about it, he couldn't sleep and eat in peace, filled with grief and resentment. That old bastard Qian Tong wasn't a good person, he was clearly bullied by an outsider, but not only did he not help him take revenge, he was also very polite to that bastard. Sooner or later, he would make Qian Tong pay the price. Xie Hongwen's thinking was different from ordinary people. Last time, Qian Tong saved his life from Yang Kai. Not only did he not know how to be grateful, but he also hated Qian Tong. Thinking of this, the anger in his heart and the desire to see Yang Kai's tragic death with his own eyes could not be suppressed. His expression became firm as he said, "Going in and watching from afar, is that okay?" Xie Yong was shocked and was about to persuade him again when Xie Hongwen said, "Since one of our Xie family seniors was able to escape unscathed, there is no reason why we can't. Or are you two not confident in yourselves? If that's the case, you stay here. This young master will go alone, but you don't need to take the 300,000 Saint crystals." How could this be? Xie Yong and Xie Yun became anxious. They had accepted the task of protecting Xie Hongwen precisely because of the 300,000 Saint crystals and the benefits they could obtain from Lu Yan's desert. If they were not given the 300,000 Saint crystals, they would immediately lose more than half of their profits. For a time, Xie Yong and Xie Yun both hesitated. They knew the dangers of this mountain valley better than anyone else. Before coming here, Xie Li had clearly told them that they absolutely could not enter this mountain valley. Xie Li wasn't worried about their safety, but rather that they wouldn't be able to protect Xie Hongwen. If something happened to Xie Hongwen, they wouldn't be able to live. But now that Xie Hongwen had made such a strong request, they couldn't refuse. Seeing the two hesitating, Xie Hongwen snorted and said, "As long as you take me in, we can watch that bastard die from afar. After we return, I will personally give you some benefits. And with your identities, you shouldn't be qualified to learn the Xie family's Azura palm, right? This young master knows a thing or two about this martial skill." Hearing the words Azura palm, Xie Yun and Xie Yong hesitated for a moment before exchanging a glance, both of them seeing the light in each other's eyes. Xie Hongwen continued to strike while the iron was hot. "You can rest assured, we only need to watch from afar. This young master doesn't want you to kill him. When he dies, we'll immediately withdraw from the mountain valley." Xie Yong sighed heavily before turning to Xie Yun and asking, "What do you think?" Xie Yun frowned and helplessly said, "What else can we do?" If they didn't listen to Xie Hongwen, there would be no benefits. If they listened to him, although they would have to take a little risk, the benefits would also be greater. Apart from accepting Xie Hongwen's proposal, there was no other way, unless they didn't want any benefits. After the two reached an agreement, Xie Yong said seriously, "Good, young master, we will take you there, but you must promise not to act rashly. If there is anything wrong, we will take you away quickly. I hope young master can agree to this." "Good, I agree. You're really long-winded. Hurry up and go. If we're too late, that bastard may die," Xie Hongwen urged impatiently. The two Xie family cultivator had no choice but to continue to protect Xie Hongwen as they moved into the mountain valley. As they moved forward, the shaking of the mountain grew louder and louder. At the beginning, Xie Yong was still cautious, moving forward slowly, but he really couldn't stand Xie Hongwen's urging. Coupled with the fact that there really didn't seem to be any danger in the mountain valley, He couldn't help but speed up. Half a day later, the three of them saw a fiery red light in the distance. This fiery red light was obviously different from the color of the flowing flame sandfield's flames, and in fact, these streaks of red light had gathered together to form a sensational fireball over a large area. When he took a closer look, he realized that it wasn't a flame at all. It was clearly countless fire spirit beasts gathered together, and they seemed to be attacking someone who was surrounded by them. From time to time, huge mountain phantoms would fly through the middle of the fire spirit beasts and then crash down, each crash causing the ground to shake violently. Xie Yong and Xie Yun were dumbfounded. Although the two of them had long speculated from the information given by Xie Li that there were many fire spirit beasts in this mountain valley, it wasn't until they saw it with their own eyes that they realized the truth was far beyond their imagination. No wonder more than 30 elites from the various great forces had been wiped out here 400 years ago. With so many fire spirit beasts, even if an origin-returning realm master rashly entered Lu Yen Desert, they probably wouldn't be able to survive, not to mention that only Saint Kings could enter it. Xie Hongwen's performance was even more unbearable. Before, he had boasted about his strength, but now, after seeing the countless fire spirit beasts, he couldn't help shivering, his face extremely pale, unable to move. Hide! Xie Yong reacted quickly, grabbing Xie Hongwen and hiding behind a nearby hill a few dozen meters high, at the same time summoning an exquisite artifact. This artifact released an invisible shield that enveloped the three of them, isolating their auras. Climbing up the hill, the three pairs of eyes cautiously glanced over, all of them shocked. There were so many fire spirit beasts, almost 10,000 of them. Xie Yong and Xie Yun thought that if they were surrounded like this, it wouldn't take more than a cup of tea's worth of time for them to die. But the cultivator named Yang Kai was surrounded and was actually killing them all. From the time the three of them heard the commotion until they rushed here, more than half a day had passed. For such a long time, how much Saint Qi had he consumed to continuously use this mountain-shaped artifact? How had he recovered? How many fire spirit beasts had he killed? Under the pressure of the mountain-shaped artifact, a large number of fire spirit beasts had simply disappeared. What surprised them even more was that after the three of them hid behind the hill for 4 to 6 hours, the slaughter continued without any sign of abating. Yang Kai, who was surrounded by fire spirit beasts, didn't show any signs of exhaustion. The number of fire spirit beasts killed by Yang Kai didn't seem to decrease either, maintaining a strange balance. This kind of strange slaughter seemed to continue until the end of the world. Why isn't he dead yet? Xie Hongwen muttered impatiently. He had caught a glimpse of the person surrounded by fire spirit beasts before and found that it was indeed Yang Kai, the one he hated to the bone. Xie Hongwen had thought this guy was about to die, but even now he was still alive and kicking, which made Xie Hongwen very puzzled. He's amazing. Xie Yong praised sincerely. Although they knew that Yang Kai was an elite, in their minds, Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't high, so even if he was an elite, his combat strength should be limited. But now, Xie Yong found that he had completely underestimated this person. If they were to fight one-on-one, Xie Yong had no confidence he could win. Xie Yun, kill him for me now, this young master can't wait any longer. Xie Hongwen suddenly shouted fiercely. Both Xie Yong and Xie Yun were chosen by Xie Li for this task because of their unique abilities. The former was proficient in tracking, as long as he could find some clues. As long as he wasn't an origin-returning realm master, most people wouldn't be able to escape his tracking. In order to find someone in a place like Lu Yen Desert, his ability was indispensable. However, Xie Yun had another ability, the ability to kill with a single blow. To deal with an elite like Yang Kai, a sneak attack was undoubtedly the best way to deal with him, and this was Xie Yun's strength, so he was also chosen. After listening to Xie Hongwen's words, Xie Yun shook his head and said in a low voice, "Young master, I can't kill him from a distance, but there are too many fire spirit beasts gathered around this guy, and the purple shield behind him is also a defensive artifact. I can't kill him in this situation. Even if they attacked now, at most, they could only injure Yang Kai." If they couldn't kill him in a single blow, it was better not to act, lest they alert the enemy. Moreover, Xie Yun was also afraid that if they disturbed the fire spirit beasts, the three of them would be surrounded. He and Xie Yong didn't have the capital to kill tens of thousands of fire spirit beasts. Then what should we do? Xie Hongwen asked anxiously. His enemy was right in front of him, alive and kicking, yet he didn't have a chance to take revenge. This made him very annoyed, and he couldn't wait to rush over and kill Yang Kai right now. Chapter 1180. Let's wait, young master. Xie Yong smiled slightly. He has been fighting for such a long time. Even if he has a way to recover, it is impossible for him to be at his peak. If those fire spirit beasts can kill him, that would be the best, but if he kills them all, he will definitely be an arrow at the end of its flight. At that time, it won't be too late to ask Xie Yun to take action. Presumably he won't have any strength to resist. Now, young master, you should calm down and enjoy his ugly final struggle. Wouldn't that be perfect? Oh, that's right. Xie Hongwen was overjoyed and quickly turned his eyes towards Yang Kai. Sure enough, as Xie Yong had said, he wanted to enjoy Yang Kai's final struggle. Xie Yong and Xie Yun exchanged a glance and saw the helplessness and ridicule in each other's eyes. Only an idiot like Xie Hongwen could be so easily fooled by them. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't be so easy to fool them. The three of them continued to quietly lay in ambush. Yang Kai, who was surrounded by fire spirit beasts, wore an extremely gloomy expression. He didn't notice that he was being followed, and the people who were following him had also entered the mountain valley. At this moment, they were lying in ambush at the foot of a hill not far from him, waiting for an opportunity to strike. At this moment, all of his energy was focused on the fire spirit beasts, so he didn't have time to worry about anything else. After killing for almost an entire day, he had only advanced less than 10 kilometers. If he wanted to rely on killing to get out of this mountain valley, Yang Kai estimated that it would take at least half a month. In half a month, the elites of the great sects and families would have already passed through the flame area and entered the treasure area to collect spirit grasses and spirit medicines. What benefits would there be if he rushed over? He also knew that it was useless to be anxious now. The strangeness of this mountain valley was beyond his expectations. The fire spirit beasts were endless, and even if he couldn't kill them all, there were no fire crystal stones in their bodies. However, he finally noticed some flaws in these fire spirit beasts. Although they were pouring out from the cracks in the ground in all directions, their source seemed to be quietly lurking in the same direction. It was as if that direction was the source of endless fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai's divine sense spread out in that direction. If it was any other place, with his proficiency in Space Force, he could easily find the source. But in the Lu Yen sand field, his divine sense was greatly suppressed, so it would take him a lot of effort to search. Fortunately, after half a day of investigation and observation, Yang Kai finally determined the source of the fire spirit beasts. It turned out to be a huge fissure in the ground. Using his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai discovered that a number of fire snakes had emerged from the fissure and quickly arrived at Yang Kai's side before transforming into fire spirit beasts and attacking him one after another. Having found his target and source, Yang Kai no longer bothered to entangle himself with these fire spirit beasts. With a thought, he summoned back the 8 mountain phantoms and smashed them forward fiercely. With the purple shield guarding his back, Yang Kai's hands surged with demonic flames and transformed into a long sword. His body was wrapped in sword light as he forced his way forward. The fire spirit beasts were thrown off their feet. Although Yang Kai's sudden intrusion had caused a lot of damage, there were simply too many fire spirit beasts. There were still some 6th order and 7th order fire spirit beasts that rushed to his side and tore his clothes to shreds. Some fire spirit beasts even left shallow wounds on his body. For some reason, when they saw Yang Kai actually rushing in that direction, all the fire spirit beasts rioted, displaying even more tyrannical strength than before. The 7th order and 8th order fire spirit beasts desperately blocked Yang Kai's path, preventing him from moving forward. Yang Kai mustered up all his strength. With the 8 mountain phantoms in front of him and the purple shield behind him, he was able to avoid any worries. The demonic flame longsword in his hand sent out a series of shocking black sword lights, cutting down all the fire spirit beasts that stood in his way like a hot knife through butter. Finally arriving in front of the huge fissure, Yang Kai saw the same scene he had seen before with his divine sense. From somewhere in the depths of the fissure, flames filled with world energy flew up and transformed into fire spirit beasts, blocking his path. Yang Kai's figure flashed and fell into the fissure, with tens of thousands of fire spirit beasts in hot pursuit. This scene stunned Xie Hongwen and the others who were secretly observing from a nearby hill. They didn't know why Yang Kai had suddenly jumped into a crack in the ground, but now the entire mountain valley seemed to be very quiet. The previously densely packed fire spirit beasts had all disappeared, leaving behind only the earth-shattering roars of the fire spirit beasts. What is he doing? Xie Hongwen frowned. I don't know, but he should come out. If he doesn't, it means he's dead. Xie Yun thought for a moment before pointing to a hill closer to the fissure. We'll go there and ambush him. If he doesn't come out, then forget it, but if he does, we can kill him. In that position, even if he's an origin-returning realm master, he won't be able to avoid my killing blow. Good. Xie Hongwen saw Xie Yun taking the initiative and had no reason to refuse, quickly nodding. The 3 of them quietly moved to another hill to ambush Yang Kai. Below the huge fissure, Yang Kai fell 1,000 meters. His goal was obvious. All he needed to do was follow the direction of the flames. He wanted to know what kind of mystery was hidden in this mountain valley that allowed fire spirit beasts to be born without fire crystal stones. He had already wasted an entire day here and consumed a huge amount of Saint Qi, so wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't fish up some benefits? No matter what kind of mystery it was that allowed fire spirit beasts to be born, it would definitely be rare. After falling for a long time, killing countless fire spirit beasts along the way, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. He realized that he had finally arrived at his destination because there was a cave-like location below him, and the fiery light that was like a spirit snake that could transform into a fire spirit beast was coming from this cave. He lightly stepped on a protruding rock, turned around, and was about to shoot into the cave. At that moment, an abnormal flame suddenly flew out of the cave, one that was much stronger and more tyrannical than any of the previous ones. This flame flickered midair and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a python-like fire spirit beast. 9th Order. Yang Kai's face changed as he was shocked to discover that this fire spirit beast actually had a physical body, completely different from the 7th Order or 8th Order existences he had seen before. It was like a giant python with flesh and blood. The giant python coiled into a ball, attached itself to the rock wall, and opened its bloody maw towards Yang Kai, spitting out a red light. Before this red light even reached him, Yang Kai felt the unbearable heat and hurriedly raised his Saint Qi to protect himself. At the same time, a loud dragon roar rang out and the giant black dragon once again appeared. The golden dragon tattoo on Yang Kai's body contained the aura of an ancient dragon, so how could a trivial python compare to it? Above pythons were flood dragons, and above flood dragons were dragons. There was a gap of 2 grades between the two. The pitch-black dragon and the fire spirit python instantly began to fight. For a moment, the mountain rocks in the fissure began to crumble and fall to the ground. Yang Kai took this opportunity to flash into the cave, but when he looked around, his face changed once more. In front of him, 2 more of those abnormal flames had appeared, seemingly on the verge of transforming into 9th Order fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. His giant black dragon could entangle one of them, but there was absolutely no way it could deal with all 3 at once. If he was really entangled by them, Yang Kai estimated he would have no choice but to flee. At that time, all his efforts would be in vain. Unable to fly in this damned place, Yang Kai was afraid he wouldn't even have a chance to escape to the surface. Just as he was feeling anxious, Yang Kai suddenly saw a huge dark red stone. At this moment, Yang Kai's eyes bulged. The aura emitted by this dark red stone was clearly the same as that of a fire crystal stone, but this one was much purer and richer. The pigeon egg-sized fire crystal stone that Yang Kai had obtained from the 8th Order fire spirit beast before couldn't even be compared to this one. In comparison, that fire crystal stone was simply trash. This dark red fire crystal stone was the size of a millstone and was lying quietly not far in front of Yang Kai. Almost reflexively, Yang Kai immediately rushed over to the fire crystal stone, scooped it up, and threw it into his space ring before retreating, wanting to leave the cave before the two flames had time to transform into 9th Order fire spirit beasts. However, after he rushed out of the cave, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that something was wrong. The 9th Order fire spirit beasts that were about to appear had actually disappeared. Thinking about it, Kai Yang raised his head and looked up, overjoyed. The giant python that had been entangled with his black dragon had also disappeared. Even the tens of thousands of fire spirit beasts that had chased after him had disappeared. Yang Kai suddenly realized what was going on. These fire spirit beasts were clearly born from the head-sized fire crystal stone, so no matter how many Yang Kai killed, he wouldn't be able to obtain a single fire crystal stone because their source was inside this cave. Now that Yang Kai had thrown the millstone-sized fire crystal stone into his space ring, these fire spirit beasts that had been formed immediately became rootless and could no longer exist. Understanding this, Kai Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. This day's delay was worth it. Just this huge fire crystal stone alone made this trip worthwhile. Even if he couldn't obtain anything good later, it didn't matter. What's more, it had only been a few days since the opening of the Lu Yen sand field. Everyone was rushing inside, so who could guarantee that he wouldn't obtain something better? Satisfied, Yang Kai put away the 100 Mountains picture and the black dragon before letting out a sigh of relief. This battle had consumed a lot of Yang Kai's energy, but fortunately, he had a large amount of Saint Qi stored in his body, so this loss was something he could afford. After restoring his physical strength and spiritual energy slightly inside the cave, Yang Kai used his hands and feet to crawl to the surface. Chapter 1181. Not being able to fly was really unbearable. This fissure was over 1,000 meters deep, so even if Yang Kai was extremely fast, it would take him at least half an hour to climb out. Fortunately, he had obtained some benefits and was in a relatively good mood, so he didn't care about this. After half an hour, Yang Kai finally returned to the ground again. After standing firm, he let out a sigh of relief and took out his Yuan magnetic compass from his space ring to determine his direction. But before he could move forward again, he suddenly felt a great sense of alarm in his heart and his physique involuntarily tightened as an unimaginable sense of crisis descended upon him. It was as if death was beckoning to him. Hurriedly, Yang Kai pushed his Saint Qi and dodged to the side. A flash of red light shot out from a certain direction and struck Yang Kai squarely on the right side of his chest. The huge force sent Yang Kai flying, causing him to feel a sharp pain in his chest. Under this strange attack, Yang Kai discovered that he had actually been injured, and not lightly at that. Before his body landed, Yang Kai's huge divine sense spread out wildly and instantly locked onto the source of this sneak attack. At a glance, Yang Kai's murderous intent surged. It turned out to be that idiot Xie Hongwen, and beside him were the 2 Third Order Saint King cultivators Yang Kai had seen before. They were the 2 people sent by the Xie family to protect him. One of them looked like he was about to collapse at the moment and was holding a crossbow-shaped artifact in his hand. This artifact exuded a strange aura, as if it was madly absorbing his Saint Qi, causing him to become more and more exhausted. Not only that, Yang Kai also clearly saw that the cultivator holding the crossbow-shaped artifact had a deep red wound on his hand, from which blood was pouring into the crossbow-shaped artifact. The crossbow-shaped artifact was also like a fierce beast, disappearing as soon as the blood was poured into it, causing it to turn red like blood. Seeing this, the other cultivator quickly took out several pills from his space ring and stuffed them into the mouth of the weakened cultivator. As for Xie Hongwen, he seemed to think that he had been killed. He stood up excitedly from the hill where he was hiding and looked over with a face full of excitement and expectation. He was so excited that he danced and cheered loudly. However, when he saw that Yang Kai didn't fall to the ground, Xie Hongwen was stunned. Yang Kai did not immediately look for trouble with them. Xie Hongwen was nothing to be afraid of, and the cultivator who had used his crossbow artifact to launch a sneak attack at him seemed to be an arrow at the end of its flight. In Yang Kai's eyes, they were already dead. As for the remaining third-order Saint King, Yang Kai believed that with his ability, killing him would be a piece of cake. He was anxious to check his injuries. In the right side of his chest, there was a small and delicate arrow emitting a powerful aura. This arrow had sunk more than 3 inches into his body and seemed to have injured his lungs, causing Yang Kai to feel a burning pain in his lungs when he breathed. Yang Kai was both shocked and relieved. He was shocked that his opponent had such a strange artifact that could launch such a powerful attack, but he was also relieved that he had sensed the danger in advance and avoided being hit in his vitals. Needless to say, this arrow had been aimed at his heart, but because his figure had swayed slightly, it had hit his right chest instead, only injuring his lungs. Yang Kai's powerful physique was also the key to resisting this blow. If it weren't for his physique being condensed, this blow would have been enough to pierce through Yang Kai's entire body. Yang Kai's face was gloomy and his murderous intent was undisguised. He stretched out his hand and was about to pull out the arrow that had pierced his right chest, but unexpectedly, it disappeared without a trace, leaving only a bloody hole where Yang Kai had been injured, from which some golden blood flowed out. The vitality contained in this golden blood quickly began to heal the wound. He raised his head and glanced at the hill, then walked towards it step by step. Xie Hongwen fell to the ground, his face as pale as paper, and shouted in a trembling voice, "Thank." Even after thanking him for a long time, he still couldn't call out the names of the 2 cultivator who had protected him. Xie Yun thought he was worried about his own weakness and reluctantly smiled. "Young master doesn't need to worry, I'll be fine after 1 or 2 months of rest. Using this artifact has a price to pay." It was precisely because he had this strange artifact that he had absolute confidence in killing Yang Kai. As soon as he finished speaking, the crossbow artifact that had been attached to the wound on his hand finally fell off, no longer spilling his blood. Xie Hongwen wanted to curse out loud, thinking, "How could this young master worry about you? Even if you die, what does it have to do with this young master?" Her heart was anxious, and her mouth actually became nimble. She cried out in alarm, "He's coming." What? Xie Yun and Xie Yong's expressions changed as they turned their heads towards the source of this voice. Sure enough, they saw Yang Kai slowly approaching, his demonic qi filling the heavens and earth. Every step he took seemed to stomp on the fragile nerves of the 3, causing them to almost jump up in fright. "Impossible!" Xie Yun's eyes bulged as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He can't still be alive. He knew better than anyone how powerful his artifact's attack was. On top of that, he had grasped the timing of his attack very well. Although he didn't quite understand how Yang Kai was able to walk out of that crack alive, his opponent had clearly been fighting for more than a day and his Saint Qi had been exhausted. His clothes were tattered and full of scars, so Xie Hongwen didn't hesitate to launch an attack. No one below the origin returning realm could resist such a strange blow. Even if one was an origin returning realm master, if they weren't proficient enough in using their Shi, they would still die. The only thing in this world that could resist such a blow was the Shi of an origin returning realm master. But even if he couldn't believe it, the facts were right in front of him. Yang Kai was indeed still alive, and the injuries he had suffered seemed insignificant. This caused the already weak Xie Yun to suddenly lose all his strength and collapse to the ground. What kind of existence had Xie Hongwen, this stupid pig, provoked? Even Xie Hongwen's killing blow couldn't do anything to him, yet Xie Hongwen still wanted to seek revenge? Seeking revenge on him was one thing, but now he was dragging him into this mess as well? "Xie Yong, what are you doing?" Xie Hongwen suddenly called out again. Xie Yun weakly turned his head and smiled bleakly. Xie Yong had actually fled without saying a word, running away as fast as he could. It seems that he also understood that this person called Kai Yang was not to be trifled with, so he had left without a care for anything else. When one's strength reached their level, they all had an instinctive sense of crisis, so Xie Yong must have felt that something was wrong, which was why he had acted so recklessly. Xie Yong, get back here for this young master. Xie Hongwen didn't dare face Yang Kai, but he didn't show any courtesy to Xie Yong. He just wanted to keep him here and seek a sense of security, so he shouted loudly, "If you dare to flee, this young master will report this to my father and have you suffer the family's punishment." How could Xie Yong pay any attention to him? He ran even faster. "Don't waste your energy. If you want to live, run quickly, but I don't know if you can escape," Xie Yun said lightly. Xie Yun said lightly. He knew that he was going to die anyway, so his expression was quite calm as he said to himself, I don't think you can escape, you're dead." Haha, I didn't think that Xie Yun, would have to go to the Yellow Springs with a stupid pig like you. What a shame. In the original plan, after Xie Yun used such a blow, Xie Yong should have been the one to protect him, but now that Xie Yong had run away, even if Yang Kai didn't kill him, he wouldn't be able to survive alone in the Lu Yen Desert. He didn't expect Xie Hongwen to take care of him. Xie Hongwen was stunned for a moment, then immediately looked at Xie Yun fiercely. "What did you call me? You dare call this young master a stupid pig?" Xie Hongwen suddenly couldn't continue because he realized that the Xie family, who had always been obedient to him, was now looking at him with a mocking and sarcastic gaze. That gaze was like the gaze he used to give when he looked at ants crawling on the ground. It was so disdainful. With a burst of wind, Xie Hongwen screamed and fell to the ground, but when he looked up, he found Yang Kai standing quietly in front of him, like a mountain that made his heart heavy. Lu Yen Desert was very hot, but now Xie Hongwen felt very cold, like he had fallen into an ice cellar, freezing his soul, and he couldn't help shivering. A loud dragon roar sounded, and Xie Hongwen's eyes widened as he saw a black dragon emerge from Yang Kai's body, shaking its head and wagging its tail, then chase in the direction Xie Yong fled. A moment later, the sound of fierce fighting and Xie Yong's shouts could be heard. Gradually, the movement over there became smaller, and Xie Yong's shouts became weaker and weaker, finally disappearing. In the blink of an eye, the pitch-black dragon returned and rushed into Yang Kai's body. Without even thinking about it, Xie Hongwen already knew what Xie Yong's fate would be. Suddenly, he began to cry softly, looking at Yang Kai pleadingly, his lips squirming a few times, as if he wanted to beg for mercy, but no sound came out. His courage was completely drained at this moment. Yang Kai looked at Xie Hongwen with cold eyes. It was such a piece of trash, secretly letting people attack him and injuring him. "You should thank Qian Tong for letting you live last time, but unfortunately you didn't cherish this opportunity and insisted on courting death, so I'll help you." Yang Kai was too lazy to look at Xie Hongwen's disgusting face, and with a wave of his hand, a mass of demonic flames wrapped around him, burning him to ashes in the blink of an eye. From beginning to end, Xie Hongwen didn't have any thoughts of resistance, and Yang Kai really didn't know what he was doing all these years. The demonic flames could burn everything, and even Xie Hongwen's soul didn't exist, truly extinguishing his soul. Yang Kai looked at Xie Yun. This person was a bit interesting, knowing that he was going to die, but he wasn't the least bit afraid. Only when Xie Yong died did he show a trace of shock. He didn't expect that Yang Kai would be able to kill Xie Yong without personally making a move. This kind of strength was very different from what they had expected. Chapter 1182. In the valley, Yang Kai looked at Xie Yun indifferently. He didn't kill him immediately. Instead, he said, "Tell me, how did you know I was here? Don't say it was a coincidence. Lu Yen Desert is so big. If you don't have a special method, you can't follow me all the time. If I'm satisfied with your answer, I'll leave you with an intact corpse." his face suddenly turned cold and he said coldly, "But if you dare to hide anything, I'll let you know what it means to be dead. Believe me, I can let you recover and then slowly torture you." Xie Yun smiled bitterly and gasped for breath. Then he said, "It's very simple. A disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall tipped us off and told us where you came in. Everyone will follow the guidance of the Yuan magnetic compass and head towards the interior of the flowing flames sand field. As long as they can determine where you entered, it won't be difficult to track you down. Xie Yong, who was killed by you, is a master tracker." Yang Kai nodded slightly, thinking that it was similar to what he expected. After discovering that it was Xie Hongwen and the other two who ambushed him, Yang Kai already had some guesses. Since he entered Luyan Desert, he had only met two people, and they were when he first came in. One of them was wearing the clothes of the Shadow Moon Hall and was a disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai didn't know the other person, but his voice was somewhat familiar. In Yang Kai's mind, Xie Hongwen being able to catch up to him so quickly was definitely because someone had tipped them off, and this person must have been one of the two who had seen his position before. Now he found that it was indeed so. No wonder the disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall had a strange expression when he first entered Luyan Desert. Xie Hongwen must have told him in advance, so he left in a hurry. He was in a hurry to leave, of course, to report to Xie Hongwen. And Yang Kai was sure that Xie Hongwen didn't just say hello to one person. There were 70 people from the Shadow Moon Hall who entered Luyan Desert. Among them, there were definitely a lot of people who were tempted by money. Since ancient times, wealth has always moved people's hearts. "Give me a quick death." After Xie Yun finished speaking, she lay on the ground with an indifferent expression, not moving at all. Yang Kai casually pointed a finger, and a burst of qi shot out, piercing Xie Yun's forehead. He was also a man of his word. Since he said that he would leave the other party's corpse intact, he naturally wouldn't burn it with his demonic flames. Yang Kai bent down and picked up the crossbow artifact, but after examining it for a moment, his brow furrowed. This artifact's power was indeed not small, actually being able to injure him, but there were also many restrictions on its use. From Xie Yun's state after using it, Yang Kai could infer that this crossbow would not only crazily devour the user's Saint Qi but also their blood. This was an evil artifact. Yang Kai was not interested in it. Once he used it, he would be at the mercy of others. This artifact could only be used when someone was protecting him. Throwing it into his space ring, Yang Kai picked up Xie Hongwen and Xie Yun's rings, but after inspecting them, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Inside the two's rings, besides some pills and Saint crystals, there was nothing else. But thinking about it, other than Yang Kai himself, who would carry all his precious things with him, any other cultivator who entered Luyan Desert would likely leave their precious things outside, not daring to bring them in. Otherwise, if an accident happened, the losses would be huge. Among these pills, the only one that caught Yang Kai's eye was a bottle of 5 snow and ice pills. He had given all his snow and ice pills to Changqi and Howen, so he didn't have time to refine them after entering this place. Now that he had obtained some, it wasn't bad. Perhaps he would be able to use them in the future. After seeing the shabbiness of Xie Hongwen and Xie Yun, Yang Kai didn't even have the mood to check Xie Yong's space ring and instead directly moved deeper into Luyan Desert. Without the hindrance of the fire spirit beasts, Yang Kai used his wind and thunder wings to accelerate his speed, and it only took him 2 days to completely leave the mountain valley. The further he went, the more powerful the flame area became. Yang Kai's physique was different from ordinary people's, and his Saint Qi was vigorous. Coupled with the fact that he used to cultivate a Yang attribute secret art, now that he had the demonic flame, he wasn't afraid of it and only needed to circulate his Saint Qi slightly to resist the invasion of the fire poison. Yang Kai didn't know how big the flame area was, but as he traveled deeper and deeper, he didn't even encounter a single person along the way, and his harvest was pitifully small. After half a month, in addition to harvesting a few fire crystal stones from 7th order fire spirit beasts, he only collected a dozen or so fire attribute spirit grasses. It wasn't until now that Yang Kai realized the preciousness and scarcity of fire crystal stones. He had killed an 8th order fire spirit beast by chance and harvested a fire crystal stone the size of a pigeon's egg, followed by a fire crystal stone the size of a millstone in the mountain valley. It could be said that his harvest was greater than anyone who had entered Lu Yen Desert before. It was precisely because of the scarcity of 7th order fire spirit beasts and above that fire crystal stones were so precious. The fire crystal stones in the bodies of 5th order and 6th order fire spirit beasts were too small to play any role and could only be absorbed by a cultivator for cultivation. The dozen or so fire attribute spirit grasses he found were just Esosa. Some were Saint King grade while others were Origin grade, but in any case, there weren't many of them. After all, there were very few spirit grasses that could grow in the flame area. The only thing that satisfied Yang Kai was that all of them had high medicinal properties. No one had entered this place for 400 years, so naturally, they had plenty of time to grow. On this day, Yang Kai was hurrying along when a fiery light suddenly flashed in front of him. This fiery light was like a small spark that had sputtered out of thin air, its speed incredibly fast. The moment he discovered it, Yang Kai's divine sense spread out but was still unable to envelop it. In a flash, it rushed out of Yang Kai's field of vision. Lu Yen flying fire? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he instantly understood what this thing was. Wei Guchang had mentioned to him before about the strangeness of Lu Yen flying fire. At that time, Yang Kai had intended to use Lu Yen flying fire to strengthen the power of his conflagrated knowledge C, but Wei Guchang had said that Lu Yen flying fire was extremely rare. With so many people entering the Lu Yen sand field, some of them might not even see it after half a year, and some of them might not even discover it even if they did. Yang Kai didn't think Wei Guchang was exaggerating, but now he found that he had underestimated the speed of Lu Yen flying fire. Almost in an instant, Yang Kai chased after it, the sound of wind and thunder rumbling behind him as he pushed his Saint Chi to the limit. Yang Kai's speed was also as fast as lightning. He wanted to see if he could catch up with Lu Yen flying fire. Yang Kai was soon disappointed. After chasing for half an hour, he found that Lu Yen flying fire had long since disappeared, forcing him to stop and stand in place with a bitter smile on his face. This kind of thing, this kind of speed, who could catch it? Yang Kai didn't know how these people on Shadowed Star knew that Lu Yen flying fire could mutate one's soul. Since they knew this information, someone must have tested it before. In other words, someone must have obtained Lu Yen flying fire. But how? There was no other way but by chance. Yang Kai didn't believe that anyone in this Lu Yen sand field could be faster than him. If he couldn't catch up with Lu Yen flying fire with his own speed, it was even more impossible for others to do so. Standing in place and feeling dejected for a while, Yang Kai helplessly took out his Yuan magnetic compass, determined his direction, and continued to fly deeper into Lu Yen's sand field. 6 days later, Yang Kai stood in a certain position and looked at a few fiery red weeds in front of him with a strange expression. He then walked up to them, reached out, and touched these weeds, finding that they were indeed extremely hard and as sharp as knives. He had seen such weeds 3 days ago and they seemed very similar to the ones in front of him, almost identical. Weeds that could survive in Lu Yen's sand field were definitely extraordinary. At that time, Yang Kai had thought they were some kind of spirit grass or spirit medicine, but after running over to take a look, he found that they were indeed weeds with no value in alchemy, so he gave up on them. However, their sharpness and hardness surprised Yang Kai. He had seen them 3 days ago, and now they were here again. Could it be that he was lost? Yang Kai frowned and took out his Yuan magnetic compass again to make sure he wasn't lost. After all, he had been taking out his Yuan magnetic compass to check his direction every once in a while, so it was not easy for him to get lost. Laughing involuntarily and shaking his head, Yang Kai continued to walk forward. But soon, he walked back and left some marks next to the strange weeds before leaving again. 3 days later, Yang Kai stood in front of these weeds with a gloomy expression, his expression extremely ugly. At this time, he understood that it wasn't his illusion a few days ago. He really was lost. The marks next to these weeds had not been touched. They were left behind before he left, just in case. But how could he have gotten lost? Wei Guchang had said that as long as he followed the direction of the Yuan magnetic compass, he would definitely be able to go deep into the treasure area. Is this Yuan magnetic compass broken? Yang Kai didn't believe that such an artifact could be so easily damaged, so what was the reason for all this? Why was he constantly walking around in circles in such a large area, wasting a full 9 days? Yang Kai's expression was uncertain as he stood in place and pondered. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, put his finger in his mouth, bit the tip of his finger, and wiped his left eye. Golden blood seeped into his left eye, and in an instant, Yang Kai's left eye turned a brilliant golden color, its pupil slender and filled with endless majesty, causing anyone who saw it to shudder. Demon Eye of Annihilation. Yang Kai looked around and immediately discovered that something was wrong. The world he saw with his 2 eyes was subtly different. His right eye saw the same thing as before, but the space his left eye saw contained traces of imperceptible energy. Even some hills and slopes had become illusory. A spirit array? Yang Kai was shocked, his heart sinking to the bottom in an instant. The demon eye of annihilation could see through all illusions in the world. Although great demon god had only cultivated it to the Saint King realm, this eye of his was a divine technique. The power it could display was definitely not something a Saint King could compare to. Chapter 1183. As soon as Yang Kai used his demon eye of annihilation, he immediately understood what was going on. He had actually inadvertently stepped into a spirit array, one that was most likely a natural bewildering array. Yang Yen was a spirit array grandmaster, and Yang Kai had spent so much time with her that he had gained some knowledge of spirit arrays. For him to walk back and forth in circles without realizing it, it could only be a bewildering array. A spirit array that appeared in this kind of place naturally couldn't have been arranged artificially. The layout of this bewildering array was very large, so the Saint King realm cultivator who entered here didn't have the ability to arrange such a spirit array, so it could only be natural. After understanding this point, Kai Yang secretly felt bitter in his heart. Yang Yen had said that there was a big difference between artificially arranged spirit arrays and naturally formed spirit arrays. Artificially arranged spirit arrays were always traceable, while naturally formed spirit arrays were like antelopes hanging their horns, rarely showing any flaws. In other words, there was no such thing as an array core or array gate, so it was impossible to use them to break this spirit array. What's more, Yang Kai wasn't proficient in spirit arrays. The demon eye of annihilation could see through illusions and help him see the essence of this place, but it couldn't provide him with a basis to break this spirit array. If he wanted to break this spirit array, he could only rely on himself. This was the reason why Yang Kai was complaining in his heart. If Yang Yen was here, with her understanding of spirit arrays, it shouldn't be difficult for her to crack this spirit array, but for Yang Kai to crack it, that was simply too difficult. However, after a moment, Yang Kai calmed down. Since he had inadvertently entered this place, he could only look for a way out. The most effective and appropriate method was naturally to tear space. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so tearing space was the best way for him to escape from Wu. Thinking so, Yang Kai directly tore a crack in space and dove in. After Yang Kai's figure disappeared, the void crack quickly disappeared. A moment later, in the same position, another void crack appeared and Yang Kai jumped out. Looking around, Yang Kai's face darkened. After tearing open space and entering the turbulent flow of space, Yang Kai knew that something was wrong. This was because the turbulent flow of space, which used to be very active in the past, was incomparably quiet and lifeless here. Sure enough, when he tore open space again, he returned to his original place without any surprise. This maze not only had the effect of bewitching eyes and ears, it even sealed off the space. This made his spatial tear useless. This was going to be troublesome. After thinking about it, Yang Kai had no choice but to accept the idea that he could only rely on brute force to break the array. Since he couldn't find a suitable way, he could only break the array. Yang Kai only hoped that it wasn't too strong, otherwise he might really be trapped here. Making up his mind, Yang Kai opened his eyes wide and carefully observed his surroundings. After half an hour, he finally determined a position he could attack. All the scenery in this position was more illusory than the others, so it should be a weak link. If he could break this link, perhaps the maze array would collapse on its own. Taking out the 100 Mountains picture, Yang Kai summoned 10 mountain phantoms at once and smashed them towards that position. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk violent explosions rang out incessantly as the entire world began to shake. Yang Kai paid close attention to the place being attacked by the 100 Mountains picture, and after a while, a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face. He found that under the attack of the 100 Mountains picture, the scenery there had become even more illusory and distorted, as if it would collapse at any moment. There's hope. Yang Kai increased the output of his Saint Chi more and more. But soon, his expression froze and he was greatly disappointed. Because the position that had become illusory was actually restored to its original state after a series of distortions, rendering all his previous attacks useless. This maze could even repair the damaged areas on its own. This was simply a sign that it was trying to trap someone to death. Yang Kai grit his teeth and pushed the power of the 100 Mountains picture to its limit, summoning 20 mountain phantoms around him and smashing them towards the maze array. Half a day later, Yang Kai stared forward with a look of resentment on his face. The strength of this maze array was far beyond his expectations. No matter how much strength he used or how he attacked, it was able to repair itself. The 100 Mountains picture had been taken back into Yang Kai's body, so the 20 mountain phantoms were the limit he could use right now. There was no need to try any further, as attacking would only be a waste of energy. Without a decisive attack, there was no way to break this maze array's weak link. In other words, Yang Kai needed to use a powerful blow like the one he had used with Xie Yun's evil artifact. Only by tearing apart this weak point with absolute strength would it be possible to break this maze array. Yang Kai didn't have the time to refine that evil artifact, nor did he want to refine it. What's more, Yang Kai felt that even if that artifact launched a powerful blow, it wouldn't be able to break this illusion. Yang Kai could only use his golden blood. Yang Kai sighed faintly. A single drop of golden blood was equivalent to 3 months of hard work, so unless it was a last resort, he was really reluctant to use it. After being wrapped in the blood-red crystal and sleeping in the star field for several years, Yang Kai had condensed nearly 100 drops of golden blood in his body. Since then, he had used them intermittently several times, so he wasn't in a hurry to replenish them. Now, he had more than 90 drops left. But now was not the time to care about this. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he stretched out a finger and slowly forced out a drop of pure golden blood from his body. In an instant, a surge of vitality appeared. The vitality contained in this drop of golden blood were simply terrifying. This drop of golden blood was purer than the golden blood flowing in Yang Kai's body. It quietly condensed at Yang Kai's fingertip, swaying slightly like a golden bean. With a single thought from Yang Kai, this drop of golden blood transformed into a small arrow that instantly broke through the shackles of space and rushed towards the weak point of the bewildering array. A golden light burst forth, so bright that Yang Kai could barely open his eyes. He had no choice but to close his right eye and squint his left, nervously paying attention to what was happening. The sound of cloth tearing rang out, and Yang Kai clearly saw that the weak point of the bewildering array was directly pierced by the small arrow formed by golden blood. The power of the golden blood erupted in all directions, fiercely expanding the gap in the bewildering array. At the same time, the illusory scenery around him distorted violently, and many of the hills Yang Kai had seen before disappeared in an instant. The entire bewildering array was greatly affected. Yang Kai smiled happily and was about to rush forward when a fiery red light suddenly appeared from all directions, covering up the golden light of the golden blood. Not only that, at the same time the fiery red light struck, the originally torn gap in the bewildering array showed signs of quickly closing, as if the arrival of the red light had repaired the damage. Yang Kai became anxious. He had already used a drop of golden blood, so how could he allow the bewildering array to repair itself? Steeling his heart, Yang Kai forced out another drop of golden blood. With the addition of the second drop of golden blood, the red light was finally covered up. In the midst of this brilliant golden light, all the illusory scenery suddenly became like snowflakes under the scorching sun, quickly melting away. At the weak point of the bewildering array, a golden entrance suddenly formed. Without any hesitation, Kai Yang plunged his mouth in. After he left, the golden light gradually weakened and the bewildering array repaired itself again. After leaving his original position, Yang Kai found that he had suddenly stepped onto a straight passage. This passage was made of small stones and was smooth and flat. On both sides of the passage were the same fiery red weeds that Yang Kai had encountered before. However, the weeds here were somewhat different from the ones outside. The weeds outside were lifeless, but the weeds here were blood red and gave off a faint bloody smell. Yang Kai looked around and could vaguely see many skeletons lying among the weeds. Immediately, Yang Kai was shocked. He knew that these skeletons should belong to one of the cultivators who had entered Lu Yen's sand field in the past, who had accidentally entered this place and died tragically. However, Yang Kai did not know why their skeletons would appear here instead of in the bewildering array. While he was secretly shocked, Kai Yang suddenly saw the weeds on both sides of the passage grow wildly, like a group of wild beasts dancing about. In the blink of an eye, the originally 1-foot-tall weeds grew to several feet tall, then several tens of feet tall. Their long leaves, which were as hard as knives, also became soft, like long whips. One after another, they madly swept towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled. He did not know that these weeds could actually change like this. A few days ago, he had tested the hardness and sharpness of these weeds. Even he did not dare to cut himself with these weeds because if he used even a little force, it would leave scars on his body and he would not be able to break them. If not for this, Yang Kai would have taken them back and shown them to Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation was a strange woman and knew many things that others did not. Perhaps she would recognize these weeds. But now, the countless weeds on both sides of the passage had turned into thousands of sharp whips, so how could he remain calm? However, before he could defend himself, a layer of energy film appeared on both sides of the passage. All the grass whips were blocked by the energy film. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's expression became strange. He had thought that the bewildering array was naturally formed, and if he had not encountered it now, he would have thought so. After all, this bewildering array was so clever that even his demon eye of annihilation could not see its array core. However, the current encounter had shaken his initial conjecture. Just the energy membrane of this passage alone couldn't have been naturally formed. This was artificially arranged, and it could even be said that the bewildering array was also artificially arranged. What kind of person had such great ability? Only a Saint King Realm cultivator could enter Lu Yen's sand field. How could such a cultivator arrange such a large array? Unless that person had knowledge of spirit arrays comparable to Yang Inflammation's. But what was the purpose of this person arranging such a thing? Yang Kai walked forward leisurely while his mind was filled with thoughts. The weeds on both sides were still madly sweeping towards him, but Yang Kai simply ignored them. Chapter 1184. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived at the end of the passage where there was a small stone house. Thinking that since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came, Kai Yang stepped into the stone house. By now, he was certain that everything in this passage had been artificially arranged, because this stone house was clearly built by someone. When Yang Kai entered, he was extremely cautious, secretly condensing his Saint Chi, ready to act at a moment's notice, for fear of encountering someone inside the stone house. However, after entering, Yang Kai found that there was no one inside, not even anything decent, except for a stone block. Yang Kai frowned slightly and walked back and forth inside the stone house a few times, carefully examining it for a long time, but he still couldn't find anything strange. It seemed that after breaking through the bewildering array and walking through the stone passage, he could only enter this stone house and wait for death. Yang Kai used his demon eye of annihilation again but still found nothing. However, Kai Yang found a seed the size of a broad bean on the stone block. Reaching out and picking it up, Yang Kai found that this seed was blood red in color and gave off a strange aura. This aura was similar to the aura of the wild weeds outside. Yang Kai didn't know how many years this seed had been here, but he could still feel that it was full of vitality, so if he planted it, it should be able to survive. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai tossed it into his space ring. He had paid the price of 2 drops of golden blood to break through the weak link of the bewildering array and come here, so he couldn't just return empty-handed. This seed was some kind of consolation. Next, Yang Kai searched the stone house for a long time before finally determining that there was no way out. Did he have to go back the way he came and go deeper into the bewildering array to find another way out? When he thought about the self-repairing function of the bewildering array, Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. Although he was very unwilling, Kai Yang had no choice but to accept this cruel reality. Dejectedly, he walked out of the stone house. But when he stepped out of the stone house, his vision suddenly blurred. The wildly dancing weeds and the passage paved with stones in front of him all disappeared, and what he saw was a red space. In the air, countless fire elemental spiritual energy flowed like spiritual snakes, and beneath his feet was a barren brown earth. Flame area. Yang Kai's spirit shook, fearing that he would fall into that illusory array again. Using his demon eye of annihilation for a 3rd time, he finally determined that he had not returned to the illusory array. Moreover, when Yang Kai looked back again, there was no longer any stone house, only a stone wall behind him. He was now standing at the foot of a barren hill, as if everything he had encountered before was just an illusion. However, Yang Kai knew that it was not an illusion because that fiery red seed was currently in his space ring. Yang Kai heaved a sigh of relief as he finally got out of that damned place. Even after being trapped in this bewildering array, Yang Kai was still able to find the weakest link and tear it apart. If it were any other Saint King, once they fell into this bewildering array, there would be no other way out but to wait for death, unless they were extremely proficient in spirit arrays. News of this bewildering array had not spread out, not because no one had ever entered, but because those who had entered had no ability to pass on any information to the outside world. They had all died inside, so how could they possibly transmit any information? That bewildering array could even seal space, so naturally, it was not difficult for it to block the transmission of information. As such, Yang Kai estimated that the great forces on Shadowed Star were unaware of the existence of this bewildering array. Yang Kai could only hope that Wei Guchang, Dong Xianer, Chang Qi, Howen, and the others had not taken the same path as him, otherwise, they would have died without a doubt. Just as Yang Kai was secretly rejoicing, he suddenly noticed a few figures flashing a few kilometers away. These figures seemed to be in a hurry, as if they were in a hurry to rush somewhere. Yang Kai gawked for a moment before suddenly remembering that he had been trapped in this bewildering array for so many days, so the advantage he had gained with his wind and thunder wings had probably already disappeared. Elites like Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer should have already passed him. Taking out his Yuan magnetic compass and looking at it, Yang Kai found that the direction these people were heading in was not towards the treasure area. Now, there was no point in hurrying. Yang Kai had wanted to be the first to arrive at the treasure area and search for treasures before others arrived, but he had been delayed by this bewildering array for so long, so this plan was immediately scrapped. Those people must have found something good, otherwise, they would not have been in such a hurry. Yang Kai thought for a while before following the direction these people had disappeared. Tracking people in the Lu Yen Desert was very easy because there was not much vegetation here. Besides bare hills and hills, there was nothing else. Although one spiritual energy was greatly suppressed by the world principles here, the distance one could see with the naked eye was quite far, so there was no need to worry about losing track. The further he went, The more cultivators Yang Kai found were rushing in that direction, as if everyone had received some kind of shocking news and were converging towards a certain place. Yang Kai was curious. If it wasn't something very precious, it would be impossible to alarm so many cultivators. After all, if there were too many people, there would be conflict, and if things went wrong, they would not be able to protect their lives. Not far away, there were two second-order Saint King cultivator wearing the same uniform. Yang Kai didn't recognize which force they belonged to, but judging from their appearances, they didn't seem to be some kind of villain. Yang Kai immediately turned around and flew towards them, wanting to inquire about some information. If it wasn't something good, he wouldn't bother going over. Both of them noticed Yang Kai's actions and couldn't help secretly becoming vigilant. One of the middle-aged men frowned and looked Yang Kai up and down, but after discovering that he was just a first-order Saint King cultivator, he immediately relaxed. He wasn't afraid of a first-order Saint King though, so the vigilance on his face quickly faded. Two friends, Yang Kai rushed over to them and cupped his fists with a smile, his expression friendly. The two didn't reject Yang Kai and nodded lightly before continuing to rush forward with him. The middle-aged man asked, "What's the matter? Why are you all running over there? Did you find something good?" Yang Kai asked bluntly. The middle-aged man smiled in surprise and replied, "We don't know the specific situation, we just followed the flow, but we just heard someone say that some brilliant fire crystal was found over there. We just don't know if it's true or not." An origin-grade high-rank material, brilliant fire crystal? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. It seems this friend is very clear about the grade of materials. The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai with some surprise. "Oh, I've heard some seniors mention it before," Yang Kai casually said. Yang Kai said casually, "Brilliant fire crystal was indeed a good material. Not only could it be used for artifact refining, but it could also be used by a fire attribute cultivator to arrange some special spirit arrays. Yang Inflammation should need these things, but Yang Kai didn't care about them. However, since he had already come here, there was no harm in taking a look. If there really were brilliant fire crystal, he could collect some. After all, origin-grade high-rank materials were not easy to find. Most of the time, they couldn't be bought even if one had the money. Yang Inflammation had complained that the grade of materials she used to arrange spirit arrays was too low. Although the materials brought by Chen Tong were all origin grade, there were too few origin grade high-rank ones, and even fewer origin king grade ones. Although these things are good, you need to have the ability to collect them. The middle-aged man didn't know what he meant, but he actually said such words, "There are many people rushing over there right now, so I'm afraid there will be some conflicts. Friend, are you sure you want to go?" He seemed to see that Yang Kai's cultivation was too low, so he tried to persuade him in a roundabout way. He didn't say this maliciously or with any other intentions, he was simply trying to persuade him. This middle-aged man has a good heart, Yang Kai thought secretly, not stopping his steps as he chuckled. "Let's go take a look. Even if we can't collect them, at least we can gain some experience." Seeing Kai Yang's insistence, the other party didn't say anything else. He and Kai Yang had only met by chance, so even saying a few words of advice was already a sign of his benevolence. How could he continue to nag and annoy him? None of the three introduced themselves, nor did they intend to make friends with each other. A short time later, the three finally arrived at their destination, and when they looked around, their expressions froze. In front of them was a huge hill, several dozen meters high and 1,000 meters in length and width. At this moment, there were at least 30 cultivators on this hill who had rushed over after hearing the news. These cultivators were digging around the hill, looking for something. From time to time, someone would laugh out loud and take out pieces of red crystals of various sizes from the holes they had dug. Yang Kai could clearly see that these were indeed brilliant fire crystals. This hill looked inconspicuous, but it was actually the place where brilliant fire crystals were produced. Yang Kai really didn't know how the first person discovered it and how news of it leaked out. However, it was obvious that this place had been excavated for more than a few hours now. The hill was full of holes, and inside each of these holes, the busy figures of cultivators could be seen. Some people were happy while others were sad. Some cultivator found nothing and could only dejectedly look elsewhere to continue their search. Although the scene was lively, there were no conflicts. Everyone lived in peace, each finding a place to search for brilliant fire crystals. The situation Yang Kai imagined where people would fight over brilliant fire crystals did not occur. Over there. The middle-aged man who arrived with Yang Kai suddenly pointed to a deserted spot and quickly rushed over with his companion, took out an artifact, and used it as a shovel to dig. Yang Kai sighed slightly and slowly walked over, looking for a place where no one was paying attention, wanting to try his luck. At this time, if only the stone mongoose was here, Yang Kai wouldn't have to do anything at all. All he needed to do was release the stone mongoose and most of the brilliant fire crystals hidden in this hill would fall into his hands. However, the stone mongoose was of great use to Yang Inflammation, so Yang Kai didn't bring it with him. Chapter 1185. After searching for about a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai ran out of the hole he had dug, a look of waning interest on his face. He found that finding brilliant fire crystals here was completely dependent on luck. Because the fire attribute aura here was too rich, the aura of brilliant fire crystals was completely obscured, making it impossible for Yang Kai to use his divine sense to investigate. Unable to use his divine sense to investigate, he could only rely on luck, greatly reducing his interest. These cultivators might be tempted by origin-grade high-rank materials, but Yang Kai wasn't. There was no need for him to waste time here for some brilliant fire crystals. It was better to go to the treasure area. Considering all this, Yang Kai was too lazy to continue digging. Before leaving, Yang Kai glanced over at the middle-aged man casually and found that their luck was off the charts. The brother and junior brother both wore joyful looks on their faces, obviously having a great harvest. Not bothering them anymore, Yang Kai left the hill alone. As he walked forward, from time to time, he would run into some cultivator who had received news about what he had found. These cultivators would constantly pull Yang Kai aside and ask him questions, annoying him greatly. These people clearly saw that Yang Kai was alone and his cultivation wasn't high, so they didn't take him seriously. However, these people were only asking questions, and Yang Kai didn't want to kill them all, so he could only avoid them. At this time, Yang Kai didn't use his wind and thunder wings again as more and more people gathered here. The wind and thunder wings were too conspicuous, and if they were seen by others, it would likely cause a disturbance. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of trouble, but he also didn't want to cause any trouble, so he obediently used his 2 feet to hurry along. 2 days later, while Yang Kai was hurrying along, he suddenly heard the sound of clothes fluttering behind him, as if someone was running at full speed. Moreover, judging from the movement, this person was actually heading straight in his direction. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he stopped and looked back. In the blink of an eye, a figure landed in front of Kai Yang after leaping up and down the hill behind him. When their 4 eyes met, Yang Kai immediately recognized this person. This person was actually the second-order Saint King middle-aged man he had met a few days ago. Yang Kai had a good impression of this middle-aged man whom he had met by chance. After all, the other party had even tried to persuade him back then, so his intentions were quite good. Yang Kai couldn't help chuckling and was just about to greet him when his face suddenly sank. He found that the other party's condition was somewhat off. The Saint Chi in this man's body was chaotic, and his expression was panicked. He also seemed to be injured, his shoulder was bleeding, and half of his clothes red. Furthermore, his eyes were also crimson red. They were filled with anger and unwillingness. After seeing Yang Kai, the middle-aged man was slightly taken aback, as if he hadn't expected someone to be here. A trace of guilt and annoyance flashed across his eyes as he stamped his foot and anxiously said, "If you don't want to die, then leave quickly." After saying this, he didn't stay any longer, turning around and flying off to the left. Yang Kai was confused, but soon he understood what was going on. Less than 30 breaths after the middle-aged man ran off, A group of 4 or 5 cultivator wearing dark green robes arrived in front of Yang Kai. The leader of this group was a young man who seemed to be about the same age as Yang Kai, but his true age was unclear. This young man's face was cold and gloomy, and he was clearly a third-order Saint King. Beside him were several men and women, all of them second-order Saint Kings. As soon as he saw this young man, Yang Kai felt that he was very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, the young man shouted impolitely, "Speak, which direction did that person run off in?" Yang Kai's face went cold. The other party's impolite questioning made him feel very disgusted. Not to mention that Yang Kai and this middle-aged man had only met once, so it was impossible for him to betray him, even if they were strangers. Yang Kai wouldn't answer. "Brother Meng, over here." A young woman in this group suddenly pointed in the direction the middle-aged man had fled because there were a few drops of blood spilled in that direction. "Umph." The young man called Brother Meng coldly snorted and led his group in pursuit, but before he left, he waved his hand and a golden light suddenly shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was furious and stretched out his hand in front of him, summoning a grand heavenly shield to block this attack. However, the grand heavenly shield condensed from Yang Kai's Saint Chi was unable to completely resist this golden light, and with a cracking sound, the grand heavenly shield nearly shattered. Yang Kai was stunned, and by the time he recovered, the other party had already run far away. Brother Meng also seemed very surprised that he had failed to kill Yang Kai, a first-order Saint King cultivator, and turned back to stare coldly at Yang Kai, as if trying to remember his appearance. However, chasing after the middle-aged man was the most important thing right now, so he didn't bother with Yang Kai any longer. In an instant, the group of 4 or 5 people chased after the middle-aged man. Yang Kai stood in place and thought carefully. He felt like he had seen this young man somewhere before, otherwise, he wouldn't have felt so familiar. After a while, he finally remembered and couldn't help feeling a bit excited, quickly chasing after them. Whether it was because of this young man or because of the middle-aged man, Yang Kai wasn't ready to give up. The middle-aged man was indeed a good person. Before, he had tried to persuade Yang Kai out of goodwill, and when he encountered Yang Kai just now, he had even asked him to quickly leave. There was a clear look of guilt in his eyes, clearly because he had run in front of Yang Kai and implicated Yang Kai, otherwise, he wouldn't have changed direction at the last moment. The other party had good intentions, so Yang Kai would naturally return the favor. After a short chase, Yang Kai easily caught up. Because the middle-aged man was basically an arrow at the end of its flight, he couldn't have run far. At this moment, Brother Meng was leading a few junior brothers and junior sisters to surround him and attack him. The middle-aged man's cultivation wasn't high, but the defensive artifact armor he was wearing was quite good and had resisted many fatal blows for him. Even so, at this moment, the defensive artifact armor had almost lost its luster and was on the verge of losing its defensive function. Brother Meng, on the other hand, had a calm look on his face and did not join forces with his sect brothers, instead standing in place with his hands behind his back, a look of ridicule on his face. Fortunately, he hadn't taken action, otherwise, the middle-aged man wouldn't have been able to resist. "Meng Hongliang, you'll die a horrible death." The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood after taking a blow from the young woman who had just spoken and roared in grief and indignation. This sentence caused the young man named Meng Hongliang to narrow his eyes and coldly order, "Don't be in a hurry to kill him, just play with him and let him know the consequences of offending my Imperial City sect." The several Imperial City sect cultivators who were besieging the middle-aged man heard this and immediately slowed down their attacks, instead using the mentality of a cat toying with a mouse to humiliate the middle-aged man, constantly causing him some small pain but not immediately fatal injuries. "Meng Hongliang, I've already given you the brilliant fire crystal essence. Why must you be so ruthless? Why do you want to kill my junior brother?" The middle-aged man tried his best to avoid the attacks of these people, but the wounds on his body kept increasing and his complexion gradually turned pale due to excessive blood loss. Meng Hongliang coldly snorted. Do you think you're qualified to possess something as precious as brilliant fire crystal essence? Moreover, the fewer people who know about this, the better. You can only blame your brother and junior brother's good luck for finding such a good thing, but your luck is simply too bad. Not only did you find it, but I also found it. Ha, only I can possess this brilliant fire crystal essence. You two, brother and junior brother, should not be lonely even if you go to the Yellow Springs together. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. The middle-aged man roared, and the remaining light from his artifact armor finally dimmed, and after taking another blow, it began to collapse. This defensive artifact armor had been thoroughly damaged, and there was no possibility of repairing it. Kill him, a long night may bring many dreams. Meng Hongliang was no longer in the mood to tangle with the middle-aged man and ordered lightly. The attacks of the several imperial sect disciples surrounding the middle-aged man suddenly became violent as they pushed their Saint Chi and bombarded the middle-aged man with killing intent. The middle-aged man seemed to feel that he would not be able to escape this calamity and did not resist anymore. Before he died, he still glared at Meng Hongliang with a pair of red eyes, as if he wanted to carve his image into the depths of his soul so he could seek revenge after he was reincarnated. Just as the middle-aged man was about to die, a shield formed from burning black flames suddenly appeared around the middle-aged man and blocked all of the killing moves. One of the imperial sect disciples was unable to withdraw his attack and slammed his palm into the black flame shield. The shield remained unscathed while the cultivator jumped up like a frightened rabbit and screamed loudly. Everyone looked over, and their eyes were immediately filled with fear and shock. At this moment, the burning black fire was actually rapidly spreading from the warrior's palm to his body. Wherever the black fire passed, his arms and shoulders were immediately burned to ashes. Soon it had spread to his chest. It seemed that there was no way for him to survive. Brother Meng, save me. The cultivator realized that the situation was bad and hurriedly ran towards Meng Hongliang, who was the strongest among them, hoping he could save his life. But how could Meng Hongliang let him get close? The black flame was extremely strange, causing him great dread. Seeing his fellow disciple rushing towards him, Meng Hongliang's expression changed several times as a fierce light flashed across his eyes. Retreating a few steps, Meng Hongliang raised his hand and shot a golden light into the cultivator's head. The cultivator who was running towards him immediately fell to the ground, his eyes bulging, as if he had never expected his brother to do such a thing to him. In the blink of an eye, his body was completely swallowed by the demonic flames. The remaining men and women all turned pale. On one hand, it was because of the tyrannical power of this demonic flame, and on the other hand, it was because they had personally witnessed Meng Hongliang kill their fellow disciples. For a time, all of them were stunned as they stared at Meng Hongliang in disbelief. Chapter 1186. Vicious and merciless, friends' methods aren't bad. Yang Kai walked out with a sneer on his face as he stared at Meng Hongliang coldly. He hadn't expected that this person would be so vicious to his fellow sect brother. It seemed he really wasn't a good person. Walking over to the middle-aged man, Yang Kai nodded lightly. The middle-aged man was also dumbfounded at this moment. He had thought he was going to die, but someone had actually run out to save him. And the person who had saved him was Yang Kai, a stranger he had met by chance, giving him a strange feeling for a while. Go to the side and heal yourself first. Yang Kai saw the middle-aged man's miserable appearance and knew he had almost no Saint Chi left, so he tossed him a healing pill and said faintly, "But you." The middle-aged man took the pill with a hesitant look. Yang Kai's cultivation was too low, so the middle-aged man was afraid this young man who had rushed out to save his life would suffer an accident. After all, Meng Hongliang wasn't someone to be trifled with. But when he remembered the power of the black flames and looked at Yang Kai's calm expression, the middle-aged man suddenly nodded, "Good." Saying so, he walked over to the side, swallowed the pill, and sat down to meditate. He didn't know what Yang Kai was relying on to face so many people from Imperial City Sect, but since he dared to act, he definitely didn't put Meng Hongliang and the others in his eyes. He subconsciously thought that Yang Kai came from some top force and was the son of an important figure in that force. If this was the case, all he needed to do was say his name and Meng Hongliang would never dare to provoke him. Although Imperial City Sect was strong, it wasn't a first-class force on Shadowed Star, barely above average. On top of that, Meng Hongliang was just someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong, so naturally he wouldn't dare provoke such a strong enemy. Sure enough, Meng Hongliang's expression became gloomy as he carefully observed Yang Kai, comparing him to all the famous young talents of Shadowed Star in his mind, but was unable to find a suitable figure. Coupled with the strange looks his fellow disciples were giving him, Meng Hongliang couldn't help shouting, "Your Excellency killed my fellow disciples? What intentions do you have?" Yang Kai sneered and slowly shook his head. "What you're saying isn't right. The one who killed that person wasn't me, but you. And although he would have died even if you hadn't done anything, the cause of his death was still your doing. It has nothing to do with me." Meng Hongliang's face alternated between red and green as he gritted his teeth. "If it weren't for you secretly plotting against me, why would I do that?" After saying this, his expression suddenly calmed down and he nodded. "That's right, I killed junior brother Qi, but I simply couldn't bear to see him suffer the pain of being burned again, so I decided to release him as soon as possible." He had actually found a reason to kill him. When he said this, the men and women from Imperial City Sect all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although they still felt that it was inappropriate to kill a fellow disciple, after hearing this reason, they felt much better. They had all seen what had happened to junior brother Qi and knew that even if Meng Hongliang hadn't acted, he would have died anyway, so they all gathered around Meng Hongliang. Meng Hongliang sneered. In the blink of an eye, he had broken free from the whirlpool of murdering his fellow sect brother. Still possessing some ability to argue, he stared at Yang Kai coldly and slowly said, "Which sect does this friend come from? If it is convenient, can you reveal it? Although my Imperial City Sect is not a great sect, many of the elders in the sect have a wide range of friends. If this friend is from a sect, I ask that you not intervene in this matter." "Brother Meng, I know who he is." The young woman's brow furrowed slightly. Since approaching Meng Hongliang, her beautiful eyes had been focused on Yang Kai, a look of dread filling her face. Hearing her say this, Meng Hongliang immediately asked in a low voice. The young woman didn't conceal anything and simply recounted the conflict between Blue Sparrow sects Yin Jian and Yang Kai before Lu Yen opened the sandfield. At that time, the young woman was not far away and had clearly seen what had happened, so she immediately recognized Yang Kai. Shadow Moon Hall? Meng Hongliang was taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly as his expression became ugly. Although Shadow Moon Hall wasn't a top force, it was far more powerful than Imperial City Sect. Shadow Moon Hall had many Third-Order Origin returning Realm Masters, an existence that Imperial City Sect couldn't compare to. The two sects were separated by thousands of kilometers and usually didn't have much contact with each other, but when he heard the young woman say that Shadow Moon Hall's top genius, Wei Guchang, stood up for Yang Kai, Meng Hongliang couldn't help hesitating. If Wei Guchang came to Imperial City Sect to find trouble with him, it would be difficult to deal with. But now that things had developed to this point, his own sect brother had been ruthlessly killed by him, so retreating with his tail between his legs was a bit inappropriate. What's more, he didn't want the news of the brilliant fire crystal essence to leak out. It was for this reason that he had tried to kill the middle-aged man's brother after obtaining the brilliant fire crystal essence. Only the dead would reveal their secrets. But he said it himself, that he is not from the Shadow Moon Palace. The young woman's face was filled with puzzlement as she said softly, "Not from Shadow Moon Hall?" Meng Hongliang's eyes lit up. "Yes, I'm not from Shadow Moon Hall." Yang Kai stood there with an arrogant look on his face. When Meng Hongliang and the young woman were talking, he didn't interrupt until now. "Wei Guchang and I only have a small friendship, you don't need to worry about him finding trouble with you." Meng Hongliang's face couldn't help turning cold when Yang Kai saw through his thoughts, his eyes flashing as he hesitated. When the middle-aged man, who was meditating to recover from his injuries, heard this, he almost coughed up a mouthful of blood in anger from Yang Kai. Originally, when the situation had eased, the middle-aged man was secretly delighted, thinking that his guess was correct. This young man who had come to save him really had some background. As long as this young man didn't say anything else, with Meng Hongliang's personality, he would definitely give up. If that was the case, he and this young man who had come to save him would be able to escape safely. As for revenge, that would naturally be left for later. But he hadn't expected this young man to be such a fool, actually blowing up his only hope in one breath. How could Meng Hongliang let him off so easily? Without a strong backer, with his first order Saint King cultivation, he would die without a doubt. For a moment, the middle-aged man was both angry and anxious. He had never seen such a stupid guy before. However, the other party had come to save him, so he had been dragged into this mess. The middle-aged man could only sigh and secretly decide to restore his strength as soon as possible. Once Meng Hongliang attacked, he would do his best to delay these people and allow Yang Kai to escape. On the other side, Meng Hongliang, whose face was constantly changing, finally came to a decision, his expression gradually becoming firm as he gloomily stared at Yang Kai and said, "Shadow Moon Hall, so what? Wei Guchang? If I want to kill you today, you won't live past tomorrow." As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly waved his hand and shouted, "Be careful of his black flames, don't give him a chance to send out a message." He was going to shed all pretenses of cordiality and kill them to silence them. It had to be said that he was a very careful person. While he ordered his junior brothers and sisters to attack, a hidden golden light appeared on his hand. Meng Hongliang was extremely wary of this demonic flame and was only preparing to let his junior brothers distract Yang Kai while he launched a sneak attack to kill him. Furthermore, he absolutely couldn't give Yang Kai time to take out his compass artifact to send out a message, otherwise everything would be for naught. Once Meng Hongliang's order was given, the next moment, for second-order Saint Kings rushed towards Yang Kai with murderous intent, all four of them pushing their Saint Qi as they activated their defensive artifacts to protect themselves. Most of the cultivators who dared to enter the flowing flame sand field were wearing defensive artifact armors. These artifact armors could easily resist the invasion of the fire poison and had a very strong defensive effect. At the very least, when these cultivators fought against cultivators of the same level, they often relied on these artifact armors to protect them from harm. The black flames were too terrifying, and although the four of them rushed forward, none of them dared to approach Yang Kai. The young woman casually took out a whip-like artifact and swung it, releasing a faint thunderous sound as it transformed into a blue streak of light that shot towards Yang Kai, a ruthless look filling her pretty face. The other three also used long-range offensive artifacts and martial skills to bombard Yang Kai's position. At the same time, a golden light quietly shot out from Meng Hongliang's hand. It was unknown what kind of trick he used, but the moment this golden light shot out, it was actually covered up. 4 second-order Saint Kings and 1 third-order Saint King joining forces to attack a first-order Saint King, the result was obvious. As such, after taking action, Meng Hongliang's lips curled into a smile. But in the next moment, his smile stiffened on his face. He saw a sword made of black flames appear in the hands of the besieged youth. He slashed out a pitch-black sword ray that seemed to want to devour all light. Not only did it scatter the attacks of his 2 junior brothers, the sword ray also directly cut through their bodies as if it were rotten wood. Their defensive artifact armors were as fragile as paper, and even the Saint Qi they had been circulating around their bodies was unable to play any defensive role. The bodies of these 2 junior brothers were cut in half in an instant. This was not the end. A black spear appeared in the man's hand. He seemed to have casually thrown it, and the spear broke through the young woman's whip. The long whip bounced back and directly pierced a hole in the young woman's abdomen. From beginning to end, this young woman didn't even have time to react. Soon after, a purple shield appeared beside him. Ding ding dang dang dang. A series of crisp sounds rang out as sparks flew from the purple shield, accompanied by a flash of golden light. The shield was intact, but the golden light returned to Meng Hongliang's position. Yang Kai frowned, knowing that this Meng Hongliang's artifact was really extraordinary. Before, when he had been attacked by this golden light, his grand heavenly shield had almost been shattered. Now, Yang Kai naturally didn't dare act carelessly and immediately summoned his purple shield to defend himself. Taking a quick glance, Yang Kai realized that this was actually a flying needle artifact as thin as an ox's hair. This type of artifact was quite rare. Because flying needle artifacts were quite weak, artifact refiners needed to refine a large number of them in order to create effective damage, and the more they refined, the more difficult it would be to refine them. Chapter 1187. Flying needle artifacts were rare, but it was undeniable that flying needles were the best artifacts for breaking through defenses and were also the most suitable for breaking through a cultivator's protective Saint Chi. No wonder that golden light almost broke through the grand heavenly shield, so it was this kind of thing, Yang Kai suddenly realized. While Yang Kai was stunned, the only Imperial City Sect disciple who had not been killed by him had enough time to react. 4 of his fellow disciples had attacked together, but 3 of them had been killed in an instant. If it weren't for Brother Meng's sneak attack diverting this guy's attention, this Imperial City Sect disciple felt he would have died already. How could he dare to stay where he was? With a look of horror on his face, he quickly retreated. In an instant, he had retreated more than 100 meters away. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, a pitch-black rope suddenly came down on him. That rope seemed to have sealed off all his escape routes, making him unable to move at all. With a whoosh, the black rope wrapped around his entire body. Only at this moment did he see that this black rope was actually condensed from black flames. Remembering what had happened to Junior Brother Chi before, this Imperial City Sect disciple's face instantly paled. Opening his mouth, this Imperial City Sect disciple was unable to make a sound as the demonic flame not only burned his body to ashes but also his soul. The 9 Heavens Divine Skills Imprisoning Heaven Lock had the power to bind one's soul and was a martial skill specifically designed to capture fleeing enemies. Coupled with Yang Kai's unique Saint Chi, the Imprisoning Heaven Lock's power had been reborn. In the blink of an eye, the 4 people who had besieged Yang Kai were all wiped out. Meng Hongliang's eyes trembled violently as a look of disbelief and panic appeared on his face. The middle-aged man who had been meditating and healing just happened to rush over to Yang Kai's side at this moment. The moment the 4 Imperial City Sect disciples attacked, he had rushed over to help Yang Kai, but how could he have known that there would be no place for him in this battle? By the time he arrived, all 4 of his fellow disciples were dead, and even Meng Hongliang's sneak attack had failed. The middle-aged man's expression wasn't much better than Meng Hongliang's. The only difference was that he wasn't afraid of Yang Kai. He just looked at him from head to toe as if he was looking at a monster. At this moment, he understood that Yang Kai was not an idiot. He did not need to rely on the name of the Shadow Moon Hall to protect himself because he had the ability to kill everyone present. Could it be? Meng Hongliang's face suddenly paled, but he didn't finish his sentence. Yang Kai didn't know what he wanted to say, but after he finished speaking, Meng Hongliang hurriedly cupped his fists and hurriedly said, "This Meng has offended you, please don't take offense. Today's matter, only the heavens, earth, you and I know about it. This Meng will not reveal it to a third person, so please let this Meng off." As he said this, he didn't wait for Yang Kai to respond and immediately retreated. He avoided Yang Kai as if he was avoiding a snake or a scorpion. His face was full of horror. "You want to leave?" Yang Kai sneered and fiercely pushed his palm forward. With things having gotten to this point, how could he allow this Meng Hongliang to escape unscathed? Whether it was because of this person's attitude and killing intent towards him or because he wanted to silence him, the moment Yang Kai recognized this person, he had already made up his mind not to let him live. This person had only himself to blame for provoking him. A huge palm print descended from the sky, covering the entire world, as well as the light in front of Meng Hongliang. This palm print contained enough power to destroy the heavens and earth, causing Meng Hongliang's mind to tremble as an aura of death filled his heart. Letting out a strange cry, the golden light in his hand shot out again. Countless thin needles pierced through the air, emitting a sizzling sound. Immediately, a golden light erupted as the needles converged in midair, condensing into a long sword, the tip of the sword trembling as it met the heaven-covering hand's palm print head-on. With a loud bang, the golden light dimmed, but the heaven-covering hand seemed to have a hole pierced through it, allowing Meng Hongliang to take this opportunity to break free from this oppressive shackles and quickly flee. His figure had only moved a few dozen meters when a burning hot and evil aura rushed towards him from behind. Turning his head to look, Meng Hongliang's soul nearly jumped out of his body. At some unknown time, this enemy had appeared behind him, a long sword covered in black flames thrusting towards him. Meng Hongliang's body felt like it was burning hot, but even more so because of this evil aura. Meng Hongliang finally understood why junior brother Qi had panicked so much before his death. Looking down, all Meng Hongliang saw was a black sword tip protruding from his chest, and with that position as its center, a raging fire was quickly spreading throughout his body. Without waiting for Meng Hongliang's body to be completely incinerated, Yang Kai directly snatched his space ring and impatiently swept it with his divine sense, suddenly grinning happily. Meng Hongliang's space ring did not have many good things. His space ring was similar to that of the 3 Xie family masters Yang Kai had killed before, basically filled with restorative pills and saint crystals, as well as a dozen or so fire crystal stones of various sizes. However, inside Meng Hongliang's space ring, there was another fire crystal that gave off a burning hot aura. This was not a fire crystal stone from a fire spirit beast, but rather brilliant fire crystal essence, an origin king grade material. Brilliant fire crystal was only an origin grade material, and depending on its quality, it could be classified into high, medium, or low rank. Below the hill Yang Kai had been to before, there should be a brilliant fire crystal lode. There was a very small chance that a brilliant fire crystal lode would produce brilliant fire crystal essence, which was a much higher grade material. Judging from the color of this brilliant fire crystal essence, it was only an origin king grade low rank material, but even so, it was still extremely rare on Shadowed Star. No wonder Yang Kai had snatched it from this middle-aged man and even tried to kill him to silence him. Yang Kai casually threw this brilliant fire crystal essence into his space ring before taking out a piece of the map fragment. What really made Yang Kai happy was this map fragment, the one that had once appeared at the Treasure Trove Pavilion auction. At that time, this map fragment was bought by a second-order Saint King. Before the auction ended, this second-order Saint King had quietly slipped away but was followed by countless people. In the end, this map fragment was obtained by a young man, Meng Hongliang. When Yang Kai saw Meng Hongliang for the first time, he didn't remember who he was, only feeling that the other party looked familiar, but soon remembered what happened outside Heavenly Fate City. At that time, after the map fragment was taken away by Meng Hongliang, Yang Kai no longer had any expectations. After all, whether the location indicated on this map fragment could be found was still unknown, and whether there was anything good there was no way to know. Everything was unknown, so Yang Kai felt there was no need to waste his energy and effort on an uncertain map fragment. But Kai Yang really hadn't thought that this map fragment would end up in his hands after going through so many people's hands. Yang Yun still had another map fragment in his hands, so if he pieced the two together, he should be able to find some clues. When he had some free time in the future, he would search for it and perhaps find some opportunities. While Yang Kai was searching through the other party's space ring, the middle-aged man was extremely surprised. Yang Kai's actions at this moment were no different from a bandit's. However, he didn't think much of it. Murdering others for treasures was normal. After Yang Kai finished, the middle-aged man walked over weakly and cupped his fists. Extreme Path Sex Huang Shiran, thanks friend for saving me. If it weren't for you, this Huang would not have been able to escape this calamity. Please accept this Huang's bow. Saying so, he bowed respectfully to Yang Kai. It wasn't a big deal, Brother Huang is too polite. Yang Kai smiled and helped him up. Although Huang Shiran's face showed some relief, there was even more sadness as he said in a low voice, "Of course, if it weren't for this friend, junior brother's revenge would not have been possible. Perhaps no one in this world would know that it was Meng Hongliang who killed my brother and junior brother." Yang Kai gently nodded. "How could you be so careless and let him know you found the brilliant fire crystal essence?" Speaking of this, Huang Shiran's face became even more gloomy as he smiled bitterly. "We were careful enough. Junior brother and I were lucky enough to find a lot of brilliant fire crystal in the area we found. Not long after you left, friend, we even managed to collect some brilliant fire crystal essence. At that time, we carefully hid it and immediately left with junior brother, but on the way out, we ran into Meng Hongliang, who had received the news and was rushing over. He saw that there were many people on that hill, so he decided to rob us and ask us to give him our rings. The brilliant fire crystal essence was in junior brother's ring, but junior brother was naturally unwilling, so Meng Hongliang killed junior brother and the brilliant fire crystal essence fell into his hands. This Huang was no match for him and had no choice but to flee. So that's how it is. This was exactly what the heavens were talking about. Huang Shiran and his senior apprentice brother were not to be blamed for revealing their wealth. It was just that their luck was really bad. I haven't asked for this friend's honored name. Huang Shiran cupped his fists solemnly. Yang Kai had saved him and even helped him get revenge, so Huang Shiran was naturally grateful. On top of that, Yang Kai was obviously not an ordinary cultivator, so Huang Shiran wanted to make friends with him. Yang Kai. So it's Brother Yang, could it be? Huang Shiran hesitated for a moment before suddenly shaking and laughing. This Huang has been rude, Brother Yang, please don't take offense. Yang Kai looked at him strangely, confused. Meng Hongliang had said the same thing a moment ago, and now Huang Shiran was saying the same thing. Did the two of them have some kind of misunderstanding about who he was? However, Yang Kai was too lazy to bother with these things, so he simply asked, "What does Brother Huang plan to do now?" Huang Shiran thought seriously for a moment before replying, "First, I'll find a place to heal. In this Huang's current state, I can't go any deeper into the flame area. If I go any further, my injuries will only worsen. Brother Yang, you don't need to worry about this Huang. I can contact the other brothers of the Extreme Peak sect. Perhaps there are other brothers and sisters nearby." "That's also good," Yang Kai nodded and cupped his fists. "Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Brother Yang, please do as you wish. If there is a chance in the future, Brother Yang, please come to my Extreme Path sect and this Huang will welcome you with open arms." Yang Kai smiled lightly, not saying anything, before turning around and rushing off in the direction of the treasure area. Looking at Yang Kai's back, Huang Shiran felt an inexplicable excitement. Like Meng Hongliang, he believed that Yang Kai was from that place. Otherwise, how could a First-Order Saint King easily kill 5 opponents whose cultivations were far higher than his? You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.